In the year 102 of the new calendar, within the ancestral hall of the Chen family in Hanwu city of Daxia, a fateful trial was underway. Facing a row of hypocritical elders, Chen Han was seething with anger, but utterly powerless to resist. Because he had awakened the lowest grade talent, enhanced physique, he was being stripped of his right to take the college entrance exams, a privilege handed instead to his younger brother, Chen Feng, who possessed its grade talent. A century ago, the Blue Star underwent a cataclysmic change. Beasts emerged from the void, alien races descended, and humanity was forced into a corner of survival. In this martial-dominant world, the talent awakened at the age of 15 determined one's destiny. From F grade to SS grade, the gap between each level was monumental. As the most powerful family in Hanwu City, the Chen family understood that a single college entrance exam spot could elevate someone to prominence. Yet, not only did they rob Chen Han of his opportunity, but they also planned to send him to military service, where the mortality rate exceeded 50%. Even the last shred of dignity was denied to him. Chen Han, this is the decision regarding your college entrance exam. Do you have any objections? The family patriarch, Chen Jinnan, stared at him coldly. Under the oppressive aura of these martial generals, Chen Han could only endure silently. But his next words left everyone stunned. From this day forward, I sever all ties with the Chen family. I will not enter the ancestral hall, nor will my name remain in the family records. Chen Jinnan smirked disdainfully. Do you think leaving the family will exempt you from military service? Foolish dream. As Chen Han boarded the military vehicle, only his younger sister, Chen Shui, ran out to see him off. She chased after the vehicle for a full mile, shouting, "Brother, you have to come back alive." This sister, who possessed a grade talent, was Chen Han's final emotional tie to the Chen family. Upon arriving at the military camp, Chen Han was grappling with his bleak fate when a mechanical notification suddenly echoed in his mind. A mysterious system called the Daxia Martial Soul System activated, offering him a chance to earn points through sign-ins, missions, enemy kills, or rank promotions. These points could be used to draw talents, physiques, and martial techniques. The system provided 3 beginner lottery draws as a gift. Without hesitation, Chen Han activated all 3 prize pools simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the SS grade talent, War Soul Sacred Body, the Scrade Physique, 100 Tempered Body, and the Scrade Martial Technique, Piercing Thorn Spear. Chen Han's luck was undeniably remarkable. As he stared at the system panel that appeared before him, his heartbeat quickened. In the beginner's reward pool, he had drawn an incredibly rare SS-level talent, along with S-level physique and S-level martial skill. This was nothing short of a divine blessing. The system panel displayed the following information clearly. Name, Chen Han. System name, Daxia Martial Soul System. Rank, Private. Realm, None. Talents, F-level Talent Strengthening Body. SS-level, Talent Weapon Soul Sacred Body. Physique, S-level Physique Tempered Body Proficiency. Beginner. Martial Skill, S-level Martial Skill Piercing Death Thorn Spear Proficiency. Beginner. Weapon, None. Current points, 0. The ranking system was straightforward. Starting as a private, recruits would be promoted to private first class after 3 months of basic training. Further promotions followed the sequence of non-commissioned officer, lieutenant, captain, general, and finally, marshal at the highest rank. Each promotion granted system points corresponding to the rank achieved. As for the realm classification, after a century of interspecies invasions, warriors were divided into 6 major realms: warrior, martial artist, martial general, martial emperor, martial sovereign, and martial god. Each major realm was further subdivided into 8 minor levels. Currently, Chen Han was a complete novice with no realm. However, he understood well that new recruits had to reach the first level of the warrior realm within 3 months, or they would almost certainly face death. What shocked Chen Han the most was his SS-level talent, the Weapon Soul Sacred Body. This talent allowed him to achieve perfect synergy with any weapon, making its use exceptionally fluid and natural. Moreover, it enhanced the power of all weapon-based martial skills by 2 levels and granted 10-fold training speed when practicing with weapons. This multiplier could increase further based on the weapon's quality and the skills level, with the base multiplier already an astounding 10-fold. On modern Blue Star, martial talents were classified into 4 categories: elemental, enhancement, specialty, and manipulation. The elemental category governed forces like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, making it the most common type. The enhancement category focused on improving physical abilities. For instance, Chen Han's F-level talent, strengthening body, increased muscle strength by 20. The specialty and manipulation categories were much rarer. Manipulation talents were primarily used for controlling puppets and mechanisms, making them highly sought after in the military. The specialty category was even more unique, encompassing abilities outside the other 3. Chen Han's Weapon Soul Sacred Body clearly fell into the specialty category. This talent, specifically designed to enhance weapon usage, was something he had never heard of before. As a member of the prominent Chen family in Hanwu City, the leading family in the region, Chen Han was no stranger to advanced martial skills. These skills were often created by predecessors and passed down through generations. The strongest martial skill of the Chen family was the S-level martial skill, Heaven-Shaking Palm. This was the Chen family's closely guarded secret, a unique martial technique that enabled them to stand strong in Hanwu City for decades. The true power of the sacred soldier physique lies in its ability to enhance the effectiveness of ordinary martial techniques by 2 levels. This means the S-rank martial skill, Piercing Thorn Spear, that Chen Han just acquired would be elevated to an SS-rank skill. The technique itself is both simple and deadly. At the beginner level, it guarantees a hit against a single target, piercing the opponent's heart directly. When facing multiple enemies, the spear can be thrown with immense destructive power. This guaranteed accuracy makes it impossible for enemies to evade, and combined with the amplification of the sacred soldier physique, its power becomes unimaginable. In addition to his talent and martial skills, Chen Han also gained a rare physique. Among the martial artists on Blue Star, fewer than half possess a unique physique. Those who combine exceptional talent with a special physique often exceed their limits continuously. The 100 refinements physique he obtained, even at the beginner level, allows his vitality to remain double that of martial artists at the same rank. This multiplier increases as his mastery improves. Vitality represents the sum of recovery and endurance. Chen Han had personally witnessed Chen family warriors at the general level display extraordinary stamina. They could run 1,000 miles without fatigue and fight for an entire day and night without showing signs of exhaustion. Even more astonishing, generals had regenerative abilities so advanced they could regenerate severed limbs, with the only variable being the time required. With these talents, physique, and martial skills, Chen Han was confident in his ability to survive the harsh military environment. Now, his focus shifted to how he could rise through the ranks, as military promotions carried far greater prestige than training at a martial arts academy. Before the new recruits gathered, Chen Han began cleaning the messy barracks. However, as he mopped the floor, a crisp crack echoed from his right arm, followed by a surge of warm energy. It was then he remembered one of the traits of the sacred soldier, physique using any weapon increased his training speed tenfold. To his surprise, even the ordinary mop he was holding was recognized as a weapon by the system. As he continued cleaning, black impurities began seeping out of his body, a sign of toxins being expelled. He could clearly feel the changes within himself. His mind became sharper, and his senses more acute. In just one afternoon, he broke through from an ordinary person to a first-tier martial artist. Such was the vast difference between an SS-level talent and an FL-level one. Typically, new recruits in the military undergo a 3-month training period. During this time, most individuals take about a month to advance to the rank of a first-tier warrior, while a few exceptionally gifted ones can achieve this in just half a month. However, such cases are exceedingly rare, as those conscripted are usually of average aptitude. True prodigies are often already enrolled in prestigious martial academies. Only geniuses from extremely impoverished backgrounds, such as those with a great talent, are forced to join the military. But someone like Chen Han, who advanced to a first-tier warrior in just half a day, is likely a once-in-a-century phenomenon. If the Chen family were to learn of this, they would surely regret their decisions. Chen Han leaned the mop against the wall and quickly headed to the bathroom for a shower. After changing into clean clothes, he heard an astonished voice from outside the door. "Are all the dorms in the military this spotless? Not a speck of dust to be seen." Stepping out of the bathroom, Chen Han was surprised to see a familiar face. The newcomer recognized him as well and exclaimed excitedly, well, young Master Chen? I knew you'd end up here too, but I didn't expect us to be assigned to the same dorm." He moved forward, arms open for a hug. Chen Han swiftly dodged. "Young Master Ji, with all that snot and tears on you, you'd better go clean up first." The visitor was none other than Ji Yun, another member of a prominent family, though an illegitimate and less favored one. The two heirs of Hanwu City's powerful families, the Chen family and the Ji family, had become close friends due to their similar circumstances. Ji Yun, older than Chen Han, had also skipped the college entrance exams. Judging by his appearance, he had likely spent a year idling at home before being sent to the military. The one advantage Ji Yun had over Chen Han was that his parents were still alive. Ji Yun didn't seem to care about his tear-streaked face. Instead, he laughed boldly and said, "So what? Even looking like this, when I walk into a foot massage parlor, aren't those girls and models still going to call me Big Brother obediently?" A year of absence had turned Ji Yun into a carefree and flamboyant character. He winked at Chen Han and added, "Good brothers should enjoy life together. Let's go one day. Our Ji family may lack other things, but we've got plenty of money." As they spoke, a third person entered the dormitory. The newcomer was tall, lean, and exuded an extraordinary aura. Every movement was full of grace. and his designer outfit was likely worth no less than $500,000. Damn, even he's here. Ji Yun exclaimed in surprise, then introduced him to Chen Han. This guy's a big deal. He's Zhao Yufei from the Zhao family in Dongdi City. Dongdi City, the capital of the Great Xia, was home to some of the most powerful families, and the Zhao family ranked among the top. Zhao Yufei greeted them politely, showing no arrogance. Hello, I'm Zhao Yufei, and a grade talent with the Thunder Flash ability. Nice to meet you. A grade. Chen Han froze upon hearing this. Ji Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhao Yufei. Class A? Class A talent is something all the top martial arts academies fight over. Why on earth would you join the military? Zhao Yufei gave a faint bitter smile. Don't even mention it. Class A might seem like top-tier talent to outsiders, but in the Zhao family, it's just average. You two are from family backgrounds as well, so you should understand, right? Ji Yun rolled his eyes. If he had Class A talent, he'd never choose to join the military, no matter what. Just then, the last person assigned to their dormitory finally arrived. The moment he stepped through the door, he came at Ji Yun with mock fury. You ungrateful brat. Your godfather is here, and you dare not accept your punishment? You lost 2 grand to me in mahjong last time. Who else can you blame? The two immediately began chasing each other around the room. Ji Yun's talent was enhancement-based, but unlike Chen Han's focus on physical fortification, Ji Yun specialized in speed enhancement, with the talent aptly named Godspeed. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming, the one chasing him, was a scion of the Zhu family, the third-ranked family in Hanwu City. He possessed a rare manipulation-type talent called Mechanical Puppet, and under his control, a small scythe-wielding robot relentlessly pursued Ji Yun. The fact that all 4 of them came from prominent families didn't escape Chen Han's notice. Breaking the silence, Zhao Yufei was the first to speak. Why is it that all 4 of us in this dorm are from family backgrounds? Ji Yun stopped in his tracks, his expression turning serious. It's no surprise. I've heard that the military doesn't look kindly on us family heirs. He explained that while the higher-ups mandated that major families send people to enlist every year, the families either turned a blind eye or sent their least promising members to fulfill the quota. Over time, this bred resentment in the military, where family scions were viewed with disdain, though they were still afforded superficial preferential treatment. This situation made life in the military especially difficult for those from family backgrounds. They bore the scornful gazes of other soldiers and endured constant challenges and hostility from all sides. Worse still, they carried the stigma of being cowards and deserters. Actually, Chen Han suddenly spoke up. I'm no longer part of the Qin family. I've severed all ties with them. Ji Yun's eyes lit up in understanding. That explains it. Smart move, Chen. In the military, a family background is more of a burden than anything else. But if you've already left your family, why were you still assigned to this dorm? Chen Han had already guessed the answer. This was undoubtedly the Chen family's doing, manipulating things behind the scenes to remove him from the college entrance exam roster, and instead placing him on the enlistment list. Since the military hadn't yet received notice of his estrangement from the Chen family, they assigned him according to the original plan. Well played, Chen family, he thought bitterly, his grudge against them growing even deeper. As everyone brooded over their uncertain futures, the dormitory intercom suddenly buzzed. A voice announced, "Attention all personnel, the new recruit entrance assessment is about to begin. All recruits are to assemble at the training grounds within 3 minutes." This assessment wasn't just about testing the recruit's basic ability. It was also a crucial step in selecting promising candidates for future officer training. The 4 of them quickly gathered at the training field. Chen Han's attention was immediately drawn to a massive machine in the center of the field. This machine resembled a giant turtle, its entire body as black as ink, with a metallic surface that gleamed coldly under the sunlight. The shell was covered with intricate patterns, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. Surrounding the machine were a multitude of circuits and measurement instruments, all connected to the turtle-like shell by a web of complex wires. The screens of these devices displayed dynamic data, with flickering numbers seemingly conveying some mysterious information. Chen Xiao, what do you think this thing is for? Ji Yun leaned closer to Chen Han and whispered. After a moment of thought, Chen Han replied, "It's probably some kind of instrument for measuring strength." Huh. Looks like it's your time to shine. The Chen family is known for their strength. Even with your level talent, you should be able to score decently. Chen Han didn't respond, focusing instead on waiting for the instructor to arrive. Around 100 recruits had gathered on the training field, whispering among themselves. Quiet down. A bunch of rookies, chattering away like birds. A sharp female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Everyone turned to see a young woman in a red training uniform striding toward them. She had an elegant figure, but carried an aura of authority that demanded respect. The male instructor standing beside Chen Han quickly introduced her. Everyone, this is your lead instructor for the next 3 months of training, Zhao Linger. Ji Yun's face instantly turned pale upon seeing Zhao Linger, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Oh no, Why is this plague goddess here? Noticing Ji Yun's reaction, Chen Han couldn't help but tease, Ji Xiao, is there actually a woman you're afraid of? You have no idea how terrifying she is. Zhao Linger has achieved the pinnacle of the warrior level, just one step away from advancing to a martial general. Ji Yun explained in a hushed voice. Chen Han was slightly surprised. A lead instructor in charge of training just over 100 recruits possessed strength nearly at the martial general level. In theory, someone of her caliber should at least hold the rank of a lieutenant in the military, maybe even a junior general. Don't be fooled by her beauty. She has a fiery temper. I heard she offended many high-ranking officers in the military because of her straightforward personality. So? Ji Yun added. Chen Han suddenly understood. This explained why someone with such strength was assigned to train new recruits she had been demoted. Zhao Linger casually sat down in a chair and motioned for the subordinate instructor to announce the rules. The massive black machine, as it turned out, was called the Iron Armor Shell, named after a type of beast from the Dark Domain known as the Iron Armor Turtle. In the current world of Blue Star, most regions outside human settlements had been overtaken by exotic beasts, collectively referred to as the Dark Domain. The Iron Armor Turtle was famous for its formidable defense, with its shell being so tough that only warriors of the 6th tier or higher could break it. The military had leveraged this characteristic to create the testing machine. The recruits were required to use their talents to strike the shell in any way they could, and the machine would automatically display their score. After reading the rules aloud, Zhao Linger stood before the line of recruits, her sharp gaze sweeping across the group. Her words instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. You rookies, I don't care whether you joined willingly or were forced into this. Now that you're here, I expect you to have only one goal: protect our homeland and reclaim lost territory. Her voice was firm and commanding. This time, the recruitment test has caught the attention of the higher-ups. The top 3 performers will be promoted directly to the rank of Private First Class, and will have the privilege of selecting a weapon from the military arsenal. The moment she finished speaking, the training ground erupted in excitement. A direct promotion from recruit to Private First Class was unprecedented in the history of the military. For the recruits, this wasn't just a matter of rank, it also meant a significant increase in stipends and compensation. For someone like Chen Han, who had severed ties with his family and lost his financial support, the money was especially crucial. But what mattered more to him was the rank upgrade, which could earn him valuable points. For Chen Han, securing a spot in the top 3 was a goal he was determined to achieve. At that moment, the instructor suddenly called out, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Chen Han, Zhu Ming, step forward. The 4 recruits, though confused, quickly left the formation and responded in unison. Here, you 4 don't need to participate in the test. Go back to your dorms and sleep, the instructor said with a tone of obvious disdain. The training ground burst into laughter. Ha, these must be the family rejects among us. They don't even qualify to take the test. What a joke. Every year, the army gets its share of family brats. This year, there seemed to be even more. Just a bunch of freeloading deadweights. The mocking voices came one after another. This sort of situation was not unusual and had become an unspoken rule. The army had little expectation for the cannon fodder sent by influential families. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the military turned a blind eye. It was just as Chen Zhennan had once said, having a family name might make it easier to survive, but it came at the cost of dignity. Zhao Yufei stepped forward to protest. Why are we excluded? Isn't the military supposed to value strength? The instructor looked at him as though he were an idiot. Do you really need me to spell it out? People like you are just here to coast through. Once the 3 months are over, you'll either be assigned as logistic staff or kitchen hands. Don't worry, we won't send young masters like you to die on the battlefield. Zhao Linger scoffed and chimed in. Why even waste words on them? Even if they were allowed to join, they wouldn't make it to the top 3 or even the top 50. Zhu Ming and Ji Yun lowered their heads in shame. They knew their own talents weren't enough to place them in the top 50. At this moment, Chen Han truly felt the depth of the prejudice against family scions in the military. Suddenly, a confident voice rang out from the crowd. Instructor Zhao Linger, what if I manage to place in the top 3? Then what? The voice was like a refreshing spring, flowing through the noisy surroundings and instantly drawing everyone's attention. As the crowd turned to search for the source, Chen Han stepped out from among them, standing tall with a spear in hand. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, clearly indicating that he had found the perfect weapon for himself on the training ground. Zhao Linger looked at this new recruit, who was entirely different from the family disciples of previous years, and a faintly amused smile appeared on her lips. She spoke without reservation. All right, then let's make a bet. If you can rank in the top 3, not only will I move your entire dorm into the high-class quarters reserved for officers, but I'll personally serve as your assistant for 3 months of recruit training. If you can't, you'll be sent to the kitchen squad to handle chores. Her words carried a clear tone of disdain. Zhao Linger was so confident because she already knew Chen Han's background. If even Zhao Yufei, with an A-level aptitude, couldn't guarantee a top 3 finish, How could a recruit with inflexible aptitude boast so arrogantly? She instinctively dismissed Chen Han's words as the ignorant bluster of a spoiled upstart. However, this time, she was destined to be utterly astonished. Chen Han gripped the spear tightly with both hands, and his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. As his strength gathered, a powerful aura erupted like a thunderclap. Zhao Linger, whose cultivation was far superior to Chen Han's, immediately sensed the anomaly and abruptly stood up. Warrior rank once already stepped onto the path of a martial artist. At this moment, Chen Han had entered a unique state, his mind clear and focused, with nothing in his eyes but the indomitable shell of an ironclad target. His gaze burned like a blazing torch, fixed intently on his goal. The spear in his hands began to tremble violently, emanating an eerie crimson glow. The red light shot out like arrows in all directions, transforming the entire space into a mysterious and otherworldly scene. At that moment, Chen Han struck with sudden precision. The spear in his hand transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to follow. The sharp whistle of the spear tip, slicing through the air, echoed as the surrounding currents were violently stirred by its incredible speed. With a powerful swing of Chen Han's arm, an overwhelming force erupted from the spear. Scarlet thunder energy instantly coalesced into the shape of a blood-red rose, blooming with dazzling brilliance in midair. This strike was not just astonishingly fast, but also carried an overwhelming destructive force. The supposedly indestructible tortoiseshell, said to require the strength of a sixth-tier warrior or above to damage, was pierced with a massive gap by Chen Han's single thrust. The testing device immediately flashed with red malfunction warnings, clearly unable to measure the extent of the damage. When Chen Han withdrew his spear, his forehead was already covered in sweat. To achieve this record-breaking performance, he unleashed the S-rank martial technique, Piercing Death Thorn Lance, amplified by the power of his sacred martial body, elevating the attack's power to an SSS level. Such a powerful technique came at a great cost, so much so that the ordinary spear he wielded couldn't withstand it and shattered after penetrating the ironclad tortoise shell. Fortunately, Chen Han's 100 refinement body allowed him to recover his stamina quickly. The scene fell into a stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause. That breathtaking strike not only earned Chen Han respect, but also silenced those who had mocked him as the disgrace of his family. What a magnificent strike! The instructors marveled. But with the machine malfunctioning, how do we calculate the score? They ultimately decided to award Chen Han the device's maximum limit of 1 million points, even though his actual score far exceeded that. To put it in perspective, the highest score ever achieved by a recruit in previous years was around 600,000 points. As the instructors beamed with excitement, Zhao Linger sat in her chair with a dark expression, remaining silent. She had intended to teach the recruits a lesson, yet Chen Han had turned the tables on her. "Officer Zhao, you're not going to go back on your word, are you?" Chen Han turned to Zhao Linger, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of having a martial general-level warrior at his service. Zhao Linger rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. "I always keep my word. Follow me." She deliberately emphasized the word follow with a sharp tone. "I'll take you to the armory to select your weapon first." For Chen Han, the military armory was an irresistible allure. The weapons there were forged from materials sourced from exotic beasts, surpassing even the equipment provided by martial academies. This was one of the main reasons he had fought so hard to secure a spot in the top 3. A high-quality weapon is both expensive and rare, and the lottery pool of the Great Siam martial soul system doesn't include weapons. Chen Han and Zhao Linger walked side by side. As they approached, an overwhelming pressure suddenly surged towards them. However, this oppressive force had little effect on Chen Han. Talent disparity determines the effectiveness of such suppression. Zhao Linger's A-grade talent was far inferior to Chen Han's SS-grade talent. In actual combat, a difference in cultivation level might put Chen Han at a disadvantage, but when it came to sheer pressure, Zhao Linger's talent was insufficient to intimidate him. "Officer Zhao, using intimidation isn't very fair, is it?" Chen Han smirked slightly. "It seems my shoelace is loose. How about you help me tie it?" Zhao Linger, who had assumed Chen Han had an F-grade talent, was momentarily stunned by his composure under the pressure. She instinctively glanced down at his shoes, only to realize she'd been tricked. His shoelaces were perfectly tied, not even slightly loose. "You." Zhao Linger gritted her teeth. But there was nothing she could do except let out a frustrated snort. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. "Zhao Yufei, score, 468,000. This score was enough to place Zhao Yufei among the top performers in the recruit assessment, a result largely thanks to the opportunity Chen Han had secured for him. "It seems your family's younger generation does have some skill," Zhao Linger remarked with a hint of surprise before opening the door to the armory. Inside, a dazzling array of weapons was displayed: swords, spears, axes, halberds, staves, and more. Chen Han headed straight for the spear section. He understood that formidable martial techniques require equally formidable weapons as a foundation. Moreover, the unique characteristics of the martial soul's sacred body meant that the higher the weapon's quality, the faster his cultivation would progress. As he searched, a long spear suddenly tipped over, landing near his feet. It was a silver-white spear forged entirely from mechanical alloy, but its most striking feature was its tip, which was not made of metal but rather the tooth of some exotic beast, exuding a chillingly murderous aura. The moment Chen Han grasped the spear, he felt an instant connection, as if they were destined to meet. The snow wolf spear actually chose you as its master? Zhao Linger's tone carried a trace of envy. This is a top-tier spiritual weapon. Even I couldn't tame it back then. The snow wolf spear had been stored in the military armory for 3 years. Its alloy body alone was worth 2 million, and its tip was crafted from the tooth of the snow wolf king, a ferocious beast from the dark domain. The military had gone to great lengths to obtain it. However, the weapon's intense killing intent made it nearly impossible for most people to wield without suffering backlash, even for skilled spear users. What Zhao Linger didn't know was that Chen Han's martial soul sacred body was incredibly powerful. There wasn't a weapon in existence he couldn't control. As night fell, Zhao Linger instructed Chen Han to rest and prepare for the formal 3-month recruit training ahead. At that moment, a male instructor approached with the 2nd and 3rd place scores from the recruit assessment. Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun. Zhao Yufei's placement in the top 3 was expected, but Ji Yun's inclusion surprised Chen Han. Ji Yun hobbled over, clearly injured, one leg appearing almost broken. He gritted his teeth against the pain, but still managed to wink at Chen Han. It turned out he had used his extreme speed to generate enough momentum to strike the armored turtle shell, earning a high score but suffering severe recoil in the process. Young Master Chun, I've sworn to follow you for life. I didn't embarrass you, did I? Ji Yun forced a smile despite the pain. Chen Han patted him on the shoulder, their mutual understanding unspoken. As Chen Han walked away, holding the snow wolf spear, the male instructor couldn't help but sigh. This batch of recruits from prominent families has truly impressed me. Officer Zhao, you've struck gold. If these few shine brightly, your position might even see a promotion. Zhao Linger shook her head. Not necessarily. They might not stay. With such excellent results, do you think their families won't come to claim them? According to tradition, the top 3 scorers in the recruit assessment had their results reported to their families, along with valuable gifts from the military as a gesture of congratulations. For commoners, this was a blessing. But for those from prominent families, discovering that these so-called discarded talents possessed such potential meant their families would never let such promising individuals slip away so easily. Those families dare to come to the military to demand people? Where is the might of our great Xia army? The male instructor's voice was filled with disbelief. Zhao Linger furrowed her delicate brows and let out a cold sneer. Don't underestimate those shameless families. They send ordinary folks to the front lines, yet they won't even spare a single promising recruit for the army. There's nothing they wouldn't do. As promised, Zhao Linger arranged high-end dormitories for Chen Han and his 3 companions. The dormitories were fully equipped, warm, and comfortable. In such an environment, Chen Han had a good night's sleep. Just as he opened his eyes, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in for 1 day. You have earned 10 points. Ding. Congratulations on being promoted to private first class. You have earned 300 points. The daily sign-in reward of 10 points was modest, but the points would gradually increase with consecutive sign-ins. On the other hand, the 300 points from the rank promotion were substantial enough for a small lottery draw with the chance to win in talent, though the probability was only 2. However, Chen Han had no intention of trying his luck lightly. With the system in hand, his goal was only SS grade talent, which required saving up 5,000 points. The assembly order came, and Chen Han grabbed his snow wolf spear and quickly headed to the training grounds. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the new recruits suffered under its relentless heat. Even standing at attention proved to be an ordeal for them. In stark contrast, Zhao Linger, a woman, remained composed, her breathing steady. Rookies are just rookies. Can't even handle half an hour of standing at attention? Let me tell you, from now on, each of you will face 6 hours of intense training every day. If anyone has objections, speak up now. Zhao Linger's words left the recruits looking miserable. A devil. 6 hours of continuous training, who could endure that? She really is the most ruthless demon of the training camp. Ji Yun muttered under his breath. His leg injury hadn't fully healed, and such training was nothing short of torture for him. As the group fell silent, not daring to protest, Chen Han suddenly stepped forward. Instructor, I have an objection. Zhao Linger glanced at Chen Han, a trace of disappointment flickering in her heart. After all, a young master from a wealthy family was bound to be pampered. However, Chen Han's next words caught everyone off guard. I request that the training time for myself, Zhao Yufei, and Ji Yun be increased to 9 hours. The crowd erupted in astonishment, with over 100 pairs of eyes fixed on Chen Han as if he were a lunatic. Zhao Yufei looked at him with approval, while Ji Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Chen, you might as well just kill me. Zhao Linger is a demon, but you're the king of hell. Zhao Linger's lips curled into a rare smile. Her admiration for this Chen Han, who showed no signs of arrogance or entitlement, grew stronger. Very well. Chen Han, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, and Zhu Ming. Your training time will be increased to 9 hours. No rest until you've completed it. The previously gloating Zhu Ming froze in place, as if struck by lightning, his expression one of utter shock. Why am I being dragged into this as well? Chen Han silently pondered Zhu Ming's characteristics. Compared to himself, who ranked among the top 3 in the new recruits test, Zhu Ming seemed rather unremarkable. However, his talent in operational skills was precisely the type most valued by the military. This kind of talent was particularly critical in defensive scenarios, and soldiers with operational abilities were prioritized for specialized training, regardless of their rank. Under Zhao Linger's instructions, the so-called field training was far from mere physical exercise. Each person underwent specialized training tailored to their unique talents. Ji Yun focused on running to enhance his speed. Zhu Ming concentrated on the precise control of mechanical life forms, while Chen Han's training appeared the simplest, repeatedly practicing spear techniques. Just then, a system notification sounded. Your weapon has been detected as a superior-grade spiritual artifact. With the enhancement of the sacred body of the weapon soul, your cultivation speed is increased by 20 times. The rarity of such a superior-grade weapon was extraordinary, even within prominent families. Yet the military could casually bestow it upon a new recruit, giving Chen Han his first sense of warmth in this world. Time flew by, and when training ended, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Ming were sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, Ji Yun said, Young Master Chen, this one day feels like 3 months of my old training. I need to find my sister to give me a massage. Despite their fatigue, none of them complained. They understood that the pain they endured now could save their lives in the future. What shocked them, however, was that after 9 hours of training, Chen Han barely broke a sweat and even seemed eager to continue. Once the others had left, Chen Han trained for an additional 2 hours on his own, thanks to the endurance recovery provided by his 100 refinement body. A month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. While most new recruits had just reached the first stage of a warrior, Chen Han had already advanced to the 4th stage, a level comparable to many seasoned soldiers in the army. Are you cheating? Another breakthrough? Zhao Linger exclaimed as she walked in with a basin of water. Though she had begrudgingly taken on the role of serving Chen Han after losing a bet, she secretly vowed to regain her pride once the 3-month recruit period ended. Ji Yun teased from the side, Instructor Zhao, if you're planning to teach young Master Chen a lesson, you'd better do it soon. If you wait any longer, you might not be able to beat him. Before he could finish, Zhao Linger's palm struck his face, leaving a clear imprint. Just then, a broadcast announcement echoed. Chen Han, please report to the reception room immediately. Someone is here to see you. When Chen Han arrived at the reception room and looked up, he was surprised to see his second uncle standing there. Second uncle Chen Shiming was a formidable second-rank martial warrior. In stark contrast to his cold and indifferent demeanor months ago when he helped expel Chen Han from the ancestral hall, his face was now plastered with an ingratiating smile. Xiao Han, how are you doing in the army? No one's bullying you, right? He asked eagerly, stepping forward with a fawning expression. Chen Han frowned slightly, feeling no affection for these uncles who had once cast him out of the family. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Don't be so harsh. Chen Shiming maintained his smile, lowering his voice as he continued. Xiao Han, if you're not doing well in the army, you can tell your second uncle. I'll bring you back home. These words made Chen Han sneer. Back when he wanted to sever ties with the family, this very man was the first to mock him. It was obvious that the news of him breaking the military training record had reached the Chen family, and now they suddenly remembered their genius. You've got some nerve. This is the military. Are you trying to make me a deserter? Chen Han retorted bluntly, exposing the man's intentions without hesitation. Chen Shiming hurriedly glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning closer to whisper in Chen Han's ear. Deserter? Don't make it sound so bad. Your second uncle has some connections in the military. Getting a rookie like you out is no big deal. The family head has already agreed to let you return, and we've found someone else to take your place in the army. Once you're back, you can take the college entrance exams and enroll in a top-tier martial arts university. Don't act so childish. That final remark completely enraged Chen Han. Years of scorn and humiliation couldn't simply be dismissed as childish. I'm not going back. I have no home to return to. Chen Han rejected him firmly and decisively. Seeing that soft words weren't working, Chen Shiming immediately dropped his amicable facade. Known within the family as a smiling tiger, his eyes turned cold as he unleashed the oppressive aura of a second-rank martial warrior, bearing down on Chen Han like a tidal wave. Chen Han, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The family head sees potential in you. which is the only reason I'm here to bring you back. If you keep up this attitude, I can take you by force. You live as a Chun, and you die as a Qin. Severing ties? Impossible. However, despite the overwhelming pressure from someone far stronger than him, Chen Han stood motionless, unshaken. This sight caused Chen Shiming's pupils to contract. Sharply finally discerned Chen Han's true level. Fourth-rank martial artist. How did you manage that? Chen Shiming's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, even Chen Feng, the most gifted of their generation, with his talent for accelerated cultivation, had only reached the second rank of martial artist. Suddenly, Chen Shiming burst into laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. Heaven has blessed the Chen family. Another peerless genius has emerged. He laughed with unrestrained joy, conveniently forgetting that it was the Chen family who had cast out this so-called genius in the first place. Come with me. Chen Shiming reached out, trying to seize Chen Han. With your talent, it's a waste to stay in the military. He no longer cared about decorum, his only thought being to bring this genius nephew back to the Chen family. At that critical moment, a cold gleam flashed, and a long spear pressed against Chen Shiming's throat. The tip of the spear shimmered with a chilling light, stopping just an inch from his skin. The wielder of the spear was a graceful figure. Zhao Linger. Chen Han is now listed in the military's hidden dragon registry. And you want to take him away? Zhao Linger sneered coldly, her spear unwavering. Though she was only at the peak of martial cultivation, the aura of someone tempered by countless battles was enough to deter even Chen Shiming, a second-tier martial general, from making any rash moves. The hidden dragon registry? Chen Shiming exclaimed in shock. Being connected to the military, he was well aware of the significance of that list. It was a roster of elite talents prioritized for cultivation by the military, with only 10 people selected each year. It was also a gateway for many of the military's top leaders. Chen Shiming's tone softened. I'm just taking my nephew home to prepare for the college entrance exam. What does that have to do with the military? You guys are overstepping your bounds. Zhao Linger turned to look at Chen Han. Do you want to go back? Chen Han shook his head without hesitation. Zhao Linger smirked coldly. He doesn't want to leave. No one can take him away from the military. A suffocating killing intent suddenly erupted from her, and her voice turned icy. Chen Shiming, do you not respect the might of our daxia military? At that moment, Chen Han truly witnessed Zhao Linger's unrestrained power, a stark contrast to the restraint she usually showed when dealing with new recruits. It was a terrifying aura, forged through countless life-and-death battles. In the military, officers have the authority to act at their discretion. Zhao Linger's voice was like frost. Killing you would still fall within that discretion. Those words shattered Chen Shiming's last shred of defiance. No matter how influential the Chen family was, they couldn't afford to openly challenge the military. Sullenly, he turned to leave but glanced back at Chen Han before departing. Zhao Han, if you ever regret this, you can always contact me. As she watched Chen Shiming leave, Zhao Linger's expression softened. I've heard about your situation from Ji Yun. You've had it tough. I admit I had some prejudices against people from prominent families like yours. I apologize for that. Chen Han felt a surge of emotion. For 18 years, he had never received recognition from his family, yet in the military, he had found genuine care and camaraderie. Talking about this makes me sound sentimental, Zhao Linger suddenly said, slapping her forehead. How about this? I'll teach you the Yu family spear technique, personally passed down by General Yu. Consider it my apology gift. This was an extraordinary offer. General Yu Wuyun, a revered 120-year-old military legend, had turned the tide during the early days of spiritual energy resurgence, holding off beasts north of the Long River. The Yu family spear technique he developed could be cultivated from a beginner's level to an advanced level. While it was widely taught in the military, one usually had to serve for at least a year and earn military merit to qualify for learning it. Watch closely. Yu clan spear technique focuses on fierce thrusts, raw power, and endless variations. Zhao Linger's voice echoed across the training ground. Holding a long spear, she demonstrated the Yu clan spear technique for Chen Han. The spear's shadow flickered, its speed as swift as a thunderbolt, and every movement resembled the coiling of dragons and serpents. Hidden within the seemingly simple motions was immense force, with each variation building up even greater power for the next strike. Chen Han watched intently, memorizing every detail. Soon, the 8 wooden stakes on the training ground were riddled with countless holes, showcasing the astonishing might of the Yu clan spear technique. All right, I've given you a full demonstration of this technique. How much you can grasp depends on your own comprehension. Zhao Linger retracted her spear with a graceful motion, her movements fluid and seamless. Chen Han nodded slightly, the essence of the Yu clan spear technique already etched into his mind. At that moment, new information appeared on his system panel. Name, Chen Han. System name, Great Siam Martial Soul System. Rank, Private First Class. Realm, Warrior, Stage 4. Talents, F-Class Talent Body Strengthening. SSS-class talent martial soul sacred physique. Physique. S-class physique tempered body intermediate proficiency. Martial skill. S-class skill piercing thorn spear beginner proficiency. Technique. B-class technique U-clan spear technique beginner proficiency. Weapon. High-grade spirit weapon snow wolf spear. The newly acquired technique provided additional boosts to his martial soul sacred physique, accelerating his cultivation speed to an astonishing 25 times the normal rate. If he could master the U-clan spear technique and raise it to S-class, the amplification effect would be even more extraordinary. His tempered body also improved, with his vitality now double that of other warriors at the same level. However, the piercing thorn spear skill remained unchanged in proficiency due to its unique nature-guaranteed lethal strikes, but with immense energy consumption, making it unsuitable for regular practice. The U-clan spear technique emphasizes thrusting, which aligns well with your martial skill. You should practice it more. Zhao Linger suddenly remarked. This martial skill, Chen Han began but was interrupted by Zhao Linger. It's fine. I know families like yours often possess some exceptional martial skills. You don't need to explain it to me. At the warrior first stage, without a powerful skill, breaking through iron armor would be impossible. Chen Han nodded silently. Zhao Linger was unaware that this SSS-class martial skill did not come from the Chen family but was granted by his system. Get ready. Your batch of recruits is nearing the end of training, and the recruit competition is approaching. Dismissed. After Zhao Linger finished speaking, Chen Han turned and left. As he stepped out of the door, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the recruit competition mission. Rank in the top 3 during the competition to earn reward points. 3,000 points for first place, 2,000 points for second place, and 500 points for third place. Chen Han had only one goal in mind: first place. The allure of 3,000 points left no room for him to consider any other rank. In the days that followed, he focused solely on training with the U-clan spear technique, preparing for the upcoming competition. Another half-month had passed. On the training field, Chen Han gripped a long spear, his movements agile and precise. Thrusting forward, stabbing back, and sweeping upward, he executed the U-family spear technique with fluid grace, as if water flowing effortlessly. In an instant, the wooden stakes were riddled with dense holes. Sweat slid down the corners of his smiling lips, and his eyes gleamed with confidence. Over the past half-month, he had honed his mastery of the U-family spear technique to an intermediate level, elevating it to an A-rank martial skill. His strength now rivaled that of Zhao Linger. Watching from the sidelines, Zhao Linger was secretly astonished. Back when she was hailed as a prodigy, it had taken her a full 6 months to advance the U-family spear technique to a rank. Chen Han, you never cease to amaze me, Zhao Linger said as she handed him a towel, resembling a diligent maid. Over the past 2 months, she had grown accustomed to this role. This U-family spear technique is truly profound and remarkable, Chen Han remarked while wiping his sweat. The martial arts pool of the Great Xia martial soul system required a significant amount of points drawing from the highest tier pool cost, as much as 10,000 points per attempt, with no guarantee of obtaining a suitable technique. However, this U-family spear technique perfectly aligned with Chen Han's natural talents, allowing him to save points for acquiring other talents, physiques, or martial skills. That afternoon, the new recruits competition began as scheduled. Over 300 recruits, hardened by 2 months of grueling training, gathered on the training field. Their youthful naivety had faded, replaced by sun-darkened skin and resolute expressions. Despite being part of the most recent batch of recruits with the shortest training time, Chen Han was brimming with confidence. Zhao Linger served as the chief examiner, while an assistant instructor announced the straightforward and brutal rules. Unknown random matchups in a ring, where all means were allowed as long as they didn't result in death. These rules were far harsher than those of martial academies. First match, Chen Han versus Han Heihu. As the announcement rang out, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall stepped into the ring. Han Heihu, a member of the earlier batches, was highly regarded, and the crowd erupted in cheers for him. I hear you're the strongest among your batch. Why is no one cheering for you? Han Heihu asked, towering over Chen Han. This remark elicited mocking laughter from Chen Han's fellow recruits. We're silent because there's nothing worth watching in this match. You'll be taken down in seconds. I come from a family of soldiers and possess an A-rank Earth Affinity talent. How could I possibly lose to some nobody from outside? Han Heihu roared in anger. Pressing his palms together, he unleashed his power, and in an instant, rocks formed into armor that encased his body. This was the Han family's ancestral Earth River armor, a formidable talent that combined offense and defense. But before his roar had even faded, Chen Han's figure vanished like a ghost. Han Heihu didn't even have time to react before a crushing blow landed on his forehead, shattering the rock armor instantly. Warrior 6 stage. Han Heihu's massive body crashed to the ground with a thud. The entire exchange had taken less than a second. Chen Han wins. Advancing. The moment this happened, The crowd of new recruits below the stage erupted into a commotion. Those who joined the same batch as Chen Han shook their heads and sighed. We already said he'd take them down instantly. Why show off? With Chen Han around, the best we can aim for is second place. Meanwhile, recruits from other batches were indignant and filled with outrage. What's the point of this match? A 6th rank warrior against regular recruits, how is that fair? Do we even need to compete for the title of Rookie King? Just hand it to him already. Chen Han stood quietly with his weapon in hand, watching as his single move turned the once solemn stage into the chaos of a marketplace. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. On the examiner's platform, several deputy examiners were stunned by Chen Han's talent. As head instructors of the first and second batches of recruits, they were technically under Zhao Linger in rank but couldn't resist flattering her. Congratulations, Officer Zhao. You've trained a once-in-a-lifetime recruit. This is a huge credit to your name. Zhao Linger waved them off impatiently, cutting them short. Enough with the flattery. The real issue now is how to handle the conflict among the recruits. Internally, she was equally frustrated. She had orchestrated the match between Chen Han and Han Heihu, hoping the prodigy would face some setbacks and learn the lesson that arrogance leads to failure. But she never expected Chen Han to win so effortlessly. This guy is nothing but trouble for me, Zhao Linger muttered through gritted teeth. When one of the deputy examiners tentatively announced the next match, Qianlei versus Zhang Xian, the crowd immediately erupted again in protest. What's the point? Just declare Chen Han the winner already. Ultimately, Zhao Linger had to unleash an aura close to that of a martial general to restore order. In a firm voice, she said, in ancient armies, there was a position called first to scale, reserved for the warrior who climbed the city walls first during a siege. That warrior would receive great rewards, possibly even titles of nobility. But the second person to climb? They got nothing. That's the rule of the battlefield. Seeing the recruits lower their heads in silence, she softened her tone and continued, however, since this situation is unprecedented, we can adapt. Chen Han is, without question, the Rookie King. But the rest of you can team up against him. Whoever lasts the longest against him will receive a private reward from me. And so, to accommodate Chen Han's extraordinary presence, the rules of the rookie tournament were altered for the first time in history. Don't take it the wrong way, but I've already applied to promote you to corporal. Zhao Linger's voice was firm and powerful. Your qualifications might not be enough, but your strength certainly is. This decision also aligned with Chen Han's aspirations. Achieving a double promotion during the recruit training period made Chen Han secretly delighted. More importantly, it provided him with an opportunity to test the practical combat effectiveness of the Yu family spear technique. While he wasn't confident about defeating top-tier opponents in unknown duels, he had a distinct advantage in handling multiple assailants. As long as the gap wasn't an entire major realm, it was rare for warriors of the same level to overcome him with numbers. This was precisely the type of combat he sought. The recruits, eager to compete for the remaining rewards, rushed toward the arena. The first group to step up consisted of Chen Han's Dormites so-called family rejects, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, and Zhu Ming, along with 2 lightning element recruits. Chen Xiao, don't hold back, or people might say you're going easy on us. Chen Han, I've been wanting to test the gap between us for a while now. 2 months of training had brought significant progress to this group. Zhao Yufei had reached the second stage of warrior cultivation, while Ji Yun and Zhu Ming were closing in on the same level through rigorous practice. They had witnessed Chen Han's rapid growth firsthand. Though they couldn't catch up, they refused to be left too far behind. Bring it on. Chen Han gripped his spear tightly, his eyes sharp and focused. Zhao Yufei struck first, activating his thunder flash talent. Surrounded by crackling electricity, he charged at Chen Han like a bolt of lightning. The 2 lightning recruits attacked simultaneously from different angles. Zhu Ming, meanwhile, controlled 4 mechanical constructs to feint from the flanks, surrounding Chen Han. Chen Han unleashed the Yu family spear technique. With back thrusts, upward flicks, and spinning sweeps, his spear moved in a seamless chain, creating an impenetrable web of spear shadows. The 2 lightning recruits were the first to fall, sent flying out of the arena. Zhao Yufei, relying on the agility granted by Thunder Flash, dodged 2 thrusts but was struck in the face by the spearhead of Chen Han's Snow Wolf spear just as he closed in, sending him tumbling across the ground. Zhu Ming's 4 mechanical constructs were swiftly dismantled with 4 precise strikes. Just as the crowd thought the fight was over, Ji Yun's voice rang out. Hehehe, Chen Xiao, you let your guard down. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ji Yun had crept up behind Chen Han during the chaos. Using his speed talent, he had stealthily crawled along the ground. However, as if Chen Han had eyes in the back of his head, he swung his spear casually, the handle striking Ji Yun squarely on the forehead. In just 1 minute and 13 seconds, Zhao Yufei's team was completely defeated. In the subsequent matches, Chen Han fought over a dozen more rounds, but no group managed to surpass Zhao Yufei's team's performance. This wasn't surprising, as they had spent the most time with Chen Han and had a unique understanding of his spear techniques. What was expected to be a 3-day recruit competition concluded in less than a day. The rookie king of this year's recruit competition, Chen Han, best team of the competition, Zhao Yufei's team. Back in his dorm room, Chen Han immediately received 2 system notifications. Congratulations! You have earned first place in the recruit competition and received 3,000 points. Congratulations! Your rank has been promoted to corporal, and you have received 1,000 points. With 4,000 points credited to his account, combined with his previous savings, Chen Han's total points exceeded 5,000 enough to unlock the highest level lottery. Without hesitation, he chose the talent pull, an essential and foundational attribute, guaranteed to provide no useless options. When the system's roulette finally stopped at an SS level talent, the notification sounded. Congratulations! You have obtained the SSS talent, God-slaying spear intent. Chen Han looked down at his system panel, and the newly acquired information made his eyes light up. Name, Chen Han. System name, Great Siam Martial Soul System. Rank, Corporal. Realm, Warrior Level 6. Talents, Body Strengthening grade. Divine Soldier Physique SS grade. God of Slaughter Spear Intent SS grade. Constitution, Tempered Bodies grade. Intermediate Proficiency. Martial Skill, Piercing Death Thorn Spears grade. Novice Proficiency. Technique, U Family Spear Technique a grade. Intermediate Proficiency. The most striking addition was the new SS grade talent, God of Slaughter Spear Intent. Chen Han carefully read its description. When fighting with a spear, he could gain killing intent points, with each point increasing his physical attributes excluding vitality by 1, up to a maximum of 200 points. When the killing intent points were full, he could release them all at once, boosting his attributes 4-fold for an hour before the points reset to 0. Additionally, practicing spear-related techniques would allow him to break through their limitations and raise their grade by 1 level. The sheer power of this talent filled Chen Han with excitement. The maximum 200 killing intent points meant he could maintain a double attribute boost under normal conditions, far surpassing his brother's grade talent that only provided an 80 increase. And once unleashed, the 4-fold boost could elevate him across an entire major realm. Even better, under the influence of this talent, his U Family Spear technique had already been upgraded from a grade to grade, with the potential to surpass General Yu himself and reach S grade in the future. The 5,000 points spent were absolutely worth it. At the same time, in the military camp, Lieutenant Colonel Qin Fei was holding a report on the new recruit's performance and staring at Zhao Linger in shock. 2 months to advance from warrior level 1 to level 6? Is that even possible? It's absolutely true, Zhao Linger replied with a serious expression. He's been training under my watch the entire time. Excellent. Qin Fei slammed the table and stood up. It's rare for the army to encounter such a genius. I'll double his rewards immediately. And I'll approve the rewards for Zhao Yufei and the others as well. After a moment's thought, he added, by the way, Zhao, you should have been promoted to lieutenant long ago. With a soldier like Chen Han under your command, I'll recommend your promotion to the higher-ups. Colonel Qin, Zhao Linger said, standing tall and resolute, I don't care about rank. I just want to fight on the front lines like General Yu, protecting our country. Speaking of which, Qin Fei suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Get the recruits your training ready. It's time for a combat test. What? Zhao Linger froze. It's extremely rare for new recruits to go straight into combat during their training period, Zhao Linger mused, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Typically, it takes 3 months of training followed by 2 months of adjustment before new soldiers are ready for the battlefield. The current situation isn't urgent enough to make them cannon fodder. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she raised her head excitedly. Could it be that General Yu is planning to cross the Long River and launch an offensive against the Northern Dark Domain? Qin Fei responded with a meaningful smile. He didn't answer directly but said instead, military secrets can't say. Then, with a serious expression, he added, Chen Han is a soldier you must carefully train. If anything happens to him, he'll hold you personally responsible. Yes, Commander Qin. Zhao Linger stood at attention and saluted crisply and precisely. When she arrived at Chen Han's dormitory, Zhao Linger was unusually different. The usually stern instructor now seemed like a giddy young girl who couldn't hide her excitement. As she pushed open the door, the corners of her mouth were unmistakably lifted in a cheerful smile. Officer Zhao, did something great happen today? Zhao Yufei teased. In just this short time, you've smiled more than you have in the past 2 months combined. Zhao Linger shot him a cold glance. Mind your own business. Then she turned to the group, her tone softening instantly. You've made me proud this time. Especially you, Chen Han the first to defeat the reigning champion of the new recruits. The higher-ups have approved a special commendation. She opened the case she had brought with her, revealing 45 bottles of pale blue liquid neatly arranged inside. Under the light, the liquid emitted a faint glow. Vitality elixirs. The group's eyes lit up. These were a precious resource developed by the National Academy of Sciences and produced in state facilities. Even the standard version of the elixir cost 5,000 per bottle, and this military-exclusive edition was 3 times as effective. On the market, each bottle could fetch 50,000, and even then, it was nearly impossible to find. During the distribution, Chen Han received 30 bottles, while the remaining 15 were divided among the other 5 members. When Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei tried to give their shares to Chen Han, Zhao Linger sternly stopped them. The military values teamwork. Are you planning to entrust your back to a beast? Zhao Linger scolded sharply. Then, with a meaningful tone, she added, besides, what's the point of comparing yourselves to a freak like him? Reaching the 6th rank of warrior in just 2 months since the establishment of the army in the new era, he's the first. Her words left everyone in the room stunned. After all, even Zhao Linger herself had taken 3 months to reach the 3rd rank of warrior, a record-breaking speed that had earned her a spot on the Rising Dragon list. Yet, in comparison to Chen Han, she had to admit she was far outmatched. Zhao Linger's words resonated deeply with Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Ming, who all nodded in agreement. With that, the military commendation ceremony came to an end. As night fell, Chen Han sat alone on a simple wooden bed, retrieving a bottle of vital blood elixir from his chest pocket. He carefully unscrewed the cap, and a captivating, intoxicating aroma immediately filled the air. The scent of the elixir was far superior to any worldly wine, yet its potency was extraordinarily intense. Warriors were advised to consume no more than 1 bottle per day, as exceeding this limit could cause severe harm. Chen Han tipped the bottle back and drank its contents in one go. Moments later, a powerful warmth spread from his throat throughout his entire body. He could distinctly feel every cell undergoing a mysterious transformation. Surprisingly, the process brought no pain, only an exhilarating sense of vitality. As time passed, the sensation grew stronger, and he could clearly perceive the surging of his blood, the contraction of his muscles, and the trembling of his bones, leaving him in a state of unparalleled comfort. The combination of breathing techniques, training, and nightly consumption of the vital blood elixir was referred to as the 3 pillars of a warrior's regimen. Together, they formed the essential foundation of daily cultivation. The elixir, in particular, was highly esteemed not only for enhancing blood vitality, but also for restoring physical strength, dispelling fatigue, and fortifying the body. No matter how grueling the previous day's training had been, warriors would wake up the next morning feeling completely rejuvenated. Hailed as the greatest invention of the new era, the vital blood elixir allowed even those without extraordinary physiques to enhance their abilities, ensuring they wouldn't fall hopelessly behind their more gifted peers. For someone like Chen Han, who possessed a 100 refinement physique, the effects of the elixir were nothing short of extraordinary. His unique constitution enabled him to maintain double the blood vitality of others at the same level, and each bottle of elixir he consumed was 3 times as effective as it would be for an ordinary person. This was the true advantage of having a special physique, significantly raised the upper limits of a warrior's potential. The next morning, before 6 o'clock, the sharp sound of a military bell jolted everyone awake. Zhao Linger gathered the new recruits at the training grounds and announced shocking news. The practical combat assessment would begin the next day. Teams of 4 would enter the beast battlefield to engage in life-or-death battles with the beasts. This announcement was like a thunderclap, instantly causing an uproar among the recruits. What? Combat during the training phase? I don't want to die. Some were so terrified they trembled uncontrollably, with a few nearly losing control of themselves. Many had been conscripted against their will while they could endure the daily drills. The prospect of facing death left them paralyzed with fear. Standing beside Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Ming were visibly shaken as well. Ji Yun broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he said, "Young Master Chun, this isn't right. New recruit training has never included live combat assessments. The northern border isn't even under threat. Are they planning to use us as cannon fodder?" Zhu Ming nodded repeatedly in agreement. Only Zhao Yufei remained relatively composed, remarking, "I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Let's not forget we're soldiers now." These words, spoken by someone from a prestigious family in the capital, seemed to calm Ji Yun and Zhu Ming somewhat. Old Zhao is right. A new recruit clenched his fist tightly. Whether we face it head-on or try to avoid it, it's all the same. Sooner or later, we have to go. Let's just do it. Zhao Linger surveyed the new recruits standing before her. General Yu's plan required speeding up the enlistment process, leaving no room for delay. She understood the recruits' fear, but a soldier's duty lies on the battlefield. As soldiers, you need to have backbone. You can't be afraid of death. Her voice was loud and commanding. Combat training cannot guarantee everyone's survival. Now, if anyone wants to be a coward, here's your Chansego report to the logistics camp or the kitchen unit. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned to focus on 4 recruits, Chen Han and his companions. These pampered heirs of noble families, would they back down? To everyone's surprise, not only did the four remain unmoved, but they also stood even straighter, exuding an aura of fearless determination. Damn it, even these rich kids aren't afraid. What are we scared of? If we die, we die. We can't let anyone look down on us. The recruits were fired up with passion and resolve. Zhao Linger nodded to herself in approval. She had deliberately placed Chen Han and his group in the front row to achieve this very effect. It was indeed rare to see over 100 new recruits facing the prospect of life and death without a single one backing down. Excellent. If any of my soldiers turns out to be a coward, it would be a disgrace to me, she declared loudly. Now, line up and come forward for your attribute tests. Combat training will be assigned based on your attribute values. The test consisted of 3 categories: strength, speed, and vitality. For the strength test, recruits had to strike the shell of an iron-armored turtle with their bare fists. Speed was measured by a timed 1,000-meter sprint, and vitality was recorded using specialized equipment. Ji Yun was the first to step up. Punch strength of 150 kilograms, speed of 70 meters per second, and vitality at Tier 1. Next was Wang Xing. Punch strength of 300 kilograms, speed of 34 meters per second, and vitality at Tier 1. Then Yang Fei. Punch strength of 400 kilograms, speed of 30 meters per second, and vitality at Tier 1. The testing continued until it was Zhao Yufei's turn. Punch strength of 900 kilograms, speed of 53 meters per second, and vitality at Tier 2. His results, far above average, drew gasps of amazement. Finally, it was Chen Han's turn. Punch strength, 3,000 kilograms, speed, 165 meters per second, the recorder announced. The recruits collectively sucked in a breath, stunned by the numbers. Zhao Linger, however, nodded silently. For someone at the 6th level of a warrior's cultivation, these results were impressive but not entirely unexpected. What she didn't know was that if Chen Han wielded the Snow Wolf Spear, these figures would double. But when the recorder announced the final result, even Zhao Linger was taken aback. Vitality, Tier 10, what the? Zhao Linger exclaimed in disbelief. Restart the testing equipment. Do it again. Her reaction was justified. Even she, a warrior nearing the level of a general, only had a vitality score of Tier 11. A recruit who had reached the 6th level of warrior cultivation in just 2 months and possessed a Tier 10 vitality was an extraordinary talent. If this report were submitted, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire military. Zhao Linger knew very well that this military device for testing vitality had taken a full 10 years of dedicated research and development. Utilizing a scanning principle similar to X-rays, it could precisely analyze the state of every cell in the human body, producing an accurate vitality index. Such a sophisticated instrument was nearly impossible to malfunction under normal circumstances, unless someone deliberately tampered with it. However, in a military stronghold, tampering with equipment was no trivial matter. It would be dealt with under strict martial law. To ensure the accuracy of the data, Zhao Linger instructed Chen Han to undergo a second test. Standing in front of the machine, Chen Han allowed the blue light to sweep over him once again. The numbers on the display remained steady at level 10. This result left everyone present utterly astonished. A new recruit with only 2 months of training had surpassed the strength of soldiers with 2 or 3 years of experience. The recruits immediately burst into an uproar, chattering about Chen Han's incredible potential. Even the recorder was at a loss and turned to Zhao Linger, asking, "Lieutenant Zhao, should this report be submitted?" With the 3-month training period nearing its end, the recruits were about to be assigned to various posts. With results like Chen Han's, there was no doubt he would spark fierce competition among the major battalions. Submitted, Zhao Linger said with a sigh. In a crowded camp like this report will inevitably reach the higher-ups sooner or later. There's no point in trying to hide it. What troubled her more was figuring out which exotic beast zone to assign Chen Han to in order to maintain fairness for the others. Go pick suitable team members and form your groups. Rest for today. Combat evaluations begin tomorrow. Leaving those instructions, Zhao Linger departed with the report in hand. Back in the dormitory, Chen Han and 3 others quickly came to a tacit agreement to form a team. The prospect of facing exotic beasts made them all a little nervous. Ji Yun immediately pulled out paper and pen to write a will but was promptly stopped by Zhao Yufei. Have some confidence, will you? Zhao Yufei scolded. Instead of writing a will, why not think of a team name? Chen Han is group leader. Any objections? Objections? Chen could take all 3 of us down by himself. Who would dare object? Ji Yun shook his head emphatically, and Zhu Meng chimed in agreement. Chen Han, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted the role of group leader without hesitation. After some discussion, Zhao Yufei suggested the name Cold Night for their team, which was unanimously approved. Chen Han promptly submitted the team roster under that name. After a day of rest, the recruits boarded military trucks early the next morning, heading toward the northern frontier. Since the camp was already near the front lines, It only took 2 hours before they saw a towering alloy wall over 50 meters high rising majestically on the horizon. Its imposing presence was awe-inspiring. The Skiriching Wall. This colossal structure, forged with over 20 years of dedication by the Daxia dynasty, stands as the final line of defense for humanity, built upon the sacrifices and bloodshed of generations of soldiers. Beyond the wall lies the Dark Domain, a desolate land teeming with ferocious beasts, shrouded in danger and mystery. Climb the wall. A commanding voice pierced through the sky as a long ladder was lowered from the towering structure. The new recruits ascended one after another, preparing to enter the battlefield. For most, the chance to glimpse the other side of the wall was a rare and unforgettable experience. Chen Han stood atop the imposing wall, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of forests and mountains, dotted with the weathered remnants of human civilization. The air echoed with the chilling roars of beasts from all directions. Looking down, he saw hordes of monstrous creatures with gaping jaws clustered at the base of the wall, a truly harrowing sight. The recruits gathered in an open space within the Skiriching Wall. Similar to the grand competition among recruits, this live combat assessment included all the new soldiers recruited over the past month, organized into 82 groups. To Chen Han's surprise, the usually stern instructors were now standing in a neat formation, their eyes fixed on the horizon, as if awaiting someone of great importance. Qin Xiao, look at Instructor Zhao. Normally, she's so hot-tempered, but today she looks as obedient as a little girl, Jiyun whispered. Indeed, Zhao Linger was uncharacteristically composed. As a highly respected instructor in the military, for her to display such reverence, the arriving figure must hold a rank of significant authority. Salute. Zhao Linger suddenly commanded, her voice sharp and clear. Instantly, all the recruits straightened their postures and executed a crisp military salute. An elderly man with silver hair approached at a measured pace. Standing over 2 meters tall, his imposing frame was clad in a marshal's cape, and he carried a massive guandao. Despite his advanced age, his presence was as commanding as ever. This was a face familiar to all from the textbooks, none other than the legendary General Yu Wuyun. A towering figure in military history, Yu Wuyun had transitioned from wielding a rifle in his youth to mastering the guandao in his later years. He was the first and most senior marshal of the armed forces, a rank he achieved at the venerable age of 80. Before him, the highest military rank had been general. The recruits could barely contain their excitement. To encounter this legendary figure so early in their careers was an extraordinary honor. Third new recruit camp instructor, Second Lieutenant Zhao Linger, reporting from Marshal Yu's address. Zhao Linger announced, "Little Zhao, there's no need for formalities when you see me. It must have been tough for you to be assigned here as an instructor," Yu Wuyun said warmly, his tone a stark contrast to his commanding aura, reflection of the immense respect he commanded in both military and political circles. "It's not tough. As long as I remain one of your soldiers, there's no hardship I can't endure," Zhao Linger replied, her voice trembling slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Yu Wuyun turned to face the lineup of new recruits, a gentle smile appearing on his face. His gaze swept across each young face, and his tone carried a sense of gratification. "Look at you all, so full of youthful vigor. I'm old now. The new era has no place for me. The future belongs to you. Grandpa Yu, you're not old. Grandpa Yu, you'll live another 100 years." The recruits shouted one after another. The title Grandpa Yu came naturally and warmly. This renowned marshal, known for his legendary reputation, was famously approachable. He was the only commander who truly united the military and civilians and cared deeply for his soldiers. "Today is your combat assessment. Some of you may face death. Are you afraid?" Yu Wuyun asked solemnly. "Not afraid. Not afraid." The thunderous response echoed, and even the initially timid recruits seemed to gain a surge of courage. Jiyun, who was usually shy and hesitant, straightened his back and shouted with all his might. Everyone present knew that the man before them was a true figure of greatness. Compared to him, the Ji family or the Chen family were insignificant. One recruit, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Chen Xiao, if I could catch Marshal Yu's attention, even just a glance, I'd make those in the Ji family who look down on me regret it." Before the words had fully settled, Yu Wuyun suddenly spoke up. "Is there someone among you named Chen Han?" The question immediately stirred the crowd. Chen Han's astonishing aptitude report had already circulated widely within the military. It was clear that even someone as influential as Yu Wuyun had taken notice. No wonder he had come in person. "Ah, so Grandpa Yu is here to find Chen Han. With Chen Han here, it seems like the rest of us recruits might never have a chance to shine." Noticing the growing commotion, Zhao Linger stepped forward, her face stern, and barked sharply, "Silence. Chen Han, step forward." Chen Han walked out of the ranks with his head held high. Yu Wuyun's gaze immediately locked onto him. With just one glance, he discerned the extraordinary potential of the young man before him. Although a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, he quickly concealed it. Not bad. Definitely a promising talent. Yu Wuyun nodded approvingly. I've met Chen Muhu before, but you're nothing like that old rascal. Chen Muhu, the person mentioned, was none other than Chen Han's great-grandfather, the founder of the Chen family in Hanwu City. General Yu's words sent a clear message he regarded Chen Han as even more outstanding than his great-grandfather, Chen Muhu. When it came to Chen Muhu, Chen Han didn't hold much affection. This great-grandfather, who had elevated the Chen family to the top of Hanwu City's elite through political maneuvering, spent most of his days navigating the capital's intrigues and rarely returned home. On the rare occasions he visited the family, he showed little regard for the illegitimate descendants, and it was doubtful he even remembered Chen Han's name. To be personally praised by General Yu, the surrounding recruits looked on with envy in their eyes. In the military, being recognized by the esteemed General Yu meant a chance to soar to great heights. This implied that Chen Han was already being seen as one of Yu's trusted soldiers, a golden ticket in the army. Yu Wuyun turned to Zhao Linger, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. His goal had been achieved. Let's begin. Let these brats experience the harsh realities of the military. The combat exercise was set in a wilderness teeming with exotic beasts. This area was primarily inhabited by beasts ranging from the first to the third tier, corresponding to the levels within the human martial arts ranking system. In this classification, exotic beasts were divided into 18 tiers, with every 3 tiers aligning with one human realm. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the higher the level of beasts and the greater the danger. To ensure the recruit's safety, the military had already cleared out beasts above the 4th tier. The rules of the trial were simple. Each team would travel by helicopter to designated zones and survive there for 1 day and 1 night. The team leader carried a flare gun for emergency rescues and a recorder to log points for slaying beasts. 5 points for Tier 1, 10 points for Tier 2, and 40 points for Tier 3. Team Cold Night, prepare for departure. At the command, Chen Han and his 3 teammates boarded the helicopter, heading to a location 3 kilometers from the forest's center, one of the most perilous spots in the entire trial area. Inside the cabin, Chen Han and his teammates discussed their battle strategy. Though the mission was fraught with danger, determination gleamed in each of their eyes. High risk often promised high rewards, and this area offered a strong likelihood of encountering Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts. The helicopter reached the designated drop zone, and the 4 of them leapt out one by one. But no sooner had they landed than a massive tusked boar, weighing nearly 2 tons, roared out of the forest, charging straight at Ji Yun. Watch out! Chen Han shouted immediately. That's a Tier 2 beast, a giant tusked boar. Its charge can hit with a force of 3,000 kilograms. Don't let it hit you. Ji Yun broke into a cold sweat, his heart pounding with fear. Thankfully, his innate speed ability kicked in just in time. With a powerful push of his legs and a burst of strength from his limbs, he narrowly dodged the wild boar's deadly charge. Though he escaped unharmed, his heart continued to race uncontrollably. But battles against beasts are nothing like the duels in the martial arena. The giant tusk boar gave no room for respite. Missing its first strike, it let out an earth-shattering roar and charged again, its massive body causing the ground to tremble with every step. A wave of fear paralyzed Ji Yun, as if his legs were nailed to the ground. Move, damn it, move, he shouted at himself. In a crucial moment, this seemingly pampered young master summoned an incredible willpower, leaping onto a nearby tree. The giant tusk boar slammed into the trunk, momentarily halting its attack. Take action now. Chen Han's commanding voice snapped Zhao Yufei and Zhu Ming out of their panic. He knew that dealing with such a beast required swift and decisive action. With his snow wolf spear in hand, Chen Han struck like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through the boar's massive body. When he withdrew the spear, the beast's heart hung on the tip. Calm down. This is a battlefield, people can die here. Chen Han barked coldly. On the battlefield, he was a completely different person from his usual composed and carefree self. Ji Yun and the others lowered their heads in shame. Without Chen Han's timely intervention, someone might have already lost their life. Though classified as a second-tier beast, corresponding to the strength of a 3rd to 6th rank warrior, the giant tusk boar's presence alone was enough to make them tremble. The strongest among them, Zhao Yufei, was only at the 2nd rank. Fortunately, under Chen Han's leadership, the group quickly regained their confidence. Chen Han led the charge, wielding his Yu family spear technique with fluid precision. Each strike of his spear claimed the life of a beast. Meanwhile, Zhao Yufei and the others focused on finishing off the injured ones that hadn't yet succumbed. Out in the wilderness, survival was everyone's priority. After all, enduring 1 day and 1 night would secure them 500 points, enough to pass the test. But Chen Han aimed for the top spot. He firmly believed that only fools don't fight for what they want. Besides, killing beasts earned points, and his great Xia martial soul system had already accumulated over 200 points. Ding! Your killing intent value has reached 200, granting a 200 attribute boost. The system notification rang out. With the killing intent value at its peak, the boost would persist unless he actively unleashed it in a burst. Chen Han's punching force, originally 3,000 kilograms, surged to an astonishing 9,000 kilograms, enough to crush most beasts below the third tier. With Chen Han leading the way, Zhao Yufei and the others found their rhythm, targeting beasts that matched their strength. Before long, the surrounding beasts were cleared out. As night fell, their morale only grew stronger. They pressed onward toward the most dangerous area of the wilderness, a central zone marked by a warning sign that read, "Danger." Their instructor had specifically warned them to stay away from this area, as it not only housed formidable third-tier beasts, but also the potential threat of fourth-tier ones. The group exchanged smiles, their blood-soaked appearance betraying no trace of fear. "Shall we go?" Chen Han asked with a grin. "Let's go. We'll rest inside," the others responded. Just as they were about to move, a third-tier beast, an iron armor turtle, blocked their path. Known for its exceptional defense but lackluster attack power, it was classified as a third-tier beast. The turtle, seemingly full from a recent meal, cast a disdainful glance at the group before retreating into its shell behind the warning sign to rest. Such blatant disregard was intolerable to Chen Han and his team. 2 months ago, Chen Han had already been capable of breaking through its shell. Now, he was confident he could pierce its heart. In the darkness, a sharp spear glow sliced through the air, followed by a piercing beastly wail that echoed across the wilderness, waking up other groups preparing to rest. What was that noise? Chen Han again. Huh? With a chi and blood level of 10, he's the only one who could keep fighting without getting tired. Blood essence stone. Not bad. Zhu Ming exclaimed as he extracted a crimson, translucent stone from the iron-armored turtle's body. It shimmered faintly with a blood-like glow. Ji Yun's eyes lit up as he quickly assessed it. This blood essence stone is of exceptional purity. Its market value can reach 15,000. Ordinary ones usually go for around 10,000 each. Coming from a family of merchants, his sharp instincts allowed him to instantly gauge its worth. The blood essence stone, a crystallization of an exotic beast's vitality, is a crucial ingredient in crafting vitality elixirs. Only beasts of the third tier or higher can produce such rare crystals. Their existence is one of the reasons many civilians risk their lives to enlist in the army. For the members of the Cold Night Squad, even with a monthly income of 100,000, treasures like this still held irresistible allure. After securing the blood essence stone, the group utilized the iron-armored turtle shell to fashion a makeshift tent, spending the night in the heart of the wilderness. Early the next morning, Chen Han noticed signal flares rising from all directions. In just half a day, 2/3 of the 82 competing teams had been eliminated. Unlike Chen Han's team, which proactively hunted, most groups were already struggling just to survive in this beast-infested wilderness. "Young Master Chen, we've got first place in the bag," Ji Yun said excitedly. Chen Han, however, remained composed. "Don't get complacent. Quantity can lead to quality. Those teams on the outskirts could surpass us in points if they've killed enough low-tier beasts." He explained that a third-tier beast was worth 40 points, while a first-tier beast was worth 5. Though 8 first-tier beasts equaled 1 third-tier beast in points, the difficulty was worlds apart. With solemn expressions, the group pressed deeper into the wilderness. Before long, they were blocked by a massive spider the size of a wild boar. This red venom wolf spider, with its 8 compound eyes and 19 legs, was a dangerous third-tier beast. Its venom was potent enough to challenge even martial artists of considerable skill. Drawing on their experience from the previous day's battle, the three worked in perfect coordination. Zhu Ming's mechanical lifeform served as a distraction. Ji Yun used his speed to seize opportunities for sneak attacks, while Zhao Yufei, the primary attacker, unleashed a decisive strike at the right moment. Their flawless teamwork quickly subdued the red venom wolf spider, with Chen Han remaining on standby throughout the encounter. Seeing his teammates now capable of handling third-tier beasts on their own, Chen Han nodded in approval and motioned for them to continue forward. The Yu family spear technique danced like dragons and serpents. Chen Han's spear swept through the air, leaving streaks of cold light as 2 red venomous wolf spiders were instantly struck down. "Keep up." Chen Han's voice rang out. Ji Yun and the other 2 exchanged helpless glances and could only shake their heads in resignation, muttering, "Don't compare yourself to a monster. Don't compare yourself to a monster." As the group ventured deeper into the central area, a disturbing realization dawned upon them. Nearly all the beasts here were third-tier wolf spiders, as if they had completely taken over the heart of this desolate wilderness. Chen Han's brows furrowed as he detected something unusual in this strange distribution. Along the way, the team managed to slay over 30 red venomous wolf spiders before finally reaching the innermost part of the central zone. The sight before them left everyone stunned. It was an enormous red venomous wolf spider nest. Over 70 spiders densely surrounded the area, and a dark red toxic miasma permeated the nest. At the very center of the nest, one particularly striking red venomous wolf spider stood out. It was massive, stretching up to 8 meters in length, with a robust build. It was continuously laying spider eggs, from which small red venomous wolf spiders were hatching one after another. The moment Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Ming laid eyes on this unique spider, they felt an invisible pressure descend upon them. We can't win. Absolutely no chance. This thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. It was the oppressive aura of a higher-tier creature clearly. This special red venomous wolf spider had reached the 4th tier. Chen Xiao, please don't get any ideas about it. Ji Yun stammered, trembling. Among the 4 of them, only Chen Han, with his SS level talent, was unaffected by the tier suppression. Zhao Yufei quickly added, "This is the mother nest of the red venomous spiders. Not only is it a 4th tier beast, but attacking it would also provoke all the wolf spiders into a frenzy. And the poison in the nest, just one breath of it means death. Even someone at the martial artist level wouldn't dare to take on a nest like this alone." To their surprise, Chen Han didn't charge in recklessly. "I'm not going in, but we also can't leave," he said, scanning the surroundings. The wilderness isn't far from Cold Wind City, which lacks the protection of the heavenly wall. If these red venomous wolf spiders spread, countless mother nests will form, and the consequences will be disastrous. Now that this nest has just taken shape, it's the best time to destroy it. Waiting for the instructors to arrive will be too late. "If we're not going in and not leaving, then what are you planning to do?" his teammates asked, puzzled. Without answering, Chen Han leapt swiftly onto the tallest tree nearby. Meanwhile, on the heavenly wall, Zhao Linger was practically hopping with anxiety. The protection protocol for new recruits included signal flares as the first line of defense, with station instructors serving as the second layer of support. Several martial artist level instructors had already set out to provide assistance, as this was clearly beyond what the recruits could handle. What is Chen Han doing? Didn't I say it already? If you see a 4th tier beast, there's only one thing to do: run immediately. Zhao Linger shouted from atop the heavenly wall. "Where's the cloud ladder? Get the cloud ladder down now." At this moment, Chen Han was already perched at the treetop. He leaned back slightly, assuming a poised stance with his spear at the ready. Crimson lightning gathered around Chen Han, while the tip of the snow wolf spear emitted a dazzling red glow. This was the special effect of the piercing death bramble spear when facing a single enemy. It would strike directly at their fatal point with a guaranteed hit, forcing the opponent to confront it head-on with superior strength. When facing multiple enemies, Chen Han could choose to throw the spear, sacrificing the guaranteed hit for greater power and area damage. The moment his killing intent erupted, a 4-fold attribute boost activated, causing Chen Han's strength to surge to an astonishing 15,000 kilograms. A chilling aura radiated from his entire body as his movements flowed seamlessly, gathering strength, channeling power, and throwing the spear. The snow wolf spear shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, aimed straight at the red venom tarantula matriarch. "Chen Han, are you insane? Even if we don't go in, those tarantulas will come out on their own." Zhao Linger shouted angrily, hurriedly climbing the ladder down into the wilderness. Deep within the nest, the red venom tarantula matriarch, in the midst of laying eggs, sensed the impending danger and let out an ear-splitting roar. The sound was like a battle cry, instantly triggering the defensive instincts of every tarantula nearby. The swarm quickly converged on the matriarch, forming an impenetrable defensive circle. Each tarantula raised its venomous spines in tense anticipation, ready to face the approaching threat. Suddenly, a burst of blinding red light shot forth at an unimaginable speed. The defensive barrier formed by ordinary tarantulas proved utterly useless. The snow wolf's spear pierced through a dozen red venom tarantulas in its path before embedding itself firmly into the matriarch's body. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the wilderness, drawing the attention of every nearby team. All eyes turned toward the center of the wilderness, where a terrifying crimson light erupted continuously from the heart of the red venom tarantula nest, illuminating the entire sky. The massive commotion from the central area startled the surrounding beasts, causing them to retreat. The groups undergoing the assessment began to grumble. It must be Chen Han again. Did he just create a missile with his bare hands? When several instructors arrived at the center of the wilderness, the scene before them left them stunned. The corpse of the mother red venom spider lay pierced by Chen Han's snow wolf spear, its shattered body scattered across the ground. The surviving red venom spiders nearby were barely clinging to life, while the miasma in the nest had been dissipated by the explosion. Members of the Cold Night team were inside the nest, harvesting blood spirit stones from the dying red venom spiders with practiced precision. Upon noticing the instructor's arrival, Ji Yun asked nonchalantly, "Instructors, the assessment still has an hour left. Is there something you need?" The instructors were momentarily speechless. According to the rules, instructors were not allowed to intervene in the combat assessment unless necessary, or they would face penalties. They had no choice but to feign nonchalance. "Nothing, really. We saw a group fire a signal flare and came by to check." Before leaving, The instructors couldn't help but take a few more glances at Chen Han. This recruit was unbelievable, single-handedly clearing a spider nest that typically required 3 warrior-level combatants to handle. Powerful martial techniques are indeed a warrior's greatest asset, but they come at a significant cost. Chen Han sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, meditating to recover while his teammates continued gathering blood spirit stones. His adaptation of the piercing thorn spear to target multiple enemies at once had exceeded expectations in both power and energy consumption, nearly depleting his entire reserve of vitality. After nearly 10 minutes of rest, Chen Han gradually regained his strength. He pondered silently. A single use of a martial technique consumes such an immense amount of vitality. I must acquire more techniques in the future. My current 100-tempered body is no longer sufficient. Once I save up 5,000 points, the next step is to enhance my physique. Since great physique is already more than enough for most warriors, and unlike the average warrior who relies solely on vitality elixirs for improvement, this will save me a fortune. But even that won't be enough in the long run. By the end of the assessment, only 11 groups remained in the wilderness. Most of the survivors were covered in blood, their expressions weary and somber. Only the Cold Night team appeared as though they had just completed an ordinary hunt, each member carrying a full bag of blood spirit stones as they returned. Along the way, they saw stretchers carrying injured recruits, some covered with white sheets. Battles with beasts often came down to a split-second decision between life and death, leaving the instructors no time to intervene. Zhao Yufei, watching the fallen comrades from their cohort, remarked solemnly, Chen Han was right. We can't let victory go to our heads. Overconfidence leads to defeat. The group's expressions grew increasingly serious. When they finally returned to the gathering point, only 260 of the original 300 recruits remained. 34 had died, and 30 were injured. In a test environment, under the watchful eyes of the instructors, there were already such casualties, let alone on a real battlefield. A 50% mortality rate weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Standing in the lineup, Chen Han suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he saw Zhao Linger staring daggers at him, her gaze sharp as a blade, brimming with killing intent. Instinctively, Chen Han shrugged his shoulders, puzzled. What did I do to offend her? Attention! Zhao Linger barked, and all the recruits instantly straightened their backs, assuming a perfect military posture. Well done, Zhao Linger said as her eyes swept across the group. The mortality rate in this practical training session is only 10%. You are the lowest in the history of practical training. She pointed at the more than 30 stretchers before them, each covered with a white cloth. These comrades, these brothers, you must never forget them. Only by remembering their sacrifices can you better protect your friends and loved ones in the future. Several recruits broke down into uncontrollable sobs. This was a tradition of the Decisive military, turning shame into courage. After giving the group time to compose themselves, Zhao Linger signaled for the stretchers to be carried away. Next came the announcement of results. The recruits' practical combat performance was graded into 4 levels: poor, below average, good, and excellent. These results would determine their future assignments. The military of Decisive was divided into 6 corps: the Water Corps, Thunder Corps, Wind Corps, Fire Corps, Earth Corps, and Wood Corps. Each corps consisted of 4 brigades, and each brigade was further divided into 6 direct camps. From elite combat units to logistical support, there was a clear hierarchy among the camps. Traditionally, recruits like Chen Han, who came from prominent families, were often assigned to logistical camps, spending their lives in mediocrity. But this time, things would be different. Cold Light Squad, 325 points, below average. Koala Squad, 435 points, below average. Mad Blade Squad, 650 points, good. When it came to the final squad, the male instructor reading the results noticeably hesitated. Cold Night Squad, 13,500 points. Supreme. The crowd erupted. Beyond the standard 4 grades, there was a special Supreme rating, reserved for performances that broke historical records. Since the record of 6,400 points set during the Northern Frontier Beast Uprising 40 years ago, no one had ever achieved this rating. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Ming, follow me. Zhao Linger ordered. The rest of you, return to camp. You have 1 more month of training. Strive to get selected for the elite units. Once the others had dispersed, Zhao Linger finally let her emotions flare. Chen Han, the first rule of the battlefield is self-preservation. When faced with a tier 4 beast, you should run. Otherwise, how is that any different from suicide? This time you were lucky, but what if? Before Chen Han could defend himself, Ji Yun interjected. Instructor Zhao, you've misunderstood. At the time, we were over a kilometer away from the red venom spider. Chen calculated the speed of both sides and the terrain factors with precision. If the attack had failed, we would have had enough time to fire a signal flare and retreat from the central area. Zhao Linger's eyes lit up at those words. Chen Han wasn't reckless, was passionate yet strategic. No wonder someone like Ji Yun, a wealthy scion, was so convinced by him. And no wonder Commander Yu held him in such high regard. No matter how much potential or combat strength a person had, if they were merely impulsive, they might rise to the rank of general at best. But this kind of wisdom that was the key to ascending from a general to a true commander. Zhao Linger led the Cold Knight team to a large door and raised her hand to knock. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." As they pushed the door open and entered, they were instantly stunned by the sight before them. The person sitting behind the desk was none other than Marshal Yu Wuyun, who had appeared during their real combat training. Yu Wuyun's office was spacious and bright, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window behind him that offered a full view of the training grounds. On the desk, four exquisite boxes were neatly arranged, their surfaces glowing softly in the sunlight. Chen Han, Yu Wuyun's gaze first landed on Chen Han, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. "I watched your performance during the real combat training. It was outstanding. In 40 years, no one has ever broken this ultimate record." Zhao Yufei suddenly realized. So it's all thanks to Chen Han that we got this opportunity. Taking on a Tier 4 Beast Nest solo, as a Tier 6 warrior, an unprecedented feat. Ji Yun nodded repeatedly in agreement. However, when Yu Wuyun's eyes turned to Zhao Linger, his expression became stern. "Xiao Zhao, you're still so impulsive. With this kind of temperament, even I find it hard to support you. Couldn't you see the distance between Chen Han and the wolf spider nest? What was the rush?" Faced with this rebuke, the usually fiery-tempered Zhao Linger was surprisingly subdued and responded softly, "Yes, I'll be more careful next time." Yu Wuyun gestured toward the boxes on the desk. "Open them and take a look. These are your rewards for achieving the ultimate evaluation." When Chen Han lifted the lid of one of the boxes, everyone's breath caught in their throats. Inside was a book adorned with golden threads, with the words "Golden Sun Breathing Technique" inscribed boldly on its cover. Even the well-informed heirs of prestigious families couldn't help but gasp in awe. Breathing techniques occupy a pivotal role in the cultivation system of warriors. While individuals awaken their talents at the age of 15, it takes 3 full years to master even the most basic entry-level breathing technique, highlighting its significance. Once mastered, a warrior can continue to cultivate simply through breathing. More importantly, the quality of the breathing technique directly impacts a warrior's attribute growth during advancement. For example, when advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2, an ordinary warrior's punching strength might increase from 300 kilograms to 600 kilograms, but a warrior using a high-quality breathing technique could reach 700 kilograms. Breathing techniques are extraordinarily rare, with fewer than 30 known techniques in existence worldwide. Only war god-level powerhouses possess the ability to create them. For the vast majority of warriors, the basic entry-level breathing technique is the only one they will use throughout their entire lives. Everyone is scrambling to get into the top martial arts universities because they provide access to advanced breathing techniques. Ji Yun's voice trembled with disbelief. Staring at the golden sun breathing technique in his hands, his eyes were unfocused. "Chen Xiao, am I dreaming? This is the golden sun breathing technique, something only officers ranked above the school level who have accomplished extraordinary military feats can obtain." Zhao Yufei's face turned pale upon hearing this. Coming from a prominent family in the capital, he fully understood the weight of those words and quickly glanced toward Yu Shuai. Ji Yun also realized his slip of the tongue and immediately fell silent. Zhao Linger, seeing the awkward atmosphere, quickly tried to smooth things over. "Chen Han, this is a special recognition from Yu Shuai. Even with top-tier records, it's rare to receive the golden sun breathing technique." Before she could finish, Yu Wuyun raised a hand to interrupt. He fixed his gaze on Chen Han and spoke with sincerity. "Chen Han, let's speak frankly. I truly admire you and hope you will join the 1st Corps Kuei Battalion of the Vulcan Army." The Kuei Battalion of the Vulcan Army was a renowned elite unit, accepting fewer than 100 recruits out of tens of thousands of new soldiers each year. Such an offer access to the golden sun breathing technique along with direct placement into the Kuei Battalion was an irresistible temptation for any new recruit. However, Yu Wuyun's next words sent a jolt through Chen Han's heart. "Of course, I won't force you. The decision is yours to make. You have the freedom to choose. You can take the golden sun breathing technique regardless of your decision, and your military rank will be promoted by 2 levels. Additionally, all other members of your Cold Knight squad will be promoted by 1 level." The freedom to choose this was a privilege Chen Han had never enjoyed in his 18 years with the Chen family. A commanding general, despite his high status, was not pressuring him with authority. Seeing Chen Han hesitate, Yu Wuyun sighed. "It's understandable if you don't want to join. The Vulcan army fights on the front lines year-round, with a casualty rate as high as 70%. By comparison, the Thunder Army in the capital offers more opportunities for advancement." Before he could finish, Chen Han interrupted. "All right, I agree." A rare expression of joy appeared on Yu Wuyun's face. Zhao Linger noticed it and suddenly understood. All of Yu Shuai's descendants had perished on the battlefield. Was grooming a successor. But Yu Shuai's next words made her furious. Since you've agreed, let me tell you this. After your Cold Knight squad joins the Kuei battalion, it will remain intact as a unit and report directly to me. Xiao Zhao, you will also join the Cold Knight squad, with Chen Han as the squad leader. Follow the orders of the captain, not the general. Directly obey the marshal's command. Yu Wuyun's words instantly made everyone understand his intention wanted to turn the Cold Knight squad into a special operations team for training. Zhao Linger widened her eyes in disbelief, pointing angrily at Chen Han. Marshal Yu, you're putting me in the Cold Knight squad and asking me to take orders from this guy? She was seething with frustration. The grievances of being Chen Han's orderly for the past 3 months had yet to be resolved, and now he was directly becoming her superior. Yu Wuyun's expression darkened. Xiao Zhao, it's precisely because of your arrogant and hot-headed temperament that Chen Han is needed to keep you in check. Do you think what you did was a minor issue? Are you planning to stay in the recruit camp forever? Assigning you to the Cold Knight squad is to protect you. Zhao Linger flushed with embarrassment, her anger barely contained as she stomped her foot and gritted her teeth, swallowing her resentment. Back at the recruit camp dormitory, everyone wore expressions of joy. They immediately began practicing the Golden Sun breathing technique. This method was an advanced version of the basic breathing techniques, focusing on absorbing the solar aura during breathing. Since the fundamental principles of breathing techniques were interconnected, a solid foundation made it easy to grasp other techniques. Chen Han sat cross-legged on the bed, immersing himself in a state of focused cultivation. Recruit training had entered its final month. After the practical combat assessments, the remaining days would be filled with monotonous drills. Everyone was striving to break through, aiming to achieve a higher level and enter a better military unit. On the final morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chen Han's face. He gripped a spear, practicing the Yu family spear technique on the narrow balcony. Blocking, gripping, thrusting, sweeping, slashing, stabbing, each move was executed with mastery, far surpassing Zhao Linger's skill level. Enhanced by the killing spear intent, this steer spear technique had been elevated to S-tier, even leaving Yu Wuyun in awe. As he practiced, a radiant aura of martial energy surrounded Chen Han, his bones crackling audibly. In a moment, the energy condensed and flowed back into his body. A surge of immense power coursed through him like a tidal wave, connecting his meridians. This signified that he had broken through the warrior realm, officially advancing to the martial artist stage all within just 3 short months. The Jin-Yang breathing technique truly lived up to its reputation. Chen Han gripped his spear tightly, feeling the steady surge of power coursing through his body, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He had originally estimated that it would take another 3 days to break through to the first level of martial artist, but his current progress had already far exceeded ordinary standards. Today marked the final day of the new recruits training camp. As per tradition, Chen Han and his fellow recruits were required to report to the main military camp. The first, second, third, and fourth training camps, thousands of recruits would gather in one place, awaiting selection by the officers of each division. Although Chen Han had already agreed to join the Kuei division of Marshal Yu's Huashan army, he still had to go through this selection process. After a quick shower, Chen Han changed into his crisp military uniform and stepped out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. However, as soon as he reached the door, he noticed Ji-Yun staring at him with bright, curious eyes, scanning him from head to toe with a mix of surprise and scrutiny. What is it? Feeling slightly uncomfortable under such a gaze, Chen Han frowned and asked. Ji-Yun snapped out of it and curled his lips into a playful smirk. Oh, nothing. You just seem different today. Different how? You look a bit more handsome. Ji-Yun teased with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Chen Han retorted, visibly annoyed as goosebumps rose on his skin. Ji-Yun quickly dropped the joking demeanor, his expression turning serious. No, really. I feel like your strength has grown significantly. A week ago, you were at the 8th level of warrior. Don't tell me you've already broken through to martial artist? Ji-Yun, blessed with a unique talent, not only possessed extraordinary speed, but also the ability to sense others' strength regardless of the gap in their levels. This immediately caught the attention of Zhao Yufei and Zhu Meng. No way. Zhao Yufei exclaimed in dismay. I just reached the 3rd level of warrior yesterday, thinking I could catch up to you a little. And now you've already broken through again? It was well known that advancing from the 8th level of warrior to martial artist was no small feat within the same tier. 3 3rd-level warriors might be able to take down an 8th-level warrior, but once someone crossed into the martial artist realm, the gap in power became insurmountable. Of course, exceptions like Chen Han, who could slay a 4th-tier beast while still at the 6th level of warrior, were exceedingly rare. That's right, Chen Han admitted without hesitation. Zhao instructor was right, there's no competing with freaks like you, the trio exclaimed, rolling their eyes. Reaching the 1st level of martial artist in just 3 months? You've got to be the first in history. Even the monstrous talents from top martial arts universities can't compare to someone as freakishly gifted as you. Just then, the assembly bell rang, signaling it was time to head to the main military camp. Shortly after, military vehicles arrived and transported them to their destination. The sheer scale of the camp was staggering. Even with thousands of recruits standing on the vast training ground, it still felt spacious and expansive. What truly caught everyone's attention were the officers standing on the stage, evaluating the new recruits. Chen Han stood among the recruits, carefully observing the scene on the platform. Ever since he advanced to the first stage of a warrior, his sensitivity to power had sharpened remarkably. He could clearly feel the overwhelming and intimidating aura emanating from the officers above. Around him, the new recruits whispered among themselves, their voices laced with undisguised shock and awe. "Look, that's Fan Shao, the commander of the Fengshan Army's Shan Battalion. He holds the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. The one in yellow is even more formidable. That's Li Mu, the commander of the Tushan Army's 1st Corps, 3000th Battalion. He's a legendary figure with countless military achievements." The most striking presence was the middle-aged man seated in the center. Clad in a general's cloak, his mere demeanor exuded authority and power. He was none other than Qin Yi, the deputy commander of the Laotian Army's 2nd Corps, a bona fide major general. Figures of such stature, who rarely appeared in the recruits' training camp, had all gathered here today. The murmurs among the recruits were abruptly cut short by a stern shout from Zhao Linger. "Silence! 3 months in, and you're still chattering like this? Where's your discipline as soldiers?" As the chief instructor of the training camp, her demeanor remained unwavering despite the presence of so many high-ranking officers on the stage. "Line up and test your attributes. The commanders of the major battalions are all here today, so make sure to perform well," Zhao Linger ordered curtly before stepping aside, maintaining a composed and respectful stance toward the officers on the platform. "Chen Han, step forward." The moment his name was called, the atmosphere on the stage grew tense. Every officer stood up in unison, including Qin Yi himself. The recruits exchanged puzzled glances, gradually realizing the true purpose of these prominent figures' visit. Chen Han, calm and composed, walked toward the testing machine and assumed a punching stance. Before he could even make his move, Qin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "First stage warrior." His words echoed like thunder, reverberating through the crowd. The recruits were filled with envy and jealousy, while the officers were utterly amazed. This year, the Nebula University in the capital produced a genius named Sun Wu, who reached the 7th stage of a warrior in just 3 months, causing a citywide sensation, Li Mu remarked with admiration. Chen Han reaching the 1st stage of a warrior in 3 months might shake the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Fan Shao laughed heartily. The military finally has something to boast about. Who says the army is inferior to warrior academies? Quiet. Watch Chen Han's attribute test. Qin Yi interjected in a deep voice, cutting them off. Li Mu and Fan Shao immediately fell silent, understanding full well that Qin Yi had come here with one purpose: to recruit Chen Han. The Thunder God Army, directly under the jurisdiction of the capital, was the most resource-rich military unit. Li Mu and Fan Shao exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This coveted spot, they feared, would inevitably go to Qin Yi. At that moment, Chen Han had already stepped up to the strength testing machine. Without a word, he threw a powerful punch, landing squarely on the iron-armored turtle's shell. A crisp crack echoed as fractures spread across the surface of the shell. This scene reminded everyone present of Chen Han's early days in the military camp, except this time, he achieved the same result using just his bare fist. The machine emitted a piercing alarm, but the data had already been recorded. Qin Yi remained composed and turned to the nearby recorder. "What are the results?" he asked. The recorder swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. "Chen Han, strength, 18,563 kilograms. This figure far exceeded the average first-tier martial artist's benchmark of 16,000 kilograms, a clear testament to the effectiveness of the Golden Sun breathing technique. Even more astonishing was the fact that this value could double under the enhancement of the killing spear intent. Next came the speed test. In the blink of an eye, Chen Han had already appeared at the finish line a kilometer away. The recorder announced the results: speed, 756 meters per second. Once again, this far surpassed the average first-tier martial artist's standard of 500 meters per second. Finally, it was time for the blood vitality test, the metric that most interested the senior military officers. Chen Han's previous record of 11 levels had already stunned everyone, which was precisely why Qin Yi and the others had come in person. For soldiers, blood vitality was directly tied to survival on the battlefield, particularly when facing multiple beasts. Chen Han placed his palm on the testing device, and the values began to soar rapidly. Level 1, Level 2, Level 20. The crowd collectively gasped as the numbers continued to climb. Finally, the pointer stopped at Level 28. The result left everyone present in speechless shock. Even Li Mu, a 4th-tier martial general, only had a blood vitality value of Level 24. This meant that without the suppression of rank, Chen Han could potentially outlast Li Mu on the battlefield. The recorder, his voice quivering, announced the final assessment. Chen Han strength attribute. Excellent. Speed attribute. Excellent. Blood vitality attribute. Unparalleled. During the ongoing tests, Chen Han once again shattered records, achieving the rank of pinnacle. This evaluation meant he had broken the historical records of the military camps trials. Although his strength and speed didn't reach the pinnacle level, it was not surprising. After all, over the past century of the new era, the military camp had undoubtedly seen many prodigies. Moreover, this was achieved without the augmentation of the killing god spear's intent. The level of vitality Chen Han displayed was enough to shock the entire army. As a first-stage martial artist possessing the vitality attributes of a general, this was unprecedented in history. Even Li Mu, a high-ranking officer, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, while Qin Yi made no effort to hide his own surprise. When battling countless exotic beasts, the most crucial factor is vitality. Qin Yi openly expressed his admiration for Chen Han. Without endurance, even the greatest strength and speed are meaningless. What's even more remarkable is that he reached the first stage of martial artist level within just 3 months. Such talent is truly unparalleled. Li Mu and Fan Xiao exchanged a helpless glance if Qin Yi intended to compete for this talent. The conditions they could offer would certainly fall short of what the Thunder God Army could provide. Before Zhao Linger could announce the next tester, Chen Han was already surrounded by a host of officers. Fan Xiao, the captain of the Mountain Battalion, was the first to speak up. Chen Han, how about joining us in the Mountain Battalion? The atmosphere here is great. Everyone's united, it feels like a family. Before the burly captain could finish, Li Mu pushed him aside. Old Fan, your Mountain Battalion strength isn't even half of our 3,000 battalion. Chen Han, come to us, and I guarantee you'll achieve great feats. Our 3,000 battalion's weapons and equipment are the best in the entire army. The thousands of new recruits watching couldn't help but feel envious. It's truly unfair. Chen Han just finished testing, and the strongest battalions are already fighting over him, one recruit exclaimed through gritted teeth. Ji Yun, standing nearby, immediately retorted, what's there to be bitter about? If you had his abilities, they'd be fighting over you too. As the chatter grew louder, Zhao Linger shouted angrily, quiet. What kind of behavior is this? Although she managed to silence the crowd, her heart was weighed with concern for Chen Han. Despite his agreement with Yu Wuyun, the military had more than one marshal. Yu Wuyun couldn't openly show favoritism, especially not for a prodigy as high-profile as Chen Han. Even with a verbal agreement, if Chen Han changed his mind, Yu Wuyun would be powerless to enforce it. While the officers were still enthusiastically vying for Chen Han, completely ignoring the other recruits, Qin Yi stepped forward. His rank as a major general caused all the officers present to instinctively take half a step back. Chen Han, join my Thor army, and you'll have wealth and glory beyond imagination. Qin Ye's voice echoed through the military camp, drawing the attention of all the new recruits. Standing tall and proud, he continued, you've heard about the resources of the Thor army. Even if the other 5 armies combined their resources, they wouldn't match ours. I can guarantee you'll reach the rank of captain within a year. The new recruit's eyes sparkled with envy. Who didn't dream of joining the prestigious Thor army? Not only did it boast abundant training resources and rapid promotions, but most importantly, its soldiers rarely had to fight. As the garrison force of Dongdi City, they were only mobilized if beasts directly attacked the city. Such a comfortable and privileged position was highly sought after. Yet, the Thor army recruited fewer than 100 people each year, and most of those were pre-selected from prominent families, bypassing basic training to join directly. Seeing that Chen Han didn't respond immediately, Qin Yi raised the stakes. I have some ties with your Chen family and am an old acquaintance of your family head, Chen Jinan. With just a word from me, your status in the Chen family would soar. Don't you want to make a name for yourself and prove your worth? However, Chen Han's expression grew colder. He had already made a promise to others and wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, Qin Ye's attempt to pressure him by invoking the Chen family only strengthened his resolve. Perhaps General Qin is unaware, Chen Han said calmly but firmly. I have already severed ties with the Chen family. I am no longer listed in their genealogy nor allowed in their ancestral hall. Furthermore, I have decided to join the Fire Army's Kuei Battalion. I appreciate your kind offer, but my decision is final. His words left everyone present in stunned silence. The Chen family of Hanwu City was a powerful and influential clan. Even for those with low status within the family, its protection came with undeniable benefits. For someone with Chen Han's exceptional talent, to willingly leave the family was almost unthinkable. Qin Ye's face darkened instantly. The Thor army and the Fire army had long been rivals, and Chen Han's choice was a direct affront to him. However, Qin Yi didn't plan to take it out on Chen Han. Instead, he directed his fury toward the Chen family. After leaving the camp, Qin Yi immediately ordered his adjutant, quick, inform the Chen family about this at once. How could they let such a once-in-a-lifetime genius slip through their fingers? A prodigy who reached the warrior realm in just 3 months with a blood energy level of 28. Qin fumed. What on earth was the Chen family thinking? Don't they realize what this boy could mean for them? The adjutant bowed his head and replied, "Please calm down, General. Perhaps the Chen family had their reasons. Maybe they felt the boy didn't meet their standards, or there were other circumstances that led to his departure. Chen Zinan, what's wrong with him? Is he blind or just foolish?" Qin took a deep breath and roared in frustration. The news quickly reached the Chen family, the most prominent clan in Hanwu City. In the family's ancestral hall, Chen Jinan wore a grave expression as he gathered a group of elders to discuss this unexpected development. He spoke first, angrily throwing the letter sent by Qin onto the center of the ancestral hall. The heavy paper landed on the ground with a crisp sound. "Someone explain this to me." Chen Zinan's voice trembled with rage. Chen Han reached martial artist stage 1 in just 3 months, and with a blood energy level of 28. This is unprecedented in the military. No, it's unprecedented in the entire history of martial arts universities. The ancestral hall fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, avoiding Chen Zinan's furious gaze. After a long pause, a timid voice broke the silence. "Patriarch, this must be fake, right? Chen Han hasn't grade talent. Even reaching martial apprentice stage 1 in 3 months would be a miracle. How could he possibly become a martial artist?" Chun Shiming suddenly stepped forward from the crowd, his voice steady. "It's very likely true. Back then, when the Patriarch sent me to bring him back, he was already at martial apprentice stage 4. Reaching martial artist stage 1 is not impossible." These words only added fuel to the fire. Chen Jinnan spun around sharply, his trembling finger pointing at Chen Zhan in the crowd. "Chen Zhan, it was your lousy idea to use Chen Han's college entrance quota to benefit your son, Chen Feng. Did you think I wouldn't figure out your scheme? You took advantage of Chen Han being an orphan with no one to back him up." He gritted his teeth and continued, "And your son, Chen Feng, with his grade talent and access to the Chen family's top resources, is still only at martial apprentice stage 3. What a disgrace." Chen Zhan hung his head low, silently enduring the reprimand, not daring to argue. The truth was undeniable. After replacing Chen Han and entering the martial arts university, his son Chen Feng had wasted his time indulging in the luxuries of the capital, neglecting his cultivation. Chen Zhennan slumped back into the main seat, his face dark with regret. Although Chen Feng's talent was exceptional, at best, he could become a strong warrior for the family. But Chen Han was different. His potential even surpassed that of his great-grandfather, the founder of the Chen family. He had the capability to lead the Chen family into the capital. Now, not only was Qin criticizing him, but if the influential figure in the capital learned of this, Chen Zenen's position as patriarch might be in jeopardy. The hall fell into silence once again, the air heavy with worry. Suddenly, Chun Jinnan slammed the table and stood up. "What's done is done. All of you, figure out a way to bring Chen Han back to the family. He can remain in the military, but he must return to the family registry and acknowledge his place as a member of the Chen family." However, everyone present knew the truth. They had all been complicit in the decision to expel Chen Han. At the time, they had believed he was powerless and that severing ties with him would be inconsequential. Now, it was too late for regret. Let Chen Zhan go and offer an apology with humility, Chen Shiming suddenly suggested. As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Chen Zhan, sharp and unforgiving, just as they had once been toward Chen Han. In large families, the strong are revered, and sentimentality is non-existent. Having seen through this harsh reality, Chen Han resolutely chose to sever ties with the Chen family. As he observed the cold, indifferent gazes of the crowd, Chen Zhan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Just over a month ago, his son had been the pride of the entire family, but now he had become a pariah, someone everyone avoided like the plague. The situation left him with no choice. Whether to go or not was no longer up to him. The mere thought of bowing his head and apologizing to the young man he had always regarded as worthless made Chen Zhan grit his teeth in anger. Yet, he could only clench his jaw and agree, "Fine, I'll go." Meanwhile, Chen Han was completely unaware of the turmoil brewing within the family. As a member of the Hanya unit, he was reporting to the Kuei camp at Huashan Mountain. The moment he stepped into the camp, the overwhelming atmosphere of discipline and lethality immediately set it apart from the new recruits' training camp. On the training grounds, thousands of Kuei camp soldiers stood in perfectly aligned rows. Even while simply maintaining their military posture, these seasoned veterans, who had survived countless bloody battles, exuded an aura of commanding authority that needed no words. Right face. With a single order from the camp commander, all the veterans turned in unison toward the Hanya unit. This display wasn't just for training, but specifically arranged to welcome them. Under the sharp gazes of thousands of soldiers, all the members of the Hanya unit, except for Zhao Linger, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. While Chen Han was mentally preparing himself for the inevitable veterans bullying the rookies routine, Zhao Linger impatiently broke the tension. What are you all pretending for? Before her words even settled, thunderous cheers erupted across the training grounds. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Thousands of soldiers surged forward, lifting Chen Han and the others high into the air in an overwhelming display of camaraderie. Wow, it's been ages since we've had new recruits in Kuwait camp. We're so sick of seeing the same old faces every day. Red Kid, you're back too. Congratulations. It turned out that Zhao Linger, known for constantly clashing with Marshal Yu, had long earned the nickname Red Kid among the soldiers. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and Zhao Yufei exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't expected the infamous Kuwait camp of the Fire God Army to have such a lively atmosphere. What they didn't yet understand was that because Kuwait camp was stationed on the front lines year-round, with a staggering 60 mortality rate, the soldiers deeply cherished their moments together. Silence. A commanding roar from Commander Lu Zing instantly quieted the rowdy crowd. What kind of behavior is this? Is this how I trained you lot? The grounds fell completely silent, and Chen Han and his companions were gently set back on the ground. Lu Zing gestured for Chen Han to step forward, a subtle gleam in his eyes. So, you're Chen Han, huh? You've been making quite a name for yourself lately. Everyone in the military knows your name now. Though his words seemed complimentary, the tone carried an undercurrent of something unusual, prompting Chen Han to frown slightly in suspicion. As expected, Lu Zing immediately continued, I know you're a genius, but my Kuwait battalion has never been short of geniuses. He pointed towards the soldiers standing below, his gaze first landing on a dark-skinned young man. That one, as dark as coal, is Imoli. Don't be fooled by his honest looks. In just half a month, he mastered the Yu family spear technique. Even old Master Yu himself said he's the rightful inheritor of the technique. His future achievements may surpass even Marshal Yu. Then, he pointed to another. And there's Wang Hu. He made a name for himself in the recruit camp and reached the rank of Marshal General in just 2 years. Lu Zixing's voice turned cold. What I want to tell you is this. Even though old Master Yu said you don't have to follow my orders, don't you dare get arrogant in the Kuwait battalion. Below the stage, Ji Yun and the others watching wore worried expressions. Instructor Zhao, what is Commander Lu trying to do? Is he deliberately trying to embarrass Qin Xiao? Ji Yun couldn't help but ask. Zhao Linger remained silent. She understood this scene all too well. She had experienced the same when she first joined the Kuwait battalion. She thought to herself, only a genius can keep another genius in check. Though Lu Zixing appeared stern and commanding, he was actually under 30 and had already reached Marshal Emperor level. At such a young age, achieving this rank was exceedingly rare. No wonder Marshal Yu personally selected him from among a million soldiers to become the youngest colonel in the army. Suddenly, Lu Zixing removed his outer garment, revealing his muscular physique. Chen Han, if you're unconvinced, I can test you myself. This Marshal Emperor level powerhouse was actually challenging Chen Han, who was 2 major realms below him. Yet, the soldiers of the Kuwait battalion seemed unfazed. They all knew Lu Zixing wouldn't use his full strength merely intended to teach Chen Han a lesson. Almost no one in the battalion had escaped a sparring session with Lu Zixing. All right, Chen Han agreed without hesitation, immediately drawing his snow wolf spear. Though his opponent was unarmed, he dared not underestimate him. At the same time, he saw this as an opportunity to gauge the gap between himself and a martial emperor. With eyes sharp as lightning, Chen Han launched himself forward, his back leg propelling him like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Zixing, wielding the Yu family spear technique with seamless precision, thrusting, slicing, and striking like flowing water. As the personal deputy to Marshal Yu, Lu Zixing was intimately familiar with the Yu family spear technique. You're using the Yu family spear technique against me? Bold move, kid. He effortlessly dodged Chen Han's strikes, a smile playing on his lips. Every move from Chen Han was lethal. On this no-holds-barred stage, he unleashed his full potential. Even Imoli, who had been praised earlier, couldn't help but marvel. Impressive. Truly impressive. Chen Han has mastered the Yu family spear technique to perfection. People say I have great aptitude, but I still think I fall short of Marshal Yu. However, Chen Han's understanding of the Yu family spear technique far surpasses mine. He's the one who can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Marshal Yu. This remark immediately drew the attention of everyone around. The Yu family spear technique was practiced by countless soldiers in the army, yet only a select few ever earned direct praise from Marshal Yu himself. Not only did Imoli receive such praise, but he was also awarded a medal, making his evaluation highly authoritative. This was enough to prove that Chen Han's mastery of the Yu family spear technique had reached an extraordinary level. However, when faced with an insurmountable gap in skill and cultivation, even the most advanced techniques can fall short. The duel on the platform went on for a long time. Lu Zixing remained almost motionless, standing firm like an immovable mountain. Every time Chen Han's spear tip seemed about to touch him, Lu Zing effortlessly evaded with the slightest of movements. Yet, despite the seemingly one-sided situation, Chen Han displayed incredible endurance. While beads of sweat began to form on Lu Zing's forehead, Chen Han remained energetic, his long spear moving with precision and endless variations. Once again, a thrust missed its mark, and the two brushed past each other. Lu Zing finally showed a hint of impatience. Though he was reluctant to attack first, being worn down to defeat would be a disgrace. That's enough. Lu Zing shouted. Chen Han, I've tested your strength, but even if you practice the Yu family spear technique for another 10 years, your spear won't touch me. Before his words had fully landed, Chen Han, who had just passed by him, suddenly changed his grip on the spear. His body sank abruptly as he exerted force backward, unleashing an unexpected upward sweeping strikeia move no one had anticipated. Even Lu Zing was caught off guard. By the time he reacted, the spear tip was already pressed against his waist. In that instant, an unprecedented fear gripped Lu Zing's heart, as if he were on a battlefield about to be torn apart by a ferocious beast. Despite the two major levels of cultivation difference between them, the icy chill of that moment sent shivers down his spine. He instinctively leapt back, but it was too late, had already fallen outside the boundary of the platform. According to the rules, he had lost. The most astonished person was Imperioal, who exclaimed in disbelief, "What was that move? Even Marshall, you never taught me something like this. Such an unpredictable strike, impossible to defend against." He suddenly realized, could it be that the Marshal held something back? No, with the Marshal's character, that's impossible. Unless... His gaze fell on Chen Han. Chen Han's understanding of the Yu family spear technique has surpassed even Marshal Yu. The veterans of Kuei battalions stood at the sidelines, their faces filled with disbelief. Among them were numerous individuals of higher rank and expertise than Chen Han, generals who could easily hold their own in other battalions. As Lu Zing had mentioned, Kuei battalion had never been short of talent. Yet, a genius like Chen Han, who could surpass the founder's mastery of their techniques, was truly a rarity. Lu Zing gave a small cough to mask his awkwardness. Ahem. Well done, Chen Han. He straightened his expression and continued, but remember, even though you take orders directly from the Marshal, as long as you're in Kuei battalion, you must undergo the same training as everyone else. If I catch anyone slacking off, there will be consequences. Chen Han immediately cupped his fists in a respectful gesture. I only won because the captain was kind enough to hold back. It was pure luck. With that, he swiftly stepped down from the platform and assumed a standard military stance. This action earned an approving nod from Lu Zing. He had expected such a prodigy to be arrogant, but Chen Han's humility was surprising. It gave him a glimpse of why Marshal Yu held Chen Han in such high regard. The surrounding veterans, however, couldn't contain their excitement. They crowded around Chen Han, exclaiming, "Kid, that was brilliant. Haha, it's the first time we've seen Captain Lu take a loss." Imperioal, in particular, kept maneuvering to get closer to Chen Han. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Chen Han, how did you pull off that move? That was impressive." The essence of the Yu family's spear techniques lay in their power and adaptability. The raw power was directly tied to one's cultivation level. The higher the base attributes, the stronger the impact. Adaptability, however, required deeper understanding. The Scrade Yu family spear technique boasted 36 variations, insights gained by Marshal Yu through battlefield combat and duels. Imperioal had already mastered 35 of them, yet he was certain the move Chen Han had just used was not the one he was missing. Chen Han couldn't provide a detailed explanation. That reverse spear thrust felt like an instinct buried deep within his bones, a manifestation of the killing spear intent that had elevated his Yu family spear technique to S-grade. Its intricacies were something he could sense, but couldn't articulate. Seeing Chen Han remain silent, Imperioal tactfully took a step back. "My apologies for being presumptuous. I'll figure it out on my own." Chen Han simply shrugged and said no more. In the following days, the Han Yi squad underwent grueling training in Kuei battalion, far surpassing the intensity of the new recruits camp. Even though Chen Han extended his training time from 6 to 9 hours and added extra practice, it was still considered the bare minimum here. To become a true elite, one needed not only exceptional talent, but also several times the effort of an ordinary person. One early morning, just as Chen Han woke from his sleep, a sudden system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in. You've earned 50 points. As the system notification sounded, Chen Han opened his eyes. For some time now, his daily sign-in points had consistently amounted to 50. While the number seemed modest, it was a significant source of income for him. At this moment, his total points had reached exactly 5,030. Although the reward for his exceptional promotion by 2 military ranks was still being processed and hadn't been credited yet, his current points were enough to perform a top-tier lottery draw. System, Spend 5,000 points for the highest tier lottery draw. Limit the draw to the physical constitution category. Chen Han decisively issued the command. Despite already possessing a 28th grade general level vitality, the immense strain of wielding the piercing thorn spear made it clear that his current physical condition was still insufficient. A glowing, spinning wheel appeared before him, slowly rotating. Chen Han held his breath, staring intently at the wheel. These 5,000 points had been hard-earned, and he understood that the difference between physical constitution levels could determine one's destiny. The wheel's speed gradually slowed until the pointer came to a stop in the rarest section. Chen Han exhaled deeply. This meant he had secured at least an S-grade constitution. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an SS-grade constitution. The Divine Medicine Body. The system notification instantly prompted Chen Han to open his personal status panel to check the details. Divine Medicine Body. A natural constitution imbued with spiritual energy. When consuming various medicines to enhance basic attributes, the effects are amplified tenfold. Allows the refinement of attribute-enhancing medicines using vitality, requiring the collection of raw materials. The concise description made Chen Han gasp. The mere fact that medicinal effects could be amplified tenfold was astonishing. It was worth noting that even the highest-ranking officers in the military could only access premium vitality elixirs with effects ranging from 3 to 5 times the norm. With the Divine Medicine Body, however, a single bottle of standard vitality elixir worth 5,000 points could yield effects equivalent to a value of 500,000 in his hands. This first trait of the SS-grade constitution was already game-changing, but it was far from the full extent of its potential. The second effect was far more astonishing than the first. Chen Han realized that he could refine medicinal substances similar to vitality elixirs by consuming his own vitality. This was unprecedented in the history of humanity since the invasion. It was well known that the production of any attribute-enhancing medicine required the accumulated efforts of generations of national researchers and massive industrial production lines. Chen Han's ability made him the first person in the new century era capable of independently creating vitality elixirs. Even though he currently possessed no cultivation, this single ability was enough to elevate him to unimaginable heights in this world. However, Chen Han had no intention of becoming a pawn at the mercy of others. He understood very well that vitality could regenerate, but medicines that enhanced attributes were incredibly rare. Just as he excitedly prepared to consume a bottle of vitality elixir to test the effects of his divine apothecary physique, a group of seasoned soldiers from the Kuei battalion suddenly barged in hastily. Chen Han, come out quickly. Imoli's expression was urgent. Someone is insisting on seeing you. We can't get him to leave no matter what. He's even tied thorn branches to his back, claiming he wants to humbly atone for his wrongs to you. He's kneeling at the military camp's gate, saying he won't leave until you come out. This is a restricted military area. How he even found his way here, I have no idea. Chen Han frowned. Since enlisting, he hadn't formed any deep grudges with anyone. After a moment's thought, he deduced the visitor's identity. It was likely someone from the Chen family. What's his name? He asked. He said he's your sixth uncle, Chen Zhan. Since he's your relative, we didn't want to use force. Chen Zhan. As soon as the name was mentioned, a surge of anger flared in Chen Han's chest. The humiliation he had suffered in the Chen family was almost entirely tied to this sixth uncle. From the day he was born, Chen Zhan had looked down on him and relentlessly suppressed him. Among the Chen family, Chen Zhan was one of the people he loathed the most. And now, this man had the audacity to come and beg for forgiveness? Chen Han let out a cold laugh, thinking how shamelessly thick-skinned this person must be. It was early morning, and leaving someone kneeling at the camp gate could indeed disrupt military discipline. Chen Han quickly changed into his uniform and followed Imoli toward the main gate of the camp. At the entrance of the Kuei battalion camp, a shocking scene unfolded. A burly middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his bronze torso bare, with sturdy muscles bound tightly by several bundles of thorny branches. These seemingly ordinary thorns were horrifyingly sharp, carving bloody marks across the back of this formidable warrior. As Chen Han stepped out of the tent, the mannish Jin Zhanseyes lit up instantly. Good nephew, he called out repeatedly, his tone deliberately warm and affectionate. This false display of closeness sent a shiver down Chen Han's spine. The memory of Chen Zhan's smug and despicable expression in the ancestral hall was still fresh in his mind, making him feel nauseous. Leave. Chen Han walked up to Chen Zhan and uttered the single word coldly. If it weren't for his concern for his cousin Chen Shui, he wouldn't have even bothered to say that much. Chen Zhan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, brushing it off as childish defiance. Good nephew, don't throw a tantrum with your sixth uncle, all right? Today, your sixth uncle is here to humbly admit his faults. Surely, your anger has subsided now. Come back with me. 18 years of bullying could hardly be erased with one symbolic act of repentance. Chen Han replied icily, no need for more words. Your presence here only taints the camp. If you're not gone in 10 minutes, the brothers of the Kuei Battalion will execute you on the spot. The Kuei Battalion? Chun Zhan's face turned pale. The elite unit under Marshal Yu? The seasoned veterans of the Kuei Battalion remained silent, but their deadly aura quickly filled the air. Despite Chen Zhan's strength as a third-tier warrior, he was nothing more than an average fighter compared to these elite soldiers who had clawed their way out of countless battles against ferocious beasts. Instinctive fear of death softened his tone even further. Good nephew, I understand if you don't want to come back. How about this? The family head has said that if you're willing to return to the Chen family, he'll create a separate page in the family registry just for you. From now on, the entire Chen clan will take pride in your name. Such an honor, not even the current family head has received. As Chen Zhan spoke of the unparalleled honor of being given a separate page in the family registry, his face brimmed with smug confidence, as if he had already secured victory. However, Chen Han's response was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Do you think I still care about that worthless family registry of yours? Chen Han's gaze, looking down from above, was filled with contempt, as though the entire Chen family was nothing more than ants in his eyes. This blatant insult caused a flash of indignation to appear on Chen Zhan's face. Chen Han, how dare you? You've even disowned your own family. Chen Zhan's furious roar echoed at the entrance of the military camp. But let me remind you, your younger sister Chen Shui is still part of the Chen family. At the mention of Chen Shui, Chen Han's fists clenched tightly, and a fierce, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To hell with military discipline, he had already resolved to kill Chen Zhan right here and now. At that critical moment, a piercing scream tore through the air. A flash of cold steel severed Chen Zhan's right arm, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Who did this? Chen Zhan howled, clutching his severed arm. Do you not know the Chen family, the most powerful family in Hanwu City? Before his words faded, he suddenly noticed that the elite soldiers of Kuei Battalion around him were all standing at attention, saluting in unison. There was only one person in the entire military camp capable of commanding such respect from these battle-hardened troops. Chen Han's anger dissipated instantly, and he straightened his posture. Greetings, Marshal Yu. That single address sent chills down Chen Zhan's spine. Fighting through the pain, he turned to see Yu Wuyun, clad in the marshal's cloak, staring at him coldly. Who pulled strings to let trash like you in? Yu Wuyun's voice was calm, but terrifyingly so. The Chen family of Hanwu City, is it? I'll remember that. In this moment, Yu Wuyun bore none of the warmth he usually showed towards Chen Han and his comrades. As one of the three senior-most marshals of the Great Xia and a national hero, his words alone could obliterate the Chen family. Chen Zhan immediately cowered, forcing a smile through his pain. Marshal Yu, you must be joking. How could the Chen family ever dare offend you? Remember, this Chen Han is my personal guard. Yu Wuyun's simple statement instantly elevated Chen Han to an untouchable status. Fear gripped Chen Zhan's heart. This declaration meant that not only was Chen Han off limits, but even his sister Chen Shui had become untouchable. Thinking of his own son, indulging in decadence in the capital, Chen Zhan suddenly felt the chasm between them and the likes of Chen Han. I'll take my leave now. Please take care of yourself, Marshal. Clutching his severed arm, he fled in panic. Yu Wuyun watched Chen Zhan retreat with undisguised disgust. Find out who let him in. There's no place in the Fire God Army for someone who violates military discipline like that. Afterward, Yu Wuyun summoned Chen Han to the camp office. Inside, Yu Wuyun explained the recent developments concerning the special operations units in the military. Various camps were forming their own elite squads modeled after the Cold Night unit, and the higher-ups had decided to hold a live combat assessment on a real battlefield. Some people accuse me of building my own power base, Yu Wuyun said bluntly. But I've never cared about idle gossip. This assessment, to put it plainly, is just for appearances. I don't want you risking your life just to save my face. If you don't want to participate, I'll veto it immediately. This sincerity warmed Chen Han's heart. For the generous rewards, and even more so for the trust of the marshal, he answered firmly, Marshal Yu, he'll take on this combat assessment. Yu Wuyun nodded with satisfaction. It'll be good training. But keep this in mind, there's no need to shed blood just to come in first. A soldier's duty is to protect the nation, not to act out of momentary pride. Gulp back in his dorm. Chen Han downed the last bottle of vitality elixir awarded by the army in one go. In an instant, a surge of immense energy erupted within him, with his cells greedily absorbing the power and swiftly converting it into pure vitality attributes. This time felt entirely different. Clenching his fists, Chen Han could feel the energy coursing through his body. The tenfold enhancement brought by his Medicine King physique made the effects of this dose far surpass anything he had experienced before. He quickly walked to the testing equipment and placed his palm on the sensor. As part of the elite Kuei camp, every dormitory was equipped with advanced attribute testing devices. The numbers on the display jumped from level 28 to level 29. reaching the standard of a warrior at the general level. Seeing this value, Chen Han felt even more confident about the upcoming Special Operations Group combat assessment in 10 days. After training, he informed the other members of the Cold Night Squad about the assessment. To his surprise, these individuals, cast out from their respective families, were not intimidated but rather thrilled. The respect they had earned in the military far outweighed the status they had held in their prestigious families, fueling their determination. Over the next 10 days, the entire squad threw themselves into training, nearly forgetting to eat or sleep. On the day of the assessment, Chen Han conducted one last test of his attributes: strength 23, 780 kilograms, speed 850 ms, vitality level 39, warrior tier 3. These results were comparable to Zhao Linger, a warrior tier 8, and this was without factoring in the boost from his killing god spear intent. Chen Han, Zhao Linger, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, assemble. The summons from the camp loudspeaker echoed. Chen Han took a deep breath, slung his bag and snow wolf spear over his shoulder, and stepped out of the door. He met the other 4 members outside, exchanging determined glances filled with unshakable resolve. Move out, Chen Han commanded firmly. The military vehicle sped northward, heading toward the real battlefield. Unlike the wastelands they had faced before, the beasts here were not low-level creatures bred in captivity but terrifying opponents with organization and tactical intelligence. Even through the towering wall, Chen Han could feel the ground trembling under the beasts' stampede. When they arrived at the assembly point, other special operations teams were also gathering. In total, 16 squads were fully prepared. This was going to be a true test of life and death. Chen Han scanned the room and noticed that among the 16 special operations teams, there were numerous experts at the level of Marshal General, and a majority, like Zhao Linger, were on the verge of entering that realm. This was clearly not a fair competition. Zhao Linger's face flushed with anger as she fumed. This is outright bullying. These people aren't even Pierce-Thayer seasoned veterans from elite military units. I'm going to report this to Marshal Yu. Though she was now one of Chen Han's subordinates, her past experience as an instructor for many of them made her unable to tolerate such blatant injustice. Chen Han raised a hand to stop her. Enough. He had anticipated this situation. The special operations teams were originally Marshal Yu's creation, with the Hanya team being the first. Naturally, factions within the military at odds with Marshal Yu would send their elite forces to compete and prove a point. This assessment wasn't just a test. It was a political struggle among the military's top brass. At that moment, a refined-looking man approached Chen Han and extended his hand. You must be Chen Han, the one who broke the record for blood energy levels. I've heard a lot about you. Though he sensed the man's hostility, Chen Han responded politely. Chen Han, captain of the Hanya team, Fire God Army's Kuei Character Battalion. Pleased to meet you. Zhen Zilin, captain of the White Light team, Thunder God Army's Fierce Tiger Battalion. Likewise. The Zhen family from the capital. Zhao Yufei blurted out. At his words, Ji Yun and the others gasped audibly. The Zhen family, ranked among the top 5 most influential aristocratic families, wielded immense power across both political and military spheres. Even Zhao Yufei's own family paled in comparison. Zhen Zilin sized up Chen Han. Martial artist, 3rd rank. Only 4 months in service. Impressive. Then, with a subtle shift in tone, he added, but let me offer you some advice: don't waste your talent here. It's no shame to withdraw from this assessment. As he spoke, a powerful aura of a 3rd-rank martial general emanated from him, making even Zhao Linger feel suffocated. Yet Chen Han remained unfazed. No need for concern. Let's settle this on the battlefield. At that moment, the chief examiner on the Tongtian wall began to announce the assessment's rules. A massive display screen lit up, showing footage from 10 minutes earlier. An overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts surged forward, warriors fighting desperately to hold them back. Those who fell were immediately devoured, leaving no trace behind. The chief examiner spoke calmly. If anyone is afraid, you may withdraw now. Otherwise, prepare to risk your life. This assessment will be scored based on the number of beasts you kill, with higher points awarded for higher-level beasts. Due to the sheer scale of the beast tide, you will need to climb over the Tongtian wall yourselves. The entire assessment will be broadcast live to showcase the strength of the special operations teams. Not afraid. The 16 special operations teams shouted in unison, with not a single person backing down. The announcement of a live broadcast caught the members of the Hanya squad completely off guard. Even Commander Yu had not given them any prior notice. Given his usual straightforward nature, it was unlikely he would keep such information from Chen Han. Clearly, this was a last-minute decision made by the higher-ups. A comparison with the other special operations squads highlighted the gap in strength. Those teams were rated an entire tier above the Hanya squad. In this evaluation, the Hanya squad was destined to struggle at the bottom of the rankings. The consequences of this outcome could be significant. In the worst-case scenario, the higher-ups might question Commander Yu's leadership abilities and even cut the Huashan army's budget for military equipment. Chen Han and Zhao Linger exchanged a glance, a flicker of determination passing between them. This battle they had to win. As soon as the chief examiner's words fell, 16 special operations squads launched themselves like arrows toward the towering Tongtian wall, 100 meters high. A single misstep on such a height could result in a fatal fall, but these were elite soldiers. Each team displayed unique climbing methods. One group summoned mechanical exoskeletons towering over 10 meters, effortlessly carrying teammates to the top of the wall. Another member sprouted sharp blades from their arms, inching their way up the wall with precision. The most attention-grabbing, however, was Zhang Zilin, who had previously clashed with Chen Han. With a thunderous shout, a radiant, seven-colored glow rose beneath his feet, forming a cloud-like platform that gently lifted the entire Baiguang squad into the air. Light element talent, Lu Zing exclaimed as he watched the broadcast. At that moment, all the soldiers in the Kuei battalion halted their training and gathered in front of the screens. It wasn't just the Mevri unit not currently on a mission was closely following this critical live combat assessment, as mandated by the higher-ups. Over the past century, warriors possessing light element talent had been exceedingly rare. It was precisely this inheritable, rare ability that had propelled the Chen family of the capital into the ranks of the top 5 noble families. This talent wasn't just devastating an attack, it could also enhance teammates' attributes and heal injuries. No wonder the military placed such importance on it, and no wonder Zhang Zilin, with his aristocratic status in the elite Laotian army, carried himself with such arrogance. That bastard! Shameless! The soldiers of the Kuei battalion fumed. What level is our Hanya squad even at? The weakest member of those special operations teams is already at warrior tier 3. This is just bullying. If they're so great, why don't they compete on equal footing with us? For the Hanya squad, the Tongtian wall was an almost insurmountable challenge. Without warrior tier strength, scaling such a height was nearly impossible. Among their team, only Chen Han and Zhao Linger had reached the warrior level, while the other 3 members hadn't even attained that rank. For the towering Screeching wall, an ordinary climb was indeed an insurmountable challenge for most special forces soldiers. However, Lu Zing appeared completely composed. He gazed steadily ahead and said calmly, "There's no need to rush. Keep observing. Chen Han always has a way of surprising you." His words brought a slight sense of relief to those around him. After all, when Chen Han first joined the military camp, even the formidable Lu Zing, who held the rank of Martial Emperor, had suffered a setback at his hands. Perhaps Chen Han truly had the potential to deliver an unexpected performance. Nonetheless, whether they were ordinary soldiers or members of the Kuei unit, they remained skeptical about the ability of the Cold Knight squad to scale this massive wall. This live broadcast was not only being circulated within the military camp, but was also streamed nationwide through the Decisive network. Among the viewers was the Chen family in Hanwu City. In the ancestral hall of the Chen family, all the senior members were intently watching Chen Han on the screen. Chen Shiming, observing the scene, sighed. In just 3 short months, Chen Han has gone from being the family's disgrace to becoming the leader of a special forces team. Those figures we used to treat with such reverence are now his colleagues. Chen Zhennan picked up the conversation, his tone filled with regret. It's more than that. He has now earned the favor of Marshal Yu, with limitless prospects ahead. Not only has our family lost a powerful ally, but now we... As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Chen Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground. Chen Zhan had been kneeling in the ancestral hall for 10 consecutive days, without even the courage to defend himself. Chen Zhennan berated him furiously. Because of you, we offended the founding figure of the new era, Marshal Yu. A single word from him could spell eternal ruin for the Chen family. A family member interjected in Chen Zhan's defense. Patriarch, please calm down. As long as Chen Han fails to climb that wall, our family remains safe. Besides, with the old ancestor still here, Marshal Yu wouldn't dare completely sever ties with us. Who knows, Chen Han might even meet his end during the real combat test in the northern front lines. These words were exactly what Chen Zhennan wanted to hear. Deep down, he hoped Chen Han would perish during the test. At that moment, Chen Han had already formulated a plan. He turned to Zhu Ming and said, "Deploy all your mechanical spiders." Although Zhu Ming marveled at the massive mechs before him, he followed Chen Han's orders without hesitation. 6 human-sized mechanical spiders soon appeared. Chen Han placed the Snow Wolf rifle on the back of one of the spiders, preparing to lead the team in scaling the wall. The team members were concerned that this plan might exhaust Chen Han's energy. However, Chen Han calmly said something that left everyone in shock. "My current blood energy level is at 39 tiers." This revelation was like a bombshell among the audience. To put it in perspective, even Zhang Zilin, who had the highest cultivation level and a special physique, only had a blood energy level of 32 tiers. Such an achievement was exceedingly rare, even within the elite ranks of the Thunder God Army. Sitting in the high-level conference room, Marshal Yu spat out a mouthful of tea upon hearing those words. As a senior figure in the upper echelons, Such a loss of composure was exceedingly rare. Beside him sat two young generals, also clad in martial cloaks. The one on the left, with sharp features and a cunning glint in his eyes, was Jung Go, commander of the Thunder Army. On the right, a square-faced man with a full beard was Quan, commander of the Wind Army. Together, the three constituted the pinnacle of military power in the Decisive forces. Jung Go's eyes briefly flashed with surprise, but he quickly concealed it, narrowing them slightly as he said, "Marshal Yu, this new recruit of yours has quite the edge." As fellow marshals of equal rank, they could only address Yu Wuyun as Marshal Yu out of respect for his seniority. Yu Wuyun felt a surge of satisfaction internally but maintained a calm demeanor. Young people tend to have a bit of spirit, which is normal. But he's just a martial artist not quite on par with your men. Though his words seemed modest, they were, in fact, a veiled jab at the two for relying on their superior cultivation levels to intimidate others. Quan rolled his eyes. He knew he was being mocked but had no retort. The truth was that their usual tricks no longer worked. Chen Han's astonishing blood energy level of 39 had already become common knowledge. Even if the Cold Knight squad ranked last this time, with such a prodigy in their ranks, any attempt to weaken Yu Wuyun's military influence was now a pipe dream. Their only hope was for their own special operations teams to win and secure some advantages. Meanwhile, below the skywall, Zhaolinger heard about Chen Han's blood energy level of 39. Though her lips curled in disdain, her eyes betrayed jealousy and helplessness. Even though she had grown accustomed to Chen Han's extraordinary feats, this revelation still shook her to the core. She retracted her long legs, which had been stepping onto a mechanical spider, and gestured for Chen Han to proceed. With her blood energy level of 12, leading the group to climb would only be asking for trouble. Under Chen Han's leadership, the Cold Knight squad easily scaled the skywall, a barrier said to be insurmountable for non-martial artists. However, the real challenge had only just begun below the wall. An endless swarm of ferocious beasts was charging toward them. This was a beast tide, a natural phenomenon more terrifying than earthquakes or tsunamis. Even with today's advanced technology, capable of mitigating most natural disasters, beast tides remained one of humanity's gravest threats. Over the past century, the skywall had withstood hundreds of earthquakes without a scratch, but it had been severely damaged during 3 massive beast tides. When a beast tide occurs, the creatures not only become ferociously violent, but also secrete a hormone that triggers an insatiable urge to consume humans. The effects of the hormones drove these mutated beasts into relentless assaults on human settlements. To counter this devastating beast tide, the higher-ups deployed 3 full battalions, nearly 10,000 soldiers. However, as Chen Han surveyed the battlefield, the massive army seemed insignificant against the overwhelming swarm of beasts. The battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, with soldiers falling one after another. For the members of the Hanya squad, who had lived their lives in relative peace, the brutal scene inevitably evoked fear in their eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous cry of "Charge!" pierced the skies. A massive mech leaped fearlessly from the 100-meter-high towering wall, crashing heavily into the horde of beasts. The mech's operator showcased extraordinary mechanical prowess, wielding a long sword drawn from its waist. The blade flashed with icy brilliance in the air, effortlessly slicing through the massive beasts, reducing them to fragments. "That must be the Titan squad," Zhu Ming exclaimed excitedly. "They're all gifted manipulators, relying on this $10 billion mech in combat." As a fellow manipulator himself, his envy was unmistakable. "Old Zhu, focus on killing the beasts. When I get rich, I'll get one for you too," Jiyun said, patting Zhu Ming on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Chen Han refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he calmly analyzed the battlefield. With the Hanya squad's limited strength and the beasts below being at least tier 3, charging into the swarm without the heavy armored mechs of the Titan squad would be suicidal. Before long, he identified a relatively secluded area with fewer beasts. "We'll descend from there and establish a defensive position first." Chen Han demonstrated the composure and tactical acumen of a commander. The mechanical spider swiftly carried the team down. Armed with a long spear, Chen Han unleashed his 39-level blood energy, causing the spear's tip to radiate a dazzling crimson glow. Without hesitation, he executed his most powerful combat technique, the piercing death thorn spear. With a thunderous explosion, a wave of destructive energy instantly cleared all beasts within dozens of meters. The Hanya squad's score skyrocketed from 0 to 720 in an instant. The scoring system was similar to that of the recruit tests, though slightly adjusted. On the far side of the battlefield, Jean Zelene witnessed this scene and marveled internally. No wonder this man has been stirring up waves in the military. A tier 3 warrior capable of unleashing destructive power surpassing most generals' such talent. Could he really be a failure? Recalling that Thunder Army Marshal Jung Go had specifically sent him to suppress the Hanya squad's momentum, Jean Zelene refused to be outdone. With a fierce roar, seven-colored divine light erupted from his back, coalescing into a magnificent display resembling a peacock spreading its tail. Beams of divine light shot out, transforming into sharp arrows that instantly pierced through a large number of ferocious beasts. On the battlefield, Zhang Zilan's display of power should have drawn the attention of the soldiers, but in this trial, it was Chen Han who shone even brighter. This was no coincidence. Despite being the lowest ranked in this elite special operations unit composed of seasoned veterans, Chen Han demonstrated strength on par with the most skilled soldiers. The cheers of the soldiers echoed around him. Chen Han, well done. Crush those Thunder God Army bastards. It wasn't just the loyal troops of the Fire God Army under Yu Yuan's command who were impressed. Even the high-ranking officers of the Wind God Army and Earth God Army praised him. They hailed him as an unprecedented prodigy, the likes of which had never been seen even in the history of the Martial Arts Academy. Yet Chen Han didn't bask in the admiration. The moment he landed, he began issuing decisive commands. Zhu Ming, deploy the mechanical spiders within a 100-meter radius to form a perimeter. Ji Yun, you're the fastest. Focus on clearing the juvenile beasts below Tier 3, but avoid direct confrontation and don't alert the mother beasts. Zhao Yufei, stay with Ji Yun and handle any threats he can't manage. Faced with the overwhelming tide of beasts, Chen Han adopted the most pragmatic strategy, fortifying and holding their ground in this relatively less dense area of the beast horde. He gripped his spear tightly and turned to Zhao Linger. You and I have the heaviest task. We'll be responsible for taking down the main beasts charging from the front. A glint of admiration flashed in Zhao Linger's eyes. This strategy was nearly identical to the one she had developed after years of brutal combat experience. What surprised her, however, was how naturally Chen Han exhibited leadership and military acumen far beyond the ordinary. A large horde of beasts charged furiously toward the two of them. Leading the pack were dozens of Tier 3 beasts, saber-toothed tigers and scarred giant rats, followed closely by the even larger Tier 4 beasts, the thornback Spinosaurus. Each of these creatures was a formidable force, renowned for their destructive power. Faced with the oncoming wave of beasts, Zhao Linger and Chen Han remained composed. As the highest-ranked members of the Cold Knight squad, Zhao Linger possessed strength on par with the seasoned warrior, along with invaluable battlefield experience hardened by iron and blood. Chen Han, don't fall too far behind me. Zhao Linger smirked slightly as her spear lashed out with precision. Her mastery of the Yu Clan spear technique was as fluid as flowing water, each move sharp and decisive. With her solid foundational attributes, these Tier 3 and Tier 4 beasts were no match for her. Within mere moments, several had fallen under her strikes. Watching from the sidelines, Yu Wuyu nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Linger's training at the recruit camp had clearly not gone to waste, as her foundational skills and proficiency in the Yu Clan spear technique had both seen significant improvement. However, what truly puzzled this martial god of Daxia was Chen Han's performance. At this moment, Chen Han was surrounded by 3 saber-toothed tigers and 2 thornback Spinosauruses. The thornbacks, with their massive size and bodies covered in flesh-ripping barbs, were beasts most would choose to engage from a distance using long weapons. Chen Han, too, employed the Yu Clan spear technique, but his moves stood out as extraordinary. Even when encircled, his spearwork remained agile and adaptable, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Basic moves such as downward strikes, thrusts, and sweeping arcs were executed with such mastery that they seemed to transcend their simplicity, enriched by innovative variations unseen before. Master Yu, since when did you modify the Yu Clan spear technique? Why didn't you give us a heads up? Marshal Jung Go of the Thunder Army teased. Yu Wuyun wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. As the creator of the Yu Clan spear technique, he could tell that Chen Han's moves were fundamentally based on it, but many of the variations were completely unfamiliar to him. What shocked him even more was that these innovative maneuvers were even more refined than his original techniques. Marshal Zhong, what if I told you it was Chen Han who improved the Yu Clan spear technique? Would you believe me? Yu Wuyun said with an awkward smile. Zhong Go cast him a skeptical glance. The entire army says you're a man who never holds back secrets. Now it seems that's not entirely true, is it? Yu Wuyun simply shrugged, dismissing the remark with a light-hearted chuckle. Only Ouyang Quan felt a jolt in his heart. The old master, known for his impeccable integrity and moral character, would never lie. Could it be that Chen Han truly possessed the talent to improve cultivation techniques? At this thought, he couldn't help but regret such a talent should have been recruited into the Fengshan army at any cost. On the battlefield, Chen Han's mastery of the Yu family spear technique showcased astonishing power. This modified technique retained all the original strengths while cleverly avoiding its flaws. Within the span of less than 10 minutes, the spear's shadows danced through the air, and over a dozen approaching beasts fell one after another more efficiently than even Zhao Linger, who specialized in dealing with such creatures. The other special operations teams were not to be outdone, particularly the White Light team led by Zhen Zilin. With the enhancement of their light-based abilities, their performance was the most striking. When the first wave of the Beast Tide was finally repelled through the combined efforts of all 16 special ops teams, the leaderboard on the live broadcast became clear. The White Light team led with 49,730 points, followed closely by the Giant team with 49,500 points, while the Cold Knight team lagged behind with 43,100 points. Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and Zhao Yufei stood bloodied and gasping for breath. Looking up at the leaderboard, they lowered their heads in shame. Young Master Chen, we're sorry. We held you back. Out of the 43,000 points, the majority had been earned by Chen Han, with Zhao Linger contributing a smaller portion. The three of them combined had likely added a mere 3,000 points. Chen Han, however, remained calm. Don't worry, this is just the appetizer. The real challenge lies ahead. The so-called combat test was, in fact, a support operation ordered by higher-ups to fend off the invading beasts. If they relied solely on the 3 battalions of regular soldiers without senior officers to command, it would be difficult to hold the line. This was bound to be a prolonged battle, with no end in sight. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Han noted that most members of the other special ops teams already showed signs of fatigue. Those below the rank of Marshal General were visibly winded, many nursing injuries, and even the Marshal General level experts were in poor condition. Yet Chen Han, with his 39-tier vitality, remained composed and energetic. More importantly, he still had an ace up his sleeve, the pharmaceutical ability granted by his medicine god physique. The battlefield before him was littered with materials perfect for crafting medicines, an ideal opportunity to utilize this skill. This was why he had held back from using the piercing thorn spear until now. Opening his system panel, a series of formulas for basic attribute potions appeared. For example, a lower-tier vitality elixir required the leg bone of a thicket rabbit and a blood essence stone from a third-tier beast. A basic strength cultivation potion required the gall of a scarred giant rat and the antennae of a northern border giant ant. The formula for the basic strength enhancement potion unfolded before Chen Han's eyes. The ingredient list included saber-toothed tiger fangs, frostwolf fur, and the blood essence stone of a dwarf giant. This potion could explosively boost the user's strength in a short period of time. The system offered a wide variety of potions, most of which focused on enhancing basic attributes. Chen Han was already familiar with potions like vitality elixirs, which were designed to improve fundamental stats. However, when he noticed the system hinting at the existence of high-tier potions capable of influencing innate talents, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Unfortunately, these extraordinary formulas required an enormous number of points to unlock, not to mention the rarity of the high-tier ingredients needed. For now, Chen Han decided to focus on the most urgently needed basic attribute potions. He was particularly drawn to the basic strength cultivation pot Iona potion that could double the user's strength in a short time. Not only would this be invaluable for his own power, but it could also significantly enhance the abilities of his teammates. As luck would have it, the corpses of a northern frontier giant ant and a scarred giant rat lay at his feet. Without hesitation, Chen Han collected the necessary materials. "Brew potion," he murmured softly. Instantly, the materials in his pocket vanished, replaced by a blue potion appearing in the system's storage space. Chen Han was amazed by the incredible power of the divine alchemist body. Not only was potion making guaranteed to succeed, but the potions produced were completely free of side effects. It was common knowledge that similar attribute-boosting potions sold on the market were classified as banned substances. Using them a few times could cause meridian ruptures, a sharp decline in cultivation, or even death from bleeding from all 7 orifices. Such potions were so dangerous that even the military rarely used them, and martial arts academies had strictly prohibited them due to concerns over cheating. As he gazed at the perfect, side-effect-free potion in his hand, Chen Han couldn't begin to imagine the upheaval this formula would cause in the martial arts world if it were ever made public. Without a doubt, this side-effect-free enhancement potion is bound to disrupt the entire pharmaceutical industry of Decisive. Chen Han's gaze lingered on a particular blood vitality potion among the numerous formulas, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This was a compound vitality-enhancing potion with a stunning effect. It could directly boost a user's blood vitality level by 1 tier in a short time, and the effect could be stacked. The only restriction was that the maximum dosage depended on one's cultivation level, up to 10 bottles for warriors, and up to 20 bottles for martial artists. Exceeding the limit would lead to a fatal explosion. The ingredients required for the formula were anything but simple: 3 4th-tier blood essence stones from exotic beasts, 2 tusks of the berserk corpse elephant, 1 piece of hide from a thornback sword dragon, and a tail from a wasteland lizard. Overpowered. This is absolutely overpowered. Chen Han couldn't help but shout in astonishment. Among all the basic attributes of a martial artist, blood vitality had always been the hardest to enhance. His ability to reach a vitality level of 39 was entirely thanks to the dual blessings of his 100 refinement body and the divine pharmacist's physique. Most martial artists, lacking special constitutions, could only slowly accumulate blood vitality through vitality elixirs. Take Zhao Linger, For instance, despite advancing to a martial general level, her vitality hovered only between levels 12 and 13. Each increase in vitality level required countless vitality elixirs and years of arduous cultivation. Yet this potion could elevate a user's vitality by an entire tier instantly. Although the effect was temporary, such an immediate boost in combat power would undoubtedly drive the military soldiers into a frenzy. Chen Han sprang into action at once, searching for the necessary materials among the corpses of exotic beasts scattered across the battlefield. Thanks to the beast tide, the ground was littered with the bodies of various exotic creatures, making these ingredients relatively easier to find. While others rested, he busied himself moving between the corpses of berserk corpse elephants and wasteland lizards. The members of the White Light Squad couldn't help but sneer at the sight. What a country bumpkin. Those materials are worth next to nothing, one of them remarked. Those who joined the Special Operations Squad were either elite soldiers or heirs of wealthy families, like Zhun Zilin, whose outfit alone was worth millions. They were more concerned with the status and benefits they could gain in the military after their victory. Even the viewers in the livestream struggled to understand Chen Han's actions, especially the members of the Chen family. Suddenly, Chen Shiming had a moment of realization and said to Chen Jinan, Patriarch, do you think we were too harsh on Xiao Han before? Before he joined the military, the allowance we gave him was less than a tenth of what an ordinary family member received. Chen Jinan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. You're right. We've given Xiao Han too little. Empty promises are useless next time. Send the gifts directly to the military. These two believed they had uncovered the true reason for Chen Han's resentment toward the Chen family, completely oblivious to how far off the mark they were. Only Yu Wuyun slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Well done. Soldiers under me, Yu Wuyun. Must have this kind of spirit. Jung Go and Ouyang Quan exchanged a disdainful glance. Their attitude toward Yu Wuyun had long been established. Being a member of one of the capital's most elite families, Yu Wuyun was expected to prioritize family interests. Yet, he was solely focused on national affairs. In their view, someone so oblivious to political maneuvering would struggle to command respect, even as a marshal. Chen Han's actions, however, surprised everyone. Contrary to the assumptions that he was taking advantage of the situation for personal gain, he was actually collecting materials from the battlefield's exotic beasts. Before long, his system space was filled with hundreds of bottles of potions. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. A large number of exotic beasts had somehow regrouped and launched a fresh assault on the Tongtian wall. Stay sharp. Don't let those special forces teams look down on us, the military commander immediately ordered. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, quickly forming ranks, ready for battle. As Chen Han had anticipated, the earlier battle had drained much of everyone's vitality. This time, all the special forces teams had lost their initial edge and shifted to defensive postures. In front of the livestream cameras, Chen Han openly retrieved a large number of vitality replenishing and attribute-enhancing potions from his system space and began distributing them to his teammates, including Zhaolinger. Drink these potions. From now on, we fight with offense, not defense. Chen Han, these are banned substances? The members of the Cold Night Squad looked pale with shock. Don't panic, Chen Han said calmly. These potions enhance basic attributes and have no side effects. Besides, the rules don't prohibit the use of such substances. This is a battlefield, not a competition. The livestream audience erupted in chaos. This isn't fair. How can they use banned substances? Fair? The White Light Squad has members at the 3rd rank of Martial Generals. That's what's unfair, someone quickly countered. Zhong Go and Ouyang Quan smirked to themselves. They didn't care about the use of banned potions. In fact, they were hoping the Cold Night Squad would embarrass themselves due to potential side effects. It would serve as a perfect blow to Yu Wuyun's reputation. Yu Wuyun, however, had tears in his eyes. He had specifically warned Chen Han about this kind of scenario. He would rather see the squad rank at the bottom than have these young people risk their lives over a pointless competition. In the end, the Cold Night Squad chose to trust Chen Han and down the potions in one gulp. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, Zhao Yufei felt something extraordinary. Huh, why do I feel no pain at all after taking these potions? Zhao Yufei frowned, recalling the scene of his cousin consuming forbidden drugs during the family martial arts competition. He had witnessed his cousin in agony after drinking the potion, grimacing in pain and nearly passing out. Zhao Yufei looked at Chen Han with a mix of fear and disbelief. To him, a potion that could boost attributes without any side effects was utterly terrifying. If news of this reached the capital, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. But there was no time to dwell on it. Horde of beasts was already closing in. With a sudden burst of speed, Zhao Yufei struck with lightning-fast precision. Under the effects of the potion, his strength surged to an astonishing level. What would usually require an arduous battle to defeat a third-ear beast now took only a single blow. Holy crap, this feels freaking amazing. Zhao Yufei couldn't help but shout. With the boost from the potions, the members of the Cold Knight team unleashed their full power. Following Chen Han's offense is the best defense strategy, they dove straight into the beast horde. On the scoreboards, the Cold Knight team's points began to skyrocket. The live stream audience was fired up with excitement. Cold Knight just surpassed the Mountain City team and moved up to 15th place. They've overtaken the Yellow Pouch team too, now they're in 14th. In less than an hour, the Cold Knight team's rank soared all the way to 3rd place, just behind the White Light and Giant teams. Seeing this, other special operations teams intensified their efforts. Their overall strength was far superior to Cold Knight's, and being overtaken even if the other team had used forbidden potions would still be a major embarrassment. However, as the battle raged on, a chilling reality began to surface. The members of the Cold Knight team not only showed no signs of fatigue, but seemed to grow stronger the longer they fought, as if they were tireless. While it was shocking enough that Chen Han, with his 39-tier vitality, could fight so recklessly, the fact that the other team members were maintaining such endurance was truly baffling. Zhang Zilin suddenly had a thought that made his scalp tingle and cold sweat drip down his back. Chen Han, he asked in a trembling voice, could it be that the potion you just took out directly enhances vitality? Zhang Zilin's expression was grim. His brows furrowed tightly as he rapidly considered various possibilities. Yet he still couldn't understand why the Hanya squad was becoming stronger the longer they fought. When his gaze fell on Chen Han, the answer finally struck him. It had to be that mysterious potion, a special formula capable of directly boosting vitality. On this realistic battlefield overrun by beasts, though there were no fatalities, the special operations team members were all covered in varying degrees of wounds. Vitality levels not only determine stamina and endurance, but also directly influence the speed of wound recovery. A 12 centimeter long wound would take 4 to 5 days to heal at 1 to 2 levels of vitality, whereas someone with 10 levels of vitality could recover within a single day. This was the regenerative power brought about by enhanced vitality. While fending off the onslaught of beasts, Zhang Zilin kept a close eye on the state of the Hanya squad. The more he observed, the more convinced he became. Their vitality levels had undergone an extraordinary increase. When this conclusion was voiced, it immediately caused an uproar in the live stream. At this very moment, in the vast Daxia nation with a population of 500 million, at least over 100 million people were watching this official broadcast. If Chen Han truly possessed the formula for a potion that could directly enhance vitality, it would be akin to dropping a bombshell across the entire nation. Under the watchful gaze of over 100 million viewers, Chen Han remained remarkably composed. He openly admitted, "That's right, I do have a potion that can directly enhance vitality. However, the effect is temporary, and each bottle increases vitality by 1 level." With the unique advantage of his divine pharmacist physique and the support of Marshal Yu, he had no reason to hesitate or conceal the truth. His declaration left everyone stunned, including the members of the Hanya squad. Ji-yun, clutching his stomach, stammered, "Wait, Chen Xiao, are you saying that what we just drank was this potion?" Upon receiving Chen Han's confirmation, his face fell apart in disbelief. "Chen Xiao, if this potion can't be mass-produced, it must be worth at least 1 million per bottle." Zhao Yufei and Zhu Ming exchanged incredulous glances, realizing they had just consumed potions worth several million. Meanwhile, in the largest national pharmaceutical factory in the capital, the reaction of the chief director, Li Qingshi, was even more intense. As a senior figure of the same generation as Marshal Yu, Li had participated in the development of nearly all attribute potions, with his greatest achievement being the Vitality Elixir. This potion had elevated the average vitality level of martial artists in the martial emperor realm from the previous standard of 10 levels. Yet this highly esteemed master of potions, renowned across the country, now found himself collapsing to the ground in utter disbelief, as if all strength had drained from his body after hearing Chen Han's words. He was helped to his feet by his subordinates, his entire body still trembling uncontrollably. With a trembling voice, Li Qingshi exclaimed, "For nearly 20 years, my primary research has been on this type of medicine that can directly boost vitality and blood. I've led a research team of hundreds, using the country's most advanced equipment, yet we've made no progress. How did a young man, not even 20 years old, manage to develop this?" Desperately, he turned to the 2 researchers beside him, only to see them shaking their heads in bewilderment. In truth, even if they fully analyzed the components of Chen Han's vitality medicine, mass production would still be impossible. "Quick, connect me to old Yu immediately," Li Qingshi shouted excitedly. "How can we let such a talent remain in the military? He would be of far greater value in the national pharmaceutical sector. I want to treat him like a treasure." Meanwhile, the top martial arts universities in the country had gone into a frenzy over Chen Han. Especially after investigating his background, they were utterly astounded. Chen Han was supposed to be preparing for college entrance exams this year to join a martial arts university. He was even from a prominent family. Why would he choose to enlist in the military instead? A little thought made the reason behind this clear. In a short amount of time, The Chen family's phone was ringing off the hook. Each caller was someone of significant status, leaving Chen Jinnan no choice but to respond politely, though all of them criticized his decisions. Chen Jinnan could only offer awkward smiles, inwardly filled with regret. If only he had left a way out when he expelled Chen Han. The battlefield seemed frozen in time. Though the soldiers continued fighting the beasts, their gazes frequently darted toward Chen Han, their expressions filled with hesitance and unspoken words. Suddenly, a soft, unexpectedly sweet voice emerged from within a massive mecha. Chen Han, can I buy 2 bottles of your vitality medicine? They'll pay 1 million per bottle. Chen Han looked over and saw a petite girl, barely 1.6 meters tall, removing her helmet from the cockpit of the mecha. What surprised him even more was that all 5 members of the giant team were similarly petite women, a stark contrast to the nearly 1.9-meter tall heavy armor they wore. This single request seemed to open the floodgates, as other special ops teams also began clamoring to buy the medicine. This type of medicine, capable of directly boosting vitality in critical moments, was a life-saving treasure even with its time limitations. Many soldiers didn't die directly from beast attacks, but from exhaustion in prolonged combat. In the heat of battle, survival often depended on holding on for just a little longer, and Chen Han's medicine provided that crucial edge. They'll offer 5 million for 5 bottles. Reserve 3 bottles for me, I'll pay 1.2 million per bottle. Only Zhang Xilan's face darkened. His superiors had originally assigned him to suppress the Cold Night team. Yet now Chen Han was stealing the spotlight. When a member of the White Light team quietly suggested they buy a couple of bottles as well, Zhang Zilin snapped coldly, "Get lost?" Zhang Zilin focused intently on releasing his 7-colored divine light. At this point, the only thing he could do was ensure that the White Light team maintained their lead. However, the subsequent waves of beasts didn't include any particularly strong ones, with the highest being just 5th tier. For Chen Han, who had already reached 7th tier martial artist strength, these beasts posed no challenge. With his vitality boosted to 59 points, he unleashed his piercing thorn spear with reckless abandon, each throw creating a massive crater on the battlefield. Retrieving his snow wolf spear, he switched to the Yu clan spear technique to cut down the beasts. The Cold Night team's score skyrocketed, quickly surpassing the giant team and climbing to 2nd place. Zhang Xilan's heart ached as if being torn apart. Despite being an entire tier above Chen Han in strength, he was powerless to stop him. The constant energy drain from releasing his divine light took its toll, and he eventually coughed up blood. He could only watch helplessly as the leaderboard displayed the scores. White Light Team, 206,400 points. Cold Night Team, 206,200 points. Boom. As the Snow Wolf Spear exploded amidst a group of beasts, the Cold Night Team's score surged by 700 points, reaching 206,900 points and undisputed 1st place. This breakthrough signifies an eternal transcendence. On the battlefield, under the leadership of Chen Han, the Hanya squad advanced with unstoppable momentum, quickly widening the score gap to over 10,000 points. The numbers on the scoreboard continued to climb, and the gap grew ever larger. The members of the Baiguang squad, already exhausted, could no longer muster the strength to close the gap. The elite soldiers of Kuei camp erupted into cheers at the sight. "Ha ha ha, well done, Hanya squad. Who would dare underestimate our fire god army now?" Even the usually stern Lu Zing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Those Thunder God army good for nothings, wasting their days away in the capitolates. See how Jung Go opposes Marshal Yu now. In the high-level conference room, Jung Go's face had turned ashen, resembling the color of liver. These were the elites he had painstakingly selected from the Thunder God army, their abilities supposedly surpassing those of the Hanya squad. This defeat was a severe blow to his reputation. Yet, he forced a smile and said, "Marshal Yu, congratulations in advance. The Hanya squad's success today is a testament to your excellent guidance." Yu Wuyun felt a surge of pride but maintained a modest demeanor. It's not over yet. The outcome is still undecided. Despite his words, every seasoned veteran on the battlefield knew that the beast tide was nearing its end. Even in the case of a large-scale beast tide, the affected area rarely exceeded dozens of kilometers, and the total number of beasts would amount to no more than tens of thousands. On the battlefield, some special operations teams had already begun assessing their losses and organizing their equipment. After all, only the 1st-place team would receive a reward in this test. The others were merely along for the ride. As the number of beasts dwindled, support tasks were also wrapping up. Chen Han glanced back at his team. Despite the effects of the enhancement serums, the relentless fighting had left everyone utterly drained. He looked up at the score above, and then holstered his Snow Wolf rifle. "Take a break, everyone. Leave the rest to the brothers from the 3 major camps." Just when everyone thought the battle was drawing to a close, a deafening rumble erupted. The ground shook violently, as if an ancient behemoth was approaching. The Tongtian wall suddenly blazed with red light, and alarms echoed across the sky. "Alert! Alert! A beast army has been detected ahead." The words, "beast army," sent a chill through everyone present. Though only a single word differentiated a beast horde from a beast army, the two were worlds apart. A beast horde, despite its overwhelming numbers, was chaotic and disorganized, with many beasts trampling each other to death in their frenzy. A beast army, however, was disciplined, coordinated, and operated with the precision of a human military force. Its combat strength and destructive power far exceeded that of an ordinary beast horde. In the 62nd year of the new calendar, the discovery of the first beast army coincided with the largest breach of the skywall, claiming the lives of over 1 million people. Since then, beast armies have become extremely rare within the territory of Decisive south of the Long River and have even disappeared entirely over the past 2 decades. In stark contrast, beast armies have frequently appeared in the dark domain to the north of the Long River. Scientists have speculated that the beasts in the dark domain have developed a civilization similar to that of humans, establishing a racial hierarchy and even forming multiple beast nations. The beast army now appearing before everyone's eyes seemed to confirm this theory. The beasts marched in organized formations, their steps synchronized, exuding a solemn and disciplined aura completely unlike the chaotic and savage image they had in the past. At the center of the formation was an imposing figure, a towering 6-meter turtle beast, a tier 6 minotaur lord. Its eyes, as large as basketballs, were deep and intelligent, while its 1-meter-long metallic tusks gleamed coldly. Even more astonishing was the massive alloy battle axe it wielded. Its entire appearance, its adornments, posture, and demeanor radiated an extraordinary level of intelligence, almost as if it were a person. This scene immediately triggered nationwide panic. Yu Wuyun shot to his feet, staring intently at the screen. Those beasts from the north, they've evolved to this level? For 20 years, due to various reasons, the military had ceased sending expeditions to the north. Even though Marshal Yu had repeatedly proposed investigating the dark domain, his suggestions had been ignored. Now, the beasts of the north had advanced to the point of alloy refinement. Although the quality was crude, the signs of industrialization were undeniably alarming. The heavy silence on the battlefield was broken by a burst of laughter. Haha, I thought I wouldn't get a chance. There are plenty of tier 6 beasts in that army. If none of you are going, I'll go first. The speaker was a tier 2 warrior wielding a guandao from the Huangtu squad. This warrior, named Han, had lost his chance at claiming first place due to the overwhelming lead of the Hanya squad in points, and was now eager to prove himself. His figure turned into a blur as he dashed toward the beast army at an astonishing speed of 2,000 meters per second. Han, don't go. Zhen Zilin, another member of the Thunder God army, shouted in warning. At first, Han demonstrated the full strength of a tier 2 warrior, cleaving through 3 or 4 tier 6 beasts with a single mighty strike. However, the beasts quickly responded with highly coordinated attacks. A thornback dragon rammed into his back, 2 unicorn beasts unleashed thunderous strikes, and several monkey-like creatures snatched away his weapon. When he tried to retreat, he found his escape route blocked by the overwhelming number of beasts. Amid the deafening chaos, Han was bombarded by a flurry of attacks, blood spraying everywhere. As it became clear he was about to be torn apart, the others prepared to rush to his aid. Suddenly, a command came over the broadcast. Everyone, listen to my orders. Abandon Han and retreat immediately. Do not stop for even a second. Do not rescue. This unexpected command echoed through the high-level conference room with a resounding finality. The one who spoke was none other than Marshal Yu Wuyun. Jung Go immediately slammed his hand on the table, standing up in agitation and calling out his name. Yu Wuyun, what do you mean by this? Han is one of my Thunder Army soldiers, and you say we won't rescue him? Yu Wuyun turned his head sharply, his gaze as piercing as a blade, sweeping over Jung Go. His usually kind demeanor turned icy and stern. Even if it were someone else in Han place, surrounded by the beasts, I would still give the same order. Our soldiers can sacrifice their lives to protect the nation, but they should not die in vain. This test of yours is unreasonable to begin with. A cold snort from Yu Wuyun silenced the entire room. Jung Go froze, stunned into submission, unable to muster a response. On the battlefield, following the transmission of the command, Chen Han climbed the towering sky wall without hesitation. Ji Yun and the others, though skeptical, followed suit after seeing Chen Han's decisive action. Han, after all, had no personal ties to them. Exhausted and drained, they knew charging into the beast army would be nothing short of suicide. Before long, the members of the special operations team had all retreated to the top of the skywall. Meanwhile, Han, despite being a third-rank martial officer, was reaching his limit. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, "Help!" the horn of a unicorn beast pierced through his abdomen, spilling his innards instantly. The gruesome sight was unbearable for the onlookers, and within seconds, the beasts devoured Han Li's body until nothing was left. At that moment, a command came from behind Chen Han. Activate the Type 3 lasers. The smooth surface of the sky wall began to shift as countless metal panels slid open, revealing densely packed cannon apertures. This colossal wall, stretching thousands of miles, was far more than a mere defense barrier. 1, 2, 3, fire. With the command, black laser beams erupted from the apertures, emitting an aura of dread as they tore toward the beast army. These Type 3 lasers were a groundbreaking technological advancement by the scientists of Decisive in the new era, powered by a unique material known as star crystals. Star crystals originated from meteorites that fell to Earth during the era of spiritual energy revival. They were as translucent as crystal yet contained immense energy. Even now, scientists had yet to fully decipher their composition. A single palm-sized star crystal could supply electricity to a small city of tens of thousands for an entire month. When used to power the Type 3 lasers, they became the ultimate weapon against the beasts. As the black lasers shot forth, an eerie silence seemed to envelop the entire world. A black laser swept across like the scythe of death, instantly reducing the beast army to dust. Every beast within the laser's range disintegrated into ashes without even having the chance to react. The Minotaur commander, sensing the lethal threat, let out a deafening roar, attempting to command a retreat. However, in the face of light speed, the speed of any creature seemed utterly insignificant. Unless one was a martial emperor-level powerhouse, survival under the attack of a Type 3 laser was impossible. In the next moment, the once mighty Minotaur commander was reduced to nothingness. What a pity, Zhu Ming remarked as he observed the astonishing destructive power. The power of technology is indeed formidable, but star crystals are far too precious. A single large-scale Type 3 laser attack requires a full 3 kilograms of star crystals, making it impossible to use as a regular weapon, especially since most of the star crystals are located north of Longhe. Chen Han, watching coldly, held a different opinion. No matter how strong technological power is, it can't surpass the physical body of a martial god-level warrior. As long as it's not internal damage, even using all the star crystals on Earth to power a Type 3 laser wouldn't harm a martial god-level warrior in the slightest. Knowledge is important, but evolving the body is the fundamental path to the survival of a species. The test examiner, hearing this, nodded subtly to himself. It reminded him of something Marshall you had once said, which was why Marshall you preferred soldiers to hone their skills through combat, rather than relying too heavily on technology. For this test, the Cold Knight squad scored 215,600 points, taking first place. The examiner cleared his throat and announced, "The Special Operations squads may leave now. Rewards will be distributed later." After the evaluation concluded, most of the Special Operations squads looked displeased, clearly unhappy that the weakest squad, Cold Knight, had taken first place. Only the giant squad from the Mu Shan Army's Fengzi Battalion seemed unfazed. A doll-faced girl with twin ponytails from the squad walked up to Chen Han voluntarily. To everyone's surprise, the female warrior, who had to look up at Chen Han before the test, turned out to be half a head shorter than him after removing her mech suit. "Hello, Chen Han. I'm Zhang Shirin, leader of the giant squad from Mu Shan Army's Fengzi Battalion. Congratulations on taking first place." Despite her youthful, doll-like appearance, she spoke with a mature, commanding tone, catching Chen Han off guard. What surprised Chen Han even more was that Zhao Linger actually knew Zhang Shirin. Before he could respond, Zhao Linger bounced up to Zhang Shirin, pinched her cheeks and teased with a smile, "Shirin, my dear little sister. It's been 2 years, and you've only gotten cuter." "Linger, I'm 2 months older than you. Stop calling me your little sister," Zhang Shirin replied, feigning annoyance. The playful interaction between the two strikingly different yet equally captivating women left everyone watching utterly mesmerized. Chen Han felt a bit puzzled and asked softly, "Zhao Linger, since you know the giant squad, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Zhao Linger rolled her eyes at him with a hint of pride. "On the battlefield, there are no sisters. If I had told you earlier, wouldn't that count as cheating?" Her words made Chen Han recall every detail of their time on the battlefield. Thinking back now, it was clear that Zhao Linger had always been subtly paying attention to the movements of the giant squad, and on several occasions, she had even glanced toward their direction with concern. "Chen Han, don't forget that our giant squad was the first to order your blood vitality potion," Zhang Shirin said, playfully shaking her small fist. Although it wasn't intimidating in the least, her tone carried a mischievous charm. She then suggested enthusiastically, "As a thank you, why don't we take you back in our mech? Forget about taking a car." The moment the word mech was mentioned, the eyes of Zhu Ming, Ji Yun, and Zhao Yufei lit up instantly. Even the usually composed Chen Han couldn't help but feel tempted. Right before them stood the towering and imposing mech, its powerful and striking appearance impossible to ignore. With such an impressive mech for transportation and a lively companion by his side, Chen Han had no reason to refuse. He readily agreed. On the way back, the massive mech sped along the highway. Despite the constant jolts within the cabin, the excitement of the Cold Knight squad members remained undiminished. Mengzi, we absolutely have to earn more military merits and get ourselves one of these mechs. It's just too cool. Absolutely. The latest Red Hawk mech from the capital is over 20 meters tall. We've got to aim for that one. A few days later, the commendation order was issued. First came the promotion in military rank. Every member of the Cold Knight squad was elevated by one rank. Chen Han was promoted from Sergeant First Class to Second Lieutenant, officially becoming a commissioned officer. This leap in rank was significant, as it meant he now had a voice in the military. It's worth noting that soldiers below the rank of lieutenant are considered ordinary troops in any unit. Rising 5 ranks in less than half a year, from a new recruit to this point, was unprecedented in the history of the military. Aside from the rank promotion, the most important reward this time was the Type 6 Specialized Combat Armor. The Type 6 Special Combat Armor is far from ordinary armor. This advanced military equipment is the result of 20 years of dedicated effort by the nation. Development began in the 1980s, and after countless modifications and upgrades, it was finally deployed in combat 2 years ago. Its most groundbreaking feature is the innovative use of a star crystal as its energy core. A translucent star crystal is skillfully embedded at the waist of the white armor. When donned, this armor not only provides exceptional defense, but also enhances all fundamental attributes except for vitality across the board. Due to the rarity of the star crystal, the Type 6 Special Combat Armor is extremely costly to produce. Even within the military, it remains a scarce resource, with fewer than 50 senior officers granted the right to use it. At the award ceremony for this test, when Marshal Yu personally presented 6 sets of the Type 6 Special Combat Armor to the Cold Knight squad, everyone was visibly stunned. These are controlled items that aren't even available on the open market. Don't be nervous, kids. Go ahead and give them a try, Marshal Yu said warmly. The group eagerly rushed toward the armor. To their amazement, with just a simple gesture, the armor floated toward its user, seamlessly fitting their body as if it were alive. Regardless of body shape or size, the armor adjusted to achieve a perfect fit. After putting on the armor, Chen Han casually punched a strength measuring device. The reading showed that his strength had increased by a staggering 3,000 kilograms. Gazing at the gleaming white alloy armor, Chen Han couldn't help but marvel at its perfection. This top-tier military-grade armor, unavailable even to elite martial arts universities, once again reminded him of the privileges of serving in the military. However, just as everyone was basking in excitement, Marshal Yu's expression suddenly grew serious. Take the armor and head back. Chen Han, stay behind, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Zhao Linger, who had spent the most time with Marshal Yu, immediately understood his intentions. After saluting, she led the others out of the room. Once the others were gone, Yu Wuyun placed a file on the table. Chen Han focused his gaze on it and saw the bold title, Northern Expedition Plan. Marshal Yu, what is this about? Chen Han asked in confusion. Yu Wuyun's expression turned solemn as he sat upright and said firmly, take a look first. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chen Han picked up the document and began to read it carefully. However, just a few glances at the document sent waves of shock through his heart. The contents of the Northern Expedition Plan before him left Chen Han utterly stunned. Yu Wuyun was planning to launch an offensive against the Dark Territory in the north. It was well known that the beasts in the Northern Dark Territory were far more formidable than those in the south. This plan had the potential to shake the entire Decisive dynasty. Yu Wuyun's deep voice broke the silence. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, Decisive has been split, with the Long River as the dividing line. Everything north of the Long River has fallen under the dominion of the beasts, and for a full 100 years, Decisive has been confined to the south. As he spoke, the 2-meter-tall military commander rose to his feet. A flicker of determination crossed his aged face, momentarily dispelling his usual frailty and revealing an awe-inspiring aura. To Chen Han, it was as if he were witnessing the same leader who had once guided the people of Decisive through the turbulent era of darkness. Chen Han, I personally drafted this plan and have already submitted it. What do you think? Are you saying you want to reclaim the northern territories? Chen Han asked incredulously. Exactly. Yu Wuyun nodded solemnly and turned to point at the map of Decisive hanging on the wall. The vast expanse north of the Long River that is the birthplace of Decisive. Chen Han, I am originally from the north, and for 100 years, I have not set foot in my homeland. As a transmigrator, Chen Han was well aware of the history of Decisive's complete map being fragmented by the beasts. He gradually began to understand Yu Wuyun's intentions. The old general feared that future generations would forget that the north was the true root of Decisive. The northern expedition has always been my lifelong aspiration, but for various reasons, I have delayed taking action, Yu Wuyun continued. It wasn't until a few days ago, when I saw the commander of that beast army, that I realized if we don't act soon, we will face the dire threat of the beast armies pressing down upon us. So, do you agree with this northern expedition plan? Chen Han nodded resolutely. Of course, I agree. A soldier's duty is to defend their homeland. May I ask which battlefield our Hanyi squad will be assigned to? But Yu Wuyun shook his head. You misunderstood. Your Hanyi squad is too valuable. How could I bear to send you to your deaths? Besides, getting this northern expedition plan approved won't be easy. In addition to requiring a massive number of troops and supplies, the most critical hurdle is obtaining the signatures of over 70% of the noble families. This condition left Chen Han genuinely astonished. A battle plan from the marshal of the army was actually subject to the influence of the noble families. While he was aware of the immense power these families wielded in Xia, he had not expected it to reach such an extent, practically controlling everything. After all, 80% of Xia's soldiers came from commoner backgrounds. We need over 70% of the families to agree to go to war? Chen Han sneered, his eyes flashing with anger. To him, this was nothing short of a colossal joke. Those families held 80% of the cultivation resources, yet they hesitated and cowered. Were they afraid that if the commoners were wiped out in the war, they would have to step onto the battlefield themselves? In that moment, Chen Han felt ashamed of his family background for the first time. He was well aware of how despicable the Qin family's actions were, but most of the other families were even worse. Lieutenant Chen Han, listen to the order. Yu Wuyun's voice suddenly boomed across the military camp. Chen Han immediately straightened his posture and gave Yu Wuyun a sharp salute. With piercing eyes, Yu Wuyun spoke each word deliberately. The mission for the Cold Night Squad is to return to Hanwu City and ensure that over 70% of the families approve the Northern Expedition Plan. Do you have confidence in completing this mission? I do. Chen Han replied firmly, his voice unwavering. At that moment, he suddenly understood Yu Wuyun's intentions. Among the entire army, there weren't many soldiers with family ties to Yu Wuyun. The Cold Night Squad, however, was composed entirely of members from prominent families, and they were the most trusted unit under Yu Wuyun's command. Chen Han scratched his head, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Commander Yu, you're worried that because of our family ties, we might go soft, which is why you said all this, right? Caught off guard by Chen Han's blunt observation, Yu Wuyun's face reddened slightly, and he turned away. Chen Han, being too clever isn't always a good thing. Chen Han hadn't expected the legendary light of humanity to have such a candid and almost childlike side. He straightened his expression and said seriously, rest assured, we severed ties with our families long ago. For this mission, we won't hold back. Hearing Chen Han's assurance, Yu Wuyun finally felt at ease. Good. Then I'll leave it to your discretion. Just remember, don't take things too far. Those last 4 words, leave it to your discretion, carried immense weight. It meant that Chen Han would have the authority to mobilize troops in Hanwu City and even employ extreme measures if necessary. No matter the consequences, Yu Wuyun would take full responsibility. This wasn't just an ordinary authorization. It was the highest level of trust and power. After all, in the current Great Xia, there were few people who could keep Yu Wuyun in check. As Yu Wuyun had said, the northern expedition was imperative. In the first century of the new era, the resurgence of spiritual energy caused countless families to emerge across the vast lands of Xia, sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain. Chen Han sat on the rough bed frame in his simple barracks dormitory, his fingers unconsciously stroking the coarse bedsheet as his mind replayed the realization he had just experienced. He had finally grasped a simple yet pivotal truth. Although the military was primarily composed of commoners, as long as they achieved military merit, these commoners could ascend to become members of influential families, naturally aligning themselves with the interests of such families. Reflecting on his transformation over the past few months from a mere soldier, focused solely on surviving in the barracks to now holding a position of significant influence, Chen Han couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. The dramatic shift in his identity felt almost dreamlike. More importantly, he now fully understood the audacity of Yu Wuyun's Northern Expedition Plan. Before waging war against the terrifying beasts of the northern dark regions, Yu Wuyun intended to first engage in an internal struggle with all the families of Xia. This made the mission of the Hanya squad far more daunting than direct combat. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on Chen Han's lips. Act as you see fit. Yu Shuai, that old fox, has granted us immense authority. With this special privilege, the Hanya squad would have much greater flexibility in their future operations. Meanwhile, on the sports field of Hanwu City's 8th high school, a young girl was diligently performing her basic training. 236, 237. Chen Shui counted softly as she did push-ups, carefully adjusting her breathing rhythm. Practicing the breathing techniques for cultivation wasn't as simple as studying or solving problems. It required consistent physical training to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Though this foundational work was monotonous, it was absolutely crucial for students aspiring to gain admission to a martial arts university. Hey, Chen Shui, your brother's already been on TV, and you're still working this hard? A few boys passing by mocked her. Chen Shui paused her movements and turned to look directly at them, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. What do you know? Back when you all called my brother useless, I had to protect him. Now that he's famous as his sister, I can't afford to hold him back." Her words left the boys speechless. However, one of them, a young man named Qiyu, had a dark expression on his face. As a member of the Qi family, which had long been a subordinate of the Chen family, there had also been a tradition of marriage alliances between the two families. Qiyu had always assumed that someone like Chen Shuao prodigy would eventually become his family's daughter-in-law. But with Chen Han's rise to fame after his live broadcasted battle, that dream had shattered. Watching Chen Shue's determined figure, an unwilling glint flickered in Qiyu's eyes. Hearing this, Qiyu's face darkened, and he blurted out, "Chen Shue, what are you so smug about? Your brother is a loser and will always be a loser. Does doing a live stream change anything? My dad live streams public safety talks every day. Have I ever bragged about it?" These words were like a spark to a fuse. Influenced by her brother Chen Han, Chen Shue, known for her fiery temper, leapt up from the ground, pointing a finger directly at Qiyu. "I've warned you many times you can insult me, but don't you dare talk about my brother. I've had enough of you." Seeing the cold glint in her eyes, Qiyu instinctively took a step back and clamped his mouth shut. Chen Han and Chen Shue, siblings with no parents and limited talent, had always been looked down upon by their family. They used to keep a low profile, but this time, Chen Shue could no longer hold back. She stepped forward, her tone icy. "Qiyu, apologize to my brother right now, or we'll settle this with our fists." With that, she yanked the school badge off her shoulder and threw it heavily at Qiyu's feet, a clear challenge to a martial duel. The surrounding students immediately burst into cheers and jeers. "What's wrong, Qiyu? Scared? Your opponent's just a girl." Under the pressure of the crowd, Qiyu swallowed hard and was forced to accept the challenge. He took off his own badge and tossed it to the ground. "Chen Shue, don't blame me for bullying you. You started this." The two squared off on the school field. Although neither had officially become a martial artist, they had some strength thanks to entry-level breathing techniques and their natural talents. Chen Shue possessed a rare grade elemental talent called Night Snow, while Qiyu only had a grade earth-based talent. His earlier tough talk had been mere bluffing. In reality, Chen Shue was one of the top students at the school and a sought-after prospect for major martial arts universities. Fully aware of the disparity in their abilities, Qiyu stomped his left foot on the ground, quickly erecting a 3 cm thick earthen wall as a defense. In response, Chen Shue let out a sharp cry, her body instantly encased in a jagged, icy armor that served both offensive and defensive purposes. Looking at Qi's earthen wall, Chen Shue sneered. With near martial artist level strength of 180 kilograms and a speed of 10 meters per second, she shot toward her opponent like an arrow released from a bow. "You call my brother a loser? Let's see who the real loser is." With a powerful right hook, the sharp edges of her icy armor sliced through the earthen wall, leaving deep cracks. In moments, the wall shattered to pieces. Witnessing this, Qiyu's face turned ashen as he finally realized the vast gulf between their abilities. In a rush, he summoned a sharp earthen spike and launched it swiftly at Chen Shue. However, the attack was as ineffective as a tickle, leaving only a faint scratch on the icy armor covering her right hand. Chen Shue didn't even flinch, her right fist shot out directly. Bang! Qiyu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. When he struggled to get up, the right side of his face was already swollen, his body covered in bloodstains, looking utterly pitiful. What made it worse was the loud laughter erupting from a few male onlookers nearby. At that moment, Qiyu clutched his swollen cheek with his right hand, tears and snot streaming down his face, crying like a child. You, just wait. I'm going to tell my dad," he shouted through his sobs, stumbling away in a hurry, terrified of being seen in such a state by more people. Chen Shue retracted the icy armor enveloping her body, curling her lips in disdain. But soon, her brow furrowed again. "Will this cause trouble for my brother?" she muttered to herself. As she pondered, her smart device suddenly emitted a notification sound. "Hello, you have one unread message. Please check it." A virtual screen unfolded before her eyes. After glancing at the message, her face lit up, and she quickly headed toward the campus gates. Meanwhile, at the Hanwu City train station, several men in military uniforms were attracting the attention of passers-by. The badges on their shoulders indicated their respectable ranks. Among them, one man, Ji Yun, was speaking animatedly. "Young Master Chen, it's been only 3 months since we returned to Hanwu City, but it feels like a lifetime. Who would have thought that we, once a group of spoiled brats, could now walk through Hanwu City with our heads held high?" Chen Han was about to respond when a sudden waft of fragrance swept past, and a soft figure leaped onto his back. "Chen Han, I didn't know you had an old flame here in Hanwu City." Zhao Linger, tall and elegant, teased as she witnessed the scene. Perhaps even Zhao Linger didn't realize that her words carried a hint of jealousy. Ji Yun, the only one aware of the truth, observed Zhao Linger's slightly awkward expression with great interest. Smiling teasingly, he said, "Instructor Zhao, are we soldiers not even allowed to date?" It was then that Zhao Linger noticed her own lapse, her cheeks flushing faintly. The usually decisive and fiery little chili pepper rarely showed such an expression. Pouting slightly like a child caught doing something wrong, she defended herself. "Who said you can't date? I never said that. It's just that for a soldier, their partner needs to be officially recorded." Chen Han is hiding this information. Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and Zhao Yufei exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into hearty, meaningful laughter. Just as Zhao Linger was fuming with anger, the woman clinging to Chen Han exclaimed sweetly, "Bro, it's been so long," making Zhao Linger wish she could disappear into the ground. Chen Han affectionately pinched his sister Chen Shue's cheek. "Let me take a look at you. It's been months, and you've lost weight. Has the Chen family been mistreating you?" Though he knew in his heart that with Chen Shue's talent and Yu Shuai's influence, the Chen family wouldn't dare to neglect her. Chen Shue huffed lightly, "Bro, the Chen family hasn't done anything to me. It's just that without you around, I don't feel at home anywhere." She turned to glance at the people around her, curiosity lighting up her face. "Bro, aside from Ji Lao Piao, are these all your comrades? Wow, this sister is so beautiful." This perfectly timed compliment instantly softened Zhao Linger's expression. The normally stern and commanding instructor suddenly became gentle, responding in a sweet voice, "Shue, you're so adorable too." At that moment, Chen Han noticed a suspicious scrape on Chen Shue's arm. His gaze sharpened. "Xiao Xue, who did this? Were you bullied at school?" Chen Shue quickly covered her arm and forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just fell during practice. Bro, I'm not some delicate princess. This doesn't even count as an injury." Chen Han knew his sister too well. The more she tried to brush it off, the more it indicated there was more to the story. He was no longer the same Chen Han who endured everything in silence. Now a stage 3 martial artist and a trusted confidant of martial Yu, he would never allow his sister to suffer any injustice again. Even if Chen Shue didn't want to elaborate, he was determined to uncover the truth. The group strolled through the streets of Hanwu City. Zhao Linger and Chen Shue chatted happily, while Ji Yun and the others animatedly discussed the various clubs and venues in the city, with Zhao Yufei listening intently. This brief moment of peace helped calm Chen Han's anger slightly. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. In the distance, a man with one side of his face swollen like a pig's head was storming through the street, shouting curses. He was flanked by 3 bodyguards dressed in black, exuding the air of highly trained martial artists. "Where's that wretched woman? She has the guts to hit me but not to show her face? Just wait, I'll beat her to death today." The man's furious roars drew the attention of passers-by, who quickly formed a circle around him. Due to his heavily disfigured face, few people recognized his identity, which instead sparked a wave of laughter. "Ha ha ha, who is this guy? Too funny who beat him up like that?" Laughter rippled through the crowd. At that moment, the Cold Night Squad happened to be passing by. Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun burst into uncontrollable laughter at the scene, while Chen Shue, the perpetrator of this chaos, broke into a cold sweat. She tugged at Chen Han's sleeve like a guilty child. "Brother, this is boring. Let's leave quickly." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Shue tried to drag Chen Han away, but her attempt was foiled when the Sharpie Qiyu spotted her. Forgetting any semblance of his young master demeanor, Qiyu immediately pointed at her and shouted, "It's you, Chen Shue. You hit me and think you can just run away?" Qiyu, with his bodyguards in tow, stormed across the street. Just as he was about to start cursing, a tall figure stepped in front of Chen Shue. When Qiyu finally recognized Chen Han, he froze in shock and stumbled backward. "Yu, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with the military?" His startled exclamation immediately shifted everyone's attention to Chen Han. The memory of the nationally broadcasted live operation that had captivated millions was still fresh, and Chen Han's name was one that everyone remembered. "Isn't that Chen Han, the leader of the Cold Night Squad? He's the hero of Hanwu City." The onlookers quickly pulled out their phones to snap pictures. Chen Han, however, paid no attention to the crowd. His eyes darkened as he noticed the scrape on his sister's arm. Gripping Chen Shue's wrist, he turned to Qiyu and asked coldly, "Did you do this?" Qiyu's earlier arrogance vanished instantly, and he stammered, "Yeah. So what if I did? Did you see what your sister did to my face?" His words triggered another burst of laughter from the crowd, but Qiyu's bodyguards, oblivious to the danger, stepped forward with their martial auras flaring. "How dare you speak to our young master like that? Do you even know who his father is? Think wearing a military uniform makes you untouchable?" Chen Han said nothing more. Fury surged within him as he gripped his snow wolf spear. In an instant, he unleashed a sweeping strike with the fierce Yu clan spear technique. Before the bodyguards could react, they were struck down, coughing up blood. But he wasn't done yet. The snow wolf spear whistled through the air and impaled all 3 men in one swift motion, stringing them together. He's killing people. Run. The terrified crowd scattered in all directions. Even the other members of the Cold Knight squad were stunned by Chen Han's ruthless actions. But Chen Han wasn't finished. He pulled the spear free and began walking slowly toward Qiyu, who had already wet himself in fear. Don't kill me. My dad is Qian, the director of the War Administration Bureau in Hanwu City. He has connections, powerful ones. Qiyu knelt on the ground, begging for his life, his pants soaked. Unfortunately for him, his father's influence meant nothing to Chen Han. With a flash of cold light, the spear pierced through Qiyu's body without mercy. The scene not only shocked the onlookers, but also left the members of the Cold Knight squad frozen in place. Chun Shui quickly covered her mouth, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, what are you doing?" She didn't condone Chen Han's violent actions. She simply felt that Qi's offense was merely verbal and didn't warrant a life-threatening punishment. Zhao Linger frowned deeply, her tone stern. "Chen Han, with actions like this, how are we supposed to report back to Marshal Yu? This man might be from a prominent family. There's a chance you'll end up in a military court." Chen Han's expression, however, remained unusually calm. He slowly withdrew his spear, wiping the blood from its tip as he spoke indifferently, "Don't forget the purpose of our mission." His tone carried the decisive authority of a seasoned commander. "We came to Hanwu City, officially to get the major families to sign off on the Northern Expedition Plan. But let's be honest, it's really about declaring war on them." He elaborated further, "Qi's crime may not deserve death. If he were an ordinary civilian, I'd at most leave him crippled. But he's the direct heir of the Qi family, one of Hanwu City's elite. This is an internal war, and we must act with overwhelming force." Meanwhile, the major families of Hanwu City had already received news of Chen Han's return. Initially, they had prepared gifts to curry favor with the once disgraced Waste, who had risen to fame through a single battle broadcast. But instead, they arrived just in time to witness this bloody scene. Isn't that the Qi family's heir lying on the ground? When did Chen Han become so audacious, killing someone in broad daylight? Sure, it's about uniting families, but this is just too much. The crowd collectively gasped, dropping their gifts in shock. When Chen Han's cold gaze swept over them, these family members fled in panic. It was only then that the Cold Knight squad realized the gravity of their mission. They had assumed it was a simple matter of getting the families to sign some documents. What they hadn't understood was that the Northern Expedition Plan would severely undermine the interests of these families. Not only would it require deploying large numbers of troops with inevitable casualties, but it also demanded immense financial and material resources. Most critically, it involved star crystals, rare, high-grade weapon resources that were largely controlled by the major families, with minimal reserves in the military. To launch the Northern Expedition, these resources were absolutely essential. This is snatching food from the mouths of the major families. A bloody storm is inevitable. Chen Han's cold voice echoed in the air. Chen Han killed Qiyu to set an example. Let's move head to the base. The Cold Knight squad quickly made their way to the military base in Hanwu City. Within mere minutes, the situation took a dramatic turn. A luxurious car sped onto the scene, screeching to a halt beside Qiyu's lifeless body. The car door flung open, and a middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored suit stumbled out in a frenzy. My son! My son!" The man collapsed to his knees, his heart-wrenching cries piercing the sky. This was none other than Qiyu's father, Qi Feihu, the director of Hanwu City's War Preparation Bureau. Despite its imposing name, the War Preparation Bureau was merely a civilian department tasked with educating residents on wartime knowledge. The only real authority it wielded was the ability to mobilize the city's patrol units, fighters responsible for maintaining order. This minor power had emboldened Qiyu, who often flaunted his father's position to bully others. "Chen Han, you're just a low-ranking soldier. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Qi Feihu's grief quickly transformed into a fiery rage. "A life for a life. They'll have you killed. Relay my orders, mobilize every single patrol unit in Hanwu City. I mean all of them. Bring them here, and we're heading straight to the military base." Meanwhile, the Cold Knight squad had already arrived at the military base. Several soldiers stepped out to greet them, saluting crisply. "Lieutenant Chen, Lieutenant Zhao." A soldier who introduced himself as Luo Feng greeted them warmly. "We've been informed of your arrival in Handong City and prepared a welcome banquet for you." However, Chen Han didn't enter immediately. Instead, he set down his luggage and stood at the entrance, as if waiting for something. "Luo Feng, which units are currently stationed near Hanwu City?" "At the moment, we have the Water God Army's Tsuzi Battalion, the Earth God Army's 6th Battalion, and our Fire God Army's Dingzi Battalion," Luo Feng recalled carefully. Without a word, Chen Han pulled out a token engraved with the character Yu and handed it to Luo Feng. Upon seeing the token, Luo Feng's hands trembled, and he stammered. This is General Yu's military mobilization token. Use this token to summon all 3 battalions to the base," Chen Han commanded firmly. "Young Master Chen, what are you planning now?" Those 3 battalions combined have over 10,000 soldiers they could march to war. Jian couldn't help but ask. Chen Han's eyes burned with intensity as he stared down the lone road ahead, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Just wait. There's a good show coming. Before he finished speaking, the distant sound of sirens erupted. Dozens of patrol cars 70 or 80 in total roared toward the base, coming to a synchronized halt in formation outside. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Chen Shui, who was inexperienced and new to such situations, trembled uncontrollably and instinctively hid behind Chen Han. Xiao Shui, don't be afraid. Your brother's here, Chen Han reassured her softly. This simple sentence eased Chen Shui's tense body a little. The doors of the city patrol vehicles opened one after another, and uniformed patrol team members stepped out in an orderly manner. These weren't ordinary individuals. All of them were at least 6th rank martial artists, with some even reaching the 8th rank. For those who couldn't join the military, this was the ideal destination for family science. Even Chen Han once dreamed of being part of their team. Qi Feihu was the last to step out of the vehicle. Pointing at Chen Han, he roared, "Chen Han, you useless fool. Are you looking to die? How dare you kill my son?" Before his words even faded, hundreds of patrol team members surged forward like a tidal wave, encircling the Hanya squad in an instant. Witnessing this overwhelming scene, Chen Shui's eyes welled up with tears. "Brother, is this my fault? Did I cause trouble for you? I shouldn't have attacked Qiyu. I'm sorry." Chen Han's lips curved into a gentle smile. "It's all right, Xiao Shui. You were helping your brother." The members of the Hanya squad quickly assumed their positions, their expressions grave. Battles between martial artists were swift and decisive, far different from fighting beasts. Facing hundreds of opponents whose strength generally surpassed their own was far more dangerous than facing a horde of beasts. Fortunately, these city patrol members were accustomed to a life of comfort and had never experienced real life-and-death combat. Most of them lacked even the experience of killing, let alone the hardened resolve of soldiers. Without Qi Feihu's command, they were merely posturing, standing there for show. Zhao Linger sneered coldly, "Qi Feihu, it's you who's courting death. Do you even realize we're from the military?" Qi Feihu's face was filled with disdain. "So what if you're from the military? Does that give you the right to kill at will? You're nothing but a bunch of low-ranking soldiers. Just because you're part of a special operations team, you think you're something important?" Ji Yun and Zhu Ming exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. "Qi Feihu, we advise you to know your place. We're no longer the weaklings you used to bully." Qi Feihu's sharp gaze swept over Zhu Ming and Ji Yun before finally landing on Chen Han. These three had long been considered the epitome of failures within the family circles of Hanwu City, always bowing and scraping in his presence. Yet in just a few short months, the situation had completely flipped. However, Qi Feihu knew all too well that mobilizing the entire city patrol force would inevitably attract the attention of all the families. If he backed down now, the Qi family's reputation would be utterly ruined, and they would become a laughingstock. Ji Yun Zhu Ming, out of respect for your family, they'll spare you today. But Chen Han, I must personally take your head today." Qi Feihu roared, his fury so intense that his clothes tore apart, revealing his bulging muscles. He grabbed the finely crafted steel broadsword handed to him by one of his subordinates, his eyes locked fiercely on Chen Han. "Chen Han, don't say I'm bullying you. As long as your comrades don't interfere, I guarantee my patrol team won't step in either. Do you dare to face me unknown?" As the commanding officer of the patrol team, Qi Feihu's strength was undoubtedly formidable, having reached the second tier of a martial general. "All right," Chen Han responded without hesitation, gripping his snow wolf spear firmly with both hands, the spearhead pointing directly at Qi Feihu. Qi Feihu was taken aback by this response. The time he had spent gathering his men had allowed him to cool down somewhat. He knew that the Cold Knight squad must have backing within the military, and recklessly killing a soldier would have dire consequences. His earlier threats were merely a ploy to provoke Chen Han into a duel. After all, an accidental death in an unknown fight was a completely different matter. In the current Grand Xia, there were tens of thousands of martial duels taking place daily. The seasoned political fox felt smug about his plan, unaware that he was walking right into Chen Han's trap. "You insolent brat! Give me back my son's life!" Qi Feihu bellowed, swinging his steel broadsword down with a fierce, cold gleam. As a martial general, his basic attributes were incredibly strong, further enhanced by the Qi family's natural talent for body strengthening. His special ability amplified his muscles, boosting both his offensive and defensive capabilities. This was why he fought Berchestetis muscles were as solid as iron. The blade descended toward Chen Han's head in an instant. However, the months of military training had not been wasted. Relying on his combat instincts, Chen Han raised his spear to block. Clang! The clash of weapons produced a deafening sound, sparks flying in all directions. Qi Feihu was stunned, thinking, This kid is already at the third tier of a martial artist and even managed to block my Vajra blade technique. Knowing his raw strength was inferior to Chi Feihu's, Chen Han quickly withdrew from the attack range. Utilizing the advantage of his spear's reach, he avoided close quarters with the broadsword. To everyone's surprise, he immediately launched a counterattack, unleashing the Yu family spear technique in its entirety. This scene left the city patrol members dumbfounded. To them, a martial artist attacking a martial general was akin to courting death, exposing countless vulnerabilities. However, offense was the essence of the Yu family spear technique. The spear's shadows seemed illusory, relentlessly targeting Chi Feihu's vital points. Though Chen Han's attacks initially failed to break through Chi Feihu's defense, the fact that a martial artist could hold his ground against a martial general was already remarkable. What shocked Chi Feihu even more was that as the fight dragged on, he began to lose his advantage. Not only did Chen Han's stamina seem inexhaustible, his forehead devoid of sweat, but each strike grew increasingly powerful. What started as an inability to penetrate Chi Feihu's defense was now leaving visible wounds on his iron-like muscles. This small wound was indeed nothing for a warrior of Chi Feihu's caliber. The injury healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his heart was far from calm. Chen Han, a mere martial artist, had managed to fight him to a standstill. This completely overturned the century-old iron rule that one's level dictated supremacy. Chi Feihu recalled the past when he encountered Chen Han on the streets, a timid, unassuming young man who bore no resemblance to the formidable opponent standing before him now. Furious, Chi Feihu unleashed his full power, his aura surging as he wielded his long blade with dazzling speed. Each strike carried enough force to split mountains and shatter stones. Members of various prominent families watching from afar gasped in shock. Chi Feihu had been forced to use the Chi family's ancestral technique, the Thousand Waves Jagged Blade. This 12-form blade technique, based on the indestructible Vajra blade style, was classified as an A-level martial skill and consumed tremendous energy. The elders in the crowd knew all too well that when a warrior had to rely on such techniques, it often signaled a losing battle. If Chen Han were at the same level as Chi Feihu, the latter would likely already be dead. The influential families of Hanwu City were compelled to reassess the young man they had always underestimated. When the first strike of the blade fell, Chen Han managed to block it, but the sheer power drove his feet into the ground. He thought to himself, the strength of a warrior-level fighter is truly terrifying. Using the momentum, he retreated swiftly. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Ding! Your killing intent value has reached its maximum. This meant that Chen Han could now activate the Killing God Spear Will, amplifying his attributes fourfold. His base strength skyrocketed from 31,500 kilograms to nearly 150,000 kilograms, on par with Chi Feihu. The tip of his snow wolf spear suddenly erupted with blinding crimson lightning as an overwhelming aura surged from Chen Han. The sudden transformation threw Chi Feihu into disarray, leaving him no time to execute his second strike. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Chen Han closed the distance and unleashed the deadly martial skill, piercing thorn spear of death. A flash of red light erupted as Chi Feihu's iron-like muscles, once his pride, were shredded like paper by the spear's tip. The snow wolf spear pierced into his body with precision, and the battle's outcome was decided. Yet, to Chen Han's astonishment, what should have been a fatal blow to the heart did not kill Chi Feihu. He pulled out the spear, and a large gush of blood immediately poured from Chi Feihu's chest. But Chen Han's gaze froze on the wound. Right at Chi Feihu's heart was an unusual soft shield, a rare mechanical alloy. Mechanical biomodification. Chen Han's eyes sharpened. This was indeed one of the modern methods for warriors to enhance their strength, embedding bioalloys into their bodies to improve physical capabilities. However, modifying the heart was astronomically expensive, and the bioalloy capable of withstanding the piercing force of the death thorn spear was an exceptionally rare treasure. Chi Feihu's face turned pale, his legs trembling. He had never been so close to death, and there was even a faint stain of urine spreading on his pants. His pathetic state was a mirror image of his father's. Everyone, attack! Take down Chen Han! Chi Feihu screamed at the surrounding patrol officers, abandoning all pretense of dignity. I'll take full responsibility. Whoever kills Chen Han, I'll ensure you become the next director of the Strategic Combat Bureau. This promise instantly ignited the officers' ambitions. Previously hesitant due to Chen Han's status, the patrol officers now drew their weapons and surrounded him with predatory glares. Chen Han remained unfazed, calmly retracting his spear and flicking off the blood. He glanced at his watch. Right on time. Just as the patrol officers were about to launch their assault, a series of orderly voices rang out from behind. Captain Lu Linglong of Chu Battalion, reporting for duty. Deputy Captain Gao Ing of Chu Battalion, reporting for duty. Captain Zhang Fa of 6th Battalion, reporting for duty. Captain Wang Dagong of Ding Battalion, reporting for duty. The patrol officers turned their heads at the sound and immediately felt their knees go weak. Soldiers covered the mountainside as far as the eye could see, their numbers 100-fold greater than the patrol team. The marshal's orders carried such authority that these troops arrived in haste, sacrificing their rest to assemble here. Hundreds of patrol officers promptly discarded their weapons and squatted obediently on the ground. Chief Feihu, pale as a ghost, looked utterly defeated, as if he'd lost all will to live. He could never have imagined that a mere rookie could mobilize such a massive force. Chen Han's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke loudly, "Respected captains, you've all witnessed the scene just now, haven't you?" Director Chief Feihu of the Strategic Combat Bureau insulted this officer and, after being disciplined, showed no remorse but dared to retaliate. What punishment does such a crime deserve? Death, death, death. The deafening cries of execution echoed across the mountains, shaking the heavens. Chen Han turned his gaze to the now paralyzed Chief Feihu, delivering a final blow that drained all color from his face. "Chief Feihu, I forgot to mention before my departure. Marshal, you personally granted me the authority to act at my discretion." The weight of the phrase "act at your discretion" was something Chief Feihu, who had navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for years, understood all too well, especially when these words came from Marshal Yu himself. Even the highest authority in Decisive treated Marshal Yu with utmost respect, akin to the imperial envoys of ancient times. For Chief Feihu, a minor official not even ranking as a 7th-grade officer, offending such a figure would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. Chief Feihu's heart was filled with anguish. It was clearly Chen Han who had killed his son first. It was clearly Chen Han who had accepted his challenge. This was an injustice greater than Do Yi's. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Han's ultimate target was never his life to begin with. At this moment, Jiyun stepped forward, her voice stern and commanding. "Chief Feihu, how dare you? Do you realize the audacity it takes to offend Officer Chen?" Zhu Ming immediately chimed in. "It's not just Chief Feihu, it's the entire Qi family. You've been running amok in Hanwu City for far too long, completely oblivious to the limits of your arrogance." These words sent a chill down Chief Feihu's spine. It was bad enough for him alone to offend an imperial envoy, but now the entire Qi family was implicated? Panicked, he dropped to his knees, trembling as he pleaded to Chen Han. "Officer Chen Han, it's my fault alone. This has nothing to do with the Qi family. He'll take full responsibility for my actions. If his personal misdeeds were to bring disaster upon the entire Qi family, he would be guilty beyond redemption." Yet, he still failed to grasp that Chen Han had never been targeting him alone from the start. Is that so? One person takes responsibility for their actions. Chen Han sat with an imposing air, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Chief Feihu. That penetrating gaze sent shivers down Chief Feihu's spine. Never could he have imagined that an 18-year-old would exude such calculated and commanding authority. Chen Han let out a cold snort and slammed the table as he stood abruptly. "I say the entire Qi family must be brought to justice to eradicate this corruption. Attacking an officer outside the military camp, where is the law? Where is the order? Guards, take Chief Feihu away. Tomorrow, we'll deal with the Qi family properly." It was only then that Chief Feihu realized he had fallen into Chen Han's carefully laid trap from the very beginning. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been duped so easily, but he had underestimated this once disgraced youth of Hanwu City. "Chen Han, you're truly cunning. Ruthless." Chief Feihu spat venomously at Chen Han, but he had no choice but to surrender. Any rash move on his part now would only give Chen Han the perfect excuse to destroy the Qi family entirely. Chen Han paid no attention to Chief Feihu's seething glare. Instead, he turned his gaze to the distant hillside, where a crowd of onlookers had gathered, spies sent by the various influential families of Hanwu City. They watched with glee, mocking the once mighty Qi family of Hanwu City, defeated by a nobody from the Chen family. The Qi family has truly fallen. Chief Feihu, that petty official who lorded over the city, is finally getting what he deserves. But Chen Han's next remark wiped the smug smiles off their faces, and some of the more timid ones nearly stumbled in fear. The families of Hanwu City have been causing chaos and suffering for too long. Such audacity! If even the Qi family dares to ambush and murder outside a military camp, it's about time this entire city was cleaned up. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers roared in unison. Kill. The single word thundered across the heavens, carrying an undeniable authority in Chen Han's voice. The faces of the representatives from the major families turned deathly pale, as if an invisible blade had been pressed against their throats. "Quick! Hurry back and inform the clan leader. Chen Han is here to take lives." Panicked cries erupted from the crowd. Chen Han's true intentions were laid bare in that moment. Although the major families had sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. The discretionary powers granted to Chen Han by Marshal Yu gave him the highest authority in Hanwu City, including the power of life and death. The misdeeds of the Qi family had provided him with the perfect justification to act. Watching the group flee in disarray, a satisfied smirk curved on Chen Han's lips as he turned and headed back to the garrison. Chen Han, don't you think you've gone too far? Zhao Linger asked cautiously. Marshal, you will face significant pressure because of this. Sometimes you have to be ruthless to stand firm, Chen Han replied firmly. You've never lived among these families, so you don't know how troublesome they can be. To deal with them, there's no room for mercy. Zhao Linger's concern wasn't unfounded. Not long after Chen Han had dealt with the situation, Yu Wuyan in the capital began receiving a flood of reports. Phrases like killing in public, disregard for law, and violation of military discipline appeared repeatedly in the complaints. However, after reading the reports, Yu Wuyan burst into laughter. Ha ha, well done. That's the kind of soldier I want. If he had acted like a coward, I'd have scolded him myself. Marshal Yu, these reports could have serious repercussions for you, his secretary said worriedly. Aren't you concerned that the old officials will seize this opportunity to cause trouble? Concerned? Yu Wuyun snorted coldly. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be Yu Wuyun. Those old relics in the capital, over 100 years old and still ready to fight. Besides, this gives me a chance to show them that this marshal is not to be underestimated by some junior officer. With that, he grabbed his guandao and stood up. Follow me to the Chen family. It was clear that while Hanwu City was only a secondary stronghold, the capital home to the most powerful factions was a much tougher challenge, one that required Yu Yuan's personal intervention. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread across Daxia. The grand mansion of the prominent Chen family, located in the heart of the capital, had been sliced in half, leaving behind a massive 100-meter-wide crater on the ground. As night fell, Chen Han sat cross-legged, focusing on his cultivation. The battle earlier that day with Qi Feihu had given him new insights into martial arts. His combat experience was still lacking. In the military camp, he had mostly fought opponents of similar rank, often overwhelming them with ease. Facing a mid-level opponent like Qi Feihu had proven to be an invaluable challenge. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Your military rank has been promoted by 3 levels, and you've earned 30,000 points. Chen Han exhaled in relief. This meant his rank of second lieutenant had finally been officially confirmed. Clearly, Yu Wuyun had pulled some strings. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to ensure the compliance of the company-level officers in Hanwu City. With 30,000 points in hand, Chen Han already had a plan. Allocate 20,000 points to draw a new breathing technique and use the remaining 10,000 to acquire martial skills. These were his 2 weakest areas at the moment. Although the Golden Sun breathing technique was decent, it was merely average compared to top-tier techniques. Additionally, his single martial skill was inadequate for handling complex combat scenarios. System, select the highest tier in the technique pool. I want to draw a technique. Ding. As a reward for your repeated draws, the system is granting you a special benefit. You can select a specific type of technique from the pool, and its grade will be guaranteed to be the highest SSS level. Such an opportunity? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Han's eyes. The system was actually offering a chance to draw a targeted cultivation technique, and it was of the highest grade. Without hesitation, he directed the selection to the breathing techniques category. System, initiate targeted breathing technique draw. As the command was issued, a magnificent roulette wheel appeared before him. Neatly arranged on it were 6 top-tier breathing techniques. Though few in number, each one was priceless. The pointer began to spin rapidly, eventually stopping in the section labeled Starry Sky Breathing Technique. The system's notification sounded immediately. Congratulations, you have obtained the Starry Sky Breathing Technique. This was an SS-grade ancient technique, unique in its ability to draw spiritual energy directly from the vast universe. Not only did it double the base attribute enhancements compared to ordinary breathing techniques, but its cultivation speed was an astonishing 10 times faster. The system instantly upgraded Chen Han's basic breathing technique to the Starry Sky breathing technique. This was no small improvement. Take strength. For example, an average 3rd-stage martial artist could muster around 24,000 kilograms of force. Even the top-tier Golden Sun breathing technique used in the military could only push that to 30,000 kilograms. However, the Starry Sky breathing technique allowed Chen Han's strength to soar directly to 90,000 kilograms, nearing the 120,000 kilograms of a 3rd-stage martial general like Qi Feihu. Eager to test his newfound power, Chen Han struck the strength testing machine with a punch. The display instantly showed 94,350. Next, he tested his vitality. Without any medicinal support, his reading reached 82 Tiersa, terrifying number at the level of a martial emperor. Indeed, breathing techniques are the foundation of everything, Chen Han marveled to himself. With 10,000 points remaining, Chen Han decisively opted for a skill draw. He drew twice, and the goddess of luck smiled on him once again. The system notifications rang out one after another. Congratulations, You have obtained the S-grade martial skill, Void Breaker Fist. Congratulations, you have obtained the SS-grade martial skill, Sunslayer Spear. The first, while S-grade, was unfortunately a hand-to-hand combat skill. Faced with the two newly acquired martial techniques, Chen Han had already formed a clear judgment in his mind. The first technique, while usable, had no connection to his sacred body of the weapon soul or his spear intent of the god of slaughter, making it only a backup option for emergencies when unarmed. The second technique, however, the sun-extinguishing god-slaying spear, stood out with its domineering name alone, hinting at its extraordinary power. It was the first SS-level martial technique Chen Han had ever obtained. Compared to the piercing thorn spear, the introduction of the sun-extinguishing god-slaying spear was brief, yet the phrase, shatter the sun, obliterate the void, a single spear transcends worlds, was enough to convey its terrifying destructive power. To put it into perspective, even the slevel-piercing thorn spear, when amplified by the sacred body of the weapon soul, allowed Chen Han, a mere warrior-level combatant, to effortlessly slay a Tier 4 mutated beast, the wolf spider matriarch. The power of this true SS-level martial technique was simply beyond imagination. At dawn, Chen Han opened his eyes, feeling a new surge of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. In just a few short days, he had advanced to the 4th tier of the warrior level. The sacred body of the weapon soul combined with the starry sky breathing technique, this cultivation speed is unparalleled, he murmured to himself before quickly washing up. Just as he was about to step out, Zhao Linger hurried in, holding a tablet displaying a shocking piece of news. The headline read, "Shocking. Commander-in-Chief Yu Wuyun's Furian aristocratic family in the capital annihilated overnight." The accompanying image showed a massive crater 100 meters deep in the most bustling district of the capital. "Let's go. Bring Qi Feihu and head to the Qi family," Chen Han ordered decisively. He had his own plans upon returning to Hanwu City. "Yes, Captain Chen," Zhao Linger responded respectfully, addressing him by his rank for the first time. On the bustling streets of Hanwu City, a convoy of hundreds of military vehicles rolled through in an imposing procession. The most eye-catching sight was Qi Feihu, a high-ranking official, tied atop the central vehicle, exposed to the public scrutiny. Onlookers along the roadside buzzed with curiosity. "Who's this? Such a grand display, and they even tied up Qi the Skinner," a bald man selling braised pork rice shouted. "I heard it's that good-for-nothing kid from the Chen family. Seems like he's in charge now and throwing his weight around," someone replied. The convoy soon arrived at the gates of the Qi family estate. By this point, Qi Feihu, humiliated and on the verge of collapse, had endured endless ridicule. However, the gates of the Qi family were tightly shut, and a voice from within called out, "Captain Chen, we severed ties with Qi Feihu yesterday. His name has been removed from our family registry. Please leave." Chen Han's expression turned icy as he leaped out of the vehicle, gripping his snow wolf spear. With a deafening boom, the Qi family's gates and surrounding walls collapsed in an instant. The Qi family members, who had intended to intimidate Chen Han, were now trembling in fear at his thunderous display of power. "Drive the vehicles in. If anyone dares block the way, run them over," Chen Han, clad in a black military uniform, commanded coldly. To the Qi family, he now appeared like a demon straight out of hell. The Qi family's martial artists, still clinging to a shred of hope, stood blocking the gates in an attempt to stop the advancing army. At Chen Han's command, the military vehicles surged forward like an unstoppable iron tide, crushing through the smashed-open gates. One Qi family warrior, recklessly trying to intercept, was hit hidden by the vehicle driven by Wang Dagong, the captain of the vanguard unit of the Fire God Army. "You've got a death wish," Wang Dagong roared furiously, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The deafening blast of gunfire followed, and the unfortunate warrior was instantly blown to pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The gruesome scene struck terror into the hearts of the other Qi family martial artists. These pampered warriors, accustomed to peace and comfort, had never witnessed such carnage. Panicked, they scattered like frightened animals. Hundreds of military vehicles stormed through the courtyard, heading straight for the Qi family's inner sanctum. Chen Han stepped out of his vehicle, dragging Qi Feihu behind him, and strode into the ancestral hall. He tossed Qi Feihu onto the ground in front of the current clan leader, Qi Bian, as though discarding a dead dog. Qi Feihu was already reduced to a sobbing mess, pleading desperately, "Big brother, save me. Please save me." Qi Bian stood frozen, unsure of how to respond to the unfolding nightmare. What shocked him even more was Chen Han's audacity. Seated himself directly in the grand armchair reserved for the head of the ancestral hall, an open act of humiliation. The young Chen Han sat upright, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room. Not a single member of the Qi family dared to meet his eyes. "So, all of you here, are you plotting how to deal with me?" His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Forcing himself to speak, Qi Bian said, "Chen Han, what do you want?" Qi Feihu has already been expelled from the family. Don't forget, you're a member of the Chen family, and our Qi family has always been on good terms with yours. Chen Han gave no reply. He merely watched as more soldiers filed into the hall, then took a slow sip of tea before uttering a single word. Kill. The soldiers immediately began their slaughter. Though the Qi family's martial artists were not without skill, they were no match for these battle-hardened soldiers forged through life-and-death struggles. In mere moments, the hall was filled with screams. Blood ran down the steps, and countless bodies were tossed into the courtyard pond. Leave the women. As for the men, every single one of them, kill them all. Chen Han's command sent Qi Bian into a state of icy despair. This was a fate worse than extermination. It was the complete severing of the Qi family's bloodline. Qi Bian cried out in anguish, "Stop! Stop this madness!" Meanwhile, Qi Feihu was drowning in regret, cursing himself for ever provoking Chen Han. The Qi family was effortlessly crushed by tens of thousands of soldiers. At the same time, other families discreetly sent people to observe and gauge the fallout from this devastating incident. As Chen Han violently broke down the door, the tragic scene of the Qi family was immediately exposed to the various prominent families. Witnessing this, many members of these families felt a deep sense of fear and empathy. Some even quickly recorded the scene and sent it back to their respective families. At this moment, the most terrified group in Hanwu City was the Chen family. Inside the vast ancestral hall of the Chen family, it was chaotic and crowded with people. In addition to the Chen family members themselves, many individuals from other families in Hanwu City had also gathered there. They came not only seeking protection, but also to demand accountability. "Chen Jinan, your family sure raised a fine young man," someone shouted angrily. "He's about to wipe out the entire Qi family. Once the Qi family is gone, are we next? Now that he has General Yu backing him and can command the entire army, who in Hanwu City would dare to stand against him?" Chen Jinan silently stared at the screen showing the devastation of the Qi family, unable to speak for a long time. What frightened him more than the questioning voices of the crowd was the sight of Chen Han sitting expressionless in the center of the ancestral hall. Chen Han was surely well aware of the long-standing alliance between the Qi and Chen families. For him to strike the Qi family so ruthlessly was undoubtedly a warning to the Chen family, an unspoken reminder that their fates were intertwined. Damn it! No matter what, Chen Han has caused such a huge mess, and your Chen family must take responsibility for resolving it. A rough voice suddenly roared, breaking Chen Jinnan's thoughts. The loud outburst startled the head of Hanwu City's most prominent family so much that he fell off his chair, landing in a humiliating crouch on the floor. The crowd stared in astonishment at Chen Jinnan's undignified state. They had hoped the Chen family, as the city's leading family, would take the lead in opposing this situation. Instead, they were met with such weakness. Seeing the family head's disgrace, Chen Shi appeared much calmer. He tried to reassure the crowd, saying, "Everyone, please don't panic. Chen Han is not someone who kills recklessly. There must be a reason for his actions. Why don't we wait and see what he truly wants?" Meanwhile, inside the Qi family residence, the scene was one of utter carnage, filled with corpses and endless cries of anguish. Qi Bian, his face streaked with tears, dropped to his knees before Chen Han. "Lieutenant Chen, I beg you to stop. If this continues, the Qi family will face total annihilation." The influential members of the Qi ancestral hall also knelt down one after another, pleading desperately, "Lieutenant Chen, please show mercy. Lieutenant Chen, spare us." Seeing that the time was right, Chen Han pulled out the Northern Expedition plan from his coat and tossed it at Qi Bian's feet. He ordered coldly, "Stop." Immediately, the soldiers assembled in neat formation within the courtyard. Qi Bian, trembling, picked up the plan and began to read. "The Northern Expedition Plento campaign against the Dark Domain. All families must approve the plan and contribute generously. Donations of resources will be required based on family size." As he read this, Qi Bian's pupils widened in shock. He stared at the document in disbelief, so stunned that he dropped it to the ground. Glaring furiously at Chen Han, he exclaimed, 100 kilograms of star crystals? Why don't you just rob us outright?" In response to Qi Bian's accusation, Chen Han merely gazed at him coldly. Looking around at the scattered bodies, Qi Bian suddenly felt a chill run through him, realizing the truth. This is robbery, isn't it? Other possessions could be negotiated, but star crystals, an irreplaceable strategic resource, were the lifeblood of every major family and never revealed lightly. Now, Chen Han was making an outrageous demand: 100 kilograms of star crystals, which would practically empty the Qi family's reserves. Qi Bian stood amidst a field of corpses, his expression dark. This was a flawless open scheme. His son, Qi Feihu, had ambushed Chen Han at the military camp's gate, making it impossible to justify even in the capital. Not to mention, someone of Yu Shuai's stature was far beyond the Qi family's reach. "Second Lieutenant Chen," Qi Bian forced out, My Qi family's resources are limited. 100 kilograms of star crystals is impossible. At most 50 kilograms. Even this number caused him immense pain. 50 kilograms represented 30 years of painstaking accumulation. Chen Han regarded him coldly, then pulled a blueprint from his coat and tossed it to the ground. Qi Bian's face changed drastically as he looked closer. It was a detailed map of all the Qi family's assets, from the 3 alloy manufacturing companies on Suzaku Street in Hanwu City to the weapons parts factories on the outskirts of the capital. Nothing was left out. How do you know all this? His words sparked shock among the Chen family members present. Chen Jinan exclaimed, impossible. The family's assets are never entrusted to the younger generation. Don't underestimate him, Chen Shiming said, taking a deep breath. While the younger generation isn't involved in management, the distribution of assets is public knowledge. He's memorized everything. This was precisely why Yu Wuyan had sent the Iya team to Hanwu. Qi Bian's last card was effortlessly crushed. Trembling, he had no choice but to sign the Northern Expedition Plan. Final sign. Hundreds of military trucks loaded with the Qi family's possessions slowly departed. Meanwhile, back at the Chen family's ancestral hall, the gathered clansmen were filled with unease. Is Chen Han trying to drive every family to the brink? We can't just sit here and wait for our doom. Amid the chaotic discussions, Chen Jinan was utterly at a loss. Just months ago, in this very hall, he had led the family in sending Chen Han to the military camp. Now, the situation had completely flipped. Beyond fear, he was consumed with regret. Had they treated Chen Han well back then, this young man, who became a second lieutenant at just 18 and was Yu Marshal's appointed successor, could have been the Chen family's golden opportunity. After a long moment of contemplation, Chen Jinan finally spoke. Offer gifts. At those 2 words, an eerie silence fell over the entire hall. I don't believe it. No one can truly be selfless, Chen Jinan said angrily, pacing back and forth in the Chen family's council hall. Chen Han is one of our own, and I believe I understand him well enough. They're doing all this just for money, aren't they? What Northern Expedition? It's all nonsense. He let out a cold snort. Just a bunch of kids playing around. A new official always wants to make a splash. I personally went to offer gifts to show him respect. Chen Jinan finally made the decision befitting the head of a family. As the representative of the Hanwu city families, if he didn't take a stand soon, chaos would likely ensue among the families even without Chen Han making a move. Yet, the words he had spoken to Chen Han a few months ago still echoed in his mind. This visit would undoubtedly cost him his dignity. Patriarch, why don't I go instead? Patriarch, Chen Han is just a young man acting out. We can send a few more people to reason with him. The members of the Chen family stepped forward one after another, trying to dissuade him. Chen Jinan waved his hand. Unless I go in person, Chen Han won't relent. The next day, Chen Han moved his office to the Hanwu City government building. Having just eliminated the Qi family, he decided to bide his time for now, sending his subordinates to monitor the movements of the other families. With rare free time on his hands, Chen Han took his younger sister, Chen Shui, to visit the Hanwu City military arsenal. As the highest-ranking commander in Hanwu City, even the city lord had to obey his orders. Naturally, he now had full access to the arsenal's equipment. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons and gear in the warehouse, Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, can I really choose whatever I want? She asked eagerly.
Yes.
Chen Han affectionately patted his sister's head. Thinking back to their time with the Chen family, when he had relied on her a great talent to receive subsidies but had never given her anything in return, he felt a pang of guilt. He took out the Jinyang breathing technique and a bottle of spirit elixir made from exotic beast materials from his pocket. Take these as well, but remember, never show the Jinyang breathing technique to anyone. Treasures invite trouble. Chen Shui nodded obediently. Brother, we finally don't have to endure the Chen family's treatment anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes as she recalled their past hardships. Just then, Ji Yun came running in hastily. Young Master Chen, your patriarch is here. Brother, I'm a little scared, Chen Shui whispered, clutching Chen Han's sleeve. Though the patriarch, Chen Jinan, had never directly mistreated them, he had always turned a blind eye to the bullying they endured from others. Shui, he can no longer threaten us, Chen Han said firmly, holding her hand. Come on, let's go meet him. From today onward, you must completely sever ties with the Chen family. In the government hall of Hanwu City, Chen Jinan had been waiting for Chen Han for quite some time. Beside him stood several martial generals from the Chen family, and on the floor were more than a dozen exquisite chests, clearly prepared in advance. When Chen Han entered the hall with Chen Shui, it was the first time Chen Jinan had faced him since their estrangement. His gaze swept over Chen Han, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Martial artist, 4th rank. As a 7th rank martial general, his judgment of cultivation levels was never wrong. Just days ago, during the battle with Qi Feihu, Chen Han had clearly been a 3rd rank martial artist. Such rapid progress was almost unbelievable. Suppressing his inner shock, Chen Junnan forced a flattering smile. However, Chen Han walked towards the main seat with an impassive expression and asked coldly, Patriarch Chen, what brings you here today? The scene seemed like a reversal of events from a few months ago. Once high and mighty, Chen Jinnan now had to endure the awkwardness. Xiao Han, he began, but Chen Han interrupted him coldly. While working, address me by my title. Rage surged within Chen Jinnan. As an elder of the Chen family, he had never been treated this way by a younger member. Yet, he gritted his teeth and continued, Second Lieutenant Chen, I know our Chen family has wronged you over the years, and I feel deeply remorseful. I came here to offer you some compensation. He gestured for his subordinates to open the chests. The first one revealed gold bars, gleaming under the light with a dazzling brilliance. Even in the new era, gold carried immense value. The second and third chests followed, unveiling vitality elixirs and rare metals used for advanced weaponry, each worth tens of millions of blue star credits. The contents of the last few chests were even more striking: 500 kilograms of glittering star crystals. These were the most precious resources of the current age, and the quantity presented here even exceeded the Chen family's existing reserves. Faced with such lavish gifts, Chen Han merely narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, Patriarch Chen, what is the meaning of this? Chen Jinnan, delighted by his apparent interest, quickly replied, it's nothing, really. As I said, this is just a little compensation for you. And of course, for Chen Shui as well. Over the years, the Chen family has treated you siblings unfairly. Standing to the side, Chen Shui felt uneasy about Chen Jinnan's sudden change in demeanor and whispered, Brother, why is the patriarch acting like this? He wasn't like this before. Seeing Chen Han remain silent, Chen Jinnan pressed on, Xiao Han, take these things. Your uncle will reinstate your name in the family registry. Return to the military soon, and I'll wish you great success, bringing glory to the family. Hearing this, Chen Han simply waved his hand, summoning Ji Yun to his side. This gesture made Chan Zenin's heart sink, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Ji Yun held his notebook tightly, shivering as he listened to Chen Han's cold words. Member of the Fire God Army's Kuei Battalion Cold Night Squad, Ji Yun, take note. New calendar year 101. November 20. Clan leader Chen Jinan of the Chen family attempted to bribe this second lieutenant, violating military discipline and law. Ji Yun swallowed hard, his gaze darting uneasily to Chen Han's face. Writing down such a record would lead to unimaginable consequences. After a moment of hesitation, he caught the unwavering determination in Chen Han's eyes and had no choice but to lower his head and record every word verbatim. Chen Jinnan stood frozen in place, a chilling sensation running from his feet to the top of his head. Memories of how Chen Han had previously obliterated the entire Qi family over a minor offense flashed through his mind, a grim reminder of the terrifying power of the state apparatus. Lieutenant Chen Jinnan forced himself to suppress his unease. Is the price not high enough for you? No problem, I can gather more from the other major families. 500 kilograms of star crystals. Any prominent family in the capital would be tempted by such an offer. Chen Han's eyes grew even colder. Record this clan leader Chen Jinnan of Hanwu City attempted bribery, failed, and then sought to increase the offer to bribe this second lieutenant. That simple statement sent cold sweat streaming down Chen Jinnan's face. A dignified 7th-tier marshal general, now trembling uncontrollably, found himself utterly incapable of speaking. At that moment, several marshal generals from the Chen family stepped forward. One of them shouted angrily, Chen Han, that's enough. No matter what, the Chen family gave you a life to live. Must you drive us to extinction? Without the Chen family, you would have been an abandoned orphaned by now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a marshal general named Chen Hui had already made his move. Chen Hui, Chen Han's sixth uncle, had personally witnessed Chen Han's battle with Qi Feihu. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Chen family's glass martial technique, the heaven-shaking palm, its powerful gusts of energy roaring through the great hall. But just as Chen Hui was about to succeed, a blinding light suddenly erupted within the hall. When the light dissipated, everyone saw that Chen Hui's head was gone, and the 7-to-8-story government building had been blasted in half. Chen Han stood with his snow wolf spear in hand, his voice still icy. Record this Chen family member Chen Hui attempted to assault this second lieutenant within the government hall and was executed on the spot by me. His crime warrants the extermination of his entire clan. The terrifying power of this strike, combined with Chen Han's merciless verdict, finally broke Chen Jinnan. The once proud 7th-tier marshal general collapsed to his knees with a loud thud. Chen Han, that's your sixth uncle. Why are you so ruthless? I'm begging you as your eldest uncle, spare the Chen family. This is your own family. Chen Jinnan knelt before Chen Han, tears streaming down his face. The once proud head of the Chen family now looked like a defeated dog, fully aware that Chen Han possessed the power to destroy their family completely. Chen Han, seated calmly in a chair, remained expressionless as he uttered a single word. Leave. Chen Jinnan's heart trembled, terrified that Chen Han might order his immediate execution. Let's go. He urgently gestured for the Chen family members to retreat. People can leave, but the belongings stay. Chen Han's voice was calm yet icy. You said you wouldn't spare the families from Hanwu City. So why should we hand over these things to you? Chen Jinnan asked in shock. Chen Han gestured toward the damaged government building. The government building wasn't cheap to construct. Since your family has offended me, the cost naturally falls on the Chen family. Ugh. Chen Jinnan's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The resources at stake, especially the 500 kilograms of star crystals, were enough to establish a new family. He wanted to argue, but, fearing Chen Han might act immediately, he left with a darkened expression. Just then, Ji Yun, fully armed and clad in a Type 6 special combat suit, approached Chen Han. Young Master Chen, when are we making our move? I didn't get enough action last time with the Qi family. Making what move? Chen Han asked with an amused smile. To destroy the Chen family, of course. Isn't that what you said? Ji Yun looked puzzled. Chen Han only gave a mysterious smile and instructed Ji Yun to return to camp for more training. Back at the Chen family residence, Chen Zenin's legs nearly gave out beneath him. He immediately ordered all the families in Hanwu City to send reinforcements. Soon, luxury cars filled the estate, and the Chen family courtyard was swarming with tens of thousands of people, including over 400 powerful warriors of the martial general level. Clan leader Chen, are you saying Chen Han is planning to wipe out his own family? If he leaves us no way out, then we'll fight to the death. The crowd fortified their defenses, fearing Chen Han would lead an assault on the Chen family, just as he had with the Qi family. But an entire day past 3 meals came, and went and there was still no sign of Chen Han. Finally, a scout rushed in to report, everyone. Chen Han is just overseeing the repairs to the government building. He's shown no intention of attacking. At this, skeptical gazes turned toward Chen Jinnan. Chen Jinnan's face was etched with shock. The overwhelming force Chen Han demonstrated yesterday, which seemed like the harbinger of annihilation, now revealed itself to be a meticulously crafted move in a larger game. It dawned on him Chen Han's absence was itself a clever signal. He had no intention of truly wiping everyone out. This simple yet ingenious tactic had instantly torn apart the unity among the families of Hanwu City. First came the display of overwhelming power to intimidate, followed by a strategic withdrawal to sow discord. This sequence of strategies was so masterful that Chen Jinnan found it hard to believe it had come from the little brat he used to know. The heads of the various families, being astute individuals, quickly grasped the deeper implications. One of them stood up immediately. Clan leader Chen, I have pressing matters to attend to in my family. I won't stay here any longer. I must take my leave as well. Another chimed in, prompting others to echo similar sentiments. Chen Jinnan watched the backs of the departing figures, teetering on the edge of despair. What had once been a straightforward confrontation with Chen Han, even if it meant mutual destruction, was now entirely out of reach. Furious, he roared, stop right there. This is clearly Chen Han's ploy to divide us. The clan leaders understood this perfectly well, but they also knew it was an open scheme that left them no way out. To continue resisting would only lead to their clan's destruction. Ignoring Chen Jinnan's enraged shouts, they departed one by one. Soon, the Chen family compound fell into a heavy silence. All of this had been within Chen Han's calculations. That very night, one of the families came forward to pledge their allegiance. A middle-aged couple Ji Yun's parents arrived at Chen Han's office. Jis' mother held a plan for the northern campaign, while Jis' father carried a mysterious long box on his back. Chen Han held a certain respect for these two. Despite their low aptitude for cultivation, which had left them in a difficult position within the Ji family, they had often helped him in secret. Jis' father placed the long box on the desk and handed over the campaign plan. Xiao Han, let's get straight to the point. The Ji family has sent us to negotiate peace. Here is the signed Northern Campaign Plan. Chen Han glanced over the plan, noting that the Ji family leader's signature was indeed already in place. Satisfied, he nodded. After all, his primary objective was to secure signatures on the plan and gather resources from the families. Jai's father then opened the long box, revealing a remarkable spear. The shaft was forged from a unique metal, exuding a radiant glow, with intricate dragon patterns seemingly alive. Most striking of all was the spearhead, carved from a mysterious black stone that radiated a terrifying, almost tangible aura of lethality. This, Xiao Han, is the Overlord Spear, Jis' father explained. The shaft is crafted from a meteorite alloy capable of generating star crystals, while the spearhead is made of an unknown element 7 material, surpassing the strength of all known metals. Its original owner was none other than Han Haoran, the first martial god in the history of the Great Xia. Han Haoran, a name destined to be etched in the annals of history. As the first martial god-level warrior on the continent, He not only pioneered this unprecedented realm of power, but also stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Wuyun during an era of darkness and turmoil. Together, they were hailed as the twin pillars of the empire, carving out a haven for the Daxia people in their struggle for survival. After Han Haoran's tragic demise, even his old friend Yu Wuyun dared only to claim the title of the second best under heaven. No one else has since dared to covet the title of the continent's greatest warrior. When Father Ji mentioned Han Haoran's sudden illness and death, Chen Han silently shook his head. As a member of the military, he had access to classified documents that revealed the truth. The invincible martial god had returned gravely injured after venturing alone into the northern dark domain. It is said that he endured a brutal and harrowing battle in the frigid tundra. By the time he dragged his battered body back, the combination of old wounds and new injuries overwhelmed him, leading to his untimely death at the age of 60. This event instilled an unspeakable fear of the northern dark domain among the higher-ups. If even a martial god like Han Haoran could fall, others could only dream of matching his prowess. For this reason, Yu Wuyun's plans for a northern expedition were vetoed year after year. Gazing at the overlord's spear before him, Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim softly, "General Han's personal weaponness is more precious than any national treasure." Before his words fully landed, Ji Yun's parents suddenly dropped to their knees, their voices filled with earnest pleading. "Please, Lieutenant Chen, accept the overlord's spear." Chen Han hurriedly helped the couple to their feet. "This is far too valuable. I can't accept it." Though he wasn't the type to refuse gifts outright, could accept the Ji family's generosity without guilt. This particular offering carried an overwhelming weight. However, Ji Yun's parents were adamant. They even called Ji Yun over to assist. Ji Yun, with his father tugging at his ear, repeatedly urged, "Lieutenant Chen, just take it already. My dad came across it by chance during his business dealings, and it's been sitting around for years. You might as well have it." Realizing it was Ji father's personal possession, Chen Han no longer declined. Bowing deeply to the couple, he said, "Thank you, uncle and aunt." In truth, from the moment his eyes fell on the overlord's spear, Chen Han felt an almost magnetic pull toward it, as though the weapon had been forged specifically for him. Compared to his current high-grade spiritual weapon, the Snow Wolf Spear, the Overlord Spear was leagues ahead, undoubtedly a supreme divine weapon. On the continent today, weapons are categorized into 4 tiers: common, high-grade, exceptional, and supreme. Whether weapons of an even higher grade exist remains unknown due to current technological limitations. Even forging supreme divine weapons is an arduous task. The sheer challenge of gathering materials deters many. As a result, supreme divine weapons are exceedingly rare across the entire continent. There are only 2 recorded ultimate firearms. One belonged to Commander Yu. After Han Haoran's passing, Yu Lao buried it underground to honor his old friend and switched to using a guandao. The other is the Overlord Spear currently in Chen Han's possession. Chen Han's SS level talent, the Sacred Weapon Soul Physique, has extremely demanding requirements for weapons. The higher the weapon's quality, the stronger the power of the Sacred Weapon Soul Physique. The moment he obtained the Overlord Spear, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the ultimate weapon, the Overlord Spear. Your cultivation speed has increased by 100 times. This meant that 1 day of his cultivation was equivalent to 100 days for an ordinary person. Combined with the starry sky breathing technique, his cultivation speed had broken all conventional limits. The next morning, as Chen Han awakened from his meditation, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body had reached the 5th stage of the martial artist realm. In the days that followed, Chen Han devoted himself entirely to cultivation, seemingly setting aside the northern expedition plan. His progress was astonishing. 6th stage, 7th stage within a mere few days, he had achieved these remarkable heights. Meanwhile, many families, inspired by the Ji family, came forward to sign the Northern Expedition Agreement and offer gifts, all of which Chen Han politely declined. Before long, nearly 1/3 of the families in Hanwu City had signed the agreement. In stark contrast to Chen Han's smooth progress was the chaos within the Chen family. Chen Zhennan spent his days sitting in the ancestral hall, staring fixedly at the door as if waiting for something, his nerves on edge. Watching Chen Han gradually erode the Chen family's alliances, he was on the verge of collapse. "Brother, please eat something," Chen Shiming said, handing him a meal. "While martial artists won't starve to death, prolonged fasting will weaken your vitality and could cause your cultivation level to drop." Chen Jinnan furiously swatted the food away and shouted hysterically, "I won't eat. Let that brat Chen Han come. Isn't he trying to destroy me? Why doesn't he come?" The once proud patriarch had fallen to such a pitiful state. Within the family, discussions had already begun about removing him from his position as patriarch. Watching all this unfold, Chen Shiming finally understood Chen Han's intento, make Chen Zhennan taste the same humiliation of being expelled from the ancestral hall, repaying him in kind. At this moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Hanwu City government building. The Baiguang squad, who had once lost to Chen Han during the Special Forces group testing. This team, backed by Marshal Jung Go, a representative of the family consortium, brought with them a military order. The document bore the signatures of Marshals Jung Go and Ouyang Quan, as well as the seal of the 24 Privy Council, the highest authority in the Great Xia Empire. The military order was surprisingly straightforward. It instructed Chen Han to participate in an unprecedented military exchange competition. What was even more astonishing was that his opponents would be the geniuses from top universities across the nation. The names on the order carried immense weight: 2 Grand Marshals and 24 Privy Council ministers. Apart from Marshal Yu, nearly all of Xia's highest authorities had signed it. The most shocking part of this almost mandatory order was that Chen Han would be the sole representative of the military in this competition. Zhang Zilin narrowed his eyes, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Chen Han, are you scared? Let me tell you, any university student still enrolled can participate in this competition. These words sent a chill through Chen Han's heart. It meant he might have to face prodigies who had been training for 3 or 4 years longer than him. The top universities of Xia were home to the most exceptional talents, and he was tasked with going against all of them on his own. Chen Han, you can choose not to participate, Zhang Zilin continued, his tone carrying a clear threat. The higher-ups won't make things difficult for you. You'll be immediately relieved of Marshal Yu's assignment and sent back to the barracks. But let me remind you, even if you're a 9 million genius, in a nation of 600 million, there are 60,000 others just like you. If you lose, your military status will be revoked, and you'll never be reinstated. This competition carried far more significance than it appeared on the surface. It wasn't just a contest, it was a pivotal choice between family interests and the northern expedition. The prodigies from the universities represented the entrenched power of the aristocratic families, while Chen Han stood for the civilian forces led by Yu Wuyun. This was a battle that could determine the future of Xia. Just then, the phone on Chen Han's desk rang. It was Yu Wuyun. Chen Han, you don't have to participate in the Yundian competition. Come back. These stubborn old men are impossible to reason with. Yu Wuyun's voice was laced with helplessness and concern. He was well aware of the hidden dangers in this competition. Those families approached it with lethal intent. He couldn't bear to see the heir he had chosen die at the hands of their own people rather than on the battlefield. Marshal Yu, do you want me to participate? Chen Han asked calmly. Yu Wuyun fell silent. In that silence lay countless unspoken expectations. This was the first opportunity in a century to shake the foundations of those powerful families. If Chen Han could win, but the odds of that were almost non-existent. Chen Han said nothing more. He picked up a pen, swiftly signed his name on the military order, and tossed it to Zhang Zilin. This resolute act left Zhang Zilin momentarily stunned, completely taken aback by Chen Han's unwavering determination. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Zilin slammed both hands on the desk, staring at Chen Han with a look of disbelief. For this competition, you're the only representative from the military. You'll be facing those unparalleled geniuses alone, with no backup or support. You could lose your life at any moment. Zhang Zilin, who had grown accustomed to a life of privilege in the Thunder God Army, found it hard to believe what he was hearing. The strength of those unparalleled geniuses was such that even a third-tier martial general like him had to bow down before them. Chen Han rose slowly from his chair, and in an instant, a fierce and overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing Zhang Zilin's pupils to contract. 7th-tier martial artist? That's impossible, Zhang Zilin exclaimed in shock. The Special Ops Group test was just 2 weeks ago. Advancing from 3rd tier to 7th tier in such a short time is nothing short of a miracle. During their clash 2 weeks ago, Zhang Zilin had lost to Chen Han but had still felt confident that he could easily defeat him in terms of personal strength. Yet now, faced with the immense pressure radiating from Chen Han, Zhang Zilin, as a 3rd-tier martial general, couldn't shake the feeling of inevitable defeat. Mind sharing your current base stats? Zhang Zilin asked, swallowing hard. Chen Han didn't hold back, knowing the phone call was still connected, and that these words would also reach Yu Lao on the other end. My current base strength is 124,500 kilograms, base speed is 2,672 meters per second, and my vitality level is 82 tiers. The numbers left Zhang Zilin utterly stunned. As a 3rd-tier martial general, his base stats barely matched Chen Han's, and his vitality level was a full 40 tiers lower. On the other end of the call, Marshal Yu remained silent for a long moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent! Excellent! What a talent for our Xia military. Let's see what those old fogies have to say now. With that, he hung up the phone. Chen Han had anticipated the backlash from his clan, but he hadn't expected it to target him alone. To shine too brightly invites suppression, yet without brilliance, he wouldn't be Chen Han. Even if he had to face countless opponents, he would press forward. If he won this battle, it could lead to the Northern Expedition's success, the rise of Xia, and even a restructuring of the power hierarchy. If he lost, The chance to overthrow the clan would be lost forever. Aren't you afraid that revealing your base stats to me will prompt the people behind me to devise new strategies against you? Jin Zelin asked, his expression complicated. A flicker of disdain and scorn crossed Chen Han's eyes. Let them come. Although their stances differed, Zhan Zelin couldn't help but feel genuine respect for Chen Han at that moment. Do us proud in the military. After Zhan Zelin left, a system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. Ding. New system mission issued. Mission. Participate in the Yun Peak Exchange competition and claim the championship. Reward. 60,000 points and 2 opportunities for targeted reward selection. 60,000 points and 2 targeted draws. This system reward was indeed valuable, but it also hinted at the daunting difficulty of the task ahead. The efficiency on the part of the capital was astonishing. In just 2 days, they had constructed the competition venue in Hanwu City. The scale of this exchange tournament was unprecedented, attracting over 30 million people to Hanwu City in such a short span. The streets were packed with representatives from families across the nation, and many prominent figures, who were usually only seen on screens, were now present in person. On the day of the competition, Chen Han walked toward the venue alone, holding his overlord spear. His appearance caused an immediate sensation, with passers-by stopping in their tracks, and the sidewalks crowded with spectators eager to catch a glimpse of him. Look, that's Chen Han, the sole representative of the military. I heard he's a ancient century genius, reaching martial artist tier 3 in just over 3 months. Breaking Nush is already at martial artist tier 7 now, just 1 step away from breaking through to the martial general level. However, skeptical voices also arose. A genius? Every participant in this tournament is a monster. Take Zhao Wuji from Wuchuan Universities from the Zhao family in the capital, and his lightning abilities are unmatched. He defeated a senior in his freshman year. Then there's Shang Ming from Shinkong University, with an SS level talent. He was already martial general tier 6 as a junior. Some descendants of prominent families even hurled direct insults. Chen Han, you'd better surrender early, or you might lose your life. Amid the noisy chatter, Chen Han noticed a familiar figure. Zhao Linger. Her flowing red hair and red combat attire made her look striking and valiant as she stood there. Behind her were Ji Yun and other members of the Hanyet team. Although their cheers of encouragement were faint compared to the overwhelming skepticism, they were particularly heartening to Chen Han. What surprised him was that Zhao Linger was holding a weapon, clearly violating the rule that prohibited spectators from carrying arms. What's this about? Chen Han asked, puzzled. Zhao Linger smiled charmingly. Hey, you're the team leader, and I'm your soldier now. If you, as the leader, are marching to your doom, how could I not follow? If they pull off some kind of endurance battle, I may not be as strong as you, but I can at least block a few moves. It turned out that Zhao Linger had requested to join the competition through Yu Wuyan. Having her by his side brought a warm feeling to Chen Han's heart, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The two of them pushed open the doors to the venue together. What greeted them was the sight of the 3 legendary figures seated in the central viewing area: Jung Go, Yu Wuyun, and Ouyang Quan, the 3 universally acknowledged martial gods of the current era. Their presence exerted an invisible pressure on everyone, rendering the entire venue completely silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Jung Go glanced at Chen Han, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Martial artist, level 8. Yu Lao, your subordinate is indeed extraordinary. In just 2 days, he advanced from level 7 to level 8. Could it be that he used some kind of forbidden drug? Yu Wuyun felt a surge of pride inwardly but maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. What do you mean, my subordinate? We're all here serving the country and its people. Jung Go, don't make baseless accusations. Jung Go sneered. We'll see if he can make it through today alive. Seated in the stands were not only the 3 grand marshals, but also other prominent figures. Among them were Li Qingshi, the head of national pharmaceuticals, and the leaders of various powerful families in the capital, most of whom were martial emperor-level experts. One figure, in particular, stood out: Chen Mutager, the patriarch of the Chen family and Chen Han's great-grandfather. Chen Han had only met this ancestor twice and knew little about him. Chen Jinnan sat wearily beside Chen Mutager, his head lowered like a child who had done something wrong. Although Chen Han had seen Chen Mutager before, this was essentially their first real encounter from the latter's perspective. As soon as Chen Mutager spotted Chen Han in the arena, he angrily berated Chen Jinnan. Jinnan, how dare you let a talent like him leave the Chen family? He's the center of national attention now. If Yu Wuyun hadn't taken him under his wing, even those old monsters that make me bow my head would be fighting over him. This was the 2nd day in a row that Chen Mutager had reprimanded Chen Jinnan, who had become so numb to it that he could only nod in agreement. In truth, Chen Mutager's concern for Chen Han was not heartfelt. After all, the Chen family's survival off Thefidus system was his own creation. He simply regretted that Chen Han's potential could no longer serve the family. Meanwhile, Jung Go was growing increasingly restless. This summit exchange competition, which he had meticulously orchestrated, was meant to ensure that Yu Wuyun's chosen successor would suffer a humiliating defeat or even death. Host, begin. Jung Go ordered coldly, his tone so sharp that it sent shivers down the host's spine. This competition was clearly tailored for Chen Han, as he was the first to take the stage. His opponent was Zhao Wuji from the Zhao family in the capital, the cousin of Zhao Yufei. Zhao Wuji's talent far surpassed Zhao Yufei's by tenfold. With ins-level aptitude, physique, and mastery of techniques, he had defeated fourth-year students within just 1 year of enrollment. A streak of lightning flashed as a burly figure in a black, training uniform appeared on the stage almost too quickly to be seen. Zhao Wuji, senior at Wuchuan University, Marshal General, Level 3, he growled, his fierce gaze locking onto Chen Han. Chen Han, get up here. The audience erupted into murmurs. Last month during the martial arts exam, Zhao Wuji, at Marshal General Level 3, defeated Su Jie, a Marshal General Level 6. He's the most outstanding student in Wuchuan's history. There's no way Chen Han can win this. Exactly. Chen Han's training time is far too short, not even a quarter of Zhao Wuji's. If he had more time, maybe he could put up a fight. Chen Han silently leaped onto the stage, and no one noticed the faint red glow beginning to shimmer on the tip of his spear. Before the host could even finish saying begin, the red light on Chen Han's spear blazed like thunder, illuminating the entire arena as he moved with it. Before the word start was fully spoken, his spear had already pierced through Zhao Wuji's chest. A blood-drenched heart hung from the tip of the spear, stunning every dignitary present. In that moment, Chen Han, as a martial artist, had instantly killed a martial general, shattering the unbreakable laws of martial ranks. This single strike left the entire audience in awe. Chen Han's spear pierced through Zhao Wuji's heart like a flash of lightning, swift and precise, almost unbelievable in its execution. Even the three marshals on the platform were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Zhao Wuji, a prodigy capable of rivaling a sixth-tier martial general, was killed in a single blow without even a chance to retaliate. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Standing among the spectators, Chun Mu-hu, the patriarch of the Chen family, furrowed his brows. As a sixth-tier martial emperor, he could clearly follow Chen Han's every move. Yet what had just unfolded completely defied his understanding. Under Zhao Wuji's full vigilance, such a direct and lethal attack should have been easily neutralized. Jinnan, this technique surely it doesn't come from our Chen family, does it? Chun Mu who turned to ask Chen Jinnan beside him. However, Chen Jinnan seemed equally shaken by what he had witnessed. It wasn't until Chen Mu who barked sharply at him that he snapped out of his daze. This technique is definitely not from our Chen family. Chen Jinnan took a deep breath. After joining the military, Chen Han must have had some extraordinary encounter. A child of destiny, perhaps? I can't believe the Chen family has produced such a descendant. Jinnan, what can I even say to you? Chun Mu whose face revealed a trace of regret. A talent like this no matter the cost, even if it meant mobilizing the entire clan, you should have ensured he stayed with us. Although the competition had just begun, Chen Han's feat of defeating a martial general with the strength of a mere martial artist would undoubtedly draw the attention of the higher-ups. This was an unprecedented accomplishment. Yet Chen Han seemed utterly indifferent to his astonishing act. He forcefully withdrew his spear and even stomped on Zhao Wuji's corpse. Then, he lifted his gaze to lock eyes with Jung Go on the platform, his expression filled with blatant provocation. The humiliation ignited Jung Go's fury. A terrifying aura of a martial god-level expert surged through the venue like a tidal wave. Chen Han, this is the arena. That was Wuchuan High School's top student. How dare you kill him? Kneel. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that most of the audience collapsed to the ground involuntarily, with some even coughing up blood on the spot. However, Chen Han, standing firm on the arena stage, remained completely unaffected. This was the result of his dual SS-level talents rendering even the oppressive aura of a martial god-level expert utterly ineffective against him. Chen Han responded coldly to Jung Go's threat. Commander Jung, the rules of the duel don't require us to stop at first blood. It's a matter of life and death. And these worthless nobodies dare to embarrass themselves here? It seems the major academies truly have no one left to send. These words were a direct slap to Jung Go's face. After all, the participants from each academy were personally selected by him as exceptional talents, future confidants he intended to groom. Jung Go's fury ignited instantly. His right hand secretly gathered strength, and his eyes brimmed with killing intent. Yet, he seemed to forget that standing behind him was the unparalleled first martial artist of the human race, a figure who had remained unbeaten for decades. A large, steady hand gently landed on Jung Go's right shoulder, effortlessly dissolving his brewing attack. Jung Go, sit down. The overwhelming aura that followed swept through the room, leaving Jung Go drenched in cold sweat. He had no choice but to obediently return to his seat. Though Yu Wuyun was advanced in years, his commanding presence was undiminished. He let out a cold snort. A marshal behaving without discipline, how disgraceful. On a martial stage, life and death are commonplace. His gaze then shifted to Ouyang Quan, who seemed ready to act. What? Do you intend to make a move as well? Don't forget neither of you might stand a chance against me. With just 2 sentences, Yu Wuyun silenced the entire hall. His words a testament to the strength that had kept him at the pinnacle of the military for so long. Brazen as the young one is, the old one is just as bold, someone murmured softly below the stage. Yet no one dared to openly challenge them. This formidable duo, one old, one young, had effortlessly subdued the entire assembly of elites. The match is over. Chen Han is the winner, the host declared. The room remained eerily silent, each attendee wearing a look of concern. With every victory Chen Han claimed, the looming sense of danger grew ever closer. Suddenly, applause erupted from a corner of the hall. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. As expected of a descendant of the Chen family, you fought splendidly. It was none other than the Chen family patriarch, Chen Muhu, cheering with enthusiasm. The audience turned to him in shock, their expressions quickly shifting to disdain. It was no secret that Chen Han had long severed ties with the Chen family. Chen Muhu's public display was blatantly self-serving. Unbothered by the scornful looks, Chen Muhu raised his voice even louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to bear witness. I, Chen Muhu, have spent too many years in the capital, neglecting the younger generation of the Chen family. It is my failure that caused a talent like Chen Han to leave us. But that was merely a momentary misunderstanding, and I deeply regret it. Today, I formally invite Chen Han to return to the Chen family. What followed was even more astonishing. Chen Muhu dropped to his knees with a resounding thud, pulling Chen Jinan down with him. Tears streamed down his face, his performance so convincing that even Chen Han was momentarily stunned. Xiao Han, it was your great-grandfather's fault. Your great-grandfather wronged you. The old man's cries echoed through the hall. Chen Han's lips twitched slightly, his heart shaken by Chen Muhu's shamelessness. An elder ancestor kneeling before his descendant in front of a crowd, such behavior was utterly unheard of. However, those present were already familiar with Chen Muhu's lack of shame. Just a few days ago, he had gone out of his way to attend the grave-moving ceremony of another prominent family, only to weep and wail at the sight. Now, all eyes were on Chen Han, waiting for his response. Chen Muhu's tactic was undeniably clever, forcing Chen Han into a difficult position. If he refused, he would risk being accused of disrespecting his elders and betraying his ancestors. Faced with this predicament, Chen Han responded decisively. He exposed Chen Jinan's attempted bribery on the spot. On November 20th, year 101 of the new calendar, Chen Jinan, head of the Chen family, attempted to bribe me, a second lieutenant, but failed. In a fit of rage, Chen Hui attacked a public official and was killed on the spot by me. Elder Chen, is your kneeling now an attempt to absolve them of their crimes? The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Though the incident itself wasn't particularly significant, once brought to light, its implications became much more severe. Not only was Chen Muhu's reputation tarnished, but he also faced the suspicion of shielding criminals. Furious, he turned to Chen Jinan and demanded, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Chen Jinan's face turned beet red as he stammered, unable to produce a coherent response. In truth, many within the family had already voiced their dissatisfaction with him, and he feared that revealing these matters to Chen Muhu would cost him his position as family head. At this moment, Yu Wuyan spoke up at just the right time. "Chen Muhu, you should know that crimes committed by public officials warrant stricter punishment, shouldn't you?" These words sent a shiver down Chen Muhu's spine. As someone holding a position in the capital, he was well aware of the disastrous consequences if Yu Wuyan decided to make an example out of him. "Marshal, you will take my leave now." Chen Muhu hastily dragged Chen Jinnan out of the venue. Before leaving, he shot a deep glance at Chen Han, not with hatred, but with regret. He finally realized that the Chen family had missed out on a potential future ruler of the Great Xia. "Xiao Han, make sure to visit the Chen family when you have the time. Your great-grandfather will personally host a banquet to apologize." Even as he was leaving, Chen Muhu didn't forget to curry favor with Chen Han. This extreme shift in attitude gave Chen Han a vivid demonstration of what it truly meant to be shameless. The competition was now moving into a new phase. Although the challenges were clearly aimed at Chen Han, the major families, in order to save face, avoided arranging a relentless series of opponents. Instead, through behind-the-scenes manipulation, they ensured that the strongest contender from each round would face Chen Han. After all, the highest authorities of the Great Xia were paying close attention to this competition. The goal was not only to make things difficult for Chen Han, but also to test the potential of the top contenders from various institutions. Shortly after Chen Han returned to the resting area, Marshal Yu came over from the VIP section to check on him. The greatest warrior of Xia, the centenarian Yu Wuyun, was now beaming like a child. "Chen Han, Well done. Well done indeed. Yu Wuyan exclaimed excitedly. I was planning to persuade you to give up this competition, but I never expected you to surprise me like this. Looking at the young man before him, Yu Wuyan felt a surge of emotions. This was the first glimmer of hope in decades to overturn the family's dominance. Though still the strongest fighter in Xia, his age had caught up with him, his body riddled with hidden injuries, and his days were numbered. Perhaps this truly was the last chance. As a lifelong commander on the battlefield, Yu Wuyun had always hoped to die in combat, just like the saying, loyal bones lie buried in green hills everywhere. Thinking of this, the once mighty marshal of the three armies couldn't help but shed tears. Marshal Yu, there's no need for this. Chen Han quickly stepped forward to console him. To repay your trust and kindness, I will give my all for you. You have treated me as a noble, and I shall fight for you to the end. At this moment, Yu Wuyun's gaze fell on the Overlord's spear placed beside Chen Han, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Isn't this the Overlord's spear of my old comrade? Could it be fate that it ended up in your hands? As one of the two pillars of the Empire, Yu Wuyun was intimately familiar with this spear. Picking it up, he skillfully twisted the shaft, revealing a hidden mechanism concealed, seemingly decades-old chip inside the barrel. The discovery left Chen Han astonished. I knew that old rascal would stash something in his weapon. Yu Wuyan chuckled as he handed the chip to Chen Han. Connect it to your personal network. It contains the Beidou Haoran spear technique. This technique was legendary, rumored to have been created by Han Haoran during his peak as a martial god, inspired by the Big Dipper constellation. It was a one-fecund SS-grade spear technique. On the day of its creation, the skies darkened and the earth shook. Due to its overwhelming power, Han Haoran never passed it on during his lifetime. After his fall in the northern dark domain, the technique had been lost for 40 years, coveted by countless seekers but never found. Prepare well for the upcoming duel, Yu Wuyun warned as he returned to the marshal's seat. Among those elite academy geniuses, there's one with an extraordinarily peculiar talent. Be cautious. Chen Han immediately connected the chip to his network, and before his eyes appeared a mysterious space. Within it stood a proud figure wielding a spear. Though it was merely a projection, its presence was overwhelming. That was none other than Han Haoran, once the strongest being in the world. Han Haoran had his back to Chen Han as a pre-recorded voice echoed through the room. If you found this chip, I guess you and that big guy must have quite the relationship. This opening line instantly brought a smile to Chen Han's face. The big guy referred to none other than Marshal Yu Wuyun. Standing at 2 meters tall and weighing 140 kilograms, this imposing general was indeed as burly as a raging bull. Amusingly, the two heroes, hailed as the twin pillars of the Empire, shared such playful nicknames. In private, Marshal Yu called Han Haoran Big-Eared Thief, while Han Haoran referred to him as Big Guy. Han Haoran had chosen to trust only Yu Wuyun to decipher his Beidou Haoran spear technique, a testament to the depth of their bond. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Han Haoran's holographic projection shifted dramatically. Despite being just a projection, it emanated an overwhelming presence that made Chen Han feel as though he was standing before a towering giant. Remember this. Han Haoran's voice boomed with intensity. The essence of the Beidou Haoran spear technique doesn't lie in its moves, but in the spirit of the warrior. A warrior's resolve is victory. A general's goal is singular to win. Dominate the world. Stand above the heavens. To wield the Beidou Haoran spear technique, your will must be unshakable, pressing forward with unwavering determination. Even a moment's hesitation will render the technique far less effective. With that, Han Haoran began his demonstration. The spear technique was starkly different from the Yu family's spear style. While the Yu family's technique emphasized continuous, unpredictable movements designed to catch opponents off guard, the Beidou Haoran spear technique was bold and straightforward, sweeping strikes, direct thrusts, and wide arcs. The moves appeared simple but exuded an overwhelming dominance, embodying an unstoppable aura. This encapsulated Han Haoran's martial philosophy to defeat opponents at all costs. In contrast, Yu Wuyun, who always prioritized the greater good of the nation, seemed to fall slightly short in this regard. Han Haoran was a pure martial artist, venturing into forbidden zones not for the safety of the empire but to seek stronger opponents. As the top warrior of his era, his greatest adversary was solitude. Chen Han quickly grasped the profound essence hidden within the seemingly ordinary moves. This was the path of a true master. No wonder it was classified as an SS-level technique. He soon mastered the entire spear technique, and the system panel updated to display the name Beidou Haoran spear technique in the skill section. Just then, an announcement blared over the speakers. Match 10, Zhao Linger versus Zhan Mu. It was only then that Chen Han realized he had missed 9 entire matches. 2 full hours had passed. As he left the resting area and entered the spectator hall, Yu Wuyun's expression froze. The continent's top martial artist immediately left his seat in the marshal's box and hurried over to Chen Han. Why are you out already? Perplexed by Yu Wuyun's unusually concerned reaction, Chen Han waved dismissively. Marshal Yu, is something wrong? I've already mastered the Beidou Howren spear technique. What? Yu Wuyun was stunned, as if struck by lightning. The continent's strongest warrior stood there, dumbfounded. It wasn't until his secretary reminded him, Marshal, you need to return to your seat. The match is about to start, that Yu Wuyun snapped out of it. However, the astonishment on his face lingered. As Yu Wuyun made his way back to the marshal's seat, his gaze never left Chen Han, his eyes betraying an undeniable sense of astonishment. Chen Han, baffled by the intense attention, thought to himself, I just mastered an SS-level spear technique. How could that possibly leave the continent's strongest warrior so shaken? In truth, the Beidou Howren spear technique carried a story unknown to most. Years ago, Yu Wuyun had spent 2 days and nights personally observing Han Howren's demonstration of the technique. Yet he failed to grasp its essence. He wasn't alone. None of the top warriors in the military had succeeded in learning it either. One particularly determined individual had even devoted 3 years to training, only to remain completely clueless. Yu Wuyun had his own opinion of Chen Han's talent. He originally estimated that it would take Chen Han at least an entire day to barely scratch the surface of the technique. Yet, when Chen Han confidently declared that he had fully mastered the Beidou Howren spear technique, how could Yu Wuyun not be stunned? As a martial arts prodigy second only to Han Howren in all of Decisive, Yu Wuyun couldn't help but feel a rare sense of defeat, even with his usual focus on national matters. This kid is a total monster, he muttered under his breath, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Jung Go and Quan, noticing Yu Wuyun's reaction, were equally taken aback. Despite recent tensions with him, the 3 marshals maintained a facade of cordiality. Quan feigned concern and asked, Marshal Yu, what has you so startled? Has something happened to your cherished protege? His words carried a hint of mockery. The many family representatives present perked up their ears, their attention drawn to the marshals' seats. At this moment, 9 out of 10 people in the arena were secretly hoping for Chen Han to make a mistake. However, Yu Wuyun's expression was one of pride, as if he were more thrilled than if he had mastered the technique himself. He declared with an air of triumph, Chen Han mastered the Beidou Howren spear technique in just 2 hours in the resting chamber. The crowd was momentarily stunned. One person in the know immediately asked, are you talking about the SS-level spear technique created by Marshal Han Howren, the one thought to be lost? At the mention of Han Howren's name, many in the audience revealed expressions of shock. As the continent's #1 warrior for nearly a century, Han Howren's spear techniques were naturally unparalleled. What was supposed to be Zhao Linger's competition now had all attention shifted to Chen Han. Mastering an SS-level technique in just 2 hours? It was unheard of. Even for a genius, there had to be a limit. The crowd's understanding of Chen Han's terrifying talent reached a new level. The arena fell into dead silence, the ongoing matches entirely forgotten. Jung Go's face darkened like an overcast sky. In just 2 hours, Chen Han had made yet another astonishing leap forward. Meanwhile, in the center of the capital city, a different scene was unfolding within the ancient and stately Council of 24. For the first time in decades, every member of Decia's highest governing body had gathered under one roof, and all of it was because of one young man, Chen Han. The Council of 24, as the highest authority in Decia, derives its name from the 24 supreme decision-makers within it. Any major decision concerning the state affairs of Decia requires the approval of at least 13 of these figures to take effect, while military decisions are exclusively handled by the 3 grand marshals. Within the council, a strict hierarchy is observed. The higher the rank, the greater the authority. Consequently, the individual ranked first is the de facto ruler of the entire Decia. Notably, Yu Wuyun, the 5th ranked among the 24, was currently at the training grounds, leaving only 23 council members present today. However, even under normal circumstances, it is rare for all 24 to convene unless faced with a matter of national crisis. At this moment, a giant screen in the council's main hall was displaying Chen Han's performance at the training grounds. The council members watched the screen, engaging in lively discussions. This Chen Han is truly exceptional. He mastered Han Howren's spear techniques in just 2 hours, marveled one council member, a former military officer. I served under Marshal Han for years and still couldn't grasp the North Star Howren spear technique. Perhaps it's time to consider transferring some power to the civilian class represented by Yu Wuyun, someone suggested. We mustn't jump to conclusions, another faction immediately countered. The exchange competition has just begun, and the advantages of family lineage are undeniable. The debate over Chen Han plunged the 23 council members into a heated argument. Supporters of Yu Wuyun, proponents of aristocratic power, and those maintaining neutrality all stood firm in their positions, refusing to yield. At that moment, a deep voice cut through the commotion. Enough! Silence! The speaker was none other than Di Qingtian, the first-ranked authority in Decia. Despite his old age and golden hair, his presence was commanding. As the one capable of determining the rankings of the 24 council members, a single word from him was enough to quell the room. Everyone, well, discuss this after the exchange competition concludes. Di Qingtian declared with a neutral stance. Neither Yu Yuan's military status nor his position as the fifth-ranked authority could sway the overall balance in Di Qingshan's presence. However, Di Qingshan's tone shifted. Chen Han is indeed extraordinarily gifted. I won't interfere in your disputes, but remember this Chen Han must remain unharmed. Whether on the arena or off it, if anything happens to him, I will personally investigate to the very end. This statement was tantamount to granting Chen Han immunity. The council members exchanged uneasy glances, realizing that while Di Qingtian remained impartial regarding the conflict between family interests and the northern expedition plans, he had clearly taken a special interest in Chen Han. From this moment on, no one in Decisive would dare to harm Chen Han in the slightest. Even figures like Lien Zhonggo and Ouyang Quan could not attain such an honor, let alone the countless geniuses nurtured by top universities over the past few decades. None had received the favor of Di Qingtian in this manner. At this moment, Chen Han sat intently in the spectator stands, fully engrossed in watching Zhao Linger's match. The bout ended in an instant. Zhao Linger's strength far surpassed her opponent's. As a former military prodigy, she had 3 more years of training than Chen Han and had already reached the level of a first-stage martial general. Facing an opponent who was only at the second-stage martial general level, Zhao Linger, with her years of battlefield experience, demonstrated an overwhelming advantage. Her mastery of the Yu Clan spear technique was so flawless that she left Zhan Mu, who possessed a wood elemental talent, utterly defeated and embarrassed, drawing the awe of the entire audience. The representatives of various prominent families watching the match couldn't help but sigh in private. Zhao Linger was indeed a rare talent, but it was a pity she hadn't joined any of the top universities. What concerned them even more was that such a powerful individual had pledged her loyalty to Chen Han, further bolstering his already formidable strength. Over the next 3 days, Chen Han achieved victory after victory, advancing all the way to the national top 8. He successively defeated 3 geniuses from elite academies in the capital: Qian Ming from Wanchur Academy, Wang Daku from Jinghai Academy, and Luo Wan from Yingxi Academy. All 3 were experts at the 4th stage martial general level or higher, with Luo Wan even reaching the 5th stage martial general level. However, these renowned prodigies all fell to Chen Han's lethal piercing thorn of death spear technique. Each time he stepped onto the stage, Chen Han's spear emitted an eerie red glow, followed by a strike of unparalleled power. Even Luo Wan, with his S-level talent for super speed capable of circling the arena 100 times in a second and moving 6 times faster than Chen Han, could not escape this fatal blow. This technique was a causality-based martial skill, whose power, when used against humans, rivaled or even surpassed SS-level techniques. It was unavoidable, unblockable, and could only be endured or countered by someone with 2 hearts. Over the course of 3 days, the elite minds of various top universities racked their brains but failed to uncover the mystery behind this unbreakable technique. The 3 matches were broadcast nationwide, shocking the entire country. A young warrior at the 8th stage level had rendered a group of martial general level experts utterly powerless, a feat unprecedented in history. Everywhere, people discussed how to counter Chen Han's seemingly invincible martial skill. Meanwhile, in prison, Qi Feihu couldn't stop grinning. Among the countless experts across the nation, he was the only one who had withstood this deadly technique and emerged unscathed. With every top university warrior Chen Han defeated, Qi Feihu's prestige continued to rise. The truth about the piercing thorn spear has finally come to light. Although this martial skill is said to lock onto the heart, in reality, its targeting range covers a large area around the heart. More importantly, once it strikes the body, its causality effect dissipates. This explains how Qi Feihu managed to survive back then. At the time, Chen Han only possessed the strength of a third-year martial artist, and combined with the soft alloy protecting Qi Feihu's heart, these 2 factors successfully blocked the fatal blow. However, even knowing this defensive method is of little use to other martial artists. Installing a soft alloy around the heart is not a simple surgery. It requires a 30-day advance booking, is extremely expensive, and comes with a high risk of failure. For this reason, hardly anyone opts for such a procedure, and Qi Feihu's decision back then was merely a coincidental stroke of luck. Now, Chen Han has impressively advanced to the national top 8, in stark contrast to Zhao Linger's defeat. At this level, every competitor is a true prodigy, and Zhao Linger's abilities simply fell short. For Chen Han, however, the real challenge is just beginning. Today, his opponent is Shang Ming, a top-tier genius from the prestigious Starry Sky University in the capital. This SS-level talent is a towering figure with explosively bulging muscles, his height comparable to Yu Wuyun. Shang Ming doesn't use weapons, specializing instead in external training techniques and mastering hand-to-hand combat to a near-perfect level. In unarmed battles, he is virtually unbeatable. Shang Ming's personality is notoriously violent. In his previous matches, while most competitors adhered to a mutual understanding of restraint, Xiang Ming left every opponent paralyzed. Now, this ferocious man steps onto the arena with a menacing grin. Chen Han, I've been waiting for you, he growls, his expression that of a bloodthirsty butcher. This match has garnered unprecedented attention, even allowing commoners to attend as an exception. The audience buzzes with speculation, wondering if Xiang Ming has discovered a way to counter Chen Han's martial skill. His confidence seems unshakable. After all, to this day, no one in the country has been able to discern the true nature of Chen Han's seemingly unstoppable techniques. Amid the heated discussions, only Yu Wuyun stands silently on stage, his usual cheerful smile nowhere to be seen. While most people focus on Chen Han's remarkable performances over the past 3 days, they overlook the equally enigmatic talents of Xiang Ming. Even Yu Wuyun has yet to unravel the true extent of their abilities, cannot decipher how Chen Han's technique precisely strikes his opponent's heart, nor can he grasp the mysterious nature of Xiang Ming's gifts. Xiang Ming is the one Yu Wuyun mentioned with the strange innate ability. With a fierce roar, Xiang Ming stood on the arena stage, challenging Chen Han. Chen Han, get up here. Today, I'll shatter your martial skill. Chen Han walked toward the stage with a calm expression. The Overlord's spear in his hand began to emit a faint crimson glow, a signature sight that immediately stirred the audience. Look, Chen Han is about to use that technique. Every time I see that red glow, it sends chills down my spine. His last 3 opponents were inexplicably defeated by this move. Chen Han paid no attention to the crowd's murmurs. The piercing thorn of death technique was as deadly as a cheat code, and Xiang Ming didn't seem like someone equipped with any metallic alloy reinforcements. Chen Han was curious to see how his opponent planned to counter this causality-defying martial skill. However, just as Chen Han leapt onto the stage, an unexpected change occurred. The once brilliant crimson glow suddenly vanished without a trace, clearly indicating that the technique had failed to activate. The entire arena erupted in shock. Xiang Ming smirked smugly. What's the matter, Chen Han? Has your martial skill been nullified by me? To everyone's surprise, Chen Han responded with a knowing smile. So, your innate ability is to seal others' martial skills. His words were like a thunderclap, causing Xiang Ming's expression to change instantly. This secret, hidden for 20 years and impervious even to martial god-level experts, had just been exposed with a single sentence. Xiang Ming's ability wasn't just about significantly enhancing his combat prowess and muscle density, it could also seal his opponent's energy channels. Once the channels were sealed, forcibly using a martial skill would lead to ruptured meridians and an explosive death. This was why so many of his opponents had died inexplicably. How could you possibly know? Xiang Ming's voice trembled with fear. Now that his trump card was revealed, he could no longer leave his opponents in the dark about their demise. Chen Han chuckled inwardly. Thanks to his system's timely warning, piercing thorn of death is now unusable. Forcing activation will result in explosive death. He had seen through Xiang Ming's tactic. What he initially thought to be some profound and mysterious ability turned out to be a simple yet brutal sealing power. Suddenly, Chen Han gripped his spear tightly, lowered his stance, and unleashed a powerful surge of energy. In that moment, everyone was reminded. While the piercing thorn of death was infamous, it was merely Chen Han's weakest card. On the other hand, Xiang Ming's ability to seal martial skills was his greatest reliance. The trait-based talents are a rare phenomenon, occurring only once in 100 individuals. Their effects are diverse and enigmatic. Whether it is Chen Han's soldier soul sacred body and killing spear intent, or Xiang Ming's martial skill sealing, these trait-based talents share one common characteristic: they must never be revealed to others, not even to one's closest kin. Chen Han's seemingly casual remark struck Xiang Ming like a thunderbolt. His face contorted, and madness gleamed in his eyes as he roared at Chen Han. You still want to compete with me in combat? My talent enhances my combat skills and strength. My strength has reached 326,000 kilograms. What do you have to match me? This declaration was like a bombshell exploding in the arena. A strength of 326,000 kilograms was utterly terrifying for a 6th-tier martial general. To put it into perspective, achieving 200,000 kilograms of strength at this level was already considered exceptional. Yet Xiang Ming's strength was nearly double that of his peers. In the audience, an elderly man with snow-white hair exclaimed in astonishment, Xiang Ming truly lives up to his reputation, the most outstanding student of the past 5 years at Starry Sky University. And that's not even accounting for his SS grade talent boost. His strength in actual combat must be even more astounding. The dignitaries present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Han were defeated, the Northern Expedition plan would inevitably collapse, and their assets would remain safe and untouched. Meanwhile, the faces of the Cold Night team members were filled with worry. Chen Shui clung tightly to Zhao Linger's arm, her voice trembling. Sister Linger, will my brother lose? Will he die at Xiang Ming's hands? Zhao forced herself to appear calm as she comforted her. Don't be afraid, Xiao Xue. Believe in your brother. Yet her palms were already drenched in cold sweat. A super martial general against an 8th-tier martial artist. With his martial skills sealed, there was almost no chance of victory. Instinctively, she glanced at Yu Wuyun, only to find the old man leisurely munching on sweet potato fries and sipping milk tea, grinning as he remarked, "Sitting here for so long made me hungry." His bizarre behavior left Zhao Linger both perplexed and exasperated. Even martial god-level figures like Ouyang Quan and Jung Go couldn't see any way Chen Han might emerge victorious. Then, suddenly, Chen Han moved. Faced with an opponent who vastly outclassed him in both level and attributes, he took the initiative and launched the first attack. Chen Han leaped high into the air, his spear descending with a fierce, diving strike. This bold and open technique could easily crush weaker opponents, but against a formidable enemy, it was a glaring vulnerability. Yet, at this moment, Chen Han seemed utterly unconcerned. Shang Ming watched this unfold with a cold smirk. With physical attributes far superior to Chen Han's, dodging was unnecessary. His right arm's muscles swelled instantly, and he threw a powerful right hook directly toward Chen Han's spear. Boom! The arena trembled as the thunderous collision echoed. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite his superior attributes, Shang Ming was not only unable to repel Chen Han but was forced to retreat under the overwhelming pressure of the spear. The ground beneath his feet shattered with each step back. This is impossible. Shang Ming roared in disbelief. You can't possibly have strength exceeding 400,000 kilograms. Chen Han appeared unfazed, as though he hadn't heard a word. Instead, the voice of Han Howren echoed in his mind. A commander has only one goal to win. His gaze burned with determination, and his spear techniques flowed seamlessly. Sweeping strikes, direct thrusts, and low sweeps basic spear techniques transformed in his hands into an unstoppable force of dominance. Each strike carried immense power, leaving no room for resistance. Shang Ming relied on his SS-level combat talent to counter, and in the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The audience was stunned to witness an 8th-tier warrior being suppressed in technique by a 6th-tier general with top-tier talent. The battle grew increasingly intense. Shang Ming's body was riddled with wounds, blood streaming down. Enraged and humiliated, he pushed his strength to the limit, his arms swelling like a giant's, each punch carrying the force of 400,000 kilograms. But to his despair, even at full strength, he couldn't land a single blow on Chen Han. Instead, he was repeatedly struck by Chen Han's relentless attacks. In a critical moment, their eyes met. Shang Ming suddenly felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Chen Han's gaze, like an unfathomable abyss. That brief moment of distraction was enough. Chen Han seized the opportunity and unleashed a sweeping strike, sending Shang Ming flying 3 meters back. On the sidelines, Yu Wuyun watched with a calm expression. He understood all too well that people had long forgotten the terror of the former #1 on the continent, as well as the unparalleled brilliance of the Beidou Howren spear technique. As someone who had spent his life chasing Han Howren's legacy, Yu Wuyun could see clearly Chen Han's spear techniques seemed to have already surpassed that legendary figure. This was due to Chen Han's mastery of the killing god spear intent, which elevated the Beidou Howren spear technique from an SS-level skill to an entirely new realm. The essence of the Beidou Howren spear technique lies not in its intricate moves, but in its mastery of momentum, a unique and overwhelming force of a true warrior. It was this very power that allowed Han Howren to dominate the martial arts world for 40 years. Even Yu Wuyun, who was also at the martial god level, had failed to grasp the mysteries of this momentum. This explained why, despite having similar foundational attributes, Yu Wuyun had never defeated Han Howren in any duel. Chen Han, through his understanding of the Beidou Howren spear technique, came to truly comprehend the terrifying potential of momentum. Although there was a gap of 200,000 kilograms in base attributes between him and Shang, this immense disparity was almost entirely neutralized by the sheer strength of his momentum. At this moment on the arena, Shang's face was twisted with fury, and his rage seemed to boil over. However, this was merely a facade to conceal his insecurity after his talent's effects had been exposed. In stark contrast, Chen Han remained calm and composed, his aura of a victor only growing stronger despite his martial techniques being sealed. The arena was now riddled with craters and cracks from the ferocity of their battle. As time pressed on, Shang grew increasingly anxious. His pride in his ability to seal martial techniques, his talent-enhanced combat skills, and his overwhelming strength, all of these advantages failed to truly suppress Chen Han. To make matters worse, Chen Han's astonishing vitality, comparable to that of a martial emperor, was beginning to take effect. After multiple fierce exchanges, Shang's body was drenched in sweat and covered in wounds, his appearance resembling that of a bloodied warrior. Meanwhile, Chen Han remained poised and unflustered, even shrugging off heavy punches with ease, as his powerful vitality absorbed the impact effortlessly. It's about to end, Yu Wuyun remarked casually as he munched on a sweet potato fry. Sure enough, Shang Sheng, now utterly spent, launched a final desperate assault. He unleashed the most aggressive move in his arsenal, the Eight Extremes Fist, charging at Chen Han like an out-of-control tank, hellbent on delivering a decisive blow. However, just as he was about to strike Chen Han, what seemed like an unstoppable blow was riddled with flaws in Chen Han's eyes. His gaze sharp as lightning, Chen Han gripped his spear in his right hand and, instead of retreating under the shadow of Shang Sheng's massive fist, he advanced boldly, thrusting his spear straight at the throat. Blood splattered. Shang Sheng's devastating punch froze inches away from Chen Han, never completing its arc. The once celebrated genius hailed as the top martial artist among all major academies had, at this moment, taken his final breath. Inside and outside the Grand Hall, hundreds of thousands of spectators held their breath as they watched the scene unfold. It wasn't until Shang Sheng's arm fell limp that the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. This battle had no dazzling displays of martial arts techniques, no mysterious talent abilities, just a raw contest of primal combat skills. Every strike aimed directly at vital points, showcasing the pure essence of human instinct in battle. What was even more astonishing was that Chen Han was merely at the 8th rank of a martial artist, while Shang Sheng had already reached the 6th rank of a martial general. Such a victory, crossing the Gulf of Realms, was not without precedent in the past century. However, all recorded instances relied on intricate talent abilities or specialized martial techniques. For Chen Han to achieve victory purely through combat skills, and against an opponent equally specialized in close combat, was groundbreaking. Not even the legendary figure Han Howren had ever set such a precedent. Chen Han, victorious. The announcer's declaration sent chills through the attending family representatives. If even Shang Sheng had been defeated, who among the remaining 6 competitors could possibly stop Chen Han? This outcome signified that the result of the exchange tournament was all but decided, and the 24 Privy Council would undoubtedly support Yu Wuyun's Northern Expedition plan. At that very moment, within the 24 Privy Council headquarters in the capital, 23 of the highest-ranking officials were fixated on the screen, watching Chen Han stand tall and proud. His mastery of the Beidou Howren spear technique had reached such an extraordinary level that it forced them to reassess the young man's potential. Of the 16 members who had originally opposed the Northern Expedition, 12 were now wavering. Yet the gaze of Daxia's ultimate authority, Emperor Qingtian, rested on Jung Go. His old rival's expression did not reveal the expected disappointment, and this piqued his vigilance. "Don't get ahead of yourselves," Emperor Qingtian said calmly. "That old fox Jung Go has stood toe-to-toe with Yu Wuyun for years as marshal. He won't admit defeat so easily." Meanwhile, the Chen family sat in utter silence, staring at the screen. The figure they once regarded as the shame of their lineage now left them speechless, a suffocating stillness enveloping the room. Without a doubt, with this victory under his belt, Chen Han had become the most dazzling prodigy of his era. The news spread through the capital like a whirlwind, forcing even the once dismissive elites to re-evaluate this young man. Meanwhile, within the Chen family, Chen Han's meteoric rise over just a few short months left everyone in a daze, as if caught in a dream. At this moment, the Chen family ancestral hall was steeped in solemnity. The patriarch, Chen Muhu, sat at the head seat, emanating an aura of commanding authority. His grim expression sent chills down the spines of everyone present. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a deep voice. Who was it that decided to expel Chen Han from the family? Though his words were not loud, they struck like a hammer to everyone's hearts. The hall fell into an eerie silence as people lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe heavily. No one wanted to be the first to speak, for when Chen Han was banished, every person here had silently consented to the decision. Suddenly, someone in the crowd stammered out, it was Chen Zhan. He wanted to secure a spot for his own son at the Martial Arts Academy, so he replaced Chen Han with Chen Feng. The words broke the silence like a floodgate opening, and soon the crowd chimed in, all pointing their fingers at Chen Zhan, who stood in the corner. Chen Zhan, pale as a ghost, stood frozen in the corner. Under the oppressive aura of Chen Muhu's wrath, his knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground. Just as everyone thought he would confess his guilt, Chen Zhan suddenly raised his head, his eyes locking fiercely onto the clan leader, Chen Zhennan. "Am I the only one to blame?" he cried out hoarsely. "Chen Zhennan, as the clan leader, you were the one who approved sending Chen Han to the military. You were the one who sanctioned his expulsion from the family." Chen Zhennan's face darkened at these words. Never had he expected his most trusted subordinate to turn on him at such a moment. "Chen Zhan, what nonsense are you spouting? It was you who gave me 2-star crystals and begged me to look after your son." The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall. The clan members erupted in outrage, realizing that their leader had accepted a bribe to 2-star crystals to ruin Chen Han's future. The contempt and fury in their eyes told of their disillusionment, as they saw themselves as mere pawns in this power play between the leader and his subordinate. I can't believe the clan leader would stoop so low. 2-star crystals to destroy Chen Han's future. Chen Jinnan, you're despicable. The ancestral hall was soon filled with angry accusations against Chen Jinnan, the collective fury of the crowd building into an unstoppable force. If Chen Han had remained an obscure figure in the military, even if this matter were exposed, it would likely have faded away without much consequence. However, the situation now was entirely different. Chen Han's status had drastically changed, and the dissatisfaction towards Chen Jinnan's treatment of him had already been simmering among many. At this moment, an intense internal conflict was unfolding within the ancestral hall of the Chen family. Although Chen Han was not present to witness this dog-eat-dog drama firsthand, he would soon find himself at the center of an even more spectacular scene. Not long after returning from the arena in triumph, Chen Han received a phone call from Chen Muhu. Without beating around the bush, Chen Muhu invited him to attend a family banquet, with the intention of formally reintegrating him into the clan. Initially, Chen Han had planned to outright reject the invitation, but when Chen Muhu mentioned that the banquet would involve removing Chen Jinnan from his position, Chen Han's interest was piqued. In the end, he not only agreed to attend but also decided to bring his younger sister, Chen Shui, along. As night fell, the Chen family's ancestral hall was brightly lit. In stark contrast to his solitary departure from the clan last time, this time, everyone from the clan members to the servants, even the elderly woman washing vegetables lined up at the entrance to welcome him. At the end of the red carpet laid out before the entrance, a large plaque inscribed with the words apology stood prominently. Brother, this is the first time the Chen family has made such a grand gesture. They must really regret it. Chen Shui exclaimed excitedly, tugging at her brother's sleeve. Chen Han gently patted his sister's head and said calmly, Xiao Xue, you're still young. Remember, those who offer help in times of need are truly valuable. Those who add to the celebration are rarely sincere. Under Chen Muhu's guidance, they entered the ancestral hall. Inside, 40 tables laden with extravagant delicacies were set up, each worth over 100,000. All of it was prepared for Chen Han alone. Chen Muhu personally ceded the seat of honor to him and announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our distinguished son of the Chen family, Chen Han, back to his roots. Thunderous applause erupted. At the center of the banquet, Chen Zhan and Chen Jinnan were tightly bound, their faces dark with humiliation. They dared not utter a word, fully aware that any protest could lead to Chen Muhu ordering their immediate execution. Chen Muhu turned to Chen Han with a smile and said, Xiao Han, today I want you to bear witness. I am removing Chen Jinnan from his position as clan leader and expelling this father and son from the family. Clearing his throat, he continued, Chen Jinnan, an unworthy descendant, accepted a bribe of 2-star crystals from Chen Zhan to ensure Chen Feng took the place of our distinguished son Chen Han at the Martial University. His crimes are unforgivable. Expel them. Expel them. The crowd's chants grew louder and more fervent. Chen Jinnan and Chen Zhan clenched their fists tightly, their nails digging deep into their palms until blood seeped out. Only now did they truly understand the humiliation Chen Han had endured that day. When Chen Han learned the truth that Chen Jinnan had taken bribes to let Chen Feng replace his name, his eyebrows twitched slightly. These two had hidden the matter so deeply that even the core members of the family were kept in the dark. However, at this moment, he no longer cared about such things. Compared to the martial arts university, the military had given him a stronger sense of sincerity. Chen Muhu sat upright in the main seat, his gaze cold as he stared at Chen Jinnan and Chen Zhan. His voice carried no warmth as he declared, Chen Jinnan and Chen Zhan, disgraceful descendants, do either of you have any objections? Chen Jinnan kept his head lowered, looking utterly defeated. However, Chen Zhan was still unwilling to give up. Kneeling, he pleaded, Ancestor, I accept being expelled from the family, but please don't remove my name from the family register. To Chen Zhan, the family register was his root. As long as his name remained, he could still claim to be a descendant of the Chen family, the leading family of Hanwu City. Chen Muhu glanced at Chen Han, who sat quietly with an indifferent expression, and his anger flared. Outrageous. After committing such a grave mistake, leaving your name on the family register would only bring shame to our ancestors. These words sealed the fate of the two, forever banished from the family. On the surface, it seemed like a punishment for two rebellious members, but in truth, Chen Muhu was clearly trying to show goodwill toward Chen Han. All eyes in the hall turned to Chen Han, sitting in the main seat, trying to gauge his reaction. Under the cold stares of the crowd, Chen Jinnan and Chen Zhan had no choice but to leave the hall in sorrow. Get out. The Chen family does not welcome you. The heavy doors slammed shut behind them. Standing outside, Chen Jinnan let out a bitter laugh. Ha ha ha. I, Chen Jinnan, dedicated 18 years of hard work to this family, toiling tirelessly. Even if I achieved nothing, I suffered for this family. Fine, fine. A pack of ungrateful wretches. His angry shouts echoed into the hall, but no one showed the slightest hint of guilt. Instead, the crowd eagerly raised their glasses to toast Chen Han. Among them was Chen Shiming, a former subordinate of Chen Zhenan, who was the first to approach with a wineglass in hand. Xiao Han, you've done so well. Second uncle toasts to you. From now on, stay with the Chen family. We will always be your strongest support. Chen Han, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his hand and swept the wine glass off the table, shattering it on the ground. This is official business. I cannot accept this toast. The words, official business, froze everyone's expressions. It was a clear indication that Chen Han was attending as a military lieutenant, not as a member of the Chen family. Despite everything the Chen family had done, he was still unwilling to forgive them. Chen Muju's smile stiffened. By all logic, while the Chen family wasn't the most prominent in Hanwu City, it was still a dominant power. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, Chen Han should not have refused to return. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Muju seemed to make up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, Chen Han, since Chen Jinan has been expelled from the family, the position of family head is now vacant. How about you take that seat? The entire room was stunned. That was the position of the family head. Although, with Chen Han's strength, he was more than qualified to be the leading figure of the Chen family. But becoming the clan leader ultimately relies on seniority. Chen Han sneered inwardly. Allowing someone from the younger generation to take the position of clan leader meant that all the uncles and elders would have to obey his commands, which was a blatant violation of the principles of hierarchy and respect. To win him back to the family, Chen Mutager had stooped to such an extent that he had completely disregarded his dignity. Chen Han fixed his gaze on his great-grandfather, and his sense of disdain grew stronger. Although Chen Mutager was a powerful martial emperor and a prominent figure in the capital, in Chen Han's eyes at this moment, the old man had shed all traces of a warrior's spirit. What remained was nothing more than a pure politician. Xiao Xue, let's go. Chen Han turned to leave with Chen Shui. The drama he had come to witness was over. As he watched Chen Han's resolute back, the kind and amiable facade on Chen Mutager's face finally cracked, replaced by a dark and sinister expression. His voice turned as venomous as a serpent's hiss. Chen Han, if you walk out of this door today, you will regret it. Chen Han's lips curled into a faint smirk as he stepped out without looking back. The last time he left, his heart had been filled with desolation, but this time, he walked away with the confidence and vigor of a young man, unburdened by sentiment. In this moment, he had truly severed ties with the Chen family. As for Chen Mutager's future joys or sorrows, they were no longer his concern. Not long after stepping out of the Chen family's gates, Chen Han spotted the members of the Cold Night team gathered under a street lamp, including the towering Yu Wuyun, who stood 2 meters tall. Seeing them, Chen Han felt a warmth in his heart. This was his real family. However, the expressions on their faces were unusually grave. Yu Wuyun got straight to the point. Chen Han, there's no need to participate in the next matches. Let's call it quits here. The request left Chen Han stunned. After defeating Shang Sheng, he was already considered the strongest competitor in this exchange tournament. While the other participants were undeniably exceptional talents, none of them matched Shang Sheng's level. Victory seemed almost guaranteed for him, so why quit now? Zhao Linger quickly handed him a video. The footage showed a match between Lu Xian from Tianqing University and Guo Xiao from Guangwu University. Chen Han recognized both of them, but as he watched the video, he couldn't help but be taken aback. In the video, Lu Xian unleashed a massive fireball resembling a miniature sun, instantly reducing her opponent to ashes. Meanwhile, Guo Xiao, using an eerie and elusive movement technique, swung his blade in a single strike that seemed to open the gates of a dark underworld, slicing his opponent into fragments in an instant. Both of them had never displayed such terrifying power before, and in their previous matches, they had only won with difficulty. It was important to note that the top 8 contestants were all martial artists of at least the 5th rank. Instantaneously defeating such opponents should have been nearly impossible. Clearly, these two had been hiding their true strength all along, and their real capabilities even surpassed Shang Sheng's. According to Yu Wuyun, both were possessors of SS-level talents. Lu Xian wielded the Golden Sun ability, a light attribute within the natural elements. This was no ordinary light ability like Zhan Xilan's. It was a destructive force that rendered her nearly invincible against opponents of the same rank. As for Guo Xiao, he possessed a unique spatial attribute. His Void Rend slash appeared to be a single strike, but in reality, it inflicted countless simultaneous cuts on his target. There was no doubt that these two were top-tier masters. A flicker of seriousness crossed Yu Wuyun's gaze as he finally unraveled Jung Go's years of planning. The infiltration of the military, the control over the martial arts university, and the careful grooming of Lu Xing and Guo Xiao as his 2 key pawns, deadly assassins. Originally, Jung Go was confident that the experts he had selected from the martial arts university would suffice to deal with Chen Han. However, Chen Han's miraculous achievements forced him to take extra precautions. These two assassins, both at the 8th rank of martial generals, were not only prodigiously talented but also nearing the level of martial sovereigns in strength. If not for Shangshang's defeat, Jung Go would never have revealed these trump cards so easily. Chen Han, give it up. This time, I truly mean it, Yu Wuyun urged with a grave expression. Defeating Shangshang has already shattered records. The old guard of the 24 Privy Council has started paying attention to you. Even if the Northern Expedition plan doesn't pass this time, in a few years, they will have no grounds to object. The members of the Cold Night team also looked at Chen Han with hopeful eyes, silently pleading for him to stop at this point. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Han suddenly spoke. Actually, I have one last way to win breaking through to the martial general level. His tone was firm. As long as I cross this threshold, the massive increase in my base attributes, combined with the momentum of the Beidou Howren spear technique, will tip the odds in my favor. His words left everyone stunned, as if they had just heard something utterly fantastical. Zhao Linger, who had only recently broken through to the martial general level, was the first to question him. Are you insane? No matter how exceptional you are, you've only been at the 8th rank for a few days. Breaking through to martial general isn't child's play. Ji Yun exclaimed in shock. Young Master Chen, even the fastest person in history took 6 months to break through to martial general. This is a qualitative leap, and 90% of martial artists in the past century have been stuck at this stage. Just look at the commanders of the major camps, or directors like Chi Fi Every single one of them is a martial general level powerhouse. Even Yu Wuyun shook his head repeatedly. Chen Han, this is no joke. I think you'll have to immediately revoke your eligibility to compete. Yet Chen Han's gaze remained unwavering, as resolute as steel. Marshal Yu, please let me try. The unshakable confidence in his voice sent a ripple through everyone present. For a brief moment, they couldn't help but wonder perhaps this seemingly impossible miracle could truly be realized in his hands. If he actually achieves it, it would be more like a miracle than simply defeating Shangshang. Yu Wuyan gazed at Chen Han's door, eventually yielding. He issued an ultimatum, 2 days. If Chen Han couldn't break through to the martial general level within that time, his qualification to compete would be revoked, no matter what. Meanwhile, Hanwu City was in an uproar. The sudden rise of Lu Xian and Guo Xiao, coupled with the news of Chen Han delaying his participation due to health issues, sparked heated discussions across the streets. These two are incredibly strong. They've been hiding their true power all along. I'm afraid Chen Han's chances look bleak this time. Reaching this stage as an 8th-rank martial artist is already a miracle. This time, it feels like the martial arts academies are just being unreasonable. The public's chatter ebbed and flowed, with most believing that Chen Han had already abandoned the competition and that the so-called health excuse was merely a face-saving pretext from the military. Still, many agreed that withdrawing at this point was the wisest decision. To continue competing would be nothing short of courting disaster. Upon hearing the news, the Chen family responded with cold disdain. Chen Muha's lips curled into a chilling smile. That arrogant brat is finally getting what he deserves. The new clan leader, Chen Shiming, chimed in with a sneer. Old ancestor, it would be best if he just died on the stage. It save us from having to deal with him any longer. It wasn't just the Chen family. Prominent families across the nation had also positioned themselves against Chen Han, fearing that another figure like him would emerge to challenge their dominance after Yu Wuyun. However, Chen Han paid no heed to the outside noise. He locked himself in his room, fully engrossed in breaking through to the martial general level, a process requiring both foundational accumulation and a profound mental epiphany. In terms of basic attributes, Chen Han had already surpassed the threshold of the martial general level. The key now was mastering spiritual force, an essential new attribute gained after breaking through, and the cornerstone of the Beidou Howren spear techniques, momentum of the victor. The path of a martial artist requires unwavering determination, relentless progress, and a commanding presence that views the world as ants beneath one's feet. Chen Han recited silently, gradually entering a state of clarity and calm. At that moment, streams of spiritual energy began to seep from his pores, swirling around his body like tiny tadpoles. These streams eventually converged above his head. Outside the door, Yu Wuyun and the Cold Night Squad members watched in stunned silence. This was the unmistakable sign of a martial artist breaking through to the martial general level. Yu Wuyun was so shocked that he could hardly speak. As the continent's top martial artist aside from Han Howren, and the only martial god at the 8th stage, he had encountered countless prodigies over the past century. Yet, he had never seen anyone as exceptionally talented as Chen Han. Even Han Howren, once hailed as a peerless genius, seemed slightly inferior when compared to Chen Han. Stroking his white beard, Yu Wuyun's eyes sparkled with delight. Chen Han truly never fails to surprise people. At that moment, a dazzling beam of spiritual energy shot into the sky, visible only to martial artists who had reached the rank of martial general. Zhao Linger, witnessing this extraordinary scene, felt her legs go weak and collapse to the ground, unable to utter a word for a long time. The phenomenon not only startled the members of the Hanya squad, but also caught the attention of almost every martial general-ranked warrior in Hanwu City. Among those most alarmed were Jung Go and Ouyang Quan. Jung Go was currently celebrating with Lu Zing and Guo Xiao in a high-end restaurant. To him, the victory of the family in the upcoming exchange competition was already a foregone conclusion. However, when he saw the beam of spiritual energy above the military camp, his face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of monster is that kid Chen Han?" Lu Zing and Guo Xiao, unaware of the gravity of the situation, asked in confusion, "Marshal Zhong, what's wrong?" Ouyang Quan didn't answer directly but pointed toward the distant beam of energy. "Look over there, Chen Han is about to break through." Guo Xiao, one of the few individuals with an SS-level talent, still carried a hint of disdain. "You two marshals are overreacting. Even if Chen Han breaks through to the martial general realm, my blade can still cut him to pieces." But Jung Go and Ouyang Quan's faces were clouded with worry. To them, Chen Han had already performed countless miracles in the military camp within just a few months. If he hadn't yet broken through to the martial general realm, they might still have full confidence. However, if he succeeded in stepping into this realm, their chances of victory would plummet to less than 30%. For Jung Go, training death warriors like Lu Zing and Guo Xiao had already placed him under significant pressure from the 24 Privy Council. If even this effort failed to defeat Chen Han, his influence within the military would inevitably be greatly diminished. At this moment, every martial general-ranked warrior in the city held their breath, their eyes fixed on the beam of spiritual energy. They all knew that breaking through to the martial general realm carried the risk of failure. If the beam dissipated, it would mean failure. But if the beam returned to the body, it would signify that Chen Han had successfully drawn the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into himself, completing the breakthrough. At that moment, the beams of spiritual energy suspended midair suddenly moved. They writhed like living creatures, resembling countless tiny tadpoles slowly swimming downward. Eventually, they converged into a single mass and shot back into the room with lightning speed. Chen Han felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. Clenching his fists tightly, he could clearly sense his fundamental attributes, even without testing them. His strength had reached an astonishing 300,000 kilograms, his speed index soared to 2,800, and his vitality value had climbed to an impressive 92 tiers. Even without factoring in the amplification from the killing spear's intent, this raw power was on par with Shang Sheng, while the boosts to his speed and vitality were simply jaw-dropping. Even more astonishing was the addition of a new attribute to his base stats, spiritual force. This tier-based attribute was akin to the vitality tiers, and Chen Han, having just broken through to the rank of martial general, had already reached the 5th tier. It was worth noting that most martial generals spent their entire lives training arduously, and without breakthroughs, their spiritual force rarely exceeded 5 tiers, just like the martial generals in the Chen family. Yet, Chen Han had already reached the pinnacle they aspired to upon entering the realm of martial general. Suddenly, the door burst open with a thunderous sound. The members of the Cold Knight squad, along with Yu Wuyun, rushed in, their faces beaming with excitement. "Young Master Chun, did you break through?" Ji Yun asked eagerly. Yu Wuyun, a martial god, had already discerned everything and burst out laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, well done, Chen Han. Breaking through to martial general in a single day, unprecedented and unmatched." Receiving Yu Shuai's praise, the Cold Knight squad members were overjoyed, even more thrilled than if they had achieved the breakthrough themselves. Chen Han, however, remained remarkably composed. He turned to Yu Wuyun and said, "Yu Shuai, there's no need to wait until the day after tomorrow. Let's start the arena competition tomorrow." Yu Wuyun saw the unwavering confidence in Chen Han's eyes and agreed immediately. This news spread like wildfire throughout the city. Chen Han's feat of breaking through to martial general in a single day tipped the scales of victory once again. The following day, the arena for the Hanwu City exchange competition was packed with spectators, numbering at least 500,000. Under the watchful eyes of the massive crowd, Chen Han was the first to step onto the stage. The host promptly announced, in the semifinals, Chen Han will face Lu Zing. Manipulated behind the scenes by Jung Go, this matchup seemed to carry an air of inevitability. If Chen Han won, his next opponent would undoubtedly be Guo Xiao in the final showdown. However, at this moment, Chen Han made a shocking move. He raised his head and looked directly at Jung Go in the stands, his tone calm but resolute. "Marshal Zhong, let's not beat around the bush. I know this competition was designed specifically to target me. If I win this match, the next one will have me facing Guo Xiao, right?" The entire arena fell into dead silence. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense as Chen Han openly exposed the hidden agenda behind the competition in front of a nationwide audience, tearing down the facade with Jung Go. Lu Zing was furious. "Chen Han, don't get ahead of yourself. You think you can beat me? Keep dreaming. Chen Han remained silent, crossing his arms as his body slowly ascended into the air. The Overlord's spear hovered above his head, and he looked down at Lu Zing from above, his gaze filled with disdain. Marshal Zhong, let's not waste time. Let the two of them come at me together. Arrogant. Absolutely outrageous. The crowd erupted in unison at Chen Han's bold declaration. Their reaction was not without reason. Chen Han had only just broken through to the martial general realm. His opponents, Lu Zing and Guo Xiao, however, were elite assassins meticulously trained by Jung Go, both possessing SS-level talent and already at the 8th stage of the martial general realm. They were even formidable enough to challenge a martial emperor. And yet, Chen Han dared to challenge them both at the same time. It was sheer audacity to the extreme. On the arena, Lu Zing was livid. As one of Jung Go's most trusted warriors, she had always concealed her true strength, and no one had ever dared to underestimate her like this. Now, she raised her hands, conjuring a golden fireball that radiated intense heat, its energy rippling through the air as though it might evaporate the very atmosphere. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Jung Go spoke, his voice unervingly calm. Lu Zing, stand down. Guo Xiao, join Lu Zing on the stage. This command took everyone by surprise. Contrary to the expected disdain or mockery from the marshal, Jung Go's tone carried a faint trace of concern. He knew Chen Han too well. While the young man acted flamboyantly, he never made a move without confidence in his abilities. If Chen Han was willing to challenge two top-tier combatants simultaneously, he must have something up his sleeve. The brash Guo Xiao, however, seemed oblivious to this. He scoffed and said dismissively, Marshal Zhong, isn't this unnecessary? Surely Xiang alone is more than enough to handle him? The two of us together, will that be overkill? Before he could finish, Jung Go raised his hand and delivered a forceful strike from afar, slapping Guo Xiao across the face. Overkill my ass, he roared. The slap not only stunned Guo Xiao, but also left the entire audience in shock. Who would have expected the dignified marshal to lose his temper so explosively in such a setting? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guo Xiao quickly drew the katana at his waist and assumed a combat-ready stance. At that moment, Chen Han made his move. The tip of his overlord's spear began to emit a faint white light. Initially subtle, the glow expanded rapidly, becoming a blinding brilliance that forced everyone to avert their gaze. This was the sun-slaying god spear, a devastatingly powerful area effect technique. It unleashed 3 consecutive waves of energy, the first crashing like a mighty river, the second surging like a towering tsunami, and the third blazing like a scorching sun in the sky. This was Chen Han's most formidable skill, and it was the first time he had displayed its full version in public. During his previous battle with Uncle Chen Hui, the first wave alone had been enough to defeat the martial general level expert. But this time, Chen Han was clearly unleashing his full power. Since Jung Go had already revealed his trump cards, Chen Han saw no reason to hold back any longer. A terrifying aura spread across dozens of kilometers, as the Overlord's spear suspended above Chen Han's head radiated an overwhelming and suffocating might. The expressions of Lu Zing and Guo Xiao shifted from initial disdain to sheer terror. In a desperate attempt, they unleashed their ultimate moves. Lu Zing raised both palms to the sky, conjuring a dazzling golden fireball, while Guo Xiao swung his katana, his body enveloped in tendrils of dark energy. But it was already too late. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air as a blinding beam of light descended from above, slamming heavily onto the duo. The arena caved in instantly, forming a massive crater 5 meters deep. A destructive shockwave rippled outward, forcing the spectators from the surrounding families to channel their energy in defense. This Chen Han, he's really gone overboard this time, Yu Wuyan muttered in amazement as he leapt down from the marshal's seat, brandishing his guandao to intercept the residual force of the sun-destroying god-slaying spear. If the spectators were already in such disarray, one could only imagine the plight of Lu Zing and Guo Xiao, who bore the brunt of the beam. Despite their SS-level talents, one wielding the power of solar flames, the other mastering void energy, their attacks were as fragile as paper against the might of the sun-destroying god-slaying spear. This was the disparity. SS level was their ceiling, but for Chen Han, it was merely the starting point. With the dual amplification of his sacred martial soul and saintly physique, the power of his strike had far surpassed the limits of conventional martial techniques. After the first wave of impact, the two barely managed to stand. Lu Zing's face was covered in blood, her hair disheveled, while Guo Xiao was drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Heh, I thought you were something special, but you're just— Guo Xiao's taunt was abruptly cut off as a second beam roared down. Bang! The ground sank another 3 meters, and the duo's heads were obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only partial remains. A third strike followed immediately, even more devastating than the previous ones. The arena sank another 10 meters, transforming the once majestic battleground into a scorched wasteland. Lu Xian and Guo Xiao were utterly annihilated, their remains reduced to nothing but dust. Jung Go rubbed his temples, staring at the twin-timeter-deep crater. These two prodigies, whom he had cultivated for over 2 decades and invested countless resources into, were wiped out in a single move by Chen Han. The venue fell into a prolonged silence that lasted several minutes, broken only by the voice of the announcer. Chen Han, victorious. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted across the arena. The audience clapped until their hands ached, their faces still etched with disbelief. Unlike Chen Han's previous hour-long battle against Shang, this fight from Guo Xiao stepping onto the stage to its conclusion had taken less than a minute. Looking back over the entire century of the new calendar, Chen Han's victory stands unparalleled. On the arena stage, as a mere commoner, he represented not only Yu Wuyun but also millions of ordinary people, triumphing for the first time over the deeply entrenched power of the aristocratic families. The scene below the stage was starkly divided. The influential figures of the families sat grim-faced, heads lowered in silence, while the gathered commoners erupted in fervent celebration, raising their arms and cheering with a deafening roar. This moment symbolized the looming end of the golden age of family dominance. In the highest authority of Decisive, the 24 Privy Council, the reaction was even more intense. The 23 supreme leaders stared in stunned disbelief at the projection of the arena. Chen Han's strength far exceeded their expectations, an explosive surge in power beyond the level of a martial general, coupled with a hidden, lethal trump card that allowed him to defeat 2 martial emperor-level opponents in a single strike. The highest authority in Decisive, Emperor Qingtian, was the first to break the silence. This young man is not only brimming with potential but also exceptionally cunning. He is both wise and patient, knowing precisely when to advance and retreat. Yu Wuyun, this time, you've chosen the right person. As he spoke, he held up a detailed plan for a northern expedition. Gentlemen, I have already approved this plan. Does anyone object? Faced with the emperor's commanding inquiry, the other supreme leaders fell silent. They were acutely aware that opposing him now would be the most foolish move. Though many of them represented family interests, preserving the survival of Decisive as a whole was the higher priority. The situation in the north had reached a critical point. The beasts of the dark domain were not only growing stronger, but had also frighteningly begun to grasp language and technology. This signaled a potential turning point in human destiny, the emergence of a new civilization in the north. If these creatures, once reliant solely on brute force, gained intelligence, humanity's position would become perilous. Voices of agreement echoed through the Privy Council chamber. I support the northern expedition. So do I. In the end, every supreme leader signed their name on the expedition plan. Meanwhile, back at the martial competition in Hanwu City, the host was announcing the thrilling news of Chen Han's victory as the champion of the exchange tournament. After witnessing Chen Han effortlessly defeat Lu Xian and Guo Xiao, no one dared to entertain the thought of challenging him. Though the representatives of the families were inwardly resentful, they could only force smiles and offer their congratulations. Lieutenant Chen, congratulations. You are now a rising star in Decisive. Lieutenant Chen, please extend your favor to my MO family. Lieutenant Chen, such talent at a young age, you have my admiration. Faced with their insincere flattery, Chen Han remained calm and composed. However, he seized the moment to deliver an acceptance speech that left the family representatives visibly shaken. I only won the championship this time by sheer luck. Chen Han stood in the center of the venue, his gaze sweeping over the representatives of the major families in the capital. The real credit goes to Marshal Yu Wuyun, who initiated the Northern Expedition Plan. I assume all of you have already reviewed the plan? I hope the major families will generously contribute 200 kilograms of star crystals to support the army. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. 200 kilograms of star crystals, this figure made the family representatives present gasp in shock. In Hanwu City, such wealth could sustain an entire prominent family. Even for the top-tier families in the capital, it would take 5 years of net profits to reach this amount. Yet, no one dared to voice opposition lightly. Chen Han had just secured the championship in the military exchange competition, and the influence brought by this honor was not to be underestimated. One senior elder of a family, unable to hold back, stood up and began, Chen Han, we congratulated you out of courtesy, but don't push your luck. Before he could finish, another elder beside him quickly pulled him back. Sure. Elder Mo, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you, the elder warned in a low voice. In the current situation, with Chen Han backed by the top marshal of Daxia and the highest authorities, who would dare to offend him? As the tension thickened, the head of the National Pharmaceutical Institute, Li Qingshi, stepped forward. This highly respected first scientist of the capital spoke in a steady voice. I am willing to take the lead and donate 300 kilograms of star crystals based on the Northern Expedition Plan. He turned to Chen Han, his eyes filled with goodwill. Young Chen, this 300 kilograms is just an initial contribution. If you're willing to befriend this old man, I can donate even more. With such a pivotal figure like Li Qingshi setting the example, the other families had no choice but to follow suit. Just as Chen Han was preparing to report this good news to Yu Wuyun, he noticed the marshal was intently focused on a document. Chen Han, Yu Wuyun suddenly spoke, not even lifting his head. Is your father named Chen Xingbian? And your mother, Lu Yufeng? Chen Han, surprised, nodded. Yu Wuyun's expression shifted from astonishment to a wistful sigh. So it's true. Like father, like son. Your path into the military wasn't without reason. They were both members of Bureau 869. Yu Wuyun quickly added, don't get me wrong. I just heard Xiao Zhao mention a bit about your background, including how you joined the military. Out of curiosity, I looked into it. I didn't expect to uncover something unexpected. Hearing this, Chen Han couldn't help but drift into his memories. Although his soul had transmigrated and he was born with the memories of his previous life, his impressions of this life's parents were extremely vague. His mother had left hurriedly just 2 days after giving birth to him, and his father rarely came home. Even when he did, their time together was fleeting, as though he always had endless matters to attend to. Chen Han's childhood was mostly spent under the care of the Chen family's nanny. This way of life continued for 3 years, until one day, his mother returned home holding a baby little Chen Shui. After handing his younger sister to him, both of his parents disappeared and never came back. Later, he only heard that they had gone on some mysterious mission and were never heard from again. Toward these parents he had barely known, Chen Han felt neither deep affection nor resentment. Seeing Chen Han lost in thought, Yu Wuyun sighed softly. Would you like to hear what I have to say? This piqued Chen Han's interest. He immediately sat down next to Yu Wuyun. Sure. Although I'm not too concerned about my parents, since it's related to the military, let's start with the 869 Bureau. The 869 Bureau, officially known as the Northern Dark Domain Investigation Bureau, was a special military agency established under Yu Wuyun's leadership. Its creation was tied to the exploration of the Northern Dark Domain by the continent's first martial artist, Han Haoran. 50 years ago, Han Haoran returned gravely injured from a battle with a terrifying entity in the forbidden zone of the Northern Dark Domain, bringing back 2 devastating pieces of news. First, due to an unknown cause, the Northern Dark Domain had undergone spatial anomalies, expanding its territory several times compared to the pre-spiritual energy revival era. This led to a geometric increase in the number of exotic beasts, which was one of the main reasons why Yu Wuyun's Northern Expedition Plan had not been approved by the 24 Privy Council. Second, martial artists of the War God level were forbidden from entering the Dark Domain not due to any special restriction, but because War God level individuals had transcended ordinary humanity. Once they entered, they would be detected by the terrifying entities within the Forbidden Zone. These entities were unimaginably powerful and could trigger cataclysmic changes in the natural world. For instance, Han Haoran's battle had turned the extreme northern region into a wasteland spanning over 1,000 kilometers. To prevent such disasters, Yu Wuyun established the 869 Bureau, selecting elite talents from top universities and the military for specialized training. The members of Unit 869 had only one mission: to venture into the Northern Dark Domain, gather intelligence, and return to their homeland. Along this perilous path, countless elite members of Unit 869 met their demise. The Long River not only blocked the passage of beasts heading south, but also cut off the return route for explorers. Yet, for the future of humanity, these warriors pushed forward, seeking hope in the face of despair. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were the last batch of carefully selected elites from the Martial Arts University, chosen by Yu Wuyun. After years of fruitless exploration, the 24 Privy Council officially disbanded Unit 869 15 years ago. Before this decision, Yu Wuyun gave the final directive to the last group of members, to infiltrate the Northern Dark Domain. From that moment on, all of them, including Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, vanished without a trace. As Yu Wuyun recounted this, tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice became choked with emotion. I failed them. Those who followed me had to live in anonymity, separated from their loved ones, and ultimately embarked on a path of no return. He turned to Chen Han, his gaze filled with guilt. Chen Han, the ones I owe the most are you and your family. Your parents were unparalleled geniuses from Starry Sky University. If it weren't for me... He took a deep breath and continued. No apology could ever suffice. If you have any demands, just say the word. Even if it costs me my life, I will accept it. Chen Han fell into deep thought. He understood that Yu Wuyun was not the kind of person to coerce others. His parents had likely joined Unit 869 out of noble ideals. The ones he truly resented were the opportunistic relatives from the Chen family. In a way, both he and his sister, Chen Shui, were orphans of martyrs. Suddenly, a thought crossed Chen Han's mind. Commander Yu, do you think it's possible that those who entered the Northern Dark Domain, including my parents, might still be alive? This question caught Yu Wuyun off guard. As a martial god of the 8th rank, He couldn't personally verify the conditions within the northern dark domain. He shook his head. It's almost impossible. While a very small number of people have returned from there with limited information, they described it as a place utterly uninhabitable for Hamansa domain suited only for beasts. Chen Han rubbed his chin and offered a different perspective. No matter how harsh the northern dark domain is, it's still part of Blue Star. At worst, it's like reverting to a primitive lifestyle, surviving by any means necessary. Besides, over the years, there's been some development of beast technology there. While survival might be incredibly slim, it's not entirely out of the question. Chen Han didn't feel much emotional attachment to his parents, but he vividly remembered his sister Chen Shui's grief. That seemingly strong girl had spent countless nights silently crying while clutching photos of their parents. With the northern expedition approaching, this might be the chance to uncover the truth. For his sister's sake, Chen Han resolved to find out what happened to their parents. It was evident that Chen Xing had a good relationship with Marshal Yu. Yu Wuyun and Chen Han engaged in an enthusiastic half-hour conversation, primarily discussing the stories of Chen Han's parents during their time at Shinkong University. Back then, his parents were famously known as the golden couple on campus, working seamlessly together in various competitions and earning widespread recognition. Suddenly, as if recalling something important, Yu Wuyun slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, that's right. Since you're Xing Bian's descendant, I should hand over his belongings to you." Coincidentally, those items are right here in Hanwu City. With that, Yu Wuyun led Chen Han away from the arena. Watching the plague god depart, the family elders present finally breathed a sigh of relief, worried that Chen Han might say something else that would force them to donate several years' worth of their family fortunes. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded area in Hanwu City, where an old, dilapidated building stood. Even after living in Hanwu City for 18 years, Chen Han had never noticed this place before. Yu Wuyan explained, "This is the former site of Bureau 869. Before your parents headed to the dark domain in the north, they worked here." Inside the building, Chen Han saw that many training facilities and pieces of equipment were still intact, a testament to the talent that had once gathered at Bureau 869. As he walked through these spaces carrying the memories of his parents, a mix of emotions welled up within him. Finally, Yu Wuyan led him to a secret chamber. The room housed various items left behind by Bureau 869 members before they ventured north. While not all of them were particularly valuable, each held significant meaning. After carefully searching, Yu Wuyan retrieved a dust-covered black box and slowly opened it. Chen Han focused his gaze and saw a mechanical bow made from a special alloy lying inside the box. Its design resembled a compound bow. To his astonishment, the metal material of the bow's body seemed strikingly similar to that of his overlord's spear. "Marshal Yu, this is?" Chen Han asked softly. Yu Wuyun, with a trace of pride in his expression, picked up the bow and said, "This is the prize your father won during the martial arts examination at Shinkong University. Like the overlord's spear, it is a top-tier divine weapon, known as the Dragon Roar Bow. It is one of the most treasured artifacts of Shinkong University. The bow's body is crafted from the strongest alloy of its time, the same material as the Overlord's spear, and its value rivals that of star crystals. But its most precious feature lies in its bowstring." He went on to explain that years ago, a forbidden zone beast resembling a five-clawed golden dragon emerged in the South Sea, causing monstrous waves that nearly destroyed coastal cities. At the time, the Great Xia Empire had only two martial god-level warriors, Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun. The two of them fought tirelessly for 3 days and nights before finally slaying the fearsome beast. After slaying the dragon, the craftsman extracted a 13-meter-long dragon tendon from its body. This tendon, radiating a faint azure glow, held immense and mysterious power. The bowstring of the Longyin bow was crafted from this very tendon, giving the weapon its name. In Xia, there were very few masters skilled in archery, and bows that could be classified as supreme divine weapons were even rarer. In comparison, swords and blades dominated the list of such weapons, followed by spears, while unparalleled divine bows were almost unheard of. This rarity highlighted the extraordinary value of the Longyin bow. Even an ordinary person pulling its string without an arrow could unleash an attack comparable to the full-force strike of a martial general. Chen Han gazed at the exquisitely crafted Longyin bow in front of him, puzzled. "Commander Yu, are you saying you want to give me this bow?" "But I'm not skilled in archery," he said. Yu Wuyun's eyes flickered with a trace of nostalgia, but he resolutely handed the Longyin bow to Chen Han. "You are the son of Xing Bian. This bow must go to you. If I were to give it to anyone else, I would feel uneasy." Seeing Yu Wuyun's sincerity, Chen Han accepted the Longyin bow. At that very moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. "Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the supreme divine weapon, the Longyin bow. Due to the augmentation from the sacred physique of the weapon soul, you may select a primary and secondary weapon. Once chosen, you will receive an additional cultivation speed boost." The notification caught Chen Han off guard. Turned out the power of the sacred physique of the weapon soul was not limited to spears. After a moment of contemplation, he realized this was a rare opportunity. Currently, he lacked a reliable long-range attack method. Relying solely on his spear would leave him at a disadvantage on the northern battlefield. While he possessed long-range techniques like the piercing death thorn spear and the sun-slaying god spear, they consumed too much energy and sacrificed the flexibility of the spear. System, I choose the spear as my primary weapon and the bow as my secondary weapon. Chen Han decided decisively. The system immediately responded. Ding. You have selected the spear as your primary weapon and the bow as your secondary weapon. The longing bow will grant you a 50x cultivation speed boost. This additional enhancement greatly pleased Chen Han. Although the secondary weapons boost was only half of the primary weapons, his overall cultivation speed had now reached an astonishing 160 times the norm. Moreover, as long as he carried both the Overlord's spear and the longing bow, he would continuously benefit from the boost. Excited, Chen Han couldn't resist testing the bowstring. The moment he gave it a gentle pull boom, a thunderous explosion erupted, and an invisible force pierced through several walls of the 869 Bureau building, leaving a massive hole that went straight through the structure. Yu Wuyun covered his forehead and smiled wryly. I forgot to warn you, the bowstring contains the power of the dragon god. Even a slight pull can unleash terrifying force. Your father caused plenty of damage with it in the past, and I've grown tired of applying for repair funds. Should I pay for the damage? Chen Han asked awkwardly, scratching his nose. Forget it. This old building isn't much use anyway. Yu Wuyan waved it off with a dismissive gesture. He then took out a black book from a box and handed it to Chen Han. This is another treasure your father left behind. He wasn't just a warrior, was also a scientist. The contents of this book even left me astonished. As Chen Han flipped through the pages, he was immediately struck with amazement. Normally, star crystals could only be used as energy sources for strategic weapons, requiring advanced technology to harness their power. However, this book detailed methods for forging star crystals into arrowheads. Talent! Such talent! Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim. As the most complex substance discovered in the new era, the properties of star crystal had confounded countless scientists. It wasn't merely an explosive material, but possessed an extraordinarily intricate molecular structure. Take the Type 3 laser on the skywall. For example, scientists had to design dozens of physical reaction mechanisms just to extract energy from the star crystal. Yet, his father had discovered an unexpected method, turning it directly into a weapon. Opening the book in his hand, Chen Han found the crafting method surprisingly simple. Just shape the star crystal into an arrowhead and attach a small energy extraction reactor. This straightforward design approach was something that had eluded scientists for over a century in the new era. As for its power, one only needed to recall the scene where the Type 3 laser instantly reduced a swarm of mutated beasts to nothingness. This wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was practically a portable weapon of mass destruction. Commander Yu, why didn't you submit such an important invention? Chen Han asked in confusion. If star crystal arrows could be mass-produced, they could completely change the current military landscape. Yu Wuyan explained. This weapon has many limitations. First, only those at the level of a general or higher can handle its immense recoil. Second, it's extremely difficult to control. Any mistake could harm allies. Most importantly, this is a patent of Chen Xingbian. I will only entrust it to his descendants. It was this attitude that convinced Chen Han that Yu Wuyun was not the kind of person who would recklessly send others to their deaths. Oh, by the way, Yu Wuyun added, you must be extremely cautious during the crafting process. Back when your father was researching this at Starry Sky University, he almost blew up the entire campus. A bead of sweat formed on Chen Han's forehead. That was definitely a mistake only a genius would make. After thanking Yu Wuyun, Chen Han returned to the military camp. With the northern expedition imminent, he needed to lead the Cold Night Squad in intensive training. The training workload for all participating forces had doubled, and the situation was urgent. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Han immediately assigned clear tasks to his team members. Zhao Yufei, Zhu Meng, and Ji Yun were required to break through to the warrior realm before the expedition. Otherwise, they would only be a burden. As for Zhao Linger, she needed to master the Ji family's flame spear, an agreed martial technique. Given her current circumstances, a short-term breakthrough in her cultivation level was unrealistic. After delegating the tasks, Chen Han also began his own secluded training. Before starting his cultivation, Chen Han needed to deal with the system rewards, 60,000 points, and 2 targeted draw opportunities. He noticed a change in the rules for targeted draws. Using a targeted draw would now cost double the points. While a regular draw required 5,000 points at the highest tier, a targeted draw would cost 15,000 points. This price is still acceptable, Chen Han thought. After all, a regular draw might not yield anything I actually want. He first decided to draw for an archery-related talent. Although the martial soul sacred body allowed him to enhance his proficiency with all weapons, The killing spear intent could only be utilized when using a spear. To avoid being at a disadvantage while using a bow and arrow, he needed a specialized archery talent. System: I want to spend 15,000 points and one targeted draw opportunity to obtain an archery-related talent. A roulette wheel immediately appeared in front of Chen Han. The wheel displayed only 8 talents related to archery. The pointer spun rapidly before finally stopping at Insight of the Arrow God. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations! You have obtained the SS level talent, Insight of the Arrow God. The talent's abilities made Chen Han's eyes light up. Quadrupled field of vision. Doubled arrow power. Charge effect enabled, with a maximum of triple power. Immunity to wind and airflow interference. Doubled arrow speed. Guaranteed 100 accuracy. Automatic upgrade of archery martial techniques by 1 level. Perfect! Chen Han thought with excitement. This SS level talent was on par with the killing spear intent in terms of strength, especially with the 100 accuracy effect. It was like another version of the piercing thorn spear of death. As long as the target was within his field of vision, even if it was just a tiny black dot, his arrows would hit with pinpoint precision. Combined with star crystal arrows, his long-range combat capabilities would reach a terrifying level. Now, with 45,000 points and one targeted draw opportunity remaining, Chen Han decided to draw for a physique related to mental energy. In the entire Decisive, such physiques were extremely rare. There was only one type of medicine capable of enhancing mental energy, and it was exorbitantly expensive due to the scarcity of alchemists who could produce it. This was one of the main reasons why most martial artists couldn't break through to the martial general level. Even among those with special physiques, only 1 in 10,000 possessed a physique that could enhance mental energy. Although mental energy didn't directly affect combat attributes without the comprehension of force, it was a necessary condition for breaking through to higher realms. Chen Han knew that without such a physique, no matter how fast his cultivation speed was, it would ultimately be in vain. The roulette wheel spun again, and eventually stopped. Congratulations! You have obtained the SS level physique. Sacred Body of the Nether Knight. The abilities of the Nether Knight's sacred body filled Chen Han with quiet excitement. This unique constitution not only doubled the mental energy gained during nighttime meditation, but also permanently increased his base mental energy by the same amount. Most astonishingly, when his mental energy surpassed his opponent's, it could suppress 50 of the opponent's core attributes while simultaneously enhancing his own by an equal margin. The true power of this SS-level constitution lay in the mechanism of acquiring mental energy. It could only be obtained through deep meditation at night, and the amount depended entirely on one's level of comprehension. This explained why those with lower innate talents struggled to break through the bottleneck to reach the rank of martial general. For Chen Han, possessing 3 SS-level talents already allowed him to gain twice the mental energy of a regular SSS talent user during meditation. With the added boost from the Nether Knight's sacred body, his mental energy had now reached a level comparable to his physical vitality, far surpassing that of other martial artists in the same rank. This advantage meant that as long as his mental energy exceeded his opponent's, he was virtually unbeatable. Although he still had 30,000 points remaining, Chen Han chose not to spend them hastily. While the amount was significant, wasting it on random draws without obtaining the desired talent martial techniques would be unwise. He decided to wait for targeted draws and save the points for more strategic use after the northern expedition. After finishing the draws, Chen Han stepped out of his room to find the Cold Knight squad members fully immersed in their training. Yu Wuyun had spent an entire month preparing the northern expedition's forces and personnel, and the days had flown by like fleeting shadows. On the training field, Zhao Linger, clad in a form-fitting training uniform, was sparring with Chen Han, who wielded his overlord spear. With a sharp cry, she swung her spear, its tip glowing with intense red light as flames merged seamlessly with her movements. In an instant, she closed the distance and thrust a flaming spear strike directly at Chen Han's face. However, with a casual flick of his spear, Chen Han effortlessly neutralized the powerful attack, extinguishing the fiery force in the process. How is it that I've been practicing this flaming spear technique for an entire month and still can't land a hit on you? Zhao Linger exclaimed in frustration. You can't compare yourself to me, Chen Han replied with a reassuring smile. Your flaming spear technique is already well honed and more than sufficient for the upcoming northern expedition. Well, I suppose you're right, Zhao Linger muttered, rolling her eyes. But then again, you're the only martial general in the Cold Knight squad who can spar with me. As the two conversed, the sudden rumble of engines echoed from the camp's front gate, breaking the moment's calm. Captain Lu Zing of the Kuei Battalion, clad in full military uniform, leapt nimbly from the army vehicle, holding the latest military orders in his hand. He surveyed the surroundings and called out in a commanding voice, Second Lieutenant Chen Han, Second Lieutenant Zhao Linger, Sergeant Zhu Ming, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, step forward to receive your orders. The group responded immediately, swiftly gathering their belongings and assembling at the camp gate. Ever since the military began hosting the Special Operations Group competition, teams like the Han Squad had been stationed in independent quarters, no longer sharing accommodations with the Kuei Battalion. This was precisely why Lu Zixing had come personally to deliver the orders. Second Lieutenant Chen Han, reporting for duty. Chen Han stood at attention and gave Lu Zixing a crisp salute. Seeing Lu Zixing personally arrive by car, Chen Han already had a hunch the time for the Northern Territory Assembly had come. Sure enough, Lu Zixing announced the orders from Commander Yu. The Han Squad is to mobilize immediately and proceed to the assembly point at Tongtian Wall. The Han Squad had been preparing for this day for some time. Their gear was already packed. They quickly boarded the military vehicle, only to see Lu Zixing himself take the driver's seat. The brothers of the Kuei Battalion have already departed. In the last one, Lu Zixing remarked with a grin as he expertly maneuvered the steering wheel. It's been years since I've driven this time. Let me play chauffeur. This unexpected honor left Chen Han and the others both surprised and flattered. Although special operation teams operated independently and were not bound by traditional command structures, Lu Zixing was still their superior officer. Yet, Lu Zixing seemed unbothered by such formalities. After all, through the trials of the special operations competition and military exchange events, the Han Squad had become the crown jewel of the Kuei Battalion. Lu Zixing's gaze swept over Ji Yun and the others, his expression one of approval. Not bad, you little monkeys. All of you broke through to the warrior level in just 1 month. Impressive. With his martial emperor-level prowess, he could effortlessly gauge their capabilities. Over the past 6 months, Ji Yun and the others had finally shed the stigma of being labeled family failures. He then turned to Zhao Linger. And you, Red Kid? Not bad either, keep it up. Looks like only Chen Han can keep your fiery temper in check. Zhao Linger flushed red, wanting to retort but finding herself at a loss for words. Finally, Lu Zixing's eyes rested on Chen Han. He froze for a moment, then widened his eyes in disbelief. Marshal General, 3rd tier? How is that even possible? What kind of freak are you? His shock was genuine. Lu Zixing nearly lost control of the vehicle, narrowly avoiding driving off the mountain road. His astonishment was justified. Just 2 months ago, Chen Han had barely reached the warrior level, a fledgling in Lu Zixing's eyes. Now, that fledgling had grown into a towering figure, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. It was well known that progress beyond the marshal general level was painstakingly slow, an ironclad rule. Many spent an entire year without advancing even a minor stage. Chen Han, Lu Zixing asked after regaining his composure, would you mind sharing your current base attributes with me? Especially your spiritual force. Of course, it's fine if you'd rather keep it private. Chen Han responded calmly, my base strength is currently 521,346 kilograms, explosive speed 8,640 meters per second, vitality value at 125 units, and spiritual force at 23 units. My goodness! With a thunderous crash, the military vehicle slammed into the rock wall. Lu Zixing lost his composure and swore out loud after hearing about Chen Han's base attributes, causing the accident. Fortunately, the vehicle was specially reinforced and remained undamaged. Captain, can you calm down for once? Zhao Linger rolled her eyes. Lu Zixing coughed awkwardly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As a genius in the military, he had risen to the rank of Marshal Emperor at just over 30 years old, served as the captain of the Kuei Battalion, and possessed an S-level physical enhancement talent. Yet, compared to Chen Han's attributes, he was utterly outclassed in every aspect except strength, where he held a slight edge. What shocked him the most was Chen Han's blood vitality value, which exceeded 130 points. Even Yu Wuyun, an 8th-rank martial god, only had 230 points. Even more astonishing was Chen Han's spiritual force. Lu Zixing had painstakingly cultivated for 7 to 8 years to reach 30 levels, while Chen Han had surpassed that in just a single month. It was no wonder he had ascended to the rank of Marshal General with such speed. For him, the spiritual force bottleneck that troubled countless warriors seemed non-existent. Once Lu Zixing calmed himself, he resumed driving north. Along the way, the number of military vehicles steadily increased from a few scattered units to a dense stream that filled the entire road. They even spotted the mechas of the Titan squad roaring past. Zhao Linger leaned out of the window to wave at the Titan squad's young pilot. According to Lu Zixing, this northern campaign was unprecedented in scale. The Fire God Army's entire 32 battalions, the Water God Army's 26 battalions, and an additional 50 battalions from 4 other corps were mobilized. In total, 108 battalions and nearly 400,000 troops were assembled, marking the largest military operation in the past century. The equipment was equally advanced, with every soldier outfitted with a set of Type 5 specialized combat armor. The most critical weapon was the Type 3 laser cannon, the only heat weapon capable of inflicting fatal damage on the mutant beasts. Thanks to Chen Han's victory in the exchange competition, which prompted major families to contribute a significant number of star crystals, such a large deployment of Type 3 laser cannons became possible. Eventually, the convoy arrived at the assembly point near the sky-piercing wall. Before them stretched an expanse of military vehicles, mechas, and weaponry, densely packed across hundreds of miles. The sheer scale of the operation, with crowds of soldiers bustling about, dwarfed anything Chen Han had ever seen in any military parade. This was the culmination of humanity's technological advancements over a century of spiritual resurgence. Cold Night Squad, fall in. Lu Zixing's command snapped everyone out of their awe, pulling their attention back to the task at hand. On a cold night, the squad assembled in formation under the Kuei Battalion. Once all 108 battalions had lined up in perfect order, the Northern Expedition Commander, Yu Wuyun, ascended the city wall at a measured pace. His gaze swept over the densely packed army formations below. With a commanding voice, deep and powerful, he issued his call. Everyone must be excited, aren't you? Today, I will show you the power of the world's greatest warrior. His voice resonated for miles, shaking the eardrums of all who heard it. But first, he continued, I must douse your enthusiasm with some cold truth today. Many of you will die. Some will perish in the Dragon River. Others will fall in the dark northern territories. Tell me, are you afraid of death? Yu Wuyun's years of earned respect and authority were on full display at that moment. The 400,000 soldiers responded to his rallying cry in unison, shouting, No, we are not afraid. No. Yu Wuyun suddenly raised his voice even further. You should fear. Any human fears death. But we are soldiers. Soldiers are bound by duty to protect our homeland. Loyal bones lie buried everywhere among green hills. Why return wrapped in horsehide? Behind you lies our nation. Soldiers, I, Yu Wuyun, wish you all a triumphant return. After downing a cup of ceremonial wine, the 400,000 strong army, equipped with the most advanced weaponry, marched grandly toward the Dragon River. The distance from the sky wall to the river spanned several dozen kilometers. Along the way, occasional sightings of strange beasts posed little threat to such an overwhelming force. Before long, the army reached the banks of the Dragon River. This waterway, revered as the mother river of Xia, had more than doubled in size due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. In the dead of winter, the river's surface appeared calm, its murky waters flowing relentlessly. Yet beneath this tranquil facade lurked deadly dangers. Ji Yun casually tossed a stone into the river, and with a thunderous splash, several massive aquatic beasts burst through the surface. Their sheer size was enough to intimidate everyone present. These colossal creatures could easily swallow an entire ship in one bite. These terrifying river dwellers rendered any attempt to cross the river by boat utterly impossible. As for aerial routes, the threat from the dark northern territories meant low-flying helicopters would be sitting targets. If shot down into the river, survival would be impossible. Currently, the only viable solution for crossing was the specially designed alloy rafts developed by the Academy of Sciences. These rafts were capable of transporting vehicles but could only accommodate 3 people at a time. This meant that the 400,000 strong army had to form 3-person teams to cross the river in sequence. Attention, all units, came the commanding voice. Take your positions and prepare to cross the river. Artillery units, ready? Activate Type 3 laser cannons and launch a saturation bombardment on the river beasts. According to Yu Wuyun's strategy, 108 military camps stretched along the long river for over 100 miles, forming an awe-inspiring defensive line. This unprecedented northern expedition was broadcast live nationwide, not only to awaken the long-complacent citizens of Daxia to the looming threat of the beasts, but also to address the demands of the influential families. After all, they had contributed nearly half of their wealth in star crystals and deserved to witness the results. For Yu Wuyun, this was a high-stakes gamble on the fate of Daxia. If the northern expedition succeeded, Daxia would prosper. If it failed, his position as the army's commander might be in jeopardy. At this moment, 600 million Daxia citizens gathered in front of their screens, holding their breath in anticipation. Chen Han led the Hanya unit and thousands of soldiers from the Kuei Battalion to their designated war zone. As the elite force of the Fire God Army, the Kuei Battalion was positioned at the rear of the assault troops. Fire! A command echoed from the mountains, and Lu Zixing immediately shouted a warning. Stay back. Don't let our own Type 3 lasers take your lives. Black lasers rained down from the mountains like a storm, engulfing the entire long river. This marked the first large-scale deployment of Daxia's most advanced weaponry, with lasers capable of penetrating dozens of meters below the water's surface. The river erupted instantly, and deafening roars of beasts echoed one after another. Soon, countless massive beast corpses surfaced, staining the 100-mile stretch of the long river crimson with blood. This was the devastating power of the Type 3 laser barrage, boosting the morale of the frontline soldiers and the viewers watching the live broadcast. However, Behind this seemingly overwhelming assault lay a staggering cost. Just 3 minutes of laser strikes had consumed nearly half of the star crystal reserves of the powerful families in Hanwu City. The senior members of the 24 Privy Council frowned deeply, and even Emperor Qingtian, the supreme authority of Daxia, couldn't help but remark on Yu Wuyun's extravagant approach. But for Yu Wuyun, it was better to expend more star crystals than to sacrifice the lives of soldiers. Seeing the heavy casualties inflicted on the beasts underwater, he immediately issued new orders. The vanguard units of the Vulcan Army's 2nd and 4th Corps, the Neptune Army's 6th and 7th Corps, and the Aeolus Army's 3rd and 1st Corps 6 Corps in total, comprising 24 military camps, were fully prepared to set out. As the orders were issued, countless alloy rafts splashed into the waters of the long river, creating ripples that spread across its surface. These 24 camps, tasked with the pathfinding mission, were in reality sent to serve as cannon fodder for the elite forces that would follow. At the forefront stood the warriors of the Vulcan Army's Xiang Battalion and the Neptune Army's Chu Battalion, their faces betraying not a trace of fear. "Brother, down this bowl of wine. See you at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Make sure to tell my mother I wasn't a coward." The soldiers joked and laughed, demonstrating the unique courage and resolve of the troops under Marshal Yu's command. Among them, Chen Han's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, Luo Feng, a young soldier from the Hanwu City garrison who was even younger than him and only at the 3rd rank of a warrior. Yet, Luo Feng had volunteered to join the northern expedition. Noticing Chen Han's attention, Luo Feng turned back with a cheerful wave and then resolutely stepped onto the raft. Nearly 80,000 soldiers were scattered along the 100-mile stretch of the riverbank, their presence seeming insignificant against the vastness of the long river. In the command room, Yu Wuyun fixed his gaze on the river. Though the previous saturation bombardment was supposed to have cleared the majority of the riverbed beasts, he remained uneasy. Just as the vanguard reached the center of the river, a sudden change erupted. Strange ripples spread across the water, and the rafts began to sway. Suddenly, a massive ironhead catfish, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, burst out of the water. Its gaping maw swallowed hundreds of soldiers in an instant. This 10th-tier beast, comparable to a martial general in strength, was only the beginning. Following it, 6-winged crocodile dragons, lion-head giant squids, and other monstrous creatures emerged one after another, launching a frenzied massacre on the vanguard. "To hell with it, I'll take you on. You damned monsters, go to hell." The soldiers fought back valiantly, but their attacks were little more than scratches to these colossal creatures. On the shore, the warriors of the Kuei Battalion watched with clenched fists, itching to rush in and provide aid. Yu Wuyun, however, remained composed. This was his plinto: use the vanguard to draw out the high-tier beasts lurking underwater, and then eliminate them all at once with Type 3 lasers. Even so, watching his main forces from the Vulcan Army struggle in the water, he couldn't help but grip his guandao tightly. His thoughts turned to Chen Xingbian. In situations where firearms were ineffective and Type 3 lasers struggled to distinguish between friend and foe, the army was in dire need of a long-range archer like him. At that moment, standing on the riverbank, Chen Han placed his hand on the dragon roar bow. The scene on the water filled the hearts of the Daxia people watching the live stream with unease. The terrifying power displayed by the monstrous creatures of the long river left everyone in shock. These colossal beings rendered our troops completely powerless. Even the most ordinary aquatic beasts were as large as half a blue whale, and the lionhead giant octopus was even more astonishing, with a single tentacle stretching over 30 meters. They rampaged through the long river like harvesters, claiming the lives of soldier after soldier. In the live stream's comment section, the anguished cries of soldiers' families were especially heartbreaking. "Child, run. You're our only son. Jinggue, my boy." These parents, witnessing their sons and grandsons being devoured by the monstrous creatures, were overwhelmed with despair. In just 10 short minutes, nearly half of the soldiers from 24 camps were lost. Suddenly, a massive crocodile dragon opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the soldiers of Xiang Camp and Chu Camp. A young soldier, Luo Feng, closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable death. Having chosen the battlefield, he had long been prepared to sacrifice himself. Not far away, the members of the Cold Night Squad watched the scene unfold. Though they had formed a strong bond with Luo Feng over time, without Commander Yu's orders, they dared not act rashly to save him. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a piercing sound cut through the sky. Everyone turned to look and saw a tiny speck of light appearing above the long river, streaking toward the crocodile dragon at an astonishing speed. To distant observers, it was merely a speck of light, but from Luo Feng's perspective, it was a blinding white beam erupting from the direction of Kuei Camp. As it swept past him, the force of the air it displaced struck him like a heavy slap. When Luo Feng finally opened his eyes, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. The massive crocodile dragon had been pierced from head to tail, leaving a perfectly circular hole. The interior of the wound was unnaturally smooth, as if some force had completely erased all matter within. Even more astonishingly, the attack had carved a 10-meter-wide circular hole into the cliffs of the dark northern continent in the distance. Viewers in the live stream replayed the footage at 64 times slower speed, yet even then, they could only see the tiny speck of light as it passed through the crocodile dragon. The scene was so breathtakingly shocking that everyone watching was left speechless. The true nature of that glowing point left everyone utterly baffled. Watching in real time was even more astonishing within the blink of an eye. An invisible attack pierced straight through the crocodile dragon and into the northern cliffs. What just happened? Is that some kind of new weapon? No idea. It just went whoosh, and the crocodile dragon was gone. Thank you, hero. Thank you for saving my son. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the glowing point appeared once again. In an identical manner, an 11th-tier mutated beast, the lionhead giant octopus, was instantly taken down. This time, the spectators quickly started recording. By analyzing the trajectory of the two attacks, they finally identified the figure standing proudly on a reef along the Dragon River. The man was holding a massive, half-human hate longbow, drawing the bowstring to its full extent. His arrows were extraordinary, their crystalline, luminous tips radiated brilliance, clearly anything but ordinary. Each time an arrow was released, it shot forward with lightning speed, leaving only a faint afterimage visible to the naked eye. Wait, isn't that Chen Han? He can use a bow too? This is insane. One arrow for every mutated beast above tier 10. Not only were the viewers in the live stream astonished, but even the soldiers of the army were taken aback. Although the Northern Expedition Army had numerous battle-hardened commanders at the Martial Emperor level, their attacks were typically wide-ranging, with a high risk of collateral damage. They could only act after the vanguard had drawn out the aquatic beasts and retreated. Yet here was Chen Han, the only one capable of such precise long-range strikes, saving the lives of the remaining 40 to 50,000 soldiers. Chen Han, well done. You've earned my respect. Chen Han, the lives of everyone in my Tsuzi battalion are in your hands. These praises signified the highest recognition within the army. Yu Wuyun, overjoyed, immediately issued an order. All vanguard units, maintain your distance from the aquatic beasts and provide 2nd Lieutenant Chun the best possible conditions to operate. At this moment, Chen Han, wielding the dragon's roar bow and armed with star crystal arrows, combined with his unparalleled SS-level talent, Arrow Deity's insight, became an unstoppable force. As long as a target was within his line of sight, he never missed. Moving swiftly along the banks of the Yellow River, he needed only a quick glance to unleash a deadly strike. Every aquatic beast was reduced to a stationary target in his presence. Lu Zing, watching in awe, couldn't help but joke. Guys, anyone who knows him would say he's shooting arrows. But to the untrained eye, it looks like he's using an auto-aim sniper rifle. There was no doubt that every strike Chen Han made rivaled the power of a Type 3 laser. However, compared to the Type 3 laser, his star crystal arrows were remarkably resource efficient. A single star crystal arrow required only 10 grams of star crystal, whereas covering the same range with a Type 3 laser consumed a full 2 kilograms. In other words, with 2 kilograms of star crystal, Chen Han could craft 400 deadly arrows. Combined with his innate ability to hit the mark every time, his efficiency far surpassed conventional weaponry. At this moment, Chen Han was darting like a flash of lightning along the 100-kilometer riverbanks of the Long River. Each time a massive beast appeared, a glint of cold light would flash, and the towering creature would collapse instantly, slain in a single shot. In the live broadcast, his figure had become almost a blur, streaking past with trails of glowing light, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in his wake. Holy crap! Chen Han is unstoppable. He single-handedly cleared out all the beasts along the Long River. His archery is otherworldly. The viewers were fired up, and the previously low morale surged instantly. In the live chat, a prominent family patriarch commented, "Martial artists often focus on mastering one discipline in pursuit of perfection. But someone like Chen Han, who has mastered both unparalleled marksmanship and flawless archery, is truly unprecedented." Along the Long River, 400,000 soldiers shouted in unison, "Chen Han, invincible." Without him, fewer than 10,000 of the 70 or 80,000 troops in the vanguard would have survived. At that moment, Yu Wuyun, channeling his martial god-level cultivation, projected his booming voice across the banks of the Yellow River. Chen Han, leader of the Cold Knight Squad of the Kuei Battalion in the Fire God Army, is hereby commended for his meritorious service in saving the North Expedition's vanguard. He is awarded a special class military merit. In the military's promotion system, ranks above 2nd lieutenant could only be achieved through military merit. Despite Chen Han's earlier victories in the military exchange competition and his significant contributions to the North Expedition, his rank had not been promoted because those achievements were not earned through battlefield combat. Now, this special class military merit was undoubtedly well-deserved. The 400,000 soldiers, upon hearing the announcement, felt no dissent, only admiration and envy. So impressive. Achieving a special class merit once in a lifetime is enough to die without regrets. He's so young and has already earned a special class merit. He's broken yet another record in the military. It was worth noting that military merits were divided into third class, second class, first class, and special class. Even earning a first class merit was rare. The soldiers who sacrificed themselves as part of the vanguard crossing the river could be deemed worthy of first class merit. As for special class merit, it was as rare as a phoenix feather. Only an unparalleled military god, who can single-handedly face a massive enemy force in a single battle, can achieve the highest military honor. Since the spiritual energy resurgence and over the course of 100 years in the new calendar, there have been fewer than 100 such honors awarded in the military. Even figures like the second and third marshals, Jung Go and Ouyang have only a handful of these prestigious achievements. Thanks to Chen Han's extraordinary efforts to turn the tide, tens of thousands of soldiers in the vanguard were able to survive. Yu Wuyun seized the opportunity and immediately issued new orders. Vanguard troops, retreat. Artillery unit, prepare for the second wave of Type 3 laser saturation strikes. After the strike is complete, the entire army will charge. Logistics and engineering units must construct a bridge across the long river within 2 hours. He then added with particular concern, Chen Han, stand down and take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Tougher battles lie ahead. These words, spoken openly to his subordinate in front of the entire army, epitomized the care and leadership that inspired countless soldiers to follow Yu Wuyun with unwavering loyalty. At this moment, even with his astonishing 130 levels of life force, Chen Han's forehead was drenched with large beads of sweat. As described in Qian Xingbian's writings, while the star crystal arrow is immensely powerful, its recoil is equally overwhelming. For an average warrior with only 30 or 40 levels of life force, even drawing the bow a few times would be impossible, let alone firing arrows with the force equivalent to the spear of thorned death. The moment Chen Han paused, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of admiring soldiers. Old Chen, you're amazing. Old Chen, can you teach me that archery technique? Damn, sniper rifles only shoot a few kilometers, and you hit 20 with a single arrow? The soldiers of Kuei Battalion shouted excitedly. Seeing Chen Han's helpless yet amused expression, Lu Zing stepped in just in time to defuse the situation. What's wrong with you all? Trying to learn from him? If everyone were like him, we'd have conquered the Arctic by now. Where do you all disappear to during training? His scolding sent the soldiers scattering with flushed faces. However, once the area was clear, even Lu Zing, the battalion commander, couldn't resist asking, Chen Han, just the two of us, teach me, will you? This comment made Chen Han spit out the water he had just sipped. Soon, as the vanguard retreated, the second wave of Type 3 laser saturation bombardment began, lasting for half an hour and completely annihilating the mutated beasts across 100 kilometers of water. The charge horn sounded from the mountains. All units, charge. Land on the northern shore. Tens of thousands of boats and rafts launched into the long river like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, as an overwhelming force of 400,000 troops surged toward the northern continent. After 2 rounds of laser bombardment and Chen Han's star crystal arrows, only a few high-level mutated beasts remained in the waters, and these were quickly taken out by elite warriors. Following their designated positions, the 108 battalions finally set foot on the verdant, forest-like northern continent. The remnants of dilapidated houses and moss-covered vehicles from the last century bore witness to this historic moment. 600 million citizens of Decisive watched the live broadcast, moved to tears by the sight. As Chen Han gazed at a rust-covered Audi license plate in front of him, his thoughts drifted to memories of his past life. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby underbrush, and a massive boulder hurtled through the air, heading straight for the center of Kuei Battalion. The massive boulder in front of them was as large as a small mountain, with an estimated diameter of 50 to 60 meters. Its enormous shadow loomed over the ground, evoking an involuntary sense of dread. Move! Chen Han and Lu Zing simultaneously sensed the threat above them, their warning cries cutting through the air. However, the others were too slow to react. By the time they noticed the boulder overhead, panic had already set in, leaving them incapable of preparing for any countermeasures. If such a massive boulder were to crash down, it would likely result in thousands of casualties. At the critical moment, Chen Han swiftly drew his longing bow. He chose not to use the star crystal arrow despite its annihilating power. Its linear attack range was too limited to effectively deal with such a large target. Instead, he decisively pulled back the empty bowstring, relying on his current physical attributes to unleash a force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms, even without an arrow. Simultaneously, Lu Zing leaped into the air with his spear in hand. Their combined attacks struck the boulder with precision, shattering it into pieces under the immense impact. With the immediate danger averted, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Keep your eyes wide open. This is the Northern Territory, it's the domain of beasts, Lu Zing sternly reminded them, his words snapping the overly excited group back to vigilance. They began carefully scanning their surroundings. Meanwhile, other battle zones faced similar assaults. According to Yuan's plan, the 400,000 strong army was divided into 40 units advancing northward. The area where Chen Han was stationed consisted of the Kuei Battalion, Xiang Battalion, and Chu Battalion, totaling around 10,000 soldiers. However, reports of casualties from the other 13 zones were pouring in one after another. Inside Yuan's command center, battle reports arrived in rapid succession. The Bai Battalion in Zone 12 suffered over 100 losses from a giant serpent attack. The Dihuang Battalion in Zone 16 was trapped in a swamp, losing 600 soldiers. The Tiangong Battalion in Zone 32 entered a forest of man-eating trees, with casualties exceeding half their numbers. Although these losses were heartbreaking, they were within Yuan's expectations, given the limited intelligence on the northern dark domain. Scenes from the various battle zones were relayed live, and as viewers watched soldiers fall in pools of blood, the public was filled with anguish. The dark domain is terrifying. They've only advanced 2 or 3 kilometers and already encountered so many beasts. Yet despite the grim reality, people still held hope for this northern campaign. Not long after Chen Han and his group dealt with the first boulder, a second one came hurtling down from the sky. Fortunately, this time they were prepared. They quickly launched a counterattack, destroying it with ease. Chen Han and Lu Zing exchanged a puzzled glance before looking upward. What baffled them was that the forest they were in was dense with towering 30-meter trees, their canopies blotting out the sky. There was no clear indication of where the boulders were coming from. What kind of monster could launch such a precise attack on Chen Han's location under these circumstances? Chen Han frowned deeply and said to Lu Zing, "I'll go take a look." This feeling of being in the open while the enemy is hidden is unsettling. With that, he agilely leapt several times and quickly climbed to the treetop. From his high vantage point, he scanned the surroundings, only to be greeted by an endless expanse of lush green forest. Logically, a creature capable of hurling such massive boulders must possess an enormous physique, yet there was not a single trace of it in sight. This left Chen Han utterly perplexed. As he continued his careful search, a black in the distance suddenly began to grow larger at an alarming speed. It was flying toward him, gradually revealing itself to be a massive boulder with a diameter of around 50 to 60 meters. Tracing the direction from which it came, Chen Han finally saw the culprit, a peculiar giant ape standing 7 to 8 meters tall. This ape's appearance was particularly strange. Its gaunt body looked like skin stretched over bones, yet its 2 arms were grotesquely developed, each as thick as what would take over a dozen people to encircle. Most striking of all were its eyes, which resembled those of an owl, clearly granting it extraordinary vision. As Chen Han spotted the ape, it simultaneously noticed him. Thanks to its vision, which rivaled Chen Han's SS-level innate ability, the 2 locked eyes almost instantly. Eagle-eyed power ape, Chen Han muttered, naming this newly discovered beast a privilege granted to the first discoverer under Decisive's rules. He quickly deduced its traits: immense strength, exceptional range of vision, and formidable long-range attack capabilities. At some point, Lu Zing had also climbed up the tree. Although he couldn't make out the ape's exact features, he could discern its general silhouette. Hidden within the dense forest and over 20 kilometers away, this creature was indeed a tough adversary. Yet Chen Han's lips curled into a faint smile. He drew a star crystal arrow from his quiver, knocked it onto his dragon roar bow, and pulled the string taut. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The eagle-eyed power ape, seemingly intelligent, didn't dodge. Instead, it smugly turned its back and wiggled its rear in provocation. But its arrogance was short-lived. The star crystal arrow traveled the 20-kilometer distance with unerring precision, piercing straight through its heart and leaving a gaping hole in its chest. "Holy crap!" Lu Zing blurted out in astonishment. Though he couldn't see the exact details, the disappearance of the ape's figure said it all. Chen Han had killed it with a single shot. Just then, a system notification echoed in Chen Han's mind. Ding! Friendly reminder. The eyes of the eagle-eyed power ape are key materials for crafting a composite divine power potion. Do not miss this opportunity. The composite divine power potion enhances both strength and range of vision. Once you unlock the next tier of the apothecary's body formula, you will gain access to this potion's recipe. It turned out that the medicine god's physique, at the new formula tier, not only unlocked potions that enhanced strength attributes, but also improved vision attributes. Chen Han had reserved 30,000 points precisely to wait for materials from the northern region's exotic beasts. Although these potions were exceptionally effective, their material requirements were extremely demanding, with most ingredients only found in the northern territories. In contrast, the southern Daxia region offered no such resources. Just as Chen Han was about to step forward and collect the materials from the eagle-eyed power apes, a sharp cry, somewhere between a mouse and a monkey, suddenly echoed through the forest. What followed sent shivers down everyone's spine. From behind large boulders in the dense jungle, one eagle-eyed power ape after another emerged. They had been so well concealed that even Chen Han had failed to notice them. In mere seconds, Chen Han roughly counted 50 to 60 eagle-eyed power apes within his line of sight alone. To put this into perspective, a single eagle-eyed power ape was enough to push the Chu, Xiong, and Kuei battalions to their limits. If this entire group of beasts were to attack simultaneously, hurling boulders as large as 10-story buildings, the tens of thousands of soldiers across the 3 battalions would likely be obliterated in an instant. The truth became painfully clear. The earlier eagle-eyed power ape had merely been toying with them, and its death had enraged the entire species. Once their instinct to protect their territory was triggered, these beasts would undoubtedly fight with full force. Through Lu Zixing's live broadcast equipment, this terrifying scene was transmitted in real time to 600 million citizens of Daxia. Viewers gasped in horror, exclaiming that such a massive number of fearsome beasts was far beyond human capability to withstand. They urged the troops to retreat immediately. Among all the exotic beasts faced by the Northern Expedition Forces, the eagle-eyed power apes confronting the Kuei battalion were undoubtedly the most formidable. If it had been any other ordinary battalion, they would have been annihilated already. Lu Zixing gritted his teeth. Though unwilling to concede, he had no choice but to order a retreat. For the elite Kuei battalion of the Fire God Army, such a retreat would undoubtedly be seen as a humiliation, but it was still better than total annihilation. At that moment, Chen Han stepped forward to stop him. "Commander, hold on. These eagle-eyed power apes are targeting me, not our brothers. I have a plan." "What plan could you possibly have?" Lu Zixing asked, both skeptical and alarmed. "How do you know they're after you? Just run." But instead of fleeing, Chen Han leapt in the opposite direction of the 3 battalions. It was then that Lu Zixing finally understood his intention. Chen Han decided to single-handedly divert the attention of the enemy's eagle-eyed power apes, buying precious time for the warriors of the 3 camps. These fearsome beasts, though equipped with terrifying long-range attack capabilities, had an obvious fatal flaw: their close combat skills were extremely weak. Their short legs could not even match the running speed of an average martial artist. Once the soldiers from the 3 camps closed in, these otherwise formidable creatures would be rendered defenseless. Lu Zixing suddenly understood and burst into laughter. "Madman, truly a madman. Fine, I'll play along with you." He nimbly leaped down from the tree, ignoring Zhao Linger's puzzled inquiry. "Commander, where is Chen Han?" "Forget about him. He's gone crazy." Lu Zixing cut her off with a wave of his hand. Every second was critical now. His expression turned stern as he barked an order. "Listen up, everyone. Full assault. Discard all unnecessary gear and move forward light and fast. Target 20 kilometers ahead." Over 10,000 soldiers immediately mobilized, swiftly reorganizing their formation and advancing deep into the jungle. Meanwhile, Chen Han began his strategy to lure the enemy away. The moment he moved, the sky was filled with 70 to 80 massive boulders, each the size of a building, hurtling toward him like cannonballs. The sheer magnitude of the scene was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. One misstep, and he would be crushed to pieces. Yet, through the live broadcast, viewers were astonished to see that Chen Han's face showed not a trace of fear. He darted agilely among the treetops, not only skillfully evading the rain of boulders, but also finding opportunities to counterattack the eagle-eyed power apes. A single star crystal arrow shot through the air, piercing through 2 massive boulders before striking one of the apes square in the chest. The battlefield seemed to transform into Chen Han's personal stage. But he wasn't merely attracting enemy fire, was also continuously directing Kuei camp's offensive through radio communication. "Commander Lu, at 4 o'clock, there are more than 10 eagle-eyed power apes. Prioritize attacking that area." This incredible scene left all the spectators in awe. How could Chen Han manage to dodge deadly attacks with such precision while simultaneously coordinating the army? Against what seemed to be an unwinnable battle, he was carving out a path to victory through sheer determination and skill. The warriors of Kuei camp, Chu camp, Xiang camp, and the Cold Night Squad watched as the massive boulders roared past overhead. They knew that Chen Han was buying them precious time. Beyond their concern for his safety, their resolve only grew stronger. "Brothers, Chen Han is drawing their fire for us. We cannot let him down. Even if it costs us everything, we must push forward." As time passed, the eagle-eyed power apes' attacks grew more ferocious. These hot-tempered beasts became increasingly enraged as their efforts to strike Chen Han repeatedly failed. Finally, nearly all the apes in the forest revealed themselves. Hundreds of massive boulders rained down like a meteor shower upon Chen Han, the sky-darkening spectacle leaving soldiers in other areas stunned. Yet, a confident smile crept across Chen Han's face. Victory was within reach. The soldiers from the three camps had already closed in on the eagle-eyed power apes, signaling the turning point of the battle. Without hesitation, Chen Han drew 3-star crystal arrows and knocked them onto his dragon roar bow. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp arrows cut through the air, striking the distant eagle-eyed force apes with pinpoint accuracy. Chen Han's masterful archery left everyone present in awe. He had deliberately chosen targets farther away from the Kuei battalion to prevent these beasts from shifting their focus. As Chen Han had predicted, these so-called Tier 10 and above exotic beasts were surprisingly weak in close combat. When they saw the soldiers of Kuei battalion charging toward them with unstoppable momentum, they immediately displayed panic and confusion. High-pitched squeals echoed one after another as they even tried to flee. "Brothers, attack!" Lu Zing shouted, leading the charge with his spear. His weapon moved like a venomous serpent, piercing over a dozen bloody holes into the head of one eagle-eyed force ape in mere moments. Zhao Linger, who had been on edge since Chen Han's risky maneuver, joined the fray with her spear as soon as the enemies drew near. The soldiers of Kuei battalion fought with overwhelming morale, and even martial artists like Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei showcased extraordinary combat prowess. Within minutes, more than a dozen eagle-eyed force apes were completely annihilated. 20 kilometers away, Lu Zing couldn't see Chen Han but knew he was watching. He raised a thumbs up in Chen Han's direction. Chen Han responded with an "okay" hand gesture while continuing his actions without pause. At this moment, Chen Han changed his tactics. He no longer dodged the attacks of the eagle-eyed force apes, but instead stepped on the massive stones they hurled, charging directly into their ranks. Since the enemy formation was already in disarray, there was no need to continue long-range attacks. He slung his bow behind him, drew his spear, and dashed forward like a phantom, piercing death thorn spear. With a deep growl, the Overlord's spear emitted an eerie red glow. A flash of red light streaked through the air, and the spear pierced straight through the heart of one eagle-eyed force ape. Another beast, attempting to flee, hadn't even turned around before Chen Han's Beidouhauren spear technique swept across it, leaving a massive wound and spraying blood everywhere. Chen Han, drenched in blood, seemed like a god of war. Wherever he went, the eagle-eyed force apes scattered in terror, yet none could escape his spear. In no time, over 100 eagle-eyed force apes were utterly wiped out. This battle marked a historic victory for the Kuei battalion. They were the first to complete their regional clearing mission and achieved an unprecedented feat: 0 casualties, not even a single serious injury, in a force of over 10,000 soldiers. Such a glorious outcome quickly reached Yu Wuyun's combat command center. Yu Wuyun slammed the battle report onto the table, his hearty laughter echoing through the command room. "Excellent. Just excellent. Having Chen Han is as good as having an army of 10,000. He immediately ordered the commanders of all battalions to regroup and rally. "Learn from Chen Han. Don't let these minor beasts scare you out of your wits." The news of this victory spread like a shot of adrenaline, and the people of Daxia, watching the live broadcast, fell to their knees in excitement. Heaven has eyes. Heaven truly has eyes. Northern border tourism, northern resources soon. All of this will be within reach. Chen Han's heroic display was like a beacon, lifting the morale of other battle zones. Reports of success poured in from various regions, and the entire northern border saw a sweeping triumph. However, deep in the jungle, Chen Han remained oblivious to all of it. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Kuei battalion were busy gathering the corpses of the eagle-eyed power apes into piles. As the first spoils of the northern campaign, the materials from these beasts would undoubtedly fetch a high price, not to mention the Tier 10 blood essence stones contained within their bodies. System: I want to spend 30,000 points to unlock the next formula for the divine medicine physique. Chen Han said to the system. The system immediately responded, "Ding! The next formula for the divine medicine physique has been unlocked. Please check it carefully." Upon reviewing the formula, Chen Han discovered that the most precious ingredient for crafting the composite divine power potion was none other than the eyes of the eagle-eyed power ape, and they were irreplaceable. The other materials were relatively common: the hide of a Tier 8 or higher beast and 2 blood essence stones from Tier 9 beasts. No wonder the system had specifically highlighted the rarity of the eagle-eyed power ape. At that moment, Lu Zing approached, holding a pile of blood essence stones. "Chen Han, you deserve the most credit. All these blood essence stones are yours. No one has any objections." After all, a single Tier 10 blood essence stone was valuable enough to buy a villa in the suburbs of a secondary main city. But Chen Han waved him off. "You all can split the blood essence stones. I only need the eyes of the eagle-eyed power apes." "What?" Lu Zing exclaimed in surprise. "You don't want the most valuable part, but you're after those dirty eyes? What for?" Chen Han didn't explain. Soon, over 10,000 men feasted on the meat of the eagle-eyed power apes, filled their stomachs, and, after a brief rest, continued their march. In other regions, the soldiers also wrapped up their battles, their morale soaring, eager to press forward into the northern depths and reclaim lost ground. Time passed, and the 400,000-strong Northern Expedition Army advanced a full 200 kilometers. As the sun set, the breathtaking scenery of the northern frontier captivated their hearts. When the Kuei Battalion's 10,000 soldiers climbed to the summit of a mountain, the mesmerizing glow of the sunset held everyone's gaze. But as they looked down into the valley below, the sight before them filled them with despair. A city of beasts stood boldly in their path. This was a scene no one in Daxia wanted to witness. In the northern wilderness, a city teeming with the aura of modern civilization stood abruptly, a city of otherworldly beasts. The city's architecture retained the rustic style from a century ago, suggesting that these creatures had taken over and transformed an old settlement. On the orderly streets, vehicles moved back and forth. Despite their outdated, decades-old designs, they exuded an eerie and unsettling presence. Even more shocking were the thousands of unfamiliar beasts roaming the streets, blooded creatures resembling werewolves, which could only be described as red wolves. With Chen Han's sharp eyesight, he could clearly see these red wolves conversing in human language. At the center of the city stood a striking human statue, a man with a handsome face but a scruffy, unkempt appearance, complete with a long beard. Why would these beasts erect a statue of a human in their city? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kuei Battalion gazed silently at the bizarre city below. Finally, someone broke the silence and asked Captain Lu for his strategy. Although Lu Zing was a seasoned battlefield commander, even he found it difficult to make a quick decision when faced with such an unprecedented sight. But he soon noticed something unusual. Brothers, something's off about this city. Did you notice? These creatures all seem like civilians. Where is their military? This observation immediately heightened everyone's vigilance. Indeed, the red wolves in the city appeared unarmed and lacked any signs of combat readiness, behaving like ordinary residents. For such a large settlement to exist, there had to be a military force maintaining order. Chen Han had also sensed something peculiar, but had refrained from pointing it out. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the hillside to the left. Stay alert, Lu Zing commanded, and the entire battalion swiftly assumed a combat stance. Emerging from the base of the hill was a massive beast, 3 times the size of an ordinary red wolf. It wielded a giant steel blade, its fangs dripping with saliva. The grotesque grin it revealed was chilling, but what shocked everyone even more was when it began to speak. Though its voice was low, raspy, and far from fluent, the fact that it could speak human language was enough to leave everyone present and the Daxia citizens watching the live broadcast utterly stunned. Hey! A sharp, mocking voice shattered the mountain's stillness. Atop a high ridge stood a massive red wolf beast, its greedy eyes scanning the 10,000-strong army of the Kuei Battalion below. Its words revealed a shocking truth. The creatures it disdainfully referred to as pets in the south were actually ferocious, eagle-eyed force apes. If not for Chen Han drawing their attention and the brave efforts of the Kuei Battalion soldiers, the human army would have long been torn to shreds by those apes. Even more alarming was the revelation that the Red Wolf civilization had mastered the ability to tame exotic beasts, a feat that even the Decisive civilization had yet to achieve. While everyone was still reeling from the revelation, Chen Han silently raised his long yin bow amidst the crowd. The sharp whistle of an arrow pierced the air, and in an instant, it struck the red wolf beast square in the chest. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, unable to utter another word. That's our guy. Brother Han, deadly and nonsense. Ji Yun, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up, only to notice Chen Han's grave expression. Retreat. Chen Han's command jolted the dazed Kuei Battalion soldiers into action. His judgment was precise. The city ahead housed at least 100,000 troops of 11th-tier red wolf beasts, far beyond what their 10,000-strong force could contend with. Killing that red wolf beast was merely to prevent it from sounding the alarm. In the command room, Yu Wuyun clenched his fists, silently commending Chen Han's decisive move. As a commander, knowing when to retreat was not a sign of weakness. Total annihilation was the real disgrace. However, this highly socialized red wolf civilization was not so easily fooled. Each red wolf beast shared a psychic link with its kin. The moment an intruder was detected, the entire pack became aware of the human presence. A piercing red alarm blared throughout the city, and the red wolf beasts began withdrawing in an orderly fashion. Simultaneously, mysterious horn calls echoed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, armored red wolf beasts emerged from every direction, their numbers swelling from dozens to hundreds and then thousands, continuing to grow. As they pursued their prey, drool dripped from their jaws, as if savoring the thought of a long-lost delicacy. Humans. It's humans. Ever since the mountain god arrived, it's been 18 years since we've tasted human flesh. By the time Chen Han and his men reached the edge of the forest, they were completely surrounded by the red wolf beasts. These creatures had extraordinarily developed leg muscles, their speed far surpassing that of the Kuei battalion soldiers. A rough estimate put the enemy's numbers at 100,010 times that of the Kuei battalion. A massive army of 100,000 crimson wolf beasts loomed on the horizon, an overwhelming and suffocating sight. These ferocious creatures, each 3 times the size of an average adult man, swarmed densely around the 3 camps Kuei, Xiong, and Q, completely encircling them. From a distance, they formed an impenetrable wall, blotting out the sky and plunging the area into darkness. The weapons in the soldiers' hands trembled slightly, their faces pale with fear. Such terror was not without cause. Their forces were only a tenth of the enemy's, and apart from the Kuei camp, the strength of the others was far inferior to that of the beasts. Yet even in such a desperate situation, the soldiers of the 3 camps managed to maintain their formations without breaking, a testament to their extraordinary courage. Among the onlooking citizens of the Xia Empire, unease and despair gripped their hearts. Chen Han will be all right, won't he? This question lingered in everyone's mind. After his stellar performances in the military exchange competition and the Northern Expedition, Chen Han had become a rising star of the Xia Empire. If he were to fall here, it would be an irreparable loss for the entire nation. Many people had already burst into uncontrollable sobs. In the war command room, Marshal Yu Wuyun, usually composed and unshakable, now showed rare signs of fear. He had remained unfazed during the river crossing battle despite the loss of tens of thousands of soldiers, and even in the face of otherworldly beasts, he had held firm in command. But this time, he was truly afraid. Grabbing his guandao, Yu Wuyun was about to rush out of the command room when his secretary stopped him. Marshal Yu, where are you going? To save Chen Han. Yu Wuyun's voice trembled slightly. The secretary immediately retorted sternly, Marshal, a Wushan-level commander is forbidden to step into the northern frontier. Have you forgotten? Besides, if you leave, who will command the entire army? If anything happens to you, what will become of the Xia military? Helpless, Yu Wuyun could only use encrypted radio to contact Lu Zixing. Zixing, this is a secure line. Get the Hanya squad out of there. Lu Zixing, however, grinned. Zixing here, receiving your orders. Marshal Yu, now is the time for us to repay you. Both men understood that for the Hanya squad to retreat safely, the soldiers of the 3 camps would need to fight to the death, buying them precious time. Zixing, survive if you can. Yu Wuyun's voice choked with emotion. His heart was torn apart on one side, his most elite troops. On the other, the protege he valued most. Yet he could think of no way for these 10,000 men to triumph over 100,000 crimson wolf beasts. When Lu Zixing relayed Yu Wuyun's orders to Chen Han and outlined the retreat plan, Chen Han firmly refused to comply. Surrounded by the red wolf beasts, Chen Han's eyes swept across the terrain, and a battle plan began to take shape in his mind. Although it was impossible to save everyone, this plan could minimize casualties and carve out a path for the troops to retreat to the southern borders. Captain Lu, if you trust me, hand over command to me now, Chen Han said, his voice calm and resolute. Lu Zixing studied Chen Han's confident demeanor. Though still hesitant, he nodded in agreement. Everyone, from now on, followed Chen Han's orders. Given Chen Han's extraordinary capabilities demonstrated earlier, no one objected to this decision. After all, in such a dire situation, any chance of survival was worth pursuing. Break into smaller units. Chen Han's words startled everyone present. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Their forces were already outnumbered. Splitting up would seem like a death sentence. Chen Han continued, each group will consist of 10 people. Those with higher combat skills will cover the rear, while those with lower skills lead the way. The entire army will scatter and move through the forest. The captain of the Xiang unit immediately voiced his concerns. Chen Han, this plan is too risky. 10-man groups are no match for the enemy. Just 5 red wolf beasts could easily wipe out one group. We'd be better off confronting them hidden. Unfazed, Chen Han turned and pointed to the Type 3 laser cannons being protected by the Chu unit. And here's the key point, each group will be equipped with one Type 3 laser cannon. This is our trump card against the red wolf beasts. Lu Zixing's eyes lit up as he finally grasped the brilliance of Chen Han's strategy. Although the beasts had developed a form of civilization, their technological level still lagged far behind that of humans. In a direct confrontation, the laser cannons would surely become the primary targets of the red wolf beasts. But if the forces were dispersed, the situation would be entirely different. The red wolf beast army sneered as they watched the human troops quickly scatter and disappear into the dense forest. Ha ha, do these frail humans think they can outrun us? At that moment, a red wolf beast wearing a pointed yellow hat stepped forward. It was none other than the ruler of the red wolf beast city, the Red Wolf Lord. Its imposing presence commanded respect from the surrounding beasts. Listen up, do not underestimate humans. Never forget that even the mountain god we revere was once a human. The Red Wolf Lord scanned its army. They're breaking into smaller units to deplete our forces through dispersion. But this tactic is nothing new to me. Spread out and pursue them. Do not let a single human escape. The Red Wolf Beast Lord displayed an unexpected level of military acumen. Not only did it see through Chen Han's tactical intentions, but it also discerned his plan to utilize the jungle terrain for a scattered retreat to minimize losses. However, this commander among beasts had absolute confidence in its forces after all. In its eyes, a mere 5 red wolf beasts were enough to annihilate an enemy squad, let alone the fact that it commanded an army of 100,000, capable of forming 2,050-member squads. Despite its confidence, the Beast Lord remained cautious, wary of potential unknown enemies lying in ambush within the jungle. Thus, it dispatched only half its forces for the pursuit, a decision that showcased its military wisdom. As Chen Han led the Cold Knight squad in retreat, he kept a close eye on the movements of the pursuing beast army. This well-trained, strategically adept, and even human-speaking army of beasts was indeed astonishing. But soon, a confident smile curved his lips. No matter how formidable the Red Wolf beasts were, they would never anticipate the trump card in their possession, the Type 3 laser. Attention, everyone, he commanded over the radio. Protect the Type 3 laser cannon at all costs. It's our only hope. As long as the cannon survives, we survive. If the cannon falls, so do we. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison. Soon, the two sides engaged in a tense game of cat and mouse within the jungle. Despite their best efforts, the soldiers of Kuei Battalion struggled to shake off the relentless and ferocious pursuers. Even Ji Yun, known for his incredible speed, nearly got caught while carrying Zhu Ming through the forest. Whoa, watch it! Zhu Ming exclaimed. Ji, you almost got my back caught there. As someone with manipulative talent abilities, Zhu Ming's physical attributes were relatively weaker. If he were struck by a red wolf beast with 30 tons of force, survival would be impossible. Humans! Humans! The red wolf beasts howled furiously behind them, drooling as if they had encountered the most delectable prey. Seeing that other groups were already engaging the red wolf beasts, Chen Han calculated the timing and immediately gave the order. Everyone, halt! Lure the red wolf beasts to converge and prepare the Type 3 laser cannon for annihilation. The Cold Knight squad came to an abrupt stop, turning to face the massive beast horde that had closed in. Thanks to Chen Han's exceptional skills, they had managed to draw at least 500 to 600 red wolf beasts. Finally stopped running. Huh? One red wolf beast sneered, licking its lips. Too tired to run anymore? Let us feast on you. Chen Han didn't waste words. He drew his bow and fired. With a sharp whistle, the speaking red wolf beast dropped dead, its head exploding on impact. The sheer power of the arrow sent a flicker of fear through the eyes of the remaining beasts. They exchanged glances and reached a consensus they had to eliminate the archer perched high in the trees first. A war. A wolf's howl pierced through the silence of the forest, instantly awakening the bloodthirsty instincts of 500 to 600 crimson wolf beasts. Like a surging red tide, they charged toward the massive tree where Chen Han stood. Chen Han's expression remained calm as he decisively set down his bow and arrows. The Overlord spear, known far and wide as the sun-destroying god-slaying spear, slowly ascended into the air, emitting a blinding light that engulfed the entire wolf pack. The dazzling radiance was so intense that no one present could open their eyes, and the light-averse crimson wolf beasts recoiled in terror, shutting their eyes and howling in agony. At this critical moment, the sun-destroying god-slaying spear unleashed its first shockwave. The crimson wolf beast's fur split open instantly, and blood sprayed in all directions. Zhao Yufei! Chen Han bellowed. Zhaolinger and Ji Yunju immediately moved aside, clearing a path. Zhao Yufei quickly operated the Type 3 laser cannon of the Frost Knight squad, coordinating with the sun-destroying god-slaying spear to deliver a lethal strike. Within seconds, the battlefield fell silent. The once lush forest had been reduced to scorched earth, and the 500 to 600 crimson wolf beasts had been completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind as their remains nourished the ground. This astounding victory ignited the fighting spirit of the surrounding Kuei Battalion soldiers. Look, Captain Chen Han is fighting valiantly. We can't fall behind, one soldier shouted. Remember, we carry the hopes of the people of Decisive on our shoulders. Seizing the moment of heightened morale, Chen Han issued another command. In an instant, countless black laser beams crisscrossed through the forest, vaporizing the unsuspecting crimson wolf beasts. What kind of terrifying weapon is this? The surviving crimson wolf beasts were overwhelmed with fear. Our Lord never warned us that humans possessed such devastating tools. Their morale crumbled instantly, creating a stark contrast to the unwavering determination of the Kuei Battalion. The 600 million citizens of Decisive, watching the livestream, erupted in excitement. Incredible! Chen Han did it. 1 against 10. How did they achieve such a victory? This is the might of our people's army. Countless young viewers were inspired, vowing to join the military and serve their nation. Even the battle-hardened Yu Wuyun couldn't help but clench his fists in exhilaration. To him, Chen Han's adaptability and leadership on the battlefield far surpassed that of an ordinary officer, making further training at the officer academy unnecessary. However, just as Yu Wuyun was reveling in Chen Han's triumph, his secretary stumbled in, bringing a series of devastating reports. 3 divisions, 30,000 troops in regions 13, 14, and 15 had suffered catastrophic losses in an ambush by dark bats. Another 20,000 soldiers in regions 26 and 27 had been completely annihilated in a surprise attack by horsehead beasts. Each report hit Yu Wuyun like a hammer blow, shattering his momentary joy. Overwhelmed with fury and grief, the century-old marshal coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yu Wuyun had endured countless battles over the years, leaving his body riddled with hidden injuries. At this moment, a surge of anger shot straight to his chest, causing him to sway slightly. His secretary, standing nearby, turned pale with fright and hurriedly asked, "Marshal Yu, are you all right?" Yu Wuyun steadied himself with effort, calming his erratic heartbeat. He finally realized he had gravely underestimated the strength of the northern beasts. What he initially thought was an anomaly, Chen Han's encounter with the beast city turned out to be a widespread phenomenon. The northern beasts had evolved to the point where they could divide territories and rule independently. Even with Yu Wuyun's extensive battlefield experience, the overwhelming disparity in power left him feeling powerless. He had originally dispersed the 400,000 strong northern expedition forces to avoid total annihilation. But now, it seemed concentrating their strength would have been a better choice. The current strategy had led to devastating losses. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras appeared outside the door. Yu Wuyun let out a cold snort. "Now you show up after the defeat, to add insult to injury. Come in, both of you." The command room door opened, and Marshals Jung Go and Quan entered at a measured pace. Jung Go wore a faint, mocking smile. "Marshal Yu, you don't look well. Didn't get enough rest?" Quan chimed in. "I watched the live stream. In several areas, the troops were nearly wiped out, and the soldiers' bodies are piled high. Indeed, out of over 40 combat zones, only the one where Chen Han was stationed managed a marginal victory. In other areas, the troops were either relentlessly pursued and scattered by beast armies, or left with corpses strewn across the battlefield. The current casualty rate had reached 70%, leaving only about 100,000 soldiers from the original 400,000. While Chen Han's success brought some solace, the devastation in other zones cast a heavy shadow of grief. Seeing the smug expressions on the 2 marshals' faces, Yu Wuyun's anger flared even more. The failure of the northern expedition was undeniably his responsibility, but many of the troops in this army were loyal to these 2 men, and yet they could still smile. "What exactly are you trying to say? Speak plainly," Yu Wuyun demanded coldly. Zhong Go replied unhurriedly, "Marshal Yu, just a reminder, the responsibility for this northern expedition falls solely on you. It has nothing to do with me or Quan." So they had come to shirk responsibility. If the northern expedition had succeeded, they would have taken credit for deploying the Fengshan army and the Tushan army. But now that it had failed, they couldn't distance themselves fast enough. Looking at the corpses of the soldiers displayed on the live stream screen, Yu Wuyun could barely suppress his murderous intent. "Get out. I alone will take responsibility for this northern expedition. There's no need for you to concern yourselves." As they were leaving, Zhong Go cast a meaningful glance at Chen Han. "Don't count on Chen Han to save you. At most, he'll ensure the troops retreat in one piece." Before his words fully settled, a sharp blade aura suddenly slashed through the air, shaking the entire space. The strike was so powerful that even Zhong Go and Quan, both martial gods, were forced back dozens of kilometers before barely managing to withstand it. "This old man has lost it. He's really out to kill." Zhong Go looked at the wound inflicted on him by Yu Wuyun, but instead of anger, a twisted smile spread across his face. His laughter was filled with madness and greed. Once Yu Wuyun stepped down, the position of the Grand Marshal of Daxia and the 5th seat in the Council of 24 would be his for the taking. The command room was in utter disarray. Yu Wuyun stared at the screen showing the last remaining Kuei battalion and issued his final, heavy order. On the jungle battlefield, the Red Wolf Beast Lord paced restlessly. Its 50,000-strong army of Red Wolf beasts had entered the forest half an hour ago, yet not a single scout had returned. By all logic, with their speed, it should have taken no more than 10 minutes to annihilate the humans. "Move out. Follow me in." The Red Wolf Beast Lord could no longer wait and led the remaining troops into the forest. As they advanced, the sight before them left it speechless with shock. The forest floor was littered with the severed limbs of Red Wolf beasts, as if some terrifying weapon had sliced through them. Wolf heads, arms, and claws were scattered everywhere, yet human corpses were remarkably scarce. A rough estimate revealed a staggering casualty ratio of 20-1. It was unbelievable. Despite outnumbering the enemy 5-1 and being generally stronger, they had suffered such a devastating loss. The sounds of battle erupted ahead. The Cold Night Squad was locked in combat with the remaining Red Wolf beasts. Chen Han stood perched on a treetop, and with every arrow he loosed, a red wolf beast fell dead. His figure reminded the red wolf beast lord of a human it deeply feared. Enraged, it roared, "Capture him alive. I'll carve his flesh piece by piece and eat it." Chen Han noticed the arrival of the enemy's main force. His quiver was nearly empty, and the star crystals powering the Type 3 laser cannon were almost depleted. He put away his dragon roar bow, drew his overlord spear, and leaped down from the treetop. "Anyone who can still fight, gather here." The fewer than 3,000 remaining warriors rallied around Chen Han. They were all drenched in blood and gasping for breath. Against 50,000 red wolf beasts, this small group seemed like mere minnows. "Chen Han, listen to me. Take the Cold Knight squad and retreat." "That's an order." Lu Zing issued his final command. But Chen Han stood firm, gripping his spear tightly at the front. This was his way of embodying the spirit of life and death together. At this critical moment, a familiar mech descended from the sky, landing heavily in front of Chen Han. "Chen Han, we're here to help." It was the Titan squad. Shortly after, countless warriors emerged from all directions, members of the Ding Battalion, the Quang Battalion, the Tiangong Battalion, and even their old rivals, the White Light Squad. In an instant, the human forces outnumbered the Red Wolf Beast army. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's pupils contracted, and its face turned ashen. It was clear now that the tides of battle had completely turned. Yu Wuyan's final order was to direct all the remaining scattered soldiers from other regions to converge on Chen Han's position. In this brutal campaign, the 400,000 strong Northern Expedition Army had been reduced to just 70 to 80,000 weary troops, who were now gradually gathering in Chen Han's area. "Chen Han, can you hear me?" Yu Wuyan's encrypted voice suddenly came through the radio communication device by Chen Han's ear. "Commander Yu, what are your instructions?" Chen Han responded immediately. Yu Wuyan's voice was heavy. "Chen Han, first, I need to inform you of the situation. The Northern Expedition has failed. Out of over 40 regions, yours is the only one still holding its ground." This was evident as Chen Han glanced around, seeing the arriving soldiers, each showing exhaustion on their faces and defeat in their eyes. "I am entrusting all the remaining forces to your command and granting you the highest field authority." Yu Wuyan paused briefly. "Win me a glorious battle. Though I will surely face consequences for this failure, the people must not lose faith in the Northern Expedition." Chen Han took a deep breath, fully aware of the weight of this responsibility. To restore the people's confidence in the Northern Expedition, they would need a decisive and overwhelming victory. Commanding 70 to 80,000 troops equivalent to the strength of 2 or 3 corps was an immense challenge for someone taking on such a major role for the first time. Yu Wuyan was taking a gamble. After all, not everyone could command troops with the ease and brilliance of Han Xian. Although Chen Han had experience leading the elite Kuei battalion of 10,000 soldiers, commanding 70 to 80,000 was an entirely different scale. Fortunately, his previous achievements had already earned the respect of the troops, so there was no doubt about his authority over the army's morale. With the battle imminent, Chen Han quickly began preparations. He first took inventory of the Type 3 laser cannons, and surprisingly, there was good news. Despite the heavy losses across various regions, most of the Type 3 laser cannons had remained intact. Among the 70 to 80,000 troops, there were 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons and a stockpile of 100,000 kilograms of star crystals. These weapons were critical in combating the Red Wolf beasts. The Red Wolf beast horde, upon seeing the sudden reinforcement of human troops, hesitated instead of launching an immediate attack. This hesitation gave Chen Han the crucial time to strategize. "Lord, just 1,000 humans inflicted heavy losses on us before. Now that their numbers have grown, do we even stand a chance?" A voice of doubt rose from within the Red Wolf beast horde. The leader of the beasts also appeared hesitant, its lack of the humans' meticulous strategic thinking beginning to shake the morale of its own forces. As the Red Wolf beasts wavered, Chen Han stood at the forefront and launched a sudden, aggressive attack. "All martial commanders and above, charge with me," Chen Han shouted with commanding authority. As the commander, his example immediately ignited the fighting spirit of the entire army. Leaping forward, he plunged straight into the enemy ranks like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Wielding his overlord spear, he unleashed the Beidou Howren spear technique, creating a storm of spear shadows among the Red Wolf beasts. Thrust, slash, stab, sweeping in all directions. Every strike claimed the lives of multiple Red Wolf beasts. In this moment, Chen Han fully embodied the unstoppable force of the Beidou Howren spear technique, demonstrating its ultimate power. Even fiercer than when he faced Shang Sheng, Chen Han swept his spear in a broad arc, sending dozens of enemy soldiers flying with a single strike. Although this unit was composed of ragtag remnants gathered from various regions, seeing Chen Han's bravery instantly boosted their morale. "Chen Han, you're the commander. Why are you leading the charge yourself?" A youthful voice echoed from within the giant mech. Before the words had fully landed, the mech leapt into the enemy ranks. With a thunderous crash, its fist slammed down, the power of modern alloys reducing over a dozen red wolf beasts to pulp in an instant. Zhang followed closely behind, unleashing radiant energy from his hands. Countless beams of light pierced through the enemy lines, skewering the red wolf beasts. Though only 5,000 elite warriors remained out of the original 70 to 80,000 troops, they unleashed 10 times their strength, shattering the enemy formations. The ferocity of the humans, driven to the brink, terrified the alien beasts. Some soldiers even fought recklessly, sacrificing themselves to take down their foes. At this moment, viewers across Daxia, watching the live broadcast, could no longer distinguish between man and beast. The Red Wolf Beast Lord finally reacted. Attack! All of you, charge! He split his 50,000 Red Wolf beasts into two groups, one to surround Chen Han's 5,000 elite warriors, the other to wipe out the lower-rank soldiers. But Chen Han was prepared. While fighting, he kept a sharp eye on the battlefield. Artillery units, listen up. Use Type 3 laser cannons to bombard the Red Wolf Beast's flanks and front lines. Don't let them get close. Black laser beams instantly blanketed the enemy's flanks and front lines. The Red Wolf Beasts disintegrated into dust before they could even let out a cry. After the first round of bombardment, only a handful of charging Red Wolf Beasts remained. The Northern Expedition Army's morale soared, while fear gripped the Red Wolf Beasts. Chen Han led his 5,000 elite troops like a sharp blade, striking straight at the heart of the Red Wolf Beast Army. Within a mere 200 meters, the Red Wolf Beast Lord panicked and fled without hesitation, disappearing in just a few blinks of an eye. With their leader gone, the remaining Red Wolf Beasts lost all will to fight, abandoning their weapons and armor in disarray. Seizing the moment, Chen Han personally sounded the charge. All units advance. Take the Red Wolf Beast's main base. 70 to 80,000 soldiers surged like a tidal wave against the collapsing Red Wolf Beast forces. The victory was swift and decisive. The Red Wolf Beasts couldn't even mount an effective counterattack. The Northern Expedition Army pursued them for 100 miles, arriving at the gates of the Red Wolf Beast City. By now, millions of Red Wolf Beasts, along with their leaders, had retreated into the city, hoping to turn the tide with sheer numbers. But Chen Han halted at the city outskirts, his cold gaze fixed on the terrified Red Wolf Beast civilians within. He issued his command. Artillery units on my signal. Concentrate all Type 3 laser cannons on a single target. At this moment, everyone understood Chen Han's intento. Use the 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons to directly bombard the city of the Red Wolf Beasts. Chen Han, are you really planning to shell this city? The commander of the Fengshan Army's Quang Battalion stepped forward quickly, his expression grim. There are over 1 million beast residents in this city. This is not a trivial matter. Aren't you going to report this? A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Chen Han's lips. There's no need to report this. Marshal Yu has already granted me supreme command of the Northern Expedition Army. I have the authority to make this decision. In truth, Chen Han knew the real reason for not reporting. Yu Wuyun was already bearing the brunt of the blame for the Northern Expedition's failures. If the bombing of the Beast City sparked controversy, Chen Han was willing to shoulder the responsibility alone. At this moment, storming the city recklessly carried too high a risk of total annihilation. No one could predict what traps lay hidden inside. Rather than taking such a gamble, it was better to reduce everything to ashes with the laser cannons. However, some officers began to voice their objections. This doesn't seem right, does it? Among the million Red Wolf Beasts in the city, there are many civilians. Exactly. The Red Wolf Beast Army has already been defeated across the board. They pose no serious threat anymore. We should just enter the city and wipe them out directly. Not only was there hesitation within the army, but even the citizens of Daxia watching the live broadcast were fervently debating. Maybe these Red Wolf Beasts can be negotiated with. They can speak human language. Perhaps they can be tamed. If we could recruit them, they'd be a powerful addition to our forces. As the crowd discussed how to make use of the spoils of war, they seemed to have completely forgotten the tragedy of just a short time ago. 300,000 Northern Expedition soldiers had perished, devoured by the beasts, leaving no remains behind. Chen Han said nothing more. With a sudden wave of his right hand, his overlord's spear shot through the air and impaled a dissenting officer to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and in an instant, the 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers fell silent, their terrified gazes fixed on the blood-stained spear. Expressionless, Chen Han stepped forward, pulled the spear from the ground, and flicked off the blood. In the face of the enemy, anyone who shakes the morale of the army shall be executed. This scene sent a chilling wave through the entire army. In truth, these dissenters were merely jealous of Chen Hanyang, and without any prior military achievements being granted supreme command. If Yu Wuyun had been present, none of them would have dared to utter a word. Chen Han continued forward, ordering the artillery unit to position all 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons in a line formation, ensuring the entire city would be within range. Remember this. Those who are not of our kind cannot be trusted. Chen Han's voice resonated through the military camp. Empathizing with the enemy is courting death. Whether it's a beast or a human, kill them all. Once we enter the city, leave no one alive, not even chickens or dogs. His words were resolute and powerful, met with an enthusiastic response from the soldiers of Kuei Battalion. Kill, kill, kill. The synchronized battle cries pierced the sky. Yu Weiyun stood silently to the side, nodding in agreement with Chen Han's decision. In truth, he fully supported this course of action. However, Chen Han had deliberately taken on full responsibility, even going so far as to shut down the encrypted radio communication, leaving Yu Weiyun feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, the laser bombardment of the Red Wolf B City began. 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing a torrential downpour of black laser beams. Unlike traditional artillery, the laser cannons were eerily silent upon firing, but their destructive power was terrifying. Everything within the laser's reach, whether living or inanimate, was instantly obliterated. The first wave of bombardment flattened a vast area at the city's outskirts. Chaos erupted within the city as the anguished cries of the Red Wolf beasts echoed endlessly. Yet Chen Han did not relent, ordering the star crystals to be replenished and launching a second wave of bombardment. Amid the relentless assault, an unexpected discovery emerged. The city, which appeared to be a civilian settlement, was teeming with Red Wolf beast soldiers. Scattered throughout the city, they had clearly intended to use the terrain to ambush the Northern Expedition Army. This revelation only solidified Chen Han's resolve to continue the bombing strategy. The Red Wolf beast lord's carefully laid plans were utterly foiled. He had intended to rely on the 50,000 hidden troops within the city, along with his existing force of 100,000, to devastate the Northern Expedition Army in urban combat. Now, he could only watch helplessly as his soldiers vanished into the black laser beams, bitterly muttering, "These humans, they don't play by the rules." The laser bombardment went on for a long time, reducing most of the city to rubble. Of the original 1 million Red Wolf beasts, 90% were now dead or injured, and the survivors were no longer capable of fighting. As the stockpile of 10,000 kilograms of star crystals neared depletion, Chen Han gave the command, "All troops, enter the city. Remember, leave no roots behind. If I see even a single wolf pup, you'll face military punishment. Charge." A massive army of 70 to 80,000 soldiers surged like a tide into the ruins of the Red Wolf Beast City. At the forefront was Chen Han, leading the charge with a spear in hand, clearing the way. He casually flipped over a piece of rubble, revealing a mother Red Wolf beast and her cubs hiding beneath. The mother beast, to everyone's surprise, could speak human language. Trembling, she began to plead, "Spare." But before she could finish saying, "Us," Chen Han's spear had already pierced through their bodies. This brutal scene left everyone in awe, showcasing the commander's ruthless resolve. "Remember, the Red Wolf beast you spare today will be the blade over your head tomorrow." Chen Han's cold, merciless words echoed through the desolate ruins. Under Yu Weiyun's orders, to restore the people's confidence in the Northern Expedition, the Red Wolf Beast Army had to be annihilated completely. Although it was uncertain whether the Red Wolf Beast Lord had perished in the bombardment of the 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons, Chen Han knew that every corner of the city had to be thoroughly searched. In addition to hunting down the remaining enemies, Chen Han also ordered the search for spoils of war. This city, built upon the ruins of the last century, was bound to hold valuable antiques. "Young Master Chen, look at this." Ji Yun ran over excitedly, holding an iron box. Opening it revealed a smartphone and several coins. To Ji Yun, these were antiques, but to Chen Han, the Shunji and Apple iPhone was all too familiar. He smirked slightly, tossing the phone back to Ji Yun. "Keep it. This thing could fetch a good price." Just then, a dazzling light suddenly flashed before Chen Han's eyes. "Who's there?" he called out, raising his spear and giving chase. When he reached the source, he was stunned. A massive star crystal, approximately 6 meters in diameter, lay before him. It had been buried on the outskirts of the city, its brilliance revealed only by the shifting angle of sunlight. The Hanyi squad soon arrived and stood in shock at the discovery. "Whoa, this star crystal must weigh at least 10,000 kilograms. Ji Yun, coming from a business family, was the first to react, estimating its value. Even Zhao Yufei, hailing from a prestigious family in the capital, was left speechless at the sight. "From what I know, star crystals throughout the entire Great Xia are divided into 1 kilogram pieces for trade." His voice carried an undeniable sense of astonishment. "A complete piece of star crystal this large is absolutely one of a kind in modern Great Xia. Its value far exceeds that of scattered star crystals." Not only were the members of the Cold Knight squad dumbfounded, But even the influential figures watching through live broadcasts from the 24 Privy Council showed expressions of disbelief. The Northern Territory truly lives up to its name. The star crystal reserves there are at least 10 times those of the South. One of the power holders exclaimed, clenching his fist. Isn't the purpose of launching the Northern expedition precisely for this supreme energy source? Not to mention the North is also rich in natural mineral resources. The fundamental reason the 24 Privy Council agreed to the Northern expedition was the star crystals in the northern regions. The southern reserves of star crystals were nearly depleted. Every bit consumed was one less that remained. As the most superior energy source of the era, star crystals boasted incredible energy efficiency. Just 1 kilogram could sustain the operation of several major factories in the capital for an entire year. Tian was the only one in the Privy Council who had uncovered the secret of this star crystal deposit. Don't rush, he said in a deep voice. This might just be the portion exposed on the surface. There's a high chance that a whole vein of star crystals is hidden beneath. At these words, the more than 20 supreme power holders present collectively drew sharp breaths. It was well known that within Great Xia, with its 600 million population, there were only 2 known star crystal veins, one near the outskirts of the capital and another at the southern border. These 2 veins accounted for 3/4 of Great Xia's total star crystal reserves, but after a century of extraction, they were nearing exhaustion. If this site turned out to be a new star crystal vein, Chen Han's achievements in this battle would be immeasurable. The power holders trembled with excitement. On the battlefield, Chen Han seemed to have realized this as well. He immediately ordered someone to fetch a shovel and began digging into the surrounding surface layer, one shovelful after another. With each dig, new star crystals emerged, confirming Tian's hypothesis this was indeed a star crystal vein. Although professional equipment would be required to accurately determine the reserves of the vein, based on Tian's experience, this vein's reserves were likely to surpass the combined total of the 2 existing veins in Great Xia. This judgment held significant weight. Tian's rise to the top position of power was due to his control over the mining rights of Great Xia's 2 star crystal veins, and only his family possessed the talent and technology necessary for extracting and dividing star crystals. The 24 Privy Council fell into complete silence, the sound of someone swallowing audible in the stillness. Everyone understood the value of this star crystal vein. No matter the cost in lives, it would be worth it. Tian couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, Chen Han's victory was truly unparalleled. At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Emperor Qingtian's eyes, as if he had suddenly realized something important. He turned abruptly, his gaze sweeping over the members of the 24 Privy Council, and said in a deep voice, "Prepare the equipment and venue immediately. I will hold a Marquis conferment ceremony for Chen Han upon his return." A Marquis? As soon as those words left his mouth, the council erupted in astonishment. The members exchanged incredulous looks, their eyes filled with shock. While Chen Han's contributions were significant, such an honor seemed excessively prestigious. In the Daxia Empire, the Marquis system was a distinct recognition mechanism separate from military ranks. It was awarded for extraordinary military achievements and required the approval of the 24 Privy Council. This honor was not constrained by rank. However, in the past century of the new era, fewer than 20 individuals had received this distinction, and almost all were of at least major general rank. Even Han Howren, the continent's foremost martial artist, was only granted the title of Marquis of Valor due to his unparalleled strength and his role in defending the empire. Yu Wuyun earned the title of Marquis of Loyal Valor through his remarkable military accomplishments and unwavering loyalty. Yet even the current Daxia marshals, Jung Go and Ouyang Quan, had not been granted such recognition. Luo Yuan, the second most powerful figure in Daxia, immediately stepped forward. Fixing his gaze on Emperor Qingtian, he questioned, "While Chen Han's discovery of the star crystal vein is indeed commendable, he's not even 19 yet. Isn't it too hasty to confer a Marquis on someone who has just come of age?" Emperor Qingtian, unfazed by Luo Yuan, whose family controlled the empire's transportation lifeline, retorted firmly, "What does age matter? Do you understand the crisis Daxia faces with its depleted star crystal veins and critical energy shortage? Yu Wuyun's northern campaign has consumed over 30 years of the nation's energy reserves. Even Han Howren and Yu Wuyun were delivering food at his age. Chen Han's accomplishments are unmatched." Luo Yuan was left speechless by this rebuttal. Emperor Qingtian's gaze remained resolute. "Enough. My decision is final. All of you should focus on deciding what title to bestow upon Chen Han." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chen Han remained completely unaware of the discussions in the Privy Council. The massive star crystal vein before him had left all the soldiers in awe, unable to recover from their astonishment. Suddenly, Ji Yun shouted, "We're rich! We're rich!" and lunged toward the star crystals, only to be stopped just in time by Lu Zing, who grabbed him around the waist. "Ji Yun, are you out of your damn mind?" A furious shout shattered the silence. "The energy contained in the star crystal vein is immense. If you get too close, You'll be torn to pieces in an instant. These words hit Ji Yun like a wake-up call, snapping him back to his senses. He patted his chest, still shaken, and said, "Thank you, Captain Lu. I almost forgot only the family of that great figure, Emperor Qingtian, in the capital of Decisive, has the means to mine star crystals." Everyone was well aware of how dangerous the star crystal veins were. Ordinary people who ventured near them would suffer effects akin to severe radiation exposure, leading to organ failure within a short time. Even martial artists couldn't touch them directly without risking certain death by explosion. Lu Zing turned to Chen Han and said helplessly, "Chen Han, he's your man. I can't discipline him for you. You decide how to punish him." Chen Han's lips curled into a faint smile. "All right then. He's banned from visiting any clubs or being with women for 2 years. If he violates this, he'll face military punishment." 2 years without women? Young Master Chen, you're killing me here. Ji Yun's wail drew hearty laughter from everyone present. In the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, such laughter revealed the excitement over discovering the star crystal vein. It was a monumental achievement for Chen Han as the commander, and everyone knew they stood to benefit. Even a single kilogram of star crystal could secure a civilian family's livelihood for years. Suddenly, a red flare shot up into the sky 5 kilometers ahead. It was the signal for spotting the Red Wolf Beast Lord. Known as a formidable foe, the Red Wolf Beast Lord was cowardly yet possessed extraordinary unknown combat skills. Chen Han's expression instantly turned serious. Gripping his overlord's spear, he raced toward the signal. Before long, he spotted Luo Feng, a young soldier, standing off against a Red Wolf Beast with a short blade in hand. With a single strike from the overlord's spear, the Red Wolf Beast fell lifeless to the ground. Chen Han quickly asked, "Where's the Red Wolf Beast Lord?" Luo Feng pointed north. "Over there. I was scavenging through the ruins when a pack of Red Wolf Beasts suddenly appeared. But instead of attacking me, they just ran off." Chen Han gazed into the northern distance and saw the Red Wolf Beast Lord leading a pack of hundreds, retreating further away. This cautious leader, known for avoiding direct conflict, had chosen to flee once again. There was no time to waste. Without waiting to gather reinforcements, Chen Han shouldered his spear and gave chase. The Red Wolf Beast Lord, sensing the pursuit, roared at its pack. "That cursed human just won't let up. All of you, block him. Don't let him catch up to me." Fearing Chen Han's deadly archery skills, the Lord ordered its followers to cover its retreat. As it glanced ahead at the endless mountain range, a glimmer of hope appeared in its eyes. "Once we reach the mountain god's territory, we'll be safe. That human is no match for the mountain god." The Red Wolf Lord's worries were indeed unnecessary. While Chen Han's speed barely kept up with the Red Wolves, aiming and shooting a bow during a high-speed chase was a near impossible task. A mere moment of hesitation would allow the Red Wolves to widen the gap. "If only I had a mount," Chen Han sighed inwardly. Still, he wasn't in a rush. With his extraordinary vitality, he held a clear advantage in this chase. Even someone at the 8th level of martial god, like Yu Wuyun, had a vitality value just slightly above 200, whereas Chen Han's vitality had already reached near martial sovereign levels transcending 2 major realms. No matter how strong this pack of Red Wolves was, their vitality could never reach such terrifying heights. Catching up to them was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, in the Red Wolves' alien city, Lu Zing led the Kuei battalion to the location of Luo Feng. Upon hearing that Chen Han was pursuing the Red Wolf Lord and its elite forces alone, Lu Zing gasped sharply and frowned deeply. This is far too reckless. After all, Marshal Yu had issued a strict order. Among the 70 to 80,000 soldiers of the Northern Expedition Army, none was as important as Chen Han. If anything were to happen to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Lu Zing also understood Chen Han's decision. If the Red Wolf Lord escaped, this region, rich in star crystal veins, would face constant harassment for the foreseeable future. In the live broadcast channel, 600 million viewers from Decisive were on edge. Since Chen Han wasn't carrying any live streaming equipment during the pursuit, no one knew his current situation. The chat was flooded with anxious messages. "What's going on? This is nerve-wracking. Chen Han, please stay safe. We're all waiting for him to come back and celebrate." At that moment, Zhao Linger stepped forward and declared loudly, reporting to Captain Lu, "The Hanya squad requests to join leader Chen Han in the pursuit." The squad members all wore resolute expressions, determined to stand by Chen Han no matter the danger. Lu Zing immediately nodded in agreement. Sending a mobile team to assess the situation was the best course of action, and the Hanya squad was a perfect choice. Just then, the girls from the giant squad offered their help. "Linger, take our mechs. These star crystal-powered mechs are far faster than traveling on foot." Hearing this, Zhu Ming couldn't contain his excitement. He had been tirelessly training in mech operation for days, and finally had the chance to put his skills to the test. Thus, the members of the Cold Knight squad boarded the giant mech armed with live streaming equipment, tracking Chen Han's path. At this moment, the chase between Chen Han and the elite red wolf beasts had already extended across the vast northern lands, spanning over 600 miles. The elite red wolf beasts were drenched in sweat, yet their leader dared not stop. Chen Han, relentless as a shadow, maintained a distance of less than 5 miles behind them. Lord, we can't shake him off. Should we stop and deal with him? One of the elite red wolf beasts panted heavily as he suggested. The red wolf beast leader shook his head. He had witnessed Chen Han's combat prowess firsthand and understood that engaging him heathen was unwise. If the human army arrived, their demise would be inevitable. Don't stop. Accelerate. Up ahead is the territory of the mountain god. The mountain god will protect us. Just then, a giant mech caught up with Chen Han. From inside the mech, Ji Yun's voice rang out, "Young Master Chen, hop on." Chen Han's lips curved slightly as he immediately realized it was Zhu Ming piloting. He leapt nimbly onto the mech's head. "Zhu Ming, keep it steady," he instructed, then began readying his bow and arrows. Zhu Ming's expert piloting skills allowed Chen Han to stand firmly atop the mech. Chen Han retrieved the last few star crystal arrows, aiming at the red wolf beast leader ahead. The arrow whistled through the air, causing the leader to panic and grab a few of his subordinates to use as shields. The arrow pierced through several red wolf beasts before losing its force and embedding into the ground. "Block him for me." The red wolf beast leader roared in fury. Chen Han fired arrow after arrow, taking down most of the elite red wolf beasts. As the leader finally reached the so-called mountain god's territory, he shouted triumphantly, "Mountain god, save me." Without hesitation, Chen Han released his final star crystal arrow, but something bizarre occurred. The arrowhead shattered as it neared the mountain god's territory, leaving only the wooden shaft to strike its target. Chen Han's expression shifted, and he immediately yelled, "Zhu Ming, stop." He realized that this area might neutralize the power of star crystals. Proceeding further would be suicidal. The red wolf beast leader cackled as he fled deeper into the dense forest. "The mountain god protects us. Long live the mountain god." Watching the enemy vanish into the intricate wilderness, Zhao Yufei cursed furiously, "Damn it. After chasing him for 800 miles, we're still letting him get away." At that moment, the Overlord's spear in Chen Han's hand erupted with deep crimson lightning. While the star crystals might be ineffective, the piercing power of the Death Thorn spear was another matter entirely. In an instant, Chen Han transformed into a streak of red lightning, darting swiftly through the forest. The red wolf beast leader turned his head to sneer, only to find himself face-to-face with Chen Han's icy gaze. He couldn't even finish uttering the word "you" before a long spear pierced straight through his heart. What an incredible sight! At this moment, the hearts of Daxia's 600 million citizens and the Cold Night Squad members were filled with just one thought. Clad in a black military uniform, Chen Han crossed an entire 5 kilometers and precisely pierced the heart of the opposing leader. The Spear of Piercing Death, a technique capable of striking down an enemy commander amid thousands of troops, had never been demonstrated by Chen Han before. Firstly, because this move required extensive preparation time, making it too risky for a commander to use recklessly. Secondly, during a pursuit, it was nearly impossible to focus amidst chaotic targets. But this time was different. With only the Red Wolf Beast Lord remaining, he could finally unleash this formidable skill without hesitation. This single strike not only pierced the target's heart with pinpoint accuracy, but also caused a nationwide sensation. From the beginning of the Northern Expedition battlefield, Chen Han's first display of this extraordinary ability delivered a shocking blow to the entire nation. Pursuing the enemy across 800 miles and taking them down with a single strike, though not as monumental as the discovery of the star crystal vein, had an immense impact on morale. On the streets, people embraced and wept with joy. To have a young hero like Chen Han in Daxia is truly a blessing for our nation. An elderly man, who had lived through the dark and chaotic era, exclaimed with tears streaming down his face. "In him, I see the shadows of Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun, the twin pillars of the empire from the past, and perhaps even greater. For a century since those two, there has been no one comparable to such a hero." The 24 Privy Council swiftly issued a nationwide announcement. Second Lieutenant Chen Han, on the Northern Expedition battlefield, pursued the Red Wolf Beast Lord for over 800 miles and decisively slew the enemy leader. Let the entire nation celebrate. To ease the public's unrest over the loss of more than 300,000 soldiers in the Northern Expedition, they even declared a 3-day national holiday. In this highly advanced society, a 3-day break was a rare luxury, highlighting the significance of this victory. Fireworks lit up the skies across the land, and cheers erupted from every corner, rivaling the celebrations seen during the resolution of the Dark Chaos years ago. This auspicious start signaled that the Northern Territories were no longer a forbidden zone for humanity. Yet, on the battlefield, Chen Han was oblivious to the fervor back home. Calmly, he withdrew his spear from the Red Wolf Beast Lord's lifeless body, his gaze cold and detached. As he lifted his head, his eyes fell upon a human statue standing tall ahead, an uncanny replica of the one found in the Red Wolf Beast City, depicting a man with wild hair and a flowing beard. Chen Han stood amidst the forest, staring at the rough statue before him and spat disdainfully. This was the revered mountain god that the Red Wolf Beast Lord spoke of? It looked more like a primitive savage. As he ventured deeper, he discovered similar statues scattered throughout the area, appearing every few miles. What caught his attention even more were the feathers and shed skins of various exotic beasts strewn around. Clearly, it wasn't just the Red Wolf Beast clan that frequented this place. Other inhabitants of the exotic beast cities, who had clashed with the Northern Expedition Army, likely came here to worship as well. This territory had a baffling peculiarity: it rendered star crystals and star crystal reactors completely ineffective. Even the scientists of the Decisive civilization had never encountered such a phenomenon. As Chen Han pondered, Zhao Linger approached, holding a dusty black box in her hands. Chen Han, look at this. I found it under a trite, seems to have been here for a long time. Chen Han took the box from her and opened it out of curiosity. Inside was a collection of intricate modern components, glass tubes, gears, and some enigmatic black metallic parts. While he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about science, it was clear that this was some sort of precision instrument. Watching the live stream, Li Qingxia National Academy expert immediately recognized the device and posted a shocked comment. This is an instrument capable of generating a special magnetic field. The metal on it is extraterrestrial material from meteorites during the Dark Turmoil era, capable of producing a powerful magnetic field. Although we haven't mastered this magnetic field technology, the person who made this device is no ordinary individual. Ji Yun quickly took screenshots of the comments and sent them to Chen Han. A chilling thought crossed Chen Han's mind. He hurriedly carried the black box out of the mountain's range and conducted an experiment with a small piece of star crystal. As expected, the moment the star crystal entered the 2-kilometer radius around the black box, it shattered into dust. The truth was revealed: it wasn't some mysterious mountain god's domain. These black boxes scattered across the area generated a special magnetic field that nullified star crystal energy. The identity of this so-called mountain god grew even more enigmatic. Meanwhile, Yu Wuyan carefully examined the screenshot of the mountain god statue. His expression shifted from confusion to shock and finally to utter terror. As a martial god-level warrior, his reaction was highly unusual, signaling the gravity of the situation. Soon, Chen Han's encrypted radio buzzed. Chen Han, listen to me and try not to be too shocked. Yu Wuyan's voice was laced with unease. I believe this mountain god might actually be Xingbian. Chen Han froze in place, unable to react for a long time. Marshal Yu, are you saying this savage is my father? Chen Han's words made Yu Wuyan cough awkwardly. Referring to Chen Xingbian as a wild man was indeed inappropriate, especially since he was Chen Han's father, even though the statue's appearance bore a striking resemblance to one. Chen Han looked puzzled. He had traveled through time with memories of his past life. Although he had only seen his father a few times as a baby, his father's image was still vividly imprinted in his mind. General Yu, this statue is definitely not my father. It looks nothing like him. Yu Wuyan, however, appeared confident. You were too young back then and saw him very rarely. During our time in Bureau 869, I had the most contact with him. While he was devoted to the nation, he was also a free spirit. If he ended up like this, I wouldn't be surprised. But at this point, Yu Wuyan fell into deep thought. If Chen Xingbian truly had become the mountain god, why would he choose to settle in the northern frontier and gain the reverence of so many mystical beasts? More importantly, why hadn't he returned to Daxia? Clearly, there were many mysteries hidden here. Despite the significant differences in appearance, the black boxes capable of nullifying star crystals pointed to one undeniable fact. Aside from Chen Xingbian, who was skilled in crafting star crystal arrows, there was no other plausible candidate in Daxia. General Yu, Chen Han suddenly spoke. If the mountain god really is my father, could he be somewhere in this mountain range? This idea instantly invigorated Yu Wuyan. Although he had little hope earlier that Chen Xingbian was still alive, now he saw a glimmer of possibility. Chen Han, mobilize the troops immediately and search this mountain range thoroughly. Ensure the safety of the Northern Expedition Army, but we must find Xingbian. Considering the potential threat from dangerous mystical beasts, Chen Han assigned only 1,000 elite warriors from the Kuei unit to the task, emphasizing that they must not carry any equipment related to star crystals. This search party soon began a meticulous, large-scale sweep of the vast mountain range spanning hundreds of miles. After a day, they discovered an astonishing number of black boxes scattered throughout the mountains, practically covering the entire area. The sheer scale of this operation was mind-boggling, even drawing admiration from Li Qingxia, who was watching the live broadcast. Creating just one black box is already a feat of unparalleled ingenuity, yet the mountain god managed to mass-produce thousands of them. If possible, I wish we could recruit this mountain god into the National Academy of Sciences. The Northern Expedition Army must not harm him, Li Qingshi commented in the livestream chat. However, after searching for an entire day and night, Chen Han found himself at an impasse. There was not a single sign of human habitation anywhere in the mountain range. His elusive father was like a mole, hiding his lair in some unknown place. Just as Chen Han was at his wit's end, Lu Zing brought along a young soldier named Luofeng. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly ordinary young soldier possessed a unique talent called infinite tracking. While this talent was useless in combat, it was a miraculous skill for searching. It was said that he could detect targets sent from over 100 miles away. Second Lieutenant Chen, let me give it a try, Luofeng said with a shy smile. Even though the smells in the mountains are mixed, I'm confident. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to demonstrate his ability. Sure enough, under Luofeng's guidance, the team quickly found a hidden cave in the mountains. The paths around the cave were like a maze, clearly set up with special mechanisms or formations. The entrance was concealed by layers of piled-up deadwood, and without Luofeng, even a 1,000-strong team would have struggled to find it. Chen Han promptly credited Luofeng with a third-class merit. As they cleared away the straw covering the entrance, Chen Han suddenly felt a sense of danger. Everyone, back off, he shouted. Before his words had fully landed, countless black projectiles shot out from the cave, hurtling toward the group. Chen Han reacted swiftly, his spear slicing through the air in a sweeping arc. The continuous clanging of collisions echoed, and thanks to his quick warning and the fact that the Kuei battalion soldiers were already standing at a distance, they avoided any casualties. Once the rain of flying blades ceased, Chen Han carefully inspected the hidden weapons scattered on the ground. They were peculiar flying knives with serrated blades, razor-sharp edges, and tips stained with suspicious black markings, likely coated with deadly poison. At that moment, Yu Wuyan contacted Chen Han through encrypted communication. This flying knife formation is the hallmark weapon of your mother, Lu Yufeng, immortal slaying knives, he explained. Lu Yufeng was not only a master of hidden weapons but also a top-tier formation expert, trained by Zhang Daoming, the foremost formation master of 40 years ago. These flying knives were incredibly powerful. Even a martial emperor-level expert would struggle to escape severe injury if hit. If not for Chen Han's quick reflexes, this wave of hidden weapons could have wiped out more than half of the Kuei battalion. The most terrifying part was that this attack was launched by a mechanism. If Lu Yufeng had personally deployed it, even Chen Han might not have been able to withstand it. Looking at the ground littered with immortal slaying knives, recalling his mother's usual gentle demeanor, and thinking about his parents, this pair of schemers who seemed to delight in making their son's life difficult, Chen Han couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The elite troops of the Kuei battalion exchanged uneasy glances, rendered speechless by the scene before them. Ji Yun trembled as he spoke, his voice shaky. Young Master Chen, what on earth is in there? Maybe we should just not go in. Chen Han hesitated as well. If the entrance mechanism alone was this lethal, the interior was bound to be riddled with even deadlier traps. But this was supposed to be a place where people lived. Just then, Yu Wuyan's voice came through the communication device. Chen Han, don't worry. Most of the mechanisms and formations set up by Yu Feng have been demonstrated at Bureau 869. I've seen them all. With me guiding you, just keep moving forward. Although Yu Wuyan's tone was confident, Chen Han still cautiously asked, Marshal Yu, are you sure you can handle this? There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator before two simple words came through. Go ahead. Taking into account the risk of a larger group being an easier target, Chen Han only brought along the most trusted members of the Hanya squad into the cave. They carried lighting and live streaming equipment, so Yu Wuyun could provide real-time guidance. The interior of the cave was quite spacious, with wires and lighting fixtures installed along the walls, clearly the handiwork of Chen Xingbian. In this resource-scarce northern region, setting up such facilities was truly impressive. As the group proceeded cautiously, Ji Yun suddenly let out a scream of agony. Oh my god, it hurts. He had fallen to the ground, clutching his leg. Half of his pant leg and shoe appeared corroded, and his exposed calf was swollen to twice its size, an ominous purplish-red color. It turned out he had stepped into a puddle of the purplish-red liquid on the ground. Zhu Ming immediately raised his large blade. Old Ji, that leg's a goner. We have to cut it off. Chen Han quickly stopped Zhu Ming, who was eager to help, noticing that the poison hadn't spread further. At that moment, Yu Wuyan explained, that's the poison from the Zizhu flower, one of your mother's signature toxins. It's not fatal but causes extreme burning pain, and also, before he could finish, Ji Yun's voice suddenly turned unnaturally high-pitched. Young Master Chen, it hurts so much. His voice sounded exactly like that of a eunuch. Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. Zhu Ming and Zhao Yufei doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, old Ji, this is karma. Even the usually stern Zhao Linger couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Han tried hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips. After calming himself, he waved his hand outward and commanded, "Someone, take Jiyun out." Your mother, back in her university days, once used Zizhu flower poison to deal with her admirers, Yu Wuyan remarked with a teasing tone. Noticing that it was the harmless Zizhu flower poison rather than a lethal toxin, he visibly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Lu Yufeng had no intention to kill. Otherwise, given her skills, if she had set up a true death trap, even he might have struggled to dismantle it entirely. Under Yu Wuyun's guidance, the group continued forward. Within the cave, there were two main formations: the Witch Queen's four-gate array and the martial strategist's Duanjia array. Since the mechanisms weren't deadly, Yu Wuyun navigated them with relative ease. Yet, even so, the team couldn't entirely avoid some unexpected misfortunes. Zhu Meng was bitten by a strange beast, leaving 3 fist-sized lumps on his head. Zhao Yufei accidentally inhaled some peculiar gas, causing his body to break out in bumps. Except for the martial general level Chen Han and Zhao Linger, who were immune to these harmless toxins, everyone else suffered minor injuries to some extent. Witnessing all this, a black line seemed to appear on Chen Han's forehead. These two parents truly were a match made in heaven. After passing through multiple formations, they finally reached the deepest part of the cave. In the pitch-black darkness, Chen Han turned on the lighting equipment, only to find two figures, a man and a woman, standing ahead. Despite being a traveler from another world, Chen Han couldn't help but feel his heart race at the sight of his biological parents. However, as he approached for a closer look, a familiar melody suddenly played. The blue skies and the Milky Way, there's a little white boat, the owner is out, please leave a message. It turned out to be two intelligent mechanical dolls playing The Little White Boat, clearly creations of Chen Xingbian. Chen Han's grip on his overlord's spear tightened as his frustration surged, wishing he could smash those two mechanical dolls to pieces. Even though he'd heard about his father's personality from Yu Wuyun, this kind of prank still left him both amused and exasperated. Ha ha ha. Yu Wuyun burst out laughing. Well, it seems Xingbian hasn't changed a bit. Chen Han, let's head back. Leave them a note. They'll come find you. Helpless, Chen Han left a note that read, "Order from Commander Yu. Return immediately. Red Wolf, Beast City." With that, he led the Cold Knight squad out of the cave. This northern expedition thus came to an end. The complete annihilation of a city of alien beasts and the acquisition of a massive star crystal vein marked an unprecedented victory in this new era of history. Instead of returning directly to the military camp, the triumphant Northern Expedition Army headed to the capital. At this point, Chen Han was unaware that a welcoming procession stretching hundreds of miles awaited them on the way back. 600 million citizens of Decisive had spontaneously organized to celebrate. The capital itself was in an uproar. The Privy Council's 24 officials had already prepared for the conferment ceremony, and the streets were abuzz with discussions about this newly minted youngest Marquis. As soon as they entered the Tongtian Wall, the Northern Expedition Army could see the surging crowds from a distance. This marked the first time in a century that humanity had proactively launched an offensive against the beasts and achieved a decisive victory. A nationwide celebration was no exaggeration. At the forefront of the procession, Chen Han rode on horseback, even with Grand Marshal Yu Wuyun willingly taking a place behind him. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Chen Han, you're amazing. Chen Han, I love you." Many young women pushed to the front, excitedly calling out, finally seeing him in person. Truly a young prodigy. Faced with such an enthusiastic reception, Chen Han appeared a bit overwhelmed, managing only polite smiles and occasional waves to the crowd on either side. The entire Northern Expedition Army basked in the joy of victory, with soldiers holding their heads high as they relished the cheers and gratitude of the people. Only Yu Wuyun's expression remained heavy. Despite the success of the campaign, the loss of 300,000 soldiers weighed unbearably on his mind. Yet, the citizens lining the streets did not voice blame. Instead, they expressed their support. "Marshal Yu, my son did not disgrace you. Don't grieve, Marshal. My eldest killed 2 beasts, she made it worth it. My youngest will enlist next year. Marshal Yu, my child did their best." These words brought tears to the eyes of the seasoned commander. He would have preferred to endure their scorn rather than this profound understanding and kindness. As a soldier, he knew that war inevitably brought casualties. But faced with these citizens, who had lost loved ones yet stood unwaveringly by him, he could no longer suppress his emotions. With a trembling voice, he called out, "My fellow countrymen, I, Yu Wuyun, have failed you. Your children, so many of them, were only sons and I couldn't bring them all back. This is my fault." Hearing this from ahead, Chen Han's heart stirred with complex emotions. In his eyes, Yu Wuyun was not truly at fault. The lack of intelligence from the Northern Front had left them unprepared for the scale of the beast civilization they encountered. At the time, dispersing forces for exploration had been the most logical strategy. While consequences were unavoidable, Yu Wuyun's position as Grand Marshal should not be stripped from him. Amid the attention of countless onlookers, the procession continued forward. Soon, the grand silhouette of a city emerged on the horizon. This was Dongdi City, the heart of the Great Xia Empire. Its size was double that of Hanwu City, a first-tier main city, and its resplendent architecture gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Fire! With an order, fireworks exploded across the sky above Dongdi City, their vibrant colors illuminating the entire metropolis. Welcome Lieutenant Chen Han, hero of the Northern Expedition, into the city. The gates swung open, but not all soldiers were permitted entry. Only members of the Special Operations Unit and officers of battalion rank or higher were granted the honor of stepping into this magnificent capital. As Chen Han entered the city, the enthusiasm of the citizens reached a fever pitch. The streets of Dongdi City, both large and small, were packed with crowds, with many people traveling great distances just for the chance to catch a glimpse of him. A receptionist guided Chen Han to Yulong Terrace, the designated location for honoring the heroes of the Northern Campaign. This towering structure, reaching into the clouds, was the highest point in Dongdi City and was typically reserved for matters of great national importance. On this occasion, the entire council of the 24 privy ministers was to be present. A gathering of this magnitude had not occurred in the last decade. Upon hearing the news, Yu Wuyun's eyes lit up as he gave Chen Han a hearty pat on the shoulder. Well done. Those old fogies at the Privy Council haven't gone this big in years. This must mean that old Emperor Qingtian is planning to make you a Marquis. Despite being ranked 5th in the council, Yu Wuyun casually referred to Emperor Qingtian with irreverence, a testament to his bold personality. Ecstatic, he instructed Chen Han to change into formal attire before rushing off, leaving Chen Han bewildered. Before long, Chen Han arrived at the Grand Hall of Yulong Terrace. The top floor of this 100-story tower, known as Yulong Terrace, was said to be so high it could converse with the heavens. Thousands of Thunder God Army soldiers guarded it year-round. Inside, the hall glittered with resplendent gold and was adorned with hanging red drapes, exuding grandeur. The 24 supreme rulers were seated in a circular formation on an elevated platform. Despite their varying appearances, some portly, others lean, they all radiated an imposing aura. Each wore a purple dragon robe, a symbol of the Decisive civilization, with the number of embroidered dragons signifying their rank. Yu Wuyun's 6 dragon robe stood out prominently, marking him as the only Privy Council member to rise solely through military merit. At the center of the hall sat Emperor Qingtian, dressed in a 9-dragon robe. He spoke first, his voice commanding. Second Lieutenant Chen Han, please take a seat. Chen Han, gazing solemnly at the figures he had only ever seen on screens during major celebrations, slowly took his place. Chen Han, do you know why we have summoned you here to Yulong Terrace? Emperor Qingtian asked. Seeing Chen Han shake his head, the emperor gave a commanding order. Commence. The ceiling of the hall slowly opened, revealing a brilliant cascade of stars. The extraordinary height of Yulong Terrace made it feel as though one were immersed in the galaxy itself. The hall's lights dimmed, leaving only the starlight to gently illuminate Chen Han. In the hushed ambience, Emperor Qingtian's voice resonated. Second Lieutenant Chen Han, during the Northern Campaign, you slew the Dragon River Beast, enabling our forces to cross the river. You shattered the eagle-eyed apes' stone formation with unparalleled bravery. You outwitted the Red Wolf Beast Army, annihilated their city of monstrous creatures, discovered the Star Crystal Mine, led an 800-mile assault, and beheaded the Red Wolf Beast leader. The heavens bear witness, and the sun and moon attest to your deeds. By unanimous decision of the 24 privy ministers, Second Lieutenant Chen Han, for your unmatched intellect and unrivaled valor, you are hereby granted the title of Champion Marquis. The Marquis title that Emperor Qingtian selected for Chen Han was the prestigious and long-standing Champion Marquis. This title was first bestowed upon Hua Zubing, the legendary young general who achieved fame early and secured immortal glory with his victories, such as sealing his triumph at Wolf Jushu Mountain. Among the 24 current marquises of Daxia, only half earned their titles through military achievements, while the rest were veteran statesmen who rose to prominence in their later years. In terms of military accolades comparable to Chen Han's, only Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun, the twin pillars of the empire, could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The threshold for becoming the Champion Marquis is exceedingly high. Beyond extraordinary military accomplishments, age is also a critical factor. One must achieve unparalleled feats before the age of 25. The youngest Marquis until now was Han Haoren, who received the title at the age of 50. However, Chen Han, at just 20 years old, had already shaken the army with his remarkable feat of pursuing and defeating enemies over an 800-mile campaign, epitomizing the ideal of a young hero. What a fitting Champion Marquis! Yu Wuyun laughed heartily, seemingly putting aside the disappointment of the failed northern campaign and genuinely celebrating Chen Han's achievement. Emperor Qingtian took out a black metal ring, crafted from the same material as the tip of the Overlord's spear. Embedded in the ring was a star crystal, intricately engraved with the words, Champion Marquis. This unique craftsmanship, involving star crystals, was a technique exclusive to the Imperial Qingtian family of Daxia. Chen Han, champion Marquis, receive your title. Emperor Qingtian descended from the platform, his tone solemn. Chen Han stood at attention and saluted, respectfully taking the ring with both hands. Chen Han, you are now the 25th Marquis of Daxia. I hope you will continue to conquer and defend the empire, Emperor Qingtian said slowly. Yes. Chen Han responded firmly and resolutely. What followed was a series of rewards. Chen Han's military rank was directly promoted from second lieutenant to major, setting a new record in the military's history. Advancing 3 ranks at once was unprecedented. Members of the Cold Knight Squad, Chen Han's unit, were also promoted by 2 ranks each. And this was only the beginning. More tangible rewards awaited them. The members of the Cold Knight group and the soldiers of the Kuei Corps stood below the stage, their faces beaming with joy. Not only had they received a large amount of precious vitality liquid, but they had also been granted an opportunity for a cost-free physical enhancement, allowing them to implant soft tissue within their bodies just like Qi Hu. However, when Di Qingtian announced the final reward for Chen Han, the crowd instantly fell silent. It was a gift of immense value, a 10 private mining right to the Decisive star crystal veins. The expressions of the other nobles on the high platform shifted dramatically. Clearly, this decision had caught even them off guard. The significance of the star crystal veins was undeniable. In Decisive, these veins were state-owned, with 60 of the resources directly allocated to the national treasury. The remaining 40 was distributed to prominent families through a barter system, designed to prevent these influential families like the Chen family, which controlled numerous factories in Hanwu City from hoarding resources and disrupting Decia's economic stability. Now, Di Qingtian had directly granted Chen Han a private tin mining right. This unprecedented honor shocked the assembled nobles. After all, they had gone to great lengths, offering countless benefits, yet could not even secure one of such rights. Di Qingtian's decision was undoubtedly strategic. On one hand, it incentivized Chen Han to search for more star crystal veins in the northern borderlands. After all, the more veins discovered, the more stable Di Qingtian's position as the ultimate authority of Decisive would be. On the other hand, the northern star crystal veins were far more perilous than those in the south. With such a substantial incentive, Chen Han would undoubtedly dedicate himself to their protection. Chen Han graciously accepted the deal. Di Qingtian nodded in satisfaction and soon announced a celebratory banquet to be held at Yulong Terrace, giving the weary northern expedition army a chance to relax. However, Chen Han did not leave immediately. He wanted to stay and hear the verdict on Yu Wuyun's punishment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Di Qingtian agreed to Chen Han's request. He turned to Yu Wuyun and solemnly declared, Yu Wuyun, as Decia's Grand Marshal, your misjudgment led to the entrapment of 400,000 northern expedition troops and the loss of 300,000 soldiers. For such a grave offense, you are hereby stripped of all titles and demoted to a commoner. Demoted to a commoner. These 4 words struck Chen Han like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Instinctively, his gaze shifted to Yu Wuyun, and a surge of indignation welled up in his heart. Yu Wuyun had spent his entire life fighting for Decisive. He lost his wife in middle age, and all his sons had perished on the battlefield. More importantly, he was the hero who quelled the dark turmoil. Just as Chen Han was about to speak up in Yu Wuyun's defense, the old marshal suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, good. That's great. Yu Wuyun's laughter was unrestrained. Being demoted to a commoner isn't so bad. At last, I can be like Howren and live as a pure martial artist. With that, he strode forward, giving Chen Han's shoulder a firm pat, signaling the newly appointed champion Marquis not to intervene. Under the starlit sky, Yu Wuyun's aged figure appeared particularly solitary in front of the grand hall. At that moment, Di Qingtian's voice echoed once more, Old Yu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Speaking slowly, Di Qingtian continued, the loss of 300,000 soldiers in the northern expedition is indeed a grave mistake. However, the successor you personally selected achieved a resounding victory. Coupled with the merits you've accumulated over the years, even with such a colossal error, we can let it pass. After deliberation by the 24 Privy Council, it has been decided that your position as marshal remains, but your ranking will drop from 5th to 24th. Hearing this outcome, both Yu Wuyun and Chen Han let out a sigh of relief. Yu Wuyun promptly adopted a relaxed demeanor and, pointing at Di Qingtian, teased, You old rascal, why do you always drag things out when you speak? Di Qingtian shook his head with a smile, clearly showing the familiarity between the two. For Yu Wuyun, the lowered ranking was hardly a punishment. His position in the 24 Privy Council was largely honorary, as he rarely participated in administrative matters. The title had been granted solely because of his outstanding achievements, a symbolic post when there was no higher honor to bestow. Chen Han pondered the decision carefully and soon grasped its deeper implications. As the supreme ruler of Decisive, Di Qingtian needed to maintain the balance of power between the military and the court. Among the three marshals, Yu Wuyan was the sole representative of the commoner faction, while over half of the 24 Privy Council leaned toward the aristocratic factions. If Yu Wuyan were truly to step down, the influence of the aristocracy would completely dominate both the political and military spheres, disrupting the delicate balance. This was precisely the scenario Di Qingtian sought to avoid and the fundamental reason why he would never accept Yu Wuyan's resignation, even if it was voluntarily offered. Chen Han took his seat of honor, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The victory banquet for the northern expedition was held at Yulong Terrace, with nearly all the nobles and elites of the capital in attendance. The three-story banquet hall was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. As soon as Chen Han stepped into the hall, he became the center of attention. Congratulations, Champion Marquis. Champion Marquis, a toast to you. Countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries raised their glasses to him. Despite his relatively low military rank, the title of Champion Marquis, as the 25th Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty, made everyone recognize his boundless potential. Many influential figures from the capital took the opportunity to propose matches for Chen Han. Champion Marquis, do you have a suitable match? I have a daughter, just 18, with unmatched beauty. Meanwhile, several young ladies cast flirtatious glances his way. Zhao Linger, standing nearby, observed the scene with mounting irritation. Unconsciously, she gripped her wine glass so tightly that it shattered in her hand. Ji Yun, noticing this, teased her. Instructor Zhao, you're the rightful empress here. Calm down, but before Ji Yun could finish her sentence, Zhao Linger splashed a small vial of northern region purple venom onto her face, causing Ji Yun to howl in pain. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just worried Chen Han might drink too much and damage his kidneys tonight. Zhao Linger snapped through gritted teeth. Nearby, Zhao Yufei looked puzzled. Drinking affects the kidneys? Isn't it the liver? He asked innocently. When Chen Han reached the third floor, he encountered two uninvited guests, Chen Family patriarch Chen Muhu and the current head of the family, Chen Shiming. The two were shamelessly accepting toasts from various families, boasting about their connection to Chen Han. It's thanks to the Chen family's careful nurturing that we have today's champion Marquis. Indeed, we devoted all our resources to cultivating him back then. Chen Han let out a cold laugh and casually grabbed two wine bottles, smashing them against the back of their heads with a loud thud. The hall instantly fell silent. When the two men turned around in shock and saw Chen Han, their faces turned pale. Xiao Han, Chen Shiming stammered. Call me champion Marquis. Chen Han interrupted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the room. Hear this, everyone. I have severed all ties with the Hanwu Chen family. My achievements have nothing to do with them. From this day forward, I stand on my own. The Hanwu Chen family is nothing more than a bunch of insignificant scoundrels. Chen Muhu and Chen Shiming's actions were utterly repulsive. As Chen Han observed their hypocritical expressions, a cold sneer formed in his heart. The father and son thought themselves clever, attempting to take advantage of his newfound title as champion Marquis to claim credit. Little did they know, they were playing right into his hands. With eyes sharp as lightning and a faint smile, Chen Han conveyed two crucial messages to the room full of influential nobles in just a few words. First, his complete break from the Chen family to establish his own lineage. Second, his firm opposition to the Chen family. His words were flawless, and the underlying meaning was clear to everyone present. From this moment on, any faction associated with the Chen family would face a tough choice: maintain ties with a declining family or curry favor with the rising champion Marquis. Chen Muhu and his son's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. Their plan to ingratiate themselves with the powerful had backfired, leaving them humiliated by Chen Han in front of everyone. Just as Chen Shiming opened his mouth to plead for mercy, two gleaming spears were already pressed against his neck. The champion Marquis has spoken, get out, a guard barked sharply. The father and son had no choice but to flee in disgrace. Chen Han refrained from ordering their execution, partly out of consideration for the guests present, and partly because he had just received news about his parents, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. Once he reunited with them, he would settle accounts with the Chen family in due time. Turning to his younger sister, Chen Shui, Chen Han's voice resonated through the hall. Let it be known to Almi family now consists of only two members, myself and my sister, Chen Shui. His declaration prompted a wave of flattery and agreement from the guests. Having grown up neglected in the Chen family, Chen Shui appeared a bit uneasy amidst the sudden attention, clutching her brother's sleeve. Brother, I feel a little embarrassed, she whispered. Xiao Shui, hold your head high, Chen Han said softly. You are now the sister of the champion Marquis. Walk with pride. The banquet continued late into the night as the guests gradually took their leave. At that moment, an unassuming elderly man quietly approached. Chen Han glanced up and recognized him. It was Li Qingshi, the head of the National Pharmaceutical Department. Champion Marquis, my apologies. I'm not much of a drinker, so I didn't get the chance to speak with you earlier, Li Qingshi said, scratching his head bashfully. Seeing the awkwardness of this straightforward researcher in such a setting, Chen Han couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was because he learned that Qin Xingbian was a scientist, but Chen Han seemed to have developed a newfound respect for scientists. He looked directly at Li Qingshi and spoke calmly, Mr. Li, if you have something to say, just say it. Li Qingshi's expression was earnest. To be honest, Champion Marquis, your time in the capital is likely limited. That's why I'd like to invite you to visit the National Pharmaceutical Research Center and provide some guidance for our work. Guidance for the National Pharmaceutical Research Center? Chen Han was a bit puzzled. He knew very well that his ability to refine medicine relied entirely on the enhancement of his unique medicine god physique, which was fundamentally different from the complex processes required by the National Pharmaceutical Team to produce vital energy elixirs. Just as he was about to politely decline, Li Qingshi, as if anticipating his reaction, quickly pulled out an invitation from his pocket and handed it over. Chen Han glanced down at the invitation, which prominently displayed the words, New Generation Red God Mecha Launch Event. Li Qingshi hurriedly explained, Don't worry, I wouldn't ask you to come without offering something in return. This is an invitation to the launch event for the new generation mecha developed by the National Academy of Sciences research team. The spots are extremely limited and highly valuable. This sincere scientist had resorted to such a bribe in order to persuade Chen Han to provide guidance. He then enthusiastically described the features of the Red God Mecha. This model was completely distinct from all current ones on the market, standing up to 15 meters tall and crafted entirely from the latest memory alloy. Its conductivity and responsiveness far surpassed older mechas by several levels. Most impressively, this mecha could be equipped with Type 3 laser cannons powered by star crystals, with a maximum capacity of 8 cannons at once. What did this mean? If the Red God Mecha could be mass-produced, it might eliminate the need for standalone artillery units in the military. However, Li Qingshi admitted that due to its exorbitant production costs and the massive consumption of star crystals required for the 8 Type 3 laser cannons, full-scale mass production was nearly impossible. Although Chen Han lacked the talent for piloting mechas, he couldn't help but feel tempted as he recalled his previous discussions with Ji Yun and Zhu Ming about purchasing mechas, as well as the time he successfully used a mecha to eliminate the Red Wolf Beast Lord's elite forces. The thought of pairing the mecha with 8 laser cannons promised a significant boost in combat power. After careful consideration, Chen Han agreed. After all, providing guidance didn't necessarily mean he had to improve the National Pharmaceutical Research Center's formulas, so the request wasn't too demanding. When he shared the news with the Hanya squad, everyone was thrilled, especially Zhu Ming, who was practically overjoyed. That night, excitement kept them all awake. The next morning at 8 o'clock sharp, the launch event began. As the Hanya squad arrived at the venue's outskirts, they were awestruck by the sight before them. Though the venue itself was only 8 meters tall, several Red God mechas stood towering at 15 meters in the center, painted in a striking red with multiple 5-point stars engraved on their frames. The mechas featured 4 Type 3 laser cannons mounted on each shoulder. Their towering presence exuded an awe-inspiring and commanding aura. Is that the Red God mecha? Zhu Ming's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. For someone gifted in mecha piloting, this was the ultimate dream, the pinnacle of masculine romance. Unable to resist the allure of this weapon, Zhu Ming eagerly pulled out a carefully wrapped bank card from his inner pocket and solemnly handed it to Chen Han. Captain Chen, this is all my savings. Everything is on this card. Wow, our stingy iron rooster is actually willing to splurge today? Ji Yun teased, but Zhu Ming's response left him utterly speechless. Counting all the rewards I've earned since joining the military, it's about 30 million. The figure stunned Ji Yun. Normally, Zhu Ming was so frugal that he would hesitate to buy even a single bottle of vitality elixir, yet he had quietly saved up such a fortune. Though it was nowhere near enough to purchase a mecha, it was still a significant sum. Zhao Linger and Zhao Yufei also took out their bank cards, offering 5 million and 8 million respectively. For members of a family who were often disregarded, saving this amount was no easy feat. It was worth noting that before joining the military, Chen Han couldn't even scrape together 2,000. All eyes then turned to Ji Yun, who quickly emptied his pockets in embarrassment. Don't look at me. I'm broke. In truth, he wasn't entirely penniless. Most of his money had been squandered at upscale clubs. However, Chen Han didn't accept their money. With a 10% stake in the North Border Star crystal mining rights, his wealth already rivaled that of the most prominent families in the capital. As the Cold Night squad entered the event hall, they were met with a chorus of congratulations. Congratulations to Champion Marquis Chen Han on your grand victory in the Northern Campaign. Overnight, Chen Han's reputation had spread throughout the Imperial capital. Yet, whispers of suspicion followed, with some wondering if he, too, had come for the Red God mecha. In this prestigious venue, only the elite could attend. To Chen Han's surprise, the giant squad's 5 young girls were also present. Zhao Linger leaned close and whispered, Shirin's family holds significant influence here in the capital. That explained how these girls could pilot mechas. Zhang Shirin approached Chen Han and greeted him warmly. Champion Marquis, are you here for the launch event as well? Chen Han smiled and replied, yes, I am. And I still owe you a thank you for lending us your mecha last time. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to successfully pursue the Red Wolf Beast leader. That's nothing. But I won't give up today's mech, Zhang Shirin declared, shaking her small fists at Chen Han in a mock show of defiance. Although the gesture lacked any real intimidation, her determination was evident. At that moment, the host representing the organizers entered the venue. Please take your seats, he announced, scanning the room before beginning his introduction. Everyone here today has undoubtedly come for the Red God mech. This masterpiece is the result of a decade of relentless effort by the research team at the Grand Xia Academy of Sciences. As his words concluded, the grand curtain slowly parted, revealing the imposing Red God mech in all its glory. The host proceeded to elaborate on its features. The Red God mech, which was being unveiled for sale, came in 3 versions. While all shared the same foundational materials, their performance configurations varied, much like the low, mid, and high ear models of a car. The most critical difference lay in the number of laser cannons each could mount. The smallest model could carry 4, the 12-meter version 6, and the tallest 15-meter model a full 8 cannons, making it the most powerful of the 3. This explanation caused an immediate stir among the audience. The performance specifications of the Red God mech far surpassed its predecessor, especially the 15-meter high model, which could withstand an impact of nearly 300,000 kilograms equivalent to a full-force strike from a top-tier martial emperor-level warrior. For context, even the renowned giant mech, considered the pinnacle of mech engineering, could only endure impacts in the range of tens of thousands of kilograms. Seeing the crowd's excitement, the host continued with a satisfied smile. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not beat around the bush. Developing the Red God mech required a massive investment from the Grand Xia Treasury, along with countless hours of dedication from our researchers. Now it's time to recoup some of those costs. These 3 mechs will be sold via auction. I hope you understand. This announcement took the audience by surprise, but given the limited availability of just 3 mechs for hundreds of attendees, it was a reasonable approach. The first item up for auction was the most powerful 15-meter Red God mech, with a starting bid set at a staggering 1 billion. Each subsequent bid was required to increase by no less than 10 million. For perspective, a single Type 3 laser cannon alone cost the military around 30 million. Thus, the 1 billion starting price was already a loss for the developers. However, before anyone else could make a move, Chen Han stunned the room by placing a jaw-dropping bid, 200 kilograms of star crystals. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. In major transactions within the capital, star crystals were often used as currency, valued at approximately 5 million per kilogram. 200 kilograms equaled an astronomical 10 billion. Those who had initially planned to bid quickly lost their nerve. A few hesitant individuals were promptly stopped by their companions, who whispered, competing in wealth with the champion Marquis? Do you even have the means? Among the crowd, there were some who were in the know. Chen Han's gaze landed on a middle-aged man with a bald head. It was Zhang Hui, the obsequious man from yesterday's banquet. As the heir to a major hotel empire in the capital, Zhang Hui had followed him around like a lapdog, showering him with flattery at every chance. Standing amidst the spectators, Zhang Hui eagerly revealed to the crowd, you all probably don't know this, but when the champion Marquis was granted his title yesterday, he received an incredible benefit. The 24 Privy Council gave him a 10% stake in the Northern Star Crystal Mines. He deliberately paused for dramatic effect before continuing. Each star crystal mine produces 50 tons of crystals per month. That means the champion Marquis will be earning 5,000 kilograms of star crystals every month. The news hit the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them gasping in shock. A quick calculation revealed that with the current market price of 5 million per kilogram, this amounted to an astronomical fortune each month. And the situation was even more complex due to Yu Wuyun's confiscation of most family-held star crystals for the Northern campaign. The market was experiencing an acute shortage. In just a month, prices had skyrocketed from 3 million to 5 million per kilogram, with projections suggesting they could rise even further to 6 million. 5,000 kilograms of star crystals. This was a wealth that many families couldn't accumulate over generations. Yet Chen Han was earning it monthly. No wonder he could casually throw out a bid of 200 kilograms of star crystals. It was indeed just a drop in the bucket for him. Hearing this, the crowd began to back away, visibly intimidated. Even Zhang Shirin could only give a wry smile and say, Chen Han, your resources are overwhelming. Fine, they'll give up on this mech, but you're not allowed to snatch the other 2. Chen Han nodded in agreement. After all, he had only planned to purchase 1 Red God mech for the Hanyet team. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind Chen Han, 300 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han turned around to see a young man with dyed yellow hair, dressed in luxurious designer clothing, standing there. Zhao Yufei leaned in and whispered to Chen Han, "That's Ma Jing from the Ma family." The Ma family is incredibly powerful in the capital, holding significant shares in several major banks. With star crystals being a hard currency tightly controlled by the state, the banking industry is a lucrative business, and the Ma family dominates a substantial portion of it. However, what caught Chen Han's attention was the unmistakable hostility in Ma Jing's gaze directed at him. This puzzled him after all. This was his first visit to the capital, and he couldn't think of any reason why he would have offended anyone here. Ma Jing wasn't just bidding. At this moment, he walked straight up to Chen Han, raising his head in a near provocative manner. "Champion Marquis, others may fear you, but I, Ma Jing, do not. Don't think that just because you've been granted a title, you can act high and mighty in the capital. Do you even have any foundation here amidst the generations of wealth and influence of our capital's families?" Seeing Ma Jing's aggressive demeanor, Chen Han slightly furrowed his brows. At this point, Zhang Hui, noticing the rising tension between the two, seized the opportunity to lean close to Chen Han and whisper, "Champion Marquis, not long ago, General, you cut down a family here in the capital with a single stroke. That family happened to be closely related to the Ma family." Chen Han suddenly understood. So it was the mess left behind by General Yu. However, since this was an auction, it should be a fair competition. He had no intention of quarreling with Ma Jing. 1,000 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han declared decisively. His bold bid left even the auctioneer momentarily stunned. After all, most people raise their bids in small increments, but Chen Han had directly raised it by hundreds, adding a staggering 45 billion in one go. "Incredible wealth," someone exclaimed from the audience. "I've been in the capital for so long, but I've never seen anyone bid like this with star crystals. This is unplayable. Even if the Ma family owns a bank, they can't possibly convert all their cash into star crystals so quickly." Ma Jing's face turned red with anger. The audience wasn't wrong. Though his family might control a bank, star crystals were still limited in supply. While major families were never short of money, they all struggled to secure enough star crystals. However, Ma Jing's fury had already reached its peak. 1,100 kilograms, he shouted. Zhang Hui quickly tried to dissuade Chen Han. "Champion Marquis, please, show some magnanimity. Don't stoop to Ma Jing's level. The Ma family doesn't only have immense wealth. Ma Jing's granduncle is also the 22nd highest authority in Decisive." But Chen Han paid no attention. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, he announced. This bid left Ma Jing trembling with rage. The Ma family could only mobilize around 1,500 kilograms of star crystals. To come up with an additional 500 kilograms, they would need to liquidate vast amounts of cash, which would take at least a month. Worse still, this seemed to be merely Chen Han's starting price. "Chen Han, don't get cocky," Ma Jing suddenly accused. "You only received your title yesterday, and the star crystal mine in the northern region won't be operational for at least 2 months. How could you possibly have 2,000 kilograms of star crystals?" He turned to the auctioneer. "The Decisive research team spent 10 years developing the Red God Mecha. Are you really going to give it away on an empty promise?" To Ma Jing's surprise, the auctioneer sided with Chen Han instead. "Mr. Ma, the champion Marquis achieved a great victory in the northern region, and our research team has the utmost respect for him. Developing the Red God Mecha wasn't just about money, it was a matter of faith. That's why a team of thousands persevered for 10 years. Even if we have to wait 2 months, or even a year, we're willing to wait." These words left Ma Jing utterly humiliated. It seemed he had just remembered that the Red God Mecha's crimson coating and 5-point star were the colors of the national flag, a symbol of faith and the pride of Decisive. Chen Han delivered the final blow, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. "Didn't your granduncle tell you? Just yesterday, the 24 Privy Council awarded this Marquis an advance of 10,000 kilograms of star crystals from the national treasury. This wasn't just a victory, it was a crushing defeat." Chen Han, with 10,000 kilograms of star crystals in his possession as leverage, naturally had no intention of making empty promises. Just as he and Ma Jing were locked in a heated standoff, the atmosphere in the venue was suddenly interrupted by the sound of synchronized footsteps. A military officer, clad in uniform, led over 1,000 researchers into the open-air venue in perfect formation. The officer issued a sharp command. "Halt! Salute the champion Marquis." In an instant, the thousands of researchers, dressed in white lab coats, stood upright with unwavering determination in their eyes. They all directed their gaze toward the auction platform and performed a precise military salute to Chen Han. The scene left everyone present deeply moved. These scientists, who had no ties to the military, had spontaneously displayed such profound respect for Chen Han. Chen Han, his expression solemn, immediately led the members of the Han Yi unit and the Titan unit in returning the salute with equal gravity. In that moment, he seemed to truly grasp Yu Wuyun's relentless dedication to the northern expedition. As the champion Marquis for only a short time, he was already bearing the weight of so many hopeful gazes. Yu Wuyun, having fought through the chaos and darkness of turbulent times to this day, must have carried an even more unimaginable burden of expectations. Just then, the voice of the host rang out. After unanimous agreement among the research team, we have decided to present this highest-grade Red God mech as a gift to the champion Marquis, free of charge. He elaborated. It's not just about recouping funds. We hope that the mech we've poured a decade of effort into can truly prove its worth on the battlefield. Only then will our hard work not have been in vain. You're incredible, research team. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Such a weapon belongs on the battlefield, not as a tool for petty skirmishes in academies. Faced with this overwhelming display, Ma Jun, who had been attempting to sow discord, found himself utterly humiliated. With no way to redeem himself, he slinked away from the venue in disgrace, met with jeers from the crowd, a fitting rebuke to his despicable behavior. As for Chen Han, he certainly wasn't one to take advantage of the research team's generosity without reciprocating. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals might sound like a lot, but when divided evenly, each person would only get about 1 kilogram, Chen Han said calmly. 10 years of effort, and it's just 5 million. It's really not much. Those scientists working for family clans earn nearly this amount in a year, and a successful project can bring in tens of millions. He continued, I promise 2,000 kilograms, and 2,000 kilograms it is. I'll arrange for it to be delivered immediately. Thank you, Champion Marquis. The host, along with all the researchers, bowed deeply to Chen Han. Afterward, Chen Han left Zhu Ming to complete the final adjustments on the Red God mecha. As Chen Han and his group exited the building, they spotted Ma Jun lingering near the venue entrance with a few of his servants. Young master, we should leave. Staying here is too embarrassing. One of the servants whispered, trying to persuade him. But Ma Jun dismissed the suggestion. Leave? Why would we leave? I came here today to buy a mecha. If I can't get the top-tier one, maybe I can still buy a lower-tier model from someone else. When he saw Chen Han coming out, Ma Jun didn't dare provoke him directly, but he couldn't resist rolling his eyes and sneering. Honestly, those scientists are idiots. Who talks about ideals in this day and age? Getting money is the only thing that matters. If they'd agree to develop a new type of mecha for me and serve the Ma family, they could name their price. One of his servants tried to stop him immediately. Young master, please say no more. But Ma Jun grew even more brazen. What? I can't even speak my mind now? This is the capital's main street. Who would dare kill someone in broad daylight? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Han's overlord spear had already left his hand. Though Ma Jun was a talent with manipulation abilities, his strength was only at the warrior level, far from enough to defend himself. The spear pierced through his abdomen and pinned him to the capital's city wall. The onlookers gasped in shock. Someone's been killed. It's the champion Marquis. Ma Jun's servants erupted in fury. Chen Han, have you lost your mind? Do you even know the Ma family's status in the capital? The young master's granduncle is Ding Mushuan of the Privy Council. Chen Han remained expressionless as he turned to Ji Yun. Ji Yun understood immediately, pulling out a small notebook and writing down. Ma Jun of the Ma family in the eastern imperial city of the capital insulted the Marquis and public officials. According to the laws of Great Xia, he was executed on the spot by the champion Marquis. Arrogant. Always so arrogant. The streets buzzed with chatter. Most people had only seen Chen Han on live streams before. Though his tough demeanor was widely rumored, witnessing his domineering methods firsthand left everyone stunned. In the history of the new era, no Marquis had ever dared to publicly execute a member of a prominent family on the streets. The crowd watching grew larger, but their discussions were filled more with concern for Chen Han than criticism. Good riddance, a street vendor shouted, cheering. That Ma Jun has been throwing his weight around in the capital for ages. Just the other day, he smashed up my shop because he didn't like the food. Will Champion Marquis be alright? Ma Jun deserved it, but I'm worried Champion Marquis might get into trouble because of this. Didn't you hear? Ma Jun insulted the researchers and Champion Marquis. We're all witnesses. Even the Cold Knight squad members looked uneasy. Ma Jun wasn't just any ordinary person, had ties to the supreme authority, Ding Mushuan. The Ding family had deep roots in Xia, controlling the nation's metal manufacturing industry. If they decided to target Chen Han, it would certainly spell trouble. Zhao Linger furrowed her delicate brows. Chen Han, let's leave the capital. I know you're capable, but you can't be so reckless. Ding Mushuan isn't someone you can provoke lightly. Let's go back to the military camp. Can't touch you there. Zhao Yufei, who came from a prominent family in the capital, was even more frantic, pacing like an ant on a hot pan. We're doomed. Ding Mushuan is notoriously vindictive. Last time, he nearly wiped out an entire small family just for competing with him in business. Captain, we need to get back to the military camp immediately. However, Chen Han remained calm, even smiling. Relax. You don't understand. I killed him in public for a reason. This way, Ding Mushuan won't dare touch me. As he spoke, he took an account book from Ji Yun's hands. With this, Ding Muxuan won't just leave me alone. He'll have to apologize to me. The Cold Knight squad members thought Chen Han had gone mad. Killing Ding Muxuan's grandnephew in broad daylight and expecting an apology? Just then, Yu Shuai called, saying there was an urgent matter to discuss. Chen Han instructed the squad members to go about their tasks while he headed to Yu Shuai's residence. Meanwhile, Ma Jing's body was returned to the Ma family, and the household was engulfed in grief. As a rare grade manipulation talent, Ma Jing had been considered a rising star even in the talent-filled capital, but Chen Han had killed him with a single shot. His father, Ma Jun, a martial emperor-level powerhouse, was livid, seething with rage and ready to seek vengeance against Chen Han. But a voice of reason within the Ma family quickly intervened. Ma Jun, do you remember what happened to the Qi family in Hanwu City? Chen Han is riding high on his recent achievements, and the entire capital is celebrating him. If you act now, you'll drag the entire Ma family into ruin. Ma Jun managed to calm down, and someone immediately suggested seeking Ding Muxuan's help. The Ma family had always followed the lead of the Ding family and gained considerable benefits from doing so. Now, to avenge Ma Jing, they naturally had to rely on the Ding family's influence. After all, Ding Muxuan, one of the 24 highest authorities in the Great Xia, undoubtedly had the power to deal with a Marquis. Ma Jun, accompanied by his men, carried Ma Jing's corpse straight into the Ding family's courtyard. He placed the body heavily in the center and cried out emotionally, "Uncle." Ma Jing was killed in the street by champion Marquis Chen Han. You must avenge him. An elderly man in a green robe slowly emerged from the back courtyard. It was Ding Muxuan of the 24 Privy Council. He was one of the rare high-ranking martial artists among the council, with strength at the martial sovereign level. Seeing Ma Jing's brutalized corpse, a murderous glint flashed in Ding Muxuan's eyes. Chen Han truly dares to defy the heavens. Ding Muxuan sneered coldly. Does he think that just because Emperor Qingtian granted him a Marquis title, he can disregard me? Ma Jing is still my grandnephew. That title, bestowed just yesterday, will be stripped by me today. Before finishing his sentence, Ding Muxuan prepared to leave and confront Chen Han. Ma Jun eagerly followed, but just as they reached the door, Ding Muxuan abruptly stopped. As a figure of supreme authority, he keenly realized that Chen Han's demeanor during their previous meeting was far from reckless. It was unlikely that Chen Han, unaware of Ma Jing's identity, would kill so impulsively. Ding Muxuan immediately summoned the household servants who had been present at the scene and questioned them thoroughly about the events. After hearing the full story, he swiftly turned around and delivered a resounding slap to Ma Jun's face. Get out. Leave now. Ding Muxuan roared. Treat this matter as if it never happened, and take that disgraceful corpse with you. Ma Jun stood frozen, bewildered by Ding Muxuan's sudden change in attitude. Seeing Ding Muxuan raise his hand again, Ma Jun paled in fear and quickly fled in panic with his men, carrying the corpse away. The subtleties of power dynamics were beyond the comprehension of someone as coarse as Ma Jun. Ma Jing's disrespectful remarks about the researchers, if exploited, could result in disastrous consequences for Ding Muxuan. The positions within the 24 Privy Council were always in flux, like Yu Wuyun, who fell from 5th to 24th after a failed northern expedition. For someone like Ding Muxuan, a drop in rank would mean the ruin of a lifetime's efforts. Every position in the Privy Council was coveted by countless rivals, and Ding Muxuan alone had no fewer than 100 political enemies eyeing his seat. Outwardly, it was a position of supreme authority, but in reality, it was a constant struggle to maintain balance. In contrast, local tyrants like Qi who could act with impunity. As Chen Han had pointed out, if Ding Muxuan had remained ignorant of the incident, it might have been excusable. But now that he knew, he had no choice but to personally visit and apologize. Chen Han's ostentatious display left Ding Muxuan speechless. As a newly titled champion Marquis, every move Chen Han made was under public scrutiny. Under such circumstances, if Ding Muxuan wanted to deal with Chen Han, he would need an absolutely solid reason. Even if Chen Han lost a single strand of hair, all eyes would immediately turn to the Ding family. Moreover, Chen Han had the backing of two formidable figures. The first was Yu Wuyun, the Grand Marshal of Decisive, whose reputation had been legendary since the Dark Era. The second was Di Qingtian, a political powerhouse tied to Chen Han through their connection to the Star Crystal mines. One was a titan of the military, the other a dominant force in politics. Ding Muxuan was well aware that any unprovoked act against Chen Han would bring about the ruin of the Ding family. Reflecting on this, Ding Muxuan looked at Ma Jing's corpse and couldn't help but curse aloud. You idiot. If you were going to die, why drag me into this mess? At that moment, he finally realized that everything had been orchestrated by the 18-year-old Chen Han. This young man was far more cunning than he appeared on the surface. Ma Jing's death not only left Ding Muxuan hesitant to act, but even forced him to assign people to ensure Chen Han's safety in the capital. Meanwhile, Chen Han had arrived at Grand Marshal Yu's residence. To his surprise, The dwelling of this powerful figure whose influence spanned the entire nation was nothing more than a modest government-assigned apartment, with simple and unassuming decor. Chen Han couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Yu Wuyun, despite having numerous political adversaries over the years, had never been faulted for his character. Even more remarkable was his treatment of his subordinates. He never imposed his standards on others and often shared his rewards with the soldiers under his command. Even when Chen Han acquired a tin stake in the Star Crystal Mine's exploitation rights, Yu Wuyun had made no demands. Yu Wuyun personally poured Chen Han a cup of plain tea, yet it carried a warmth that deeply moved him. However, the marshal's next words, spoken with a meaningful tone, left Chen Han momentarily at a loss. Chen Han, you're quite bold, aren't you? Just crowned champion Marquis yesterday, and today you're already killing people in the streets. This revealed the extraordinary reach of Yu Wuyun's intelligence network. News of Chen Han's actions had reached him within an hour. While Chen Han felt no regret for killing Ma Jun, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for potentially causing trouble for Yu Wuyun. Just as he was about to apologize, Yu Wuyun raised his hand to interrupt him. Enough. No need to say more. That Ma family brat was never a good person anyway. Killing him is no big deal. His gaze shifted to Chen Han. But you just to compete with him, you spent a fortune at the auction. I know it was for me, because the Ma family has always been hostile toward me. But 2,000 kilograms of star crystals? You really don't hold back. As he spoke, Yu Wuyun fumbled in the pocket of his coat and pulled out a few worn coins. I don't have 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. This old man only has this much to his name. Chen Han looked at the legendary Grand Marshal of Daxia in his current state and smiled faintly. How could I possibly take money from you, marshal you? The fact that you have more cash on you than the playboy Ji Yun is already funny enough to make people laugh their heads off. In truth, Yu Wuyun wasn't truly impoverished. After returning home, he had donated all his savings to support the families of the 300,000 soldiers who had sacrificed their lives in the northern expedition. Marshal you, didn't you say on the phone that you had something for me? Chen Han steered the conversation back on track. Indeed, Yu Wuyun's expression turned serious. I can't give you 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, but I do have something valuable for you. However, before that, I need to ask your opinion. This time, the higher-ups have rewarded you all with one opportunity for human modification. What's your take on it? Chen Han admitted that he wasn't inclined to undergo the current human modification technology. He elaborated on the two available methods. One involved mechanical augmentation by replacing body parts with alloy metals to enhance strength and speed. The other involved soft tissue modification by implanting memory metals or parts from exotic beasts, which carried higher risks but also greater rewards. But for advanced martial artists, Chen Han explained, the potential of their own cells far surpasses that of these artificial materials. And human modifications are nearly irreversible. Unless one is certain they'll never break through to the martial sovereign level, it's not worth it. Yu Wuyun nodded approvingly. I'm glad you think this way. However, whether or not to proceed with the modification depends on the material. As he spoke, he took out a small black box. Opening it revealed a uniquely shaped bone fragment. The oppressive aura it exuded was so overwhelming that even Chen Han, with his SS-level talent, felt a pang of unease. This is a bone from the sacred beast chilin that emerged in the western regions 50 years ago, Yu Wuyun explained. Back then, Han Howren and I led the 8 martial gods to subdue it. This fragment of the chilin's bone contains its essence. Chen Han's heart trembled. He had heard of this piece of history. That battle, which lasted over a month, saw the fire chilin's flames nearly decimate half of Daxia. It was only at the cost of 2 martial gods' lives that the beast was finally slain, narrowly averting an apocalyptic disaster. When Yu Wuyun recounted the origins of the chilin bone, a trace of astonishment flashed through Chen Han's eyes. This seemingly ordinary bone was, in fact, a precious relic from a sacred beast that had required the pinnacle of human martial strength to subdue. Back then, the martial artists who participated in the siege divided the materials from the chilin amongst themselves. Yu Wuyun continued, pointing to the bone in his hand. This segment of the chilin bone is the most valuable. A martial god skilled in human body modification immediately recognized that this bone was highly compatible with the human skeleton. It could greatly enhance a warrior's fundamental attributes, even benefiting martial gods. He explained that this particular chilin bone originally belonged to Han Howren, who had made significant contributions during the battle. However, Han Howren was unable to use it for personal reasons and entrusted it to Yu Wuyun before heading north. Yu Wuyun had safeguarded this priceless relic for nearly half a century, yet now, without hesitation, he tossed it to Chen Han. Take it. Chen Han caught the invaluable treasure in one swift motion. This was no ordinary object. Its worth far surpassed 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. In fact, its value likely exceeded that of an entire star crystal mine. Thank you, Commander Yu, Chen Han said without refusing the gift. He fully understood that the chilin bone's value would only grow as his strength increased. I suggest you have it transplanted into your hand. It will have the least impact on your body, Yu Wuyan advised, handing him a piece of paper with contact information. Also, I need to introduce you to someone. Liang Yutian. The name made Chen Han pause. Liang Yutian was one of the martial gods involved in the Chilin siege, and was revered as the contemporary master of medicine, renowned not only for his miraculous medical skills, but also for his mastery of martial arts through acupuncture. Liang Yutian was unmatched in the field of human body modification. Yu Wuyan suggested that Chen Han take the Cold Night Squad along with him. With Yu's recommendation and the backing of the 24 Privy Council, even Liang Yutian's notoriously difficult temperament would not lead him to refuse. Just as Chen Han was about to leave to gather the Cold Night Squad, Yu Wuyan stopped him. Why the rush? Old Liang said back then that to transplant this Chilin bone, you must at least reach the 4th stage of Martial General. Additionally, your strength and speed need to reach the 8th stage of Martial General, your vitality must be above 80 units, and your mental energy should reach 20 layers. Have you met those requirements? With that, Yu Wuyan began leading Chen Han toward the testing grounds to measure his attributes. All of this was to ensure Chen Han's safety. After all, if the attributes required for transplanting the Chilin bone aren't up to par, the recipient won't be able to withstand its immense power. At best, it would leave them crippled. At worst, it could lead to their body exploding. Test it for me. That's an order. Yu Wuyan's eyes locked onto Chen Han, his tone firm and unquestionable. Don't even think about transplanting the Chilin bone if your attributes aren't sufficient. Otherwise, return it to me. Standing in the center of the testing grounds, Chen Han scratched his head uneasily as he noticed the crowd gathering around him. Commander Yu, isn't this a bit unnecessary? Although he was confident in his own attributes, he couldn't easily brush off Yu Wuyan's fatherly concern. With no other choice, Chen Han took a deep breath and slammed his right fist into the testing instrument. Boom. Strength, 542,300 kilograms. The AI of the instrument immediately announced. The corner of Yu Wuyan's mouth twitched slightly. Not only did this exceed the required standard, it completely blew it out of the water. He gestured for Chen Han to proceed with the next test, but what followed was even more jaw-dropping data. Base speed, 2,364. Vital energy, level 145. Mental force, tier 31. This series of astonishing figures left Yu Wuyan utterly dumbfounded and sparked a wave of discussion among the onlookers. Isn't that champion Marquis? I thought he was only at the Martial General level? This isn't Martial General level. This is clearly the foundation of a martial emperor. No wonder he's been granted the title of Marquis. It's well-deserved. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chen Han spread his hands helplessly toward Yu Wuyan. Commander Yu, see? I told you it wasn't necessary. Yu Wuyan shook his head with a wry smile but remained persistent. But what about your realm? During the Northern Campaign, I personally checked you were only at the 3rd tier of Martial General. Advancing to the 4th tier should take at least a month. If you come back for the modification in a month, I won't object. Commander Yu, Chen Han replied, a look of surprise on his face. Have you not checked my realm since we returned from the Northern Campaign? Yu Wuyan froze for a moment. It was true. Since the campaign ended, the loss of 300,000 soldiers had left him mentally and emotionally drained. Ever since he struck down Jung Go and Ouyang Quan with a single slash, he hadn't used his cultivation. Acting on a sudden thought, Yu Wuyan immediately probed Chen Han's current realm. What the? The result left the seasoned commander blurting out in shock. When did you reach the 4th tier of Martial General? It was utterly inconceivable. The Northern Campaign had lasted only 4 or 5 days, during which they were constantly marching and fighting. There was no time for cultivation. Everyone's focus had been on dealing with the beasts, and under such conditions, even a peerless prodigy at the martial soldier level might only advance one realm in 4 or 5 days. Moreover, the entire campaign had been broadcast live, and everyone knew Chen Han hadn't been cultivating at all. Yu Wuyan was at a complete loss, unaware that Chen Han's sacred soldier physique possessed a unique trait. Simply holding a weapon placed him in a cultivation-like state. During the campaign, weapons were never out of his hands, not even while sleeping, as a precaution against sudden attacks. In this state, Chen Han's cultivation progressed faster than if he were meditating in seclusion, though it came at the cost of skipping over the process of solidifying his foundational realm. Yu Wuyan was left speechless. It had been a long time since he last tested Chen Han's basic attributes, and now, faced with such astonishing data, even the legendary Han Howren from years ago might have to bow in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement, approving Chen Han to immediately undergo the Chilin bone transplant. This might be a rare opportunity. No one in Daxia had ever attempted Chilin bone modification before, and the earlier it was done, the greater the potential benefits for advancing his cultivation. Just as Chen Han was preparing to head to Liang Yutian's location, the Hanyi squad found themselves embroiled in an unexpected conflict. Zhao Linger had just led the group to purchase daily necessities, and was about to return to Chen Han's residence. Since everyone except Zhao Yufei had no other place to stay, they had temporarily taken refuge in the champion Marquis' mansion. However, the scene before them ignited their fury. Several men in plain clothes were brazenly defacing the mansion walls with graffiti, and even more outrageously, a martial general-level fighter had knocked down the champion Marquis' plaque and was trampling on it. This was all part of Ma Jun's scheme. After Ma Jing's death, the Ma family neither dared to directly confront Chen Han, nor could they swallow their anger. When Ding Muxuan refused to take action on their behalf, Ma Jun devised a plan to have people disguise themselves as civilians to stir up trouble, aiming to tarnish Chen Han's reputation. The champion Marquis is a fraud, killing people in broad daylight, disregarding the law. The disguised troublemakers shouted loudly, quickly drawing a large crowd of onlookers. Zhao Linger, known for her fiery temper, could no longer hold back. With a swift move, her spear struck, pinning one of the troublemakers against the wall. A genius capable of defeating enemies 2 levels above her own, she was not someone to cross. "What nonsense are you barking about?" she demanded sharply, following up with a powerful punch aimed at another member of the Ma family. Zhao Yufei stood stunned, watching the scene unfold, marveling at how both of them could be so hot-headed. He had initially intended to intervene, but since Zhao Linger had already taken action, the others had no choice but to join in. The Hanyi squad's strength, honed on the northern battlefield, was immediately apparent. The people hired by the Ma family were no match for them. Particularly notable was Zhu Ming, who piloted the newly calibrated Red God mecha. Just standing in front of the mansion, he commanded an overwhelming presence that silenced the entire crowd. Yet, the martial general from the Ma family seemed oblivious to the situation, foolishly attempting to challenge the Red God mecha Hedon. The Red God mech swung its mountain-like fist, sending the Ma family warrior flying over 20 meters away, crashing through several shops in succession. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Chen Han's position in the hearts of the people now rivaled that of Yu Wuyun, and the provocations of the Ma family were clearly unable to shake the public support. Hiding in the back, Ma Jun clenched his teeth in frustration. His carefully orchestrated revenge had not only failed but had instead further bolstered Chen Han's reputation among the people. Just as he was lamenting his misfortune, a powerful aura surged from behind him. Turning around, he was shocked to see none other than Jung Go, the second marshal of Decisive. Ma Jun's heart trembled. After all, this entire fiasco was his doing, and the Cold Knight squad consisted of military personnel. If Jung Go decided to investigate thoroughly, Ma Jun would have no escape. However, Jung Go seemed to pay him no attention, his gaze firmly fixed in the direction of the Cold Knight squad. Moments later, several military vehicles roared into view, stopping in front of the champion Marquis residence. Thunder God soldiers poured out in formation, swiftly surrounding the Cold Knight squad. The leading officer barked a stern command: "Arrest these individuals and escort them to Black Rock Prison." Facing the formidable Thunder God soldiers, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Ming, and Ji Yun turned pale with fear, unable to move. Only Zhao Linger remained composed, demanding, "Who gave you the audacity? We are members of the Fire God Army's Kuei unit and subordinates of the champion Marquis." The officer ignored her entirely. At that moment, Zhong Go stepped out of a vehicle and spoke coldly, "The order came from me. As soldiers, you disregarded military law and caused a scene in the streets. This is a violation of military discipline. What now? Are you planning to defy my orders as well?" Seeing Zhong Go personally take charge, the Cold Knight squad had no choice but to surrender. Zhao Linger, though she willingly put on the handcuffs, still glared at him coldly. "Zhong Go, are you targeting Chen Han? Or is this aimed at Marshal Yu?" Zhong Go remained silent. In truth, he had his own agenda. After the failed northern campaign, he had hoped to use the situation to challenge Yu Wuyun's position as the first marshal, only to be met with a minor political demotion. Now, with Chen Han being granted the title of Marquis, Yu Wuyun's standing had only grown stronger. By detaining the Cold Knight squad, Zhong Go intended to bring them all down, Chen Han and Yu Wuyun alike. During the transport, Zhao Yufei was filled with worry. "This is bad. We've probably implicated Captain Chen and Marshal Yu in this mess." As a seasoned figure in the capital, he knew that such a trivial matter was hardly worth pursuing. Zhong Go was clearly using it as a pretext. Zhao Linger, guilt-ridden, said, "It's all my fault for being too impulsive." Ji Yun, however, chuckled. "Relax. If Chen was here, he'd probably act even more decisively. Zhong Go is just looking for an excuse to stir up trouble." Normally carefree, Ji Yun seemed to have the clearest understanding of the situation. Those in high positions inevitably become targets, and Zhong Go was no exception in his desire to suppress Chen Han's rise. Before long, Chen Han returned to the Marquis residence. Seeing the chaos at the entrance, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Luo Feng quickly informed him of the Cold Knight squad's detainment. A faint smile appeared on Chen Han's lips. This confrontation with Decisive's second marshal was inevitable. He promptly gave the order, "Luo Feng, Gather all Fire God Army and Water God Army personnel from the northern campaign station outside the city. Have them meet me at Black Rock Prison. Hearing Chen Han's words, Luo Feng stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Lowering his voice, he cautiously tried to dissuade him. Champion Marquis, this might not be appropriate. It's a minor issue, but if we mobilize the troops outside the city, it could escalate. The higher-ups have explicitly forbidden the Northern Expedition Army from entering the city, and this. Before Luo Feng could finish, he saw the unwavering determination in Chen Han's eyes and understood everything. As a soldier, obeying orders was his duty. Left with no other choice, Luo Feng immediately mounted his warhorse and galloped toward the city outskirts. Chen Han had already made up his mind. Since Jung Go wasn't afraid of tarnishing the army's reputation, why should he hold back? As for the long-standing feud between the Fire God Army and the Thunder God Army, that was an old story. In the next moment, Chen Han's figure turned into a blur as he darted through the streets of the capital. In no time, he arrived in front of Black Rock Prison, the largest prison in the capital. Its grandeur rivaled that of the Imperial Palace. It was exclusively used to detain high-profile offenders of military law and influential political figures. Constructed entirely from top-grade alloy and equipped with 30 specialized Type 3 laser cannons designed to combat exotic beasts, its defenses were impregnable. As soon as Chen Han reached the entrance, a tide of guards poured out from within. Each of these guards was a martial general of considerable skill. Individuals like Chi Feihu, who could govern a region in other major cities, were relegated to guarding prisoners in the capital. The 30 Type 3 laser cannons all aligned with precision, aiming directly at Chen Han. The guards, feigning composure, asked, "Champion Marquis, what brings you to Black Rock Prison?" Chen Han swept his gaze across the array of cannon muzzles, his expression unchanging. He uttered just 2 words, "Release them." A powerful aura instantly emanated from him, sending waves of intimidation that left the guards trembling internally. Though they had never been on the battlefield, the images of Chen Han's slaughter of the Red Wolf horde during the Northern Expedition had spread across the world via the internet. The scenes of blood splattering and wolf heads flying remained vivid in everyone's minds, a source of lingering dread. At that moment, the prison warden, Ma Jun, strode out. Having ruled over Black Rock Prison for more than 40 years, this martial sovereign was infamous in the capital for his ruthless methods. Yet, he was the only one who remained unshaken under Chen Han's imposing presence. Ma Jun spoke coldly, "Champion Marquis, this is Black Rock Prison. It's not a place where you can release prisoners at will. To release someone, you need authorization from the 24 Privy Council, along with signatures from the ministers of the 6 departments of the capital." Realizing that manpower alone might not be enough to deter Chen Han, he gestured toward the cannons and added, "If you plan to force your way in, you'll have to get past these 30 Type 3 laser cannons first." With hundreds of martial generals, a martial sovereign, and 30 Type 3 laser cannons, Black Rock Prison was as secure as a fortress. Ma Jun was confident that Chen Han wouldn't dare act recklessly, but he underestimated the resolve of his opponent. In the next moment, Chen Han suddenly drew out the dragon chant bow, his expression cold and indifferent. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed, and a terrifying star crystal arrow tore through the air, piercing straight across dozens of meters. Wherever the arrow passed, dozens of generals fell to the ground, and the massive gate of the Black Rock Prison was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. The full destructive power of the star crystal arrow was revealed in that instant. It expanded from a single point into a 6-meter-wide force of devastation. Chen Han's decisive action stunned everyone present. Ma Jun couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap," before shouting, "Fire the laser cannons." Truthfully, if Chen Han hadn't struck first, Ma Jun, as nothing more than a prison warden, wouldn't have dared to act against the 25th Marquis of Daxia. Without a direct order from the Council of 24, even someone like Yu Wuyan wouldn't have been able to storm Black Rock Prison without risking immediate execution. However, before the prison's Type 3 laser cannons could finish loading, a distant, orderly command echoed through the air. "All units, prepare. Coordinates at 6 o'clock. Distance 500 meters, fire." Black laser beams streaked across the sky like meteors, instantly reducing Black Rock Prison's famed impenetrable walls and its 30 Type 3 laser cannons to ashes. Moments later, squads of officers stepped forward, cupping their fists in salute and shouting, "Captain Xiang Min of the Xiang Battalion, reporting to Champion Marquis. Captain Zhang Ming of the Zhang Battalion, reporting to Champion Marquis. Captain Lu Zixing of the Kuei Battalion, reporting to Champion Marquis." The deafening voices of the officers echoed one after another as tens of thousands of Northern Expedition troops completely surrounded Black Rock Prison. These battle-hardened heroes, fresh from the fires of war, struck fear into the hearts of the prison guards. Even Ma Jun dared not utter another word. Lu Zixing smiled and asked, "Chen Han, I didn't arrive too late, did I?" Chen Han nodded in acknowledgement before ordering the artillery battalion to aim all Type 3 laser cannons at the prison gates. In a cold voice, he demanded, "Release the prisoners. You think you can detain my brothers? I'll level this entire place to the ground right now." At that moment, the protagonist, Jung Go, who had been silently observing from within the prison, finally stepped forward. He had been waiting for Chen Han to make a mistake, intending to use it as grounds to deal with him. Now, storming the prison, killing guards, mobilizing the Northern Expedition Army without authorization, and bombarding the prison gates, all of these offenses were enough to sentence Chen Han to death. Jung Go, exuding righteousness, swept his gaze over the Northern Expedition troops and declared, "Do you even deserve to call yourselves Daxia soldiers? Lawless, shameless, no better than street thugs. You've disgraced the name of Daxia. Is this how Wu Yun trains his soldiers, turning them into a band of brutes?" Faced with the second highest ranking marshal of Daxia, second only to Wu Yun, the troops could only lower their heads in silence. However, Chen Han suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Jung Go to within mere inches. In a cold and defiant tone, he said, "Jung Go, I call you marshal out of respect. Without it, who do you think you are?" Jung Go was utterly dumbfounded by the remark, unable to respond for a moment. The only thought racing through his mind was, who's the real marshal here? Even the Northern Expedition soldiers were left stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Chen Han standing face-to-face with the second marshal of Daxia, less than a meter apart. In truth, Chen Han's boldness stemmed from his title as champion Marquis. He deliberately referred to himself by his noble rank rather than his military position, striking at the deepest sore spot of Jung Go. Though Jung Go held the prestigious position of the second marshal of Daxia, he had not earned it through military merit. Instead, he had climbed to this rank with the support of his family. His Thunder God army, stationed in the capital for years, had rarely participated in battles against the beasts at the borders, leaving him without any real military achievements. In the military, while strength is important, merit is an indispensable currency of respect. Due to his lack of accomplishments, Jung Go commanded little reverence from soldiers outside his two direct units. In stark contrast stood Wu Yun, the first marshal, who had earned his rank through sheer combat prowess. His extraordinary military achievements left the court with no choice but to honor him as the fifth most important figure in Daxia, a position upheld by the Council of 24. As a result, even though the Northern Expedition forces were composed of soldiers from 6 different armies, none dared to disobey Wu Yun's commands. Chen Han's remarks were a blatant reminder to Jung Go. Outside the military, his title as a Marquis meant he owed Jung Go no deference. Just as Jung Go was about to erupt in anger, Chen Han delivered an even sharper blow. "You accuse this Marquis of disregarding military discipline? Fine. Tomorrow, this Marquis will execute your entire Thunder God army, destroy your family, leave you with nothing. What then?" These words immediately earned the silent approval of the Northern Expedition forces, though none dared openly side with Chen Han in Jung Go's presence. Lu Zing discreetly gave Chen Han a thumbs up. Not only was the statement justified, but it was also an outright threat. If Jung Go insisted on detaining the Cold Knight squad members, Chen Han would ensure the Thunder God army suffered dearly. A major threatening a marshal? The surrounding soldiers gasped in shock, and one veteran couldn't help but marvel. The champion Marquis truly has the audacity of youth. What courage! Jung Go, flushed with anger, tried to assert his authority. "Major Chen Han, I am your superior, the marshal of this army. What regulation permits you to speak to your superior in this manner?" Chen Han had anticipated this move. He waved his hand dismissively and retorted, "Jung Go, stop flattering yourself. You, my superior? My only direct superior in this army is the first marshal of Daxia, the loyal and brave Marquis, Wu Yun. And you? You're nothing more than a perennial second place." This statement was a dagger to Jung Go's heart. For 60 years, Wu Yun had dominated as Daxia's foremost marshal, while Jung Go, despite being promoted 40 years ago, had always been overshadowed. To make matters worse, Jung Go was 30 years older than Wu Yun, and now he was being humiliated by someone far younger. "You insolent brat, I'll kill you." Jung Go finally lost all composure, roaring in rage. The sky suddenly turned dark, heavy with oppressive clouds, as an overwhelming aura of a martial god-level power spread across a radius of several miles. The soldiers of the Northern Expedition collapsed under the immense pressure, with those of weaker talent fainting on the spot. Only Chen Han stood firm, his expression calm and unwavering. This was the first time Chen Han had witnessed a martial god-level warrior unleash their full power. A clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, undoubtedly the handiwork of Jung Go. As a natural lightning elemental ability user, Jung Go had climbed to the position of the second marshal of Daxia, a testament to his formidable strength. Martial God level 8, on par with Wu Yun. A deafening rumble of thunder echoed across the heavens, as countless thick bolts of lightning intertwined and flickered within the clouds, sending chills down the spines of all who saw them. The prisoners of Blackrock Prison peered through their windows, horrified by the sight. Zhao Linger immediately sensed that the situation was dire. Though she and Ji Yun knew Chen Han's strength was extraordinary, for a martial general to directly confront a martial god seemed far too reckless. Yet, Chen Han, standing just a short distance away, showed no sign of fear. Jung Go, on the other hand, had no intention of taking Chen Han's life. Given Chen Han's current reputation, killing him would be tantamount to self-destruction. Jung Go merely wanted to teach this young champion Marquis a lesson. Chen Han, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Do you believe your title as champion Marquis is some kind of invincible shield? Apologize to me this instant. Jung Go's words were arrogant, but he hesitated to act. At that moment, a streak of icy light tore through the sky. It was a mighty guandao, exuding an overwhelming presence. The blade cleaved through Jung Go's stormy clouds in an instant, restoring clarity to the heavens. With unstoppable momentum, the guandao surged straight toward Jung Go. In panic, Jung Go summoned a barrier of lightning to defend himself, only for it to shatter like fragile clay. Blood splattered as his right arm, along with half his torso, was severed in one devastating strike. This scene vividly demonstrated that even among martial god level 8 warriors, the disparity in strength could be vast. Yu Wuyun had reigned supreme for 6 decades, and apart from Han Haoran, he was truly unmatched in the world. A towering figure appeared in front of Chen Han. It was Yu Wuyun himself. Jung Go, you've got some nerve, don't you? His tone was calm, as if the earth-shattering attack moments ago was a trivial matter. Marshal Yu. The soldiers of the Northern Expedition cheered in exhilaration. However, the influence of Chen Han extended far beyond this. Just as Jung Go clutched his severed arm, attempting to argue, Decia's highest authority, Emperor Qingtian, arrived with 24 elite guards from the Privy Council. His expression was grim as he approached. This was the power and prestige of the champion Marquis. A seemingly insignificant Blackrock prison incident had simultaneously drawn the attention of the military's top commander and the nation's highest political authority, a truly unprecedented event in the history of Decisive. Before Jung Go even approached, Emperor Qingtian's furious roar echoed out. Jung Go, how dare you? A grand marshal instigating internal strife within the army? Do you want the entire city to laugh at our military? And you even dared to act against the champion Marquis without authorization. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Faced with this thunderous rage, Jung Go trembled all over. If it were Yu Wuyun, he might still muster the courage to retort, but in front of Emperor Qingtian, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even though he was heavily injured, he could only immediately fall to his knees. This was not without reason. Jung Go's position as marshal was merely a result of his family's recommendation, while Emperor Qingtian was a titan of the great Xia dynasty's ruling families. When dealing with Yu Wuyun, Emperor Qingtian was already cautious to the extreme, and even if Yu Wuyun committed a grave mistake, he would hesitate to strip him of his martial title. But in Emperor Qingshan's eyes, Jung Go was nothing more than a replaceable dog. Sir, please listen to me. Chen Han disrespected his superior. Jung Go stammered in panic, trying to explain. You don't need to say another word. Emperor Qingtian interrupted coldly. You detained the champion Marquis Min, and you expect him to be grateful to you? Go home and reflect on your actions. Your position will be temporarily filled by Ouyang Quan. These words struck Jung Go like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. He was the second marshal of Great Xia, while Chen Han was merely a major. All he did was detain someone hadn't harmed any members of the Cold Night Squad, nor had he laid a finger on Chen Han himself. And yet, he was demoted just like that? Thinking about how Yu Wuyun caused the deaths of 300,000 soldiers during the Northern Expedition and only received a mild punishment, the disparity in treatment was glaringly obvious. But at this moment, Jung Go didn't dare show even a hint of dissatisfaction, cold sweat pouring down his back. Only now did he realize the fatal error he had made. Had underestimated how much Emperor Qingtian valued Chen Han. He had thought Chen Han was merely a pawn in Emperor Qingshan's game, but who would have thought the two were actually partners? In the matter of developing the star crystal mines in the northern frontier, Chen Han had clearly become Emperor Qingshan's business associate, not some disposable chess piece. The soldiers of the Northern Expedition watched this scene unfold, whispering among themselves, haha, this is great. The Eternal Second just got bumped down to Eternal Third. What a joke. Serves him right. Yu Wuyun didn't even bother to hide his disdain for Jung Go, throwing him a condescending glance and letting out a dismissive "T." Jung Go's heart sank into despair as he glared resentfully at Yu Wuyun and Chen Han. Yet even so, he could only swallow his humiliation and grit his teeth as he said, "Thank you, sir." However, the atmosphere turned icy in an instant as Di Qingtian's expression hardened. His gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Jung Go. The warriors who clashed with the Hanya squad were all confirmed to be mercenaries. However, the mastermind behind them remains unidentified. Yet, without investigating the cause, you detained the Hanya squad and obstructed Champion Marquis from rescuing them. How do you plan to account for this? Both emotionally and rationally, you owe Champion Marquis an apology. Jung Go's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Di Qingtian, a marshal of such high standing, not only humiliated by a subordinate and losing an arm but now being forced to apologize. For a moment, he doubted his own ears. But the frigid, piercing expression on Di Qingtian's face made everything clear. Gritting his teeth, Jung Go swallowed his humiliation and stood up. Bowing deeply to Chen Han, he said, "Champion Marquis, I am sorry." The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from sight. To apologize to a subordinate in front of tens of thousands was an unbearable disgrace, leaving him no face to remain any longer. The repercussions of this incident extended far beyond the immediate scene. Blackrock Prison, located not far from the capital, quickly became the talk of the influential families in the city. For the first time, the capital's elite truly grasped Chen Han's position. Not only was he incredibly powerful in his own right, but he also had the backing of two titans with authority rivaling that of the rulers of Decisive. Yu Wuyun, the #1 martial artist in the world, the top marshal of Decisive, commanding millions of troops. Di Qingtian, the pinnacle of power in Decisive, and the head of its most influential family. The consequences of offending Chen Han were dire enough to demote even a marshal. Meanwhile, lying at home, Ding Muxuan breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Good thing I didn't rashly provoke Chen Han back then. Otherwise, the survival of the Ding family would have been in jeopardy. Even Jung Go, who still held value to Di Qingtian, had suffered such a downfall. If the Ding family had crossed Chen Han, they might have been annihilated by Yu Wuyun without hesitation. Back in the prison, the members of the Hanya squad were respectfully escorted out by the guards. Not only were they unharmed, but Ji Yun also emerged with several gold chains extorted from the prison warden. Ma Xiong, once domineering and arrogant, Ma Xiong now knelt before Chen Han, tears streaming down his face. "Champion Marquis, please spare me. I was merely following Marshal Zhong's orders. Have mercy. I have elders to care for and children to raise." Chen Han looked at him with disdain. He hadn't aimed his first arrow at Ma Xiong precisely because he found it beneath him to bother with such a petty individual. However, compensation was non-negotiable. Ma Xiong promptly handed over all the treasures he had accumulated over the years. One particular item caught Chen Han's attention: a white metal storage box called the Imperial Weapon Box. This artifact could automatically clean and refine weapons, even enhancing their quality over time. Neither Yu Wuyun nor Di Qingtian had ever seen such an object before, yet Yu Wuyun seemed to recognize its origins. Yu Wuyun asked, "Is this something created by Feng Yufeng?" Speaking of Feng Yufeng, as one of the 10 martial gods, he was one of the two who heroically sacrificed their lives during the campaign to eliminate the sacred beast fire chilin of the western regions. After his death, he was not only honored with the title of Great Xia Battle Hero but was also posthumously granted the title of Marquis. His talent belonged to the most unique category among the 4 major talent systems, known as the Soul of Artifacts, rated at an SSS level. This talent allowed him to imbue the items he crafted with special effects, though these effects often came with mixed blessings. For example, he once created a set of bowls and chopsticks that made any food taste like excrement. Even stranger, anyone who used this set would be cursed by the talent to only use it for eating for the rest of their life, or they would suffer dire consequences. Rumor has it that the unfortunate person who received this set is still alive, eating food with that same foul taste every day. Ordinary weapon cases would never possess the ability to nurture weapons, let alone elevate the level of top-tier divine weapons. To put things into perspective, the Overlord Spear and the Dragon Champ Bow are already the pinnacle of divine weapons in existence, yet the Imperial Weapon Box could potentially push them beyond their limits. For someone like Chen Han, who possesses the Sacred Weapon Soul physique, this means not only an increase in the power of his weapons, but also an enhancement in his cultivation speed, techniques, and martial arts prowess. This Imperial Weapon Box is practically a divine artifact tailor-made for him. After receiving a definite confirmation from Ma Xiong, Yu Wuyun burst into laughter and said, "Haha, old Feng spent his lifetime crafting things, and 9 out of 10 were duds. The remaining 1/10, he kept a good portion for himself. The few things he made that survived are truly one of a kind." Chen Han silently felt fortunate. Back at the prison gates, his arrow had missed Ma Xiong, who was standing farther away. Otherwise, this priceless treasure would have never ended up in his hands. Warden Ma Xiong smiled and said, "I wonder if Champion Marquis is satisfied and willing to forgive my mistakes?" Chen Han nodded slightly, indicating he would let the matter go. In truth, he had never intended to hold a grudge, and this Imperial Weapon Box turned out to be an unexpected boon. The prison incident caused quite a stir in the capital, with mixed reactions from different quarters. Apart from Chen Han, the biggest beneficiary was another individual, Ouyang Quan, who was currently inspecting troops at the military training grounds. When he received the report from his subordinates, he couldn't help but let a smile creep across his face in front of the soldiers. Moments later, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jung Go's series of maneuvers not only failed to suppress Chen Han but unexpectedly elevated Quan to the position of second-in-command. This position was no trivial matter. For 30 years, the ranks of the marshals had remained virtually unchanged. Wu firmly held the first position, Jung Go the second, and Quan the third. Barring any major upheavals, this hierarchy was expected to persist until their retirement. Quan was overjoyed by this unexpected windfall. Although he was aware of Jung Go's actions in detaining the Hanya team, he had wisely chosen to stay out of it, avoiding any confrontation with the rising star Chen Han. Now, having effortlessly risen in rank, he was so elated that he recklessly ordered the entire army to take a break and halt all training. This scene was witnessed by Jung Go upon his return to the military camp. Days of pent-up frustration and resentment erupted in that moment, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Oh, boundless heavens! Why are you so unjust to me? Jung Go lamented, looking up at the sky. The next day, Chen Han followed his plan and arrived at Liang Yutian's residence. To his surprise, the door was opened by a man who appeared to be in his 30s. This unexpected sight left Chen Han and his companions perplexed. Zhao Linger blurted out, "Mr. Liang, hello?" It was truly puzzling. The martial gods they had encountered, whether Wuyun, Jung Go, or Quan, were all elderly men. Even the youngest of them, Quan, was already in his 80s. Liang Yutian, who had led the campaign against the Fire Chilin decades ago, should be nearly 100 years old by now. Noticing their confusion, Liang Yutian smiled and explained, "You must be champion Marquis Chen Han. I've seen you on the live-stream, surely a young prodigy. Old you wasn't wrong about you." He continued, "The higher a martial artist's cultivation level, the more active their cells become. Rejuvenation is not an impossible feat, old you, and the others simply choose not to appear in a youthful form. Besides, I have some unique methods to maintain my youth." Liang Yushin's clinic appeared unremarkable, with only a few beds, making it hard to believe that this was the personal hospital of the world's foremost physician. What the group didn't know was that the cost of receiving treatment or modifications here was measured in billions. Without Yuan's referral, Liang Yutian wouldn't have been so approachable. After Chen Han explained the purpose of their visit, he had his teammates describe their modification needs. Ji Yun wanted his legs enhanced to increase his speed, while Zhu Meng sought improvements to his neck for better mechanical control. These were relatively simple tasks that could be handled by Liang Yushin's disciples. When it was Chen Han's turn, Liang Yutian signaled for the others to discuss their modifications with his disciples, leaving Chen Han alone. "Bring it out," Liang Yutian said, clearly referring to the chilin bone. As Chen Han took out the chilin bone, a flash of fervor appeared in Liang Yushin's eyes. "Back then, we begged and pleaded, but old you wouldn't part with it. For anyone else, they might have resorted to murder and theft to claim it." Chen Han had long known the chilin bone was valuable, but he hadn't realized it was this extraordinary. He noticed a fleeting trace of greed in Liang Yushin's eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. Liang Yutian then instructed Chen Han to lie down, preparing to test his compatibility with the chilin bone before deciding on the transplantation process. The compatibility test is a crucial indicator for measuring the suitability between the subject and the modification material. According to the standard, it is ranked from worst to best as D, C, B, A, and S levels. Chen Han stood inside the testing room of the military hospital, listening as Liang Yutian explained the importance of this test in detail. "If the compatibility is too low," Liang Yutian said while adjusting the testing equipment, "the modification process will cause severe pain and may even trigger rejection reactions, forcing the material to be removed midway. However, if the compatibility is excellent, not only will there be almost no pain, but it might also activate the material's special effects." Chen Han recalled Lu Zing from the military camp. The soldier whose right fist was mechanically modified was a prime example. His compatibility with the modification material reached its level, resulting in a dramatic increase in the strength of his right arm. During regular tests, he could achieve a force of 530,000 kilograms, and under special circumstances, it could even explode to an astonishing million-kilogram level. "Based on my assessment," Liang Yutian said, looking at Chen Han seriously, "your compatibility with the chilin bone should be around level. While it's not the best, a level is sufficient to qualify for the surgery. But let me make this clear, if the test result is level, I will absolutely not proceed with the surgery. I'm not about to let you die on the operating table." Liang Yutian went on to explain that the chilin bone, being a sacred beast material, was fundamentally different from ordinary alloys or beast materials. Generally, to undergo modification with the chilin bone, the subject would need at least an S-level innate talent to barely withstand its power. Even then, there would still be a risk of the body exploding. The reason he believed Chen Han could reach level compatibility was based on historical data. Back when the 10 martial gods participated in the campaign to subdue the fire Qin, they all underwent tests. Most of them, possessing SS-level talent, achieved level compatibility. Only the exceptionally gifted Han Howren reached a level, which ultimately allowed him to obtain the Qin bone. When the device activated, the screen soon displayed an unexpected result. Liang Yutian, however, dismissed it. It must be that apprentice of mine forgetting to calibrate the equipment again. But when the continent's top physician double-checked using his renowned pulse reading technique, his expression underwent a dramatic change. From initial calmness to shock, and finally to utter disbelief. The usually composed and scholarly elder even blurted out a curse. What the this is? Old you. Just who the hell did you send me? The reason for Liang Yushin's astonishment was simple. Chen Han's compatibility with the Qin bone had indeed reached level, a result he had anticipated long ago, yet could hardly believe when it became reality. If someone could achieve level compatibility with the chilin bone, the requirements would be unimaginably stringent. They would need to possess SS-level talent, SS-level physical vitality, and SS-level spiritual force aptitude all at the same time. The odds of this happening were so infinitesimally small, it was like finding one in a million, and then repeating that process again, resulting in astronomical levels of improbability. By all logic, such a person could not exist on the entire blue planet. And yet, at this very moment, Liang Yutian was witnessing the impossible with his own eyes. He was so stunned that he couldn't bring himself to speak, fearing that asking would only confirm the unbelievable truth. Chen Han, the young man standing before him, was that one in a trillion possibility. Mr. Liang, are you all right? Chen Han's voice snapped Liang Yutian back to reality. It's nothing. Let's begin the procedure. Close your eyes, Liang Yutian said, forcing himself to concentrate on the task at hand. Otherwise, his entire worldview might collapse. The moment Chen Han closed his eyes, several golden needles, a scalpel, and the half-section of the chilin bone rose slowly under Liang Yutian's precise control. The entire transformation process lasted only a few minutes. Chen Han felt a slight prick in his hand, but then nothing more. Done. Chen Han opened his eyes and looked at his arm, which appeared perfectly intact, as if it had never undergone any modification. That's it? He asked, puzzled. Liang Yutian shot him a look. Kid, do you think the title of world's greatest physician is just for show? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a terrifying crimson flame suddenly erupted from Chen Han's arm, blazing into the air. The color of the flames was identical to the ones that had once ravaged the land during the fire chilin's rampage, instantly triggering Liang Yutian's deepest fears, freezing him in place as he forgot to react. The flames surged skyward, tearing through the roof of the clinic and spreading rapidly across the skies over the capital. On the streets below, citizens were struck with panic, their faces illuminated by the searing heat of the flames. What the hell is going on? Where did this fire come from? What's the Thunder God Army doing? Are they just going to let a beast attack our city without fighting back? The Thunder God Army quickly mobilized toward the source of the flames, while the martial gods who had once fought to subdue the fire chilin also took notice of the phenomenon. Among them, Yu Wuyan remained particularly calm. While the flames resembled the chilins, they lacked any trace of murderous intent. If it were truly the fire chilin's flames, only martial god-level fighters would have any chance of surviving in the capital by now. This must be some kind of celestial phenomenon. It seems Chen Han has successfully completed the modification, Yu Wuyan remarked with a satisfied smile. At that moment, Chen Han heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully integrating the chilin bone. You have acquired the unique, growth-capable talent, Sacred Fire Chilin Flame. Chen Han stared at the system interface, astonished to discover that he had been granted the Sacred Flame of the Chilin, an S-ranked, growth-oriented talent. This power, derived from the mythical chilin, manifests as a blazing fire capable of incinerating everything in its path. It can only be obtained through the transplantation of a chilin bone. When activated, the scorching sacred flames of the chilin can envelop the user's entire body and weapons, not only enabling direct attacks but also intimidating enemies with its terrifyingly high temperatures. What was even more remarkable was that the chilin flame not only possessed devastating destructive power, but also carried the purest and most sacred energy in existence. This energy had the ability to purify all toxins, rendering the user immune to poisons, and granted an extraordinary regenerative ability that functioned independently of the user's base vitality. As the user's cultivation level advanced, this talent could continue to evolve, ultimately reaching the SS-ranked, Chilin Sacred Flame stage. Chen Han could hardly believe its implied transplanting a single chilin bone had granted him such an unparalleled ability. According to the system, this unique growth-oriented talent was special for two reasons. First, it was so rare that even the system's talent database could not offer it. It could only be acquired through the transplantation of a chilin bone. Second, obtaining this talent was a matter of sheer luck for Chen Han. To acquire the talent, Three conditions had to be met simultaneously: an SS-rank talent, an SS-level vitality constitution, and an SS-level spiritual force constitution. The probability of fulfilling all three criteria was 1 in a trillion, yet Chen Han happened to meet these stringent requirements. Furthermore, the talent could only be acquired during the warrior phase. If the transplantation occurred at the emperor phase, the result would likely be nothing more than a regular chilin arm. Standing nearby, Liang Yutian looked at Chen Han and remarked in amazement, "Young man, your constitution is truly unprecedented." His astonishment was understandable. Typically, when humans transplanted materials from mythical beasts, they could only inherit the abilities of the specific body part. For example, Ji Yun, who had transplanted the leg bone of a swift rabbit, gained exceptional speed but could not generate lightning like the swift rabbit. This limitation arose because the cellular mutation mechanisms of humans and mythical beasts were fundamentally different. Except for an extremely rare and special case. Yu Shuai's voice carried a trace of excitement. That is, if the modified individual who accepts the transformation using exotic beast materials is born with a rare innate constitution, they can fully obtain all the abilities of the exotic beast. He went on to explain that this special physique could only be inherited. It required both parents to be extraordinary geniuses. In his view, Qin Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were precisely such exceptional individuals, which made Chen Han naturally possess a mutated constitution. Even without the system, Chen Han's talent far surpassed ordinary people. Yet, the members of the Chen family failed to see this. In truth, whether it was cultivation techniques, martial arts, or breathing methods, Chen Han could grasp them effortlessly. He had actually mastered the beginner breathing technique within a month, but the Chen family's stinginess with cultivation resources caused him to waste 3 precious years. At the Hanwu City military exchange competition, Chen Han's ability to instantly comprehend Han Howren's Beidou Howren spear technique and the aura of victory was not solely due to the system's granted talent. While the system made it easier for him to master weapons, it could not enhance his comprehension. This astonishing talent, which even Chen Han himself was unaware of, was what people referred to as a natural anomaly, a secret only known to martial gods. In this era that revered talent, such a unique constitution was often overlooked. Yet, this was precisely the third critical factor that allowed Chen Han to acquire the Qilin Sacred Flame. A perfect combination of 3 SS-level innate talents, the precise strength of a martial general, and the 9 natural anomaly. Together, these created an unparalleled capability that even the system's talent library had never recorded. Liang Yutian keenly noticed the special ability Chen Han had gained, and a fervent light flickered in his eyes. "I can't imagine how old you found you. It's like discovering a treasure. You might be the only one who can help us old folks break through to the martial god level, and the only one capable of unlocking the human race's genetic lock." These mysterious words sent a chill down Chen Han's spine. He asked in confusion, "Mr. Liang, what is this genetic lock you're talking about?" Liang Yutian didn't answer directly, but instead posed a question. "Chen Han, do you believe the martial god level is the highest realm for a warrior?" Chen Han recalled the battle he had witnessed the previous day between Jung Go and Yu Huayan thunderclouds spanning hundreds of miles, a halberd slashing through the skies, all of it showcasing the extraordinary prowess of martial gods. He nodded in agreement. Liang Yutian shook his head and asked again, "What is your current burst speed?" "Around 6 or 7 kilometers per second, Chen Han replied. "Do you know Old Yu, known as the strongest in the world? His burst speed is 16.5 kilometers per second. And both Han Howren and I have the same speed, 16.5 kilometers per second. Yet, if they were serious, I wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move." This revelation made Chen Han thoughtful. Logically, from martial general to martial emperor, martial sovereign, and finally to martial god, basic attributes should increase exponentially. However, the base speed of these 8th-level martial gods was only twice as fast as his. Since advancing to the martial general level, his speed improvement had indeed been marginal. It was only because he remained faster than opponents of the same level that he hadn't noticed. Suddenly, this figure sparked a familiar thought in his mind. "Mr. Liang, 16.5 kilometers per second, isn't that the third cosmic velocity? Is that what you mean by the genetic lock?" Liang Yutian nodded heavily, his gaze somber. "The third cosmic velocity is the limit for humanity," he said slowly. "Currently, across the entire Decisive, as far as I know, there are about 20 martial artists at the 8th tier of martial god. However, most of them have been stuck at this level for years, some for decades. The longest is Old Yua has been trapped for 50 years. Chen Han nodded slightly, a realization dawning on him. This explained the vast disparity between Jung Go and Yu Wuyun, despite both being at the 8th tier of martial god. If Yu Wuyun truly wanted to take Jung Go's life, one move would likely suffice. Even so, Yu Wuyun still showed restraint toward Decisive's second martial. No wonder, back at the Hanwu City arena, Jung Go and Ouyang Quan didn't dare to breathe too loudly in Yu Wuyun's presence. Liang Yutian continued, "At the 8th tier of martial god, While speed cannot break through, strength and vital energy can still be enhanced, and martial techniques and cultivation methods can be refined. But the bottleneck lies in that speed limit of 16.5 kilometers per second. He mentioned that over the past century of the new era, many extraordinary talents had emerged. For instance, Han Haoren, who dominated his era, overshadowing all other prodigies. Similarly, Yu Wuyun, who served as Dxia's first marshal for 50 years, also ruled his time. During those 50 years, countless people challenged the title of second under heaven, yet none could shake his position. But even such top-tier powerhouses are helpless before the genetic lock, Liang Yutian sighed. It's like a towering mountain, blocking the path of all strong individuals. It represents both the shackle and the limit of humanity. He turned to Chen Han, his tone serious. If someone could break past the 16.5 kilometers per second barrier, even by just 1 meter, it would usher in an unprecedented new era. Back then, everyone believed Han Haoren could break this curse. But unfortunately, his voice grew heavy. In the end, he fell to that terrifying entity in the northern extreme cold zone. Liang Yutian then revealed a little-known secret. Han Haoren's journey north wasn't just driven by the spirit of a pure martial artist's challenge. He also bore the hopes of all 8th-tier martial god powerhouses to break humanity's genetic lock. However, fate was cruel, and this mission went unfinished. Mr. Liang, Chen Han asked thoughtfully, stroking his chin, why do you think I can break the genetic lock? As a martial artist still far from the 8th tier, he was genuinely curious about Liang Yutian's reasoning. Liang Yutian gave a wry smile and patted his arm and chest. As the saying goes, experimentation is the foundation of all science. Don't be fooled by how normal I appear. In reality, I've modified myself over 1,000 times. Chen Han was momentarily stunned, silently marveling at the old man's determination. It was well known that a single modification could push an ordinary human body to its limit, leaving irreversible scars. Even with its great adaptation, which significantly reduced damage, it couldn't eliminate it entirely. Only a divine artifact like the chilin bone could offer immense benefits without harm, but such rare materials were far from easily obtainable. Once in a century, Liang Yutian exclaimed, even those with exceptional physical abilities can only undergo 2 or 3 modifications at most. But I've managed to go through 1,000. As he spoke, his eyes flickered with a complex light. This revelation meant that aside from his still conscious mind, there was hardly any part of his body that remained original. If Han Haoren is taking the path of challenging limits and unlocking genetic potential, then I've chosen the path of modification, Liang Yutian continued. I've been exploring whether the genetic traits of alien beasts or machines could break the human limit of 16.5 kilometers per second. At this point, he let out a deep sigh. Unfortunately, I failed. Despite over 1,000 modifications, Liang Yutian was unable to surpass the genetic lock of humanity. However, during this long period of experimentation, he stumbled upon an astonishing truth: certain individuals born with unique genetic traits, referred to as natural anomalies, might have the potential to break free from the constraints of the human genetic lock. The genetic sequence of such individuals was fundamentally different from that of ordinary people. However, throughout the history of Daxia, natural anomalies shared a fatal flaw. Their innate talent was abysmal, unable to surpass the limits of a level aptitude. This characteristic made survival in a talent-driven era exceedingly difficult. Many natural anomalies either perished early in their cultivation journey or lived mediocre lives, struggling even to reach the rank of a general, let alone achieving the status of a martial god. But Chen Han was an exceptional anomaly, defying all conventions. No wonder Liang Yutian's gaze burned with fervor. In his eyes, Chen Han wasn't just a genius, was the only hope for all martial artists trapped at the 8th level of martial god. If Chen Han could achieve the breakthrough from 0 to 1, others might finally have the chance to follow. Young man, you absolutely must not die, Liang Yutian said, pulling out a small piece of paper. This is my phone number. As long as you're within Daxia, call me anytime, and I'll be there. Anyone who dares to mess with you, I'll take them out first. If not for the fact that Chen Han was already under Yu Yuan's mentorship, Liang Yutian might have taken him as a disciple on the spot. Just then, a group of Thunder God army soldiers suddenly kicked down the door, raising their weapons at the two men. Who the hell dares cause trouble in the capital? Tired of living, are you? Who unleashed those flames just now? You're under arrest for endangering public safety. Since the room's lighting equipment had been destroyed by Chen Han earlier, the soldiers didn't recognize who they were dealing with. Emboldened by their supreme enforcement authority in the capital, they acted with brazen arrogance, which had long drawn the ire of the public. But this time, they had picked the wrong fight. Before Chen Han could react, a golden needle shot up from behind Liang Yutian. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Thunder God army soldiers exploded into a mist of blood. The seemingly ordinary golden needle caused devastating explosions upon piercing human bodies, showcasing the terrifying power of a martial god-level expert from the same era as Yu Wuyun. The soldiers outside froze in shock, their eyes darting to the Forbidden Zone sign near the medical clinic area, so dangerous that even the Thunder God army dared not tread lightly. Anyone killed here could only accept their fate. Senior, our deepest apologies. Please forgive us. The squad leader of the Thunder God army stammered, hastily leading the remaining soldiers away in panic. Liang Yutian acted as if nothing had happened, turning to Chen Han with a kind smile. See that, young man? That's how it's done. Anyone who troubles you, we'll take care of them. Chen Han gave an awkward smile, finally understanding why this seemingly gentle and scholarly doctor had such a close relationship with Yu Weian when it came to killing. Liang Yutian didn't hesitate for a second. The news of the Thunder God army suffering casualties of over a dozen in the capital spread like a storm. At the same time, word of champion Marquis Chen Han earning the favor of the divine healer Liang Yutian rapidly circulated among the influential families. The 10 martial gods, once heroes who vanquished the fire chilin, still held a revered status in the power-entangled capital, comparable to current marshals Jung Go and Ouyang Quan. Now, Chen Han, bearing accolades from the northern expedition, supported by Yu Wuyun, allied with Di Qingtian, and aided by Liang Yutian, had achieved a level of prominence that shook the entire capital. Ding Mushuan paced restlessly in his residence, every piece of news about Chen Han making his heart race with unease. Staring at the messenger before him, his voice carried disbelief. In just 2 days, Chen Han has turned the entire capital upside down. He acquired the Red God mech, executed Ma Jing in the streets, forced the second marshal of Daxia to bow in the Black Rock prison, and now there's talk of modified chilin flames spreading throughout the city. The weight of these events rivals all major happenings in the capital over the past decade combined. It's truly unbelievable. The messenger couldn't help but sigh. Each piece of news we uncover is more astonishing than the last. Rubbing his temples with a troubled expression, Ding Mushuan was overwhelmed. In the capital, only the Ma family and the Ding family were openly at odds with Chen Han now. Everyone else was waiting to watch the Ding family's downfall. He had entirely abandoned any thought of seeking revenge on Chen Han, praying instead that Chen Han would return to the military or the northern front soon so he could stop living in constant fear. Have all of the Ding family's martial emperor-level experts been dispatched? Ding Mushuan asked urgently. Chen Han's safety must be ensured at all costs. Tell them that as long as he remains in the capital, his life is tied to the fate of the entire Ding family. It's more important than their own lives. Rest assured, Master. 10 martial emperors are secretly protecting Chen Han without leaving his side, the messenger replied respectfully. Ding Mushuan exhaled slightly in relief and then asked, any trace of Ma Jun? If you find him, take him down immediately. If necessary, eliminate him on the spot. Beyond his fears for Chen Han's safety, he was even more terrified that the reckless Ma Jun would seek revenge and implicate the Ding family. We've mobilized every force in the capital to search for him, but Ma Jun seems to be hiding very well, the messenger said, shaking his head. Let's hope that fool has already escaped the capital. Otherwise, hell be the death of the Ding family. Ding Mushuan said with a furrowed brow. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Jun had not left the capital. In fact, he was hiding somewhere within its confines, scheming an assassination attempt against Chen Han. In a dim, damp underground chamber, a grotesque figure lurked, a monstrous woman of extreme obesity, weighing over 300 pounds. Behind her enormous body trailed a sinister scorpion tail. She was like a fusion of human and beast. There could be no more fitting description for the figure known as Hong Pi before them. Her massive frame almost touched the ceiling of the basement, and her grotesque physique sent chills down anyone's spine. 30 years ago, this woman from a small border town was the most feared SS-level fugitive in the Decisive Empire. Hailing from a family rooted in the Miaozhong region, she was naturally skilled in witchcraft and venom arts. Her extraordinary talent allowed her to reach the martial emperor level by the age of 40, setting an unparalleled milestone for those who used poison as their path to power in the past century. At the time, Yu Wuyun, impressed by her abilities, personally visited her multiple times, inviting her to join the military. Indeed, her venom skills were so potent that even mythical beasts could be subdued, making her a veritable human weapon. However, this prodigy harbored a disturbing obsession. She forced herself onto men in the military camp, and when met with resistance, she would brutally murder them. The number of victims exceeded 300. But even that wasn't the most horrifying part. After escaping the military camp, it was as if she had developed a taste for slaughter. In a single night, she unleashed poison that claimed the lives of over 800,000 people in a secondary major city. Such monstrous acts finally enraged Yu Wuyun, who led a siege near the outskirts of the capital to eliminate her. At the time, her bounty reached a staggering 10 billion, making it a case that shocked the entire nation. What no one could have anticipated, however, was that this demonic woman had been hiding in a basement in the capital all along. Just then, the basement door creaked open. Ma Jun stepped into the room, his expression cold and stern. Well, what's this? You've decided to personally deliver my food today? Hong Pa's face twisted into a cruel smile. Why didn't you bring that handsome young man from last time? Ma Jun remained expressionless. For all these years, the Ma family has done far too many unspeakable things to sustain you. 20 good-looking men every month, you have no idea how difficult that is to arrange. It's time for you to repay the Ma family. Hong Pa rose to her feet, her towering figure making Ma Jun seem as small as a child. Ma Jun, don't get ahead of yourself. If it weren't for the fact that you've been serving me well, I would have wiped out your entire family long ago. Now, tell me, what is it you want? Kill someone for me, Ma Jun said bluntly. Who? Champion Marquis Chen Han. Ma Jun paused. And just so you know, he's Yu Yuan's successor. Who? Yu Wuyun. Ma Jun's expression turned to one of surprise when he heard the name mentioned by Madame Hong. Do you not know that everyone says Yu Wuyun was the one who recognized my potential and became my mentor? Madame Hong's words left Ma Jun momentarily puzzled. He frowned and said, You? Someone like you still cares about such things? Besides, wasn't it Yu Wuyun who nearly killed you back then? It was my father who saved you, wasn't it? At the mention of the past, a flicker of malice crossed Madame Hong's eyes. 30 years ago, in a deadly duel, Yu Wuyun, the undisputed top martial artist of the time, had slashed her chest open with a single strike. Yet, his overconfidence had led him to leave without confirming the kill. Little did he know that the parasitic worms in Madame Hong's body could heal her wounds, combined with her years of cultivating a unique physique through the practice of Gu. She had only entered a state of feigned death, later to be rescued by Ma Jun's father. Since then, she had been lying low in the capital for 3 decades. You misunderstand me, Madame Hong sneered, revealing her blackened teeth. I'm not saying kill him. I want him alive. I want to break him, to toy with him slowly. Yu Wuyun, you're old now, and you still think you can find a successor? Seeing the twisted expression on Madame Hong's face, Ma Jun knew he had found the right ally. Since the Ding family couldn't be relied upon, he had no choice but to turn to these ruthless outlaws. Meanwhile, walking along the streets, Chen Han had no idea he was being targeted. Although his body modifications had been completed quickly, the other members of the Cold Night Squad had taken more time. Ji Yun had upgraded to swift prosthetic legs and only finished 2 days ago. Zhu Meng had enhanced the back of his neck for improved mechanical sensitivity, while Zhao Yufei equipped himself with a mechanical arm to amplify his thunderous strikes. Although the surgeon was only a disciple of Liang Yutian, a renowned physician in the capital, the group's overall strength had significantly improved. Zhao Linger's modifications, however, stood out as unique. She hadn't disclosed exactly what had been altered, but the changes were obvious. Her posture was more upright, and her height difference with Chen Han had narrowed by half a centimeter. Her figure had also become more striking, with curves that were even more pronounced when she donned her red bodysuit. This left Chen Han perplexed. Was it a modification or cosmetic surgery? The group had planned to meet up today to pick up Ji Yun and enjoy a proper gathering. Since arriving in the capital, they hadn't had the chance to dine together. Chen Han generously reserved a table at the finest restaurant. With drinks flowing and camaraderie deepening, they eventually headed back to the Marquis residence. But as they approached an intersection, the streetlights around them suddenly went out, plunging the area into darkness. Zhao Yufei was just about to contact his acquaintance at the power company when he was shocked to find that his phone had no signal whatsoever. It wasn't just him. Chen Han and the others also found their phones completely dead. Clearly, someone had meticulously set up an electromagnetic jamming device in the area. Zhao Linger furrowed her delicate brows, her instincts on high alert. In a city like Beijing, a large-scale blackout was unheard of for decades, let alone a complete loss of signal. The members of the Cold Night team immediately assumed a defensive stance. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Chen Han, I've been watching you for days. Observing your every move along the champion Marquis' usual route, I realized this spot is the perfect place for an ambush. Chen Han focused his gaze. The man approaching was a middle-aged man with a dark and sullen expression. Chen Han had noticed him before, but hadn't paid him much attention. Now, hearing what the man said, he quickly pieced together his identity. You're Ma Jing's father, Ma Jun, aren't you? That's right. Ma Jun sneered coldly. What goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one. Chen Han, you killed my son. So you should have known this day would come. No matter who you are, a life for a life, that's justice. Hearing that the man was Ma Jun, the members of the Cold Night team couldn't help but gasp. It was well known that Ma Jun was a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Clearly, he had been planning this for some time, choosing this desolate intersection and jamming all communications to ensure Chen Han couldn't call for help. Young Master Chen, this is trouble. Ma Jun is a renowned figure in Beijing, and now he's out for blood. Ji-yoon said worriedly. Chen Han, however, remained unfazed. After all, Ma Jun wasn't the only one who had been secretly tracking him these past few days. Suddenly, several figures appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Ma Jun. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 10 martial emperor-level experts. Champion Marquis, we apologize for the oversight. It's our fault for not keeping this dog on a leash, allowing him the opportunity to attack you, the leader of the group said respectfully, bowing toward Chen Han. These 10 individuals were martial emperor-level protectors secretly sent by the Ding family to guard Chen Han. Ma Jun scoffed disdainfully. Huh. The Ding family, a bunch of cowards. The Ding family warriors were furious. After all, the Ma family was merely a subordinate to the Ding family. Ma Jun, the family head ordered you to stay put at home. Since you refused to listen, don't blame us for being ruthless. Although these Ding family warriors were nominally Ma Jun's cousins, they clearly had no intention of holding back. Given Ma Jun's strength, he likely wouldn't last more than 10 moves against 10 martial emperors. However, Ma Jun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you cowards. Do you think I came unprepared? Before his voice had even faded, a massive shadow leapt out from a nearby building. One of the Ding family warriors was caught off guard and struck down with a single palm. Normally, a martial emperor's physique was extraordinarily resilient, and such a blow wouldn't be fatal. But after collapsing, the warrior's skin rapidly turned pitch black, and he never got back up. A single strike to kill a martial emperor. This sudden turn of events shocked not only the Ding family warriors, but also made Chen Han furrow his brows. Fourth brother, I will avenge you. Two Ding family warriors, overcome with grief and fury, launched a ferocious attack with their powerful martial arts. But before their fists could land, the shadowy figure casually waved its wide sleeve, and 2 streams of black mist pierced through their skulls. In the blink of an eye, 2 more martial emperors fell. In less than a minute, 3 had perished. This was the terrifying power of an SS-level fugitive. This scene not only stunned the martial emperor of the Ding family, but also left the members of the Cold Knight squad in utter shock. Chen Han, too, stared at the sight before him in disbelief. 10 powerful warriors of the Ding family, whose strength ranged from the 3rd to the 6th level of martial emperor, had been so effortlessly killed. This defied all logic. Even a martial venerable wouldn't have been able to eliminate them with such ease. Unless the one who acted was a martial god. But this speculation was quickly dismissed. Martial gods were exceedingly rare across the entire Great Xia. Given their status and position, if one had truly been hired by Ma Jun to carry out a mission, they would never resort to such underhanded assassination tactics. It would be beneath them. When the figure finally revealed their face, the members of the Cold Knight squad were overwhelmed with nausea, with Ji-yoon even vomiting on the spot. That facade was grotesque and terrifying, like a monstrous war machine. Most of the Cold Knight squad were young, with the eldest, Zhao Linger, being only 25 years old. It was understandable that they didn't recognize Hong Po. However, the martial emperors of the Ding family, all over 50 years old, froze in terror the moment they saw her face. It's Hong Po? How could she be here? She's still alive? That's impossible. She was declared dead 30 years ago. Fear surged through the hearts of the Ding family's martial emperors like a tidal wave. 30 years ago, when this generation of the Ding family's martial emperors was beginning to rise, it was also the peak of Hong Pa's reign of terror. She roamed the land, leaving a trail of blood wherever she went. Her methods of killing were eerily sinister. She could wipe out an entire village or town in a single night. The entire Great Xia was gripped by a state of panic and dread. Hong Pa was extremely cunning, never appearing in places guarded by martial gods. If not for Yu Huayan's relentless pursuit, no one would have been able to stop her. During that time, parents in the capital would scare disobedient children by saying, if you don't behave, Hong Pa will come for you. The fear of Hong Pa had been deeply etched into the very bones of that generation. Zhao Yufei quickly explained Hong Pa's background to Chen Han, emphasizing her status as an SS-level fugitive. I never thought that after 30 years, this demon would still be alive. It seems that General Yu wasn't able to completely eliminate her back then, Zhao Yufei remarked with a sigh. Hong Pa's presence instantly dominated the atmosphere, enveloping everyone in an oppressive aura. Even Chen Han couldn't help but furrow his brows. While he had anticipated trouble from Ma Jun, Hong Pa's sudden appearance caught him off guard. The depths of this power struggle in the capital were proving to be unfathomable, so much so that even an SS-level fugitive could brazenly show up in the streets. At that moment, one of the Ding family's martial emperors, overwhelmed by fear, turned to flee. Stop right there. The leading martial emperor of the Ding family commanded harshly. He continued, have you forgotten the patriarch's instructions? Chen Han's life is the lifeblood of the Ding family. This Ding family martial emperor clearly understood the stakes. Running away now would not only be futile, but would also plunge the Ding family into greater trouble. After all, To outsiders, the Red Madam had been dead for 30 years. If anything happened to Chen Han, the blame would inevitably fall on the Ding family. At this life-or-death moment, they had no choice but to stand their ground. The remaining 7 Ding family martial emperors seemed to have made up their minds. They quickly formed a circle, trapping the Red Madam in the center. Their faces flushed unnaturally, and waves of heat began to rise from their bodies as their aura intensified. Captain Chun, that's the Ding family soul ignition technique? Zhao Yufei exclaimed in shock. They're burning their spiritual power to boost their strength. This move damages the enemy, but at great cost to themselves. Known for their domineering nature, the Ding family combined this self-sacrificial technique with their martial prowess, making even martial sovereigns wary. Though the Red Madam was extraordinarily gifted, her strength had stagnated at the 8th rank of martial emperor after being severely injured by Yu Wuyun. Yet, even when faced with 7 Ding family martial emperors burning their spiritual power, she showed no trace of panic. As an unconventional fighter who integrated witchcraft into martial arts, her reputation for being invincible among peers in the military was well-earned. 7 heavy punches landed simultaneously on the Red Madam's plump body, but she burst into laughter. 30 years, and someone in the capital still remembers me? How delightful. At the moment the punches sank into her flesh, a bizarre scene unfolded. Wisps of what appeared to be black mist, actually tiny venomous worms, spread along the attackers' fists and burrowed into their bodies in an instant. Within seconds, 6 martial emperors collapsed, lifeless. Only the leader reacted quickly, decisively severing his own arm to narrowly escape death. In just 3 minutes, 10 Ding family martial emperors were reduced to 1. This horrific scene left the members of the Cold Knight squad frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. Taking advantage of their shock, the Red Madam suddenly appeared before Chen Han. So, you're Yu Wuyun's successor, huh? Such smooth, delicate skin. It's been ages since I've seen such a handsome young man. Let me gift you a love goo. Before her words even faded, the black mist of venomous worms surged toward Chen Han's face. The Cold Knight squad members were filled with rage and despair, but were too overwhelmed by the Red Madam's aura to move. The lone surviving Ding family martial emperor was even more stricken with regret. If Chen Han fell into the Red Madam's hands, the entire Ding family would face annihilation. But they all underestimated one critical fact. While Chen Han's level might not surpass the 8th rank of martial emperor, he was the Red Madam's natural nemesis. A pillar of flame suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire street. Chen Han's expression was cold and resolute as the sacred chilin flame enveloped his body. The deadly black mist of venomous worms disintegrated into ashes the moment it touched the sacred fire. The phrase immune to all poisons was no exaggeration. At this moment, the advantage was entirely Chen Han's. The venomous insects controlled by the Red Madam were utterly insignificant in front of Chen Han. The sacred fire chilin flame danced in his palm, instantly reducing the swarm of black insects to ashes. This scene not only left the Ding family martial emperor and his group in shock, but also rendered the Red Madam herself utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? She blurted out, clearly having never encountered such an extraordinary flame. The Ding family martial emperor was equally perplexed. Moments ago, the Red Madam's black mist of venomous insects had effortlessly claimed the lives of 9 of his brother's warriors, who were an entire major realm above Chen Han in strength, unable to put up any resistance. By all logic, Chen Han, a mere 4th-tier martial general, should have been no match for the Red Madam. A flash of insight struck the martial emperor. He speculated that the Red Madam might have a fear of fire. Acting on this hunch, he immediately took out a lighter, poured some gasoline onto his hand, and ignited it, turning his fist into a blazing fireball. Red Madam, prepare to die. Seizing the moment while her attention was drawn to Chen Han, he launched a surprise attack from behind, aiming a fiery punch at the back of her head. The Red Madam's eyes narrowed with disdain. Courting death, she sneered. Before her words fully landed, the black mist of venomous insects engulfed the martial emperor's fist, effortlessly extinguishing the ordinary flames. At the critical moment, Chen Han waved his hand, and the sacred fire chilin flame incinerated the deadly swarm in an instant, saving the martial emperor. Ordinary flames were no match for the Red Madam, an SS-level fugitive. Such an obvious weakness had long been tested by others. It was said that even those born with innate fire abilities had met their end at her hands, hundreds of them, in fact. The Red Madam set aside her initial contempt and scrutinized Chen Han seriously. In this world, only the divine healer Liang Yutian can truly suppress my venomous insects. Others either rely on overwhelming power or end up being killed by me. You are clearly neither the former nor the latter. Who exactly are you? Chen Han had no interest in wasting words. The Overlord's spear in his hand was instantly engulfed in sacred fire chilin flame. He unleashed the Beidou Howren spear technique, a sweeping strike imbued with an unstoppable force, targeting the Red Madam's face. Not daring to underestimate the attack, the Red Madam raised her arm to block it. However, to the astonishment of everyone present, this renowned 8th-tier martial emperor was sent flying several meters by Chen Han's spear strike, landing awkwardly on the ground. When it came to raw strength, Hong Po was surprisingly no match for Chen Han. This discovery stemmed from Chen Han's keen observations. During his battle with the Ding family's martial emperor, he astutely noticed that this 8th-tier martial emperor, Hong Po, actually had weaker base attributes than the 10 martial emperors of the Ding family. Her ability to withstand their attacks was not due to superior strength, but rather her tough skin and the enhancement provided by the parasitic insects within her. Having discerned this, Chen Han launched a decisive assault without hesitation. The Beidou Howren spear technique displayed astonishing power in his hands, thrusting, slashing, and stabbing with precision, each strike landing on Hong Po's vital points. In mere moments, her body was riddled with spear wounds, blood pouring profusely. Chen Han's chilin flame, which had a potent suppressive effect on the parasitic insects, rendered her prized regenerative abilities completely ineffective. The Ding family's martial emperor, who was observing from the sidelines, was utterly dumbfounded. A 3rd-tier martial general managing to suppress an 8th-tier martial emperor, an SS-ranked fugitive, to the point of helplessness was beyond belief. When he discerned Hong Po's weakness in her basic attributes, he was even more in awe of Chen Han's insight, silently grateful for the family patriarch's prior warning to avoid provoking this champion Marquis. Cornered, Hong Po finally unleashed her ultimate trump card. She released 2 venomous insect kings she had cultivated over decades, the Black Scorpion Emperor and the 6-winged centipede. These terrifying creatures, capable of threatening even martial god-level warriors, attacked Chen Han from both sides, while her scorpion tail aimed directly at his crown. This was her ultimate weapon, initially reserved for dealing with Yu Wuyun. However, to everyone's shock, the 2 fearsome insect kings disintegrated into ashes before they could even approach Chen Han, consumed by the outer flames of the chilin flame. Although Hong Po's scorpion tail managed to leave a scratch on Chen Han's forehead, it healed instantly under the powerful restorative abilities of the chilin flame. Meanwhile, Ma Jun, who was watching anxiously, grew increasingly distressed, as time was running out for them. But just as Chen Han's overlord spear was about to pierce Hong Po's throat, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield: the Grand Marshal of Daxia, Yu Wuyun, and the Divine Physician, Liang Yutian. Surprisingly, Yu Wuyun's expression remained calm as he looked at Hong Po, as if he had anticipated this encounter. "Honggu, I never thought this day would finally come," he remarked. Yu Wuyun seemed to have anticipated that Hong Po would still be alive. The deep furrow in his brow revealed that what truly surprised him was encountering her within the capital. As the Grand Marshal of Daxia, Yu Wuyun had not risen to such a position through brute strength alone. Even Han Howren, the renowned figure of his time, had to concede to him. With his usual cautious nature, how could he have made the elementary mistake of not finishing her off? Especially when it came to someone like Hong Po, a former subordinate whose ability to regenerate her body using parasitic insects he knew all too well. If it had been any other SS-level fugitive, he would have dismembered them completely, perhaps even reduced their remains to ashes. In truth, it was the immense pressure from above that had forced him to put on a show of eliminating her. Looking back, Hong Po had once held the rank of Major General in the military, achieving great feats as she defended against 18 waves of beast attacks outside the Tongtian Wall. Her contributions were undeniable. Unfortunately, she later strayed down a dark path. Even so, Yu Wuyun had never dealt her a fatal blow, allowing her to slip through his fingers time and time again. It wasn't until her final atrocity, poisoning 80,000 people and shocking the entire nation, that he had no choice but to publicly take action. Yet even then, he left her a sliver of life. Yu Wuyun carried guilt in his heart. If it hadn't been for his repeated efforts to recruit her from a small border town, she might have lived her life as a carefree villager. Seeing Yu Wuyun's reaction, Hong Po could guess what he was thinking, but there wasn't a trace of gratitude in her eyes. Instead, they burned with a bone-chilling hatred. She glared at him with such intensity that it seemed to freeze the air around them. "Yu Wuyun, do you think I should be grateful to you for this? Should I build a monument in your honor?" Her voice dripped with scorn. Although she bore no intent to kill Chen Han, her murderous aura toward Yu Wuyun was almost tangible. This deep, seething hatred went far beyond the animosity between a hunter and their prey. Chen Han and Zhao Linger exchanged a knowing glance. Hong Po's hatred for Yu Wuyun clearly stemmed from a love that had turned into resentment. And indeed, that was the case. Years ago, Yu Wuyun had repeatedly and earnestly persuaded her to leave her secluded mountain village, all for the sake of her talent and service to the nation. Yet Hong Po misunderstood his intentions. Having never ventured beyond the mountains, she mistook his sincerity for romantic affection. After achieving great military success, she confessed her feelings to Yu Wuyun, only to face rejection. The result was inevitable. The once celebrated general became an SS-level fugitive. Witnessing this scene, Liang Yutian could no longer hold back his anger. He turned to Yu Wuyun and roared, "Yu Wuyun, what an excellent subordinate you've raised. Let me tell you, if anything happens to Chen Han, you and I are not finished." His fury wasn't without reason. If Chen Han hadn't obtained the Chilin flame 2 days earlier, Hong Pa's level of power would have likely spelled disaster for him. Finally, Yu Wuyun turned to Chen Han. After carefully assessing that he was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Chen Han, I'm sorry I was late." The heavy words "I'm sorry" fell from Yu Wuyun's lips, laden with guilt not only for failing to arrive in time, but also as an apology for what Hongpa had done in the past. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes as he recalled the scene from years ago, standing before the families of the 800,000 victims. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, while inwardly acknowledging Ma Jun's cunning. After staking out the area for days, Ma Jun had indeed chosen the most ideal spot for an ambush. However, with the arrival of Yu Wuyun and Liang Yutian, the enemy's plans had already been thwarted. But at that moment, Hongpa suddenly glanced at the time, and a crazed smile crept across her face. "Yu Wuyun, aren't you always preaching about the nation and its people? Today, I'll ensure your complete disgrace." Chen Han immediately sensed something was wrong. Just as he shouted, "Not good, they have a backup plan," deafening explosions erupted from all corners of the capital. The blasts didn't release ordinary smoke, but a spreading scion mist filled with countless venomous insects meticulously cultivated by Hongpa. Hongpa burst into maniacal laughter. "These are all the venomous creatures I've spent 30 years refining. Everyone in the capital below the level of Wuzuan will be dead within a day. The capital will become a city of death." She turned to Liang Yutian, her madness fully unveiled. Not even he can find the antidote. Before her words had fully landed, anguished screams began to echo from all directions. The venomous insects attacked based on the victim's cultivation level. Ordinary citizens would succumb within half an hour, while martial emperors could last up to a day. The scion poison mist was already spreading across hundreds of miles, and even the Northern Expedition Army outside the city wouldn't escape its reach. Among the capital's 30 million inhabitants, fewer than 100 were at the Wuzuan level or higher. Hongpa's claim of a city of death was no exaggeration. Yu Wuyun was consumed by fury, veins bulging as his killing intent surged. But Hongpa gave him no chance to act. She suddenly grabbed Chen Han's overlord spear and, without hesitation, drove it toward her own throat. "This woman is terrifying," Ji Yun couldn't help but remark. Hongpa might not be able to kill Yu Wuyun, but she could destroy everything he cared about. The capital was the heart of the Grand Xia Empire. Its fall would cripple the entire nation, especially with its elite forces concentrated within the city. The Ding family's martial emperor erupted in rage, turning to Ma Jun and roaring, "Ma Jun, have you gone insane? The poison mist won't spare your Ma family either. This is suicide." Ma Jun sneered in disdain. "And what of it? My son is dead. I have nothing left to live for. If I can't kill you, Chen Han, then I'll take the entire city and its people to the grave with me." In Ma Jun's plan, every detail was meticulously calculated. He personally scouted the locations to determine the best spot to ambush Chen Han, while Madame Hong planted deadly insect bombs all across the capital. Their objective was clear: capture Chen Han alive within 5 minutes. However, if they exceeded this time limit and Yu Wuyun managed to arrive at the scene, the consequences would be catastrophic. The insect bombs scattered throughout the city would detonate simultaneously, turning the bustling capital into a lifeless ruin in an instant. To ensure the plan's success, Ma Jun was even prepared to sacrifice his entire family. He understood that any premature evacuation of his clan would arouse suspicion. Just as he finished speaking, Ma Jun suddenly pulled out a pill, inside which a venomous insect writhed visibly. Without hesitation, he swallowed it and collapsed to the ground, dead clearly, a gift left for him by Madame Hong. At the same time, Madame Hong's green toxic mist began to spread rampantly through the capital. Harrowing cries echoed through the streets. "My wife! What's happening to you? My child! Somebody help my child!" The horrifying screams spread like a plague, but the mist's potency far exceeded that of any disease. It was utterly incurable. Liang Yutian captured a few of the venomous insects for close examination, then turned to Yu Wuyun with a sigh of regret. "Your old subordinate was right. It would take at least 3 days to develop an antidote. These venomous insects were specifically engineered to target me." 3 days, a time frame that rendered everything futile. Beads of cold sweat were visibly forming on Yu Wuyun's forehead, marking the first time Chen Han had ever seen the commander in such a state of panic. With 3 million people, the elite of the human race, at risk of perishing, the Great Xia dynasty would not recover for at least a century. If foreign enemies were to invade, the entire human race could face annihilation. Madame Hong's move had struck directly at Yu Wuyun's Achilles' heel. Zhao Linger urgently reminded him, "Commander Yu, the toxic mist hasn't spread beyond the city yet. We should immediately order the Northern Expedition Army to retreat." With their marching speed, they should be able to avoid the mist. Yu Wuyun was about to issue the order but hesitated, his outstretched hand pulling back. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to make a fateful decision. Lieutenant Zhaolinger, I order you to notify the entire Northern Expedition Army outside the city to enter the capital immediately. There must be no delay. This command shocked the members of the Cold Night Squad. Only Chen Han remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Zhaolinger was incredulous. Commander Yu, isn't this sending our brothers to their deaths? Even the usually composed Zhao Yufei couldn't hold back his protest. Commander Yu, we've just crawled back from the brink of death. How could you do this? What will the brothers think? Yu Wuyun's face was filled with sorrow, but he only uttered 5 words. We are soldiers. With these words, the members of the Cold Night Squad fell into a heavy silence. A soldier's duty is to protect the nation. Faced with this catastrophic disaster affecting 30 million people, Yu Wuyun understood deeply. In the face of such a crisis, if the army retreats first, its honor will be lost forever. The harrowing cries of the survivors would remain an everlasting scar on the hearts of the Northern Expedition Army. After Zhaolinger and the others left, only Yu Wuyun and Chen Han remained at the scene. Yu Wuyun could no longer hold himself together. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Chen Han, it was my mistake. My momentary compassion back then has caused such a calamity. The poisonous mist and insects had already spread to their vicinity but were unable to penetrate the protective barrier of the Chilin flame, nor could they harm a war god like Yu Wuyun. Yet, this brought Yu Wuyun no comfort. Instead, it deepened his despair. He, the invincible number 1 in the world, could not save even a single civilian in this moment. Chen Han gazed at the poisonous insects that were instantly reduced to ashes by the Chilin flame. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eye. She had thought of a solution. At the city gates, chaos had erupted. Under the shroud of the poisonous mist, warriors who had not yet succumbed to its effects scrambled to escape, trampling and fighting one another. Ironically, the soldiers of the Thunder Army stood out among them, their desperate attempts to flee forming a stark contrast to the advancing Northern Expedition forces preparing to enter the city. Zhaolinger had swiftly rallied 70 to 80,000 Northern Expedition troops in record time. Her expression was resolute as she conveyed Commander Yu's orders to the soldiers. We are entering the city to search for and rescue any survivors who have not yet been poisoned. If anyone is afraid, you may leave now, and Commander Yu will not hold you accountable. Despite the hellish scene awaiting them in the city, not a single one of the 80,000 soldiers flinched. They donned protective gear, even though they knew these measures might be futile. Hong-Po's poisonous insects could easily pierce through the suits, finding even the smallest gaps to invade the human body. Just as Zhaolinger was about to issue the command to move out, Chen Han suddenly appeared. His presence instantly boosted the morale of the soldiers. This champion Marquis, who had created the miracle of Red Wolf City, always seemed to find a way out of impossible situations. Saving one person at a time? Why not save them all? Chen Han snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a deep crimson Chilin flame ignited on the bodies of the 80,000 soldiers. The soldiers' initial fear quickly turned to joy. The flames caused them no harm but instantly incinerated the poisonous mist and insects that came near. Chen Han had meticulously controlled the temperature of the flames, ensuring their safety while maintaining their effectiveness against the venomous creatures. In theory, if all 30 million residents of the capital could gather in one place, Chen Han could save them all in one fell swoop. But given the chaotic situation, that was clearly unrealistic. However, the 80,000 Northern Expedition troops were enough. They would act as sparks, spreading like wildfire to restore order and hope throughout the capital. The unique ability of the Chilin flame was discovered by Chen Han purely by chance. This extraordinary power surpasses the imagination of ordinary fire element talent users, showcasing 2 astonishing characteristics. The first is its precise temperature control. Chen Han can compress the scorching Chilin flame to a mere 37 degrees Celsius, matching the surface temperature of the human body. When the Chilin flame adheres to someone, it not only avoids causing burns, but instead provides a sensation akin to the soothing warmth of a hot spring. The second is its distinctive conductivity. Unlike the simple ignition property of regular fire element abilities, the Chilin flame possesses both ignition and conduction capabilities. This dual nature enables the Chilin flame to instantly spread across the bodies of the 80,000 soldiers in the Northern Expedition Army. Even more astonishing is that this conduction causes no harm to the carriers. Instead, it transfers the Chilin flame's incredible regenerative ability to them. This combination of defense, regeneration, and destruction is unprecedented among fire element talents. Traditionally, fire is synonymous with destruction, but Chen Han's Chilin flame defies this perception. Its ability to grant both defensive and restorative powers to others makes it more akin to a light element ability, much like Zhang Zilin's holy light. This explains why the talent is named the Sacred Chilin Flame. Flame signifies its fire element essence, while sacred hints at its light element attributes. This dual-element talent is immensely powerful, with destructive force capable of instantly incinerating the Red Widow's lifebound goo insects, which even martial god-level experts struggle to contend with. Its defensive and regenerative properties far surpass Jun Zilin's S-level light-element talent. Looking back, when the sacred beast fire chilin invaded from the western regions, even the 10 top-tier experts dispatched by Decisive suffered losses, with 2 martial gods falling in battle. If not for the presence of Han Howren, the remaining 9 martial gods might have perished alongside the fire chilin. It was only under Han Howren's endurance of the chilin flame's fierce assault that he managed to deliver a fatal blow to the beast. Now, the sacred chilin flame mastered by Chen Han, though currently only its level, has already exceeded most SS-level talents. When it grows to its full potential at SS level, its power will likely transcend everyone's expectations. As a talent so unique that even the system cannot categorize it, its potential is immeasurable. At this moment, however, Chen Han remains unaware of yet another astonishing effect hidden within the Chilin flame. The Northern Expedition Army, empowered by the Chilin flame, has already stormed into the capital. Following Chen Han's instructions, they are spreading this mysterious fire through every street and alley. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the city, a mother clings tightly to her child, sobbing, as a wave of green insect fog crashes down like an avalanche, threatening to engulf the last untouched corner. Is anyone there? Please, save my child. The desperate cry of a woman pierced through the night. Her eyes were filled with despair. Moments ago, she had watched her husband charge into the insect-infested mist in a desperate bid to find a way out, only to collapse mere steps away. At this critical moment, a figure emerged from the mist, surrounded by fiery light. It was Xiaolinger. Her movements were now more agile than ever, and a pair of ethereal white wings, reminiscent of a fairy, had sprouted from her back. You're safe now, Xiaolinger reassured the mother and her child. But I need to borrow your house. Without hesitation, she pressed her hand against the wooden beam behind her. In an instant, deep crimson flames roared to life, engulfing the wooden structure. Stay here and don't move, she instructed before dashing off toward her next objective. Thank you, young lady. The woman began to express her gratitude, but Xiaolinger's figure was already disappearing into the distance. Don't thank me, Xiaolinger's voice echoed in the air. The one saving you is the champion Marquis. Similar scenes were unfolding across the capital. At a crowded intersection, 2 members of the Thunder God Army were locked in a heated argument. Let me go first. Why should it be you? Whoever slower dies first. As they quarreled, a shadow streaked past them like lightning. In an instant, deep crimson flames ignited around them, burning away the parasitic insects clinging to their bodies. You useless fools, stop bickering, the figure shouted as it sped away. This is your territory, start saving people now. Remember, it's the champion Marquis who's saving you. The 2 soldiers stood frozen, catching only a glimpse of rabbit-like feet vanishing into the distance. From above, the capital was a sea of chaos. Ever since the Northern Expedition's 80,000 strong army had entered the city, flames had spread like wildfire. Crimson blazes erupted skyward in all directions, illuminating every face. The fiery glow extended for miles, drawing the attention of onlookers from outside the city. Meanwhile, Chen Han was still tirelessly rescuing survivors. A series of system notifications rang in his mind. Congratulations! Your base strength has increased by 0.5 kilograms. Congratulations! Your base strength has increased by 2 kilograms. Congratulations! Your vitality has been upgraded by 1 tier. These notifications had been coming in steadily for the past 5 minutes, and Chen Han could feel his core attributes improving with each passing moment. By the end of this night, the name of the champion Marquis would be etched into the hearts of the capital's 30 million inhabitants. He had not only saved these 30 million human elites, but also safeguarded the future of humanity itself. Chen Han was momentarily stunned as the continuous system notifications echoed in his ears. However, rescuing people was his top priority at the moment. He continued to manipulate the Chilin flame, letting it sweep through the entire city until the green poisonous mist had almost completely dissipated before finally halting. As the Chilin flame extinguished, the system notifications also ceased. Chen Han immediately pulled up the system interface to check, and to his astonishment, there were over 80,000 notifications accumulated. These notifications had granted him an incredible base strength increase of 120,000 kilograms and a 12-tier boost to his vitality. Over 80,000, Chen Han mulled over the number and suddenly gasped in shock. This figure matched precisely with the number of soldiers in the Northern Expedition Army. In other words, the attributes he had just gained were drawn from the soldiers of the expedition. This revealed another terrifying hidden ability of the Chilin Flamite could absorb the strength of those it connected with. Such a characteristic was unparalleled, even among all the light-based abilities known today. Analyzing the details of each notification, Chen Han noticed that the amount of strength absorbed varied. The highest was 5 points, likely drawn from the Northern Expeditions commander, Lu Zing. The lowest was only 0.5 points, probably from ordinary rank-and-file soldiers. As for the mid-tier generals, their contributions ranged between 2 and 3 points. While these values might seem insignificant to individual warriors, when combined, they formed an astonishingly powerful force. More importantly, Chen Han speculated that the chilin flame didn't just draw strength from those it connected with. Even those burned by it couldn't escape its effects. He recalled the 10-point strength notification during his previous battle with the Red Madam, which now made sense. This realization brought to Chen Han's mind the devastation caused by the fire chilin in the western cities years ago. Before its confrontation with the 10 martial gods, it had already caused the deaths and injuries of millions, undoubtedly absorbing an immense amount of strength. It was no wonder that even Han Hauran, the strongest in the world at the time, had nearly been sent flying hundreds of miles by a single swipe of its claw. Of course, the strength absorbed in this manner wasn't permanent and came with a time limit. During the battle between the 10 martial gods and the fire chilin, their initial lack of understanding of its characteristics led to the deaths of 2 martial gods. However, as the fight progressed, they discovered that the fire chilin's power was gradually weakening. Although the battle dragged on for a long time, there were no further casualties. Finally, Han Hauran delivered the fatal blow, exhausting the fire chilin to death. The effects of this sacred fire chilin flame are truly beyond expectation, Chen Han murmured in amazement, though a sense of doubt began to arise in his heart. The system had not provided a complete explanation of the chilin flame's many properties, leaving him to explore them step by step. This starkly contrasted with the system's detailed descriptions of other talents in the past. In truth, if the system were conscious, it might only offer Chen Han a helpless smile and explanation. The chilin flame was never part of the system's vast repository of talents, so how could it possibly know all its effects? The description of the chilin flame on the system interface was merely a projection based on its existing talent database. The only certainty was that it was a growth-type talent with dual destructive and restorative effects. By this time, the poisonous fog crisis in the capital had largely been brought under control, with only scattered cleanup tasks remaining. The phrase "champion Marquis" echoed through the streets and alleys of the capital, and wherever Chen Han went, he was met with heartfelt gratitude from the people. The Red Madam had planted hundreds of poison gas bombs throughout the city. If not for Chen Han's timely intervention, even if Liang Yutian had successfully developed an antidote, the losses would have been immeasurable. While some ordinary civilians without any cultivation perished during the incident, succumbing instantly upon contact with the poisonous insect fog, the fact that the capital, as the foremost city in the realm, boasted over 80 of its residents with warrior-level cultivation or higher, helped minimize casualties. Even the highest authority in the capital, the 24 Privy Council, was deeply grateful to Chen Han. Without his efforts, even if these officials had sought refuge in underground shelters, they would likely have met their demise. At this moment, Emperor Qingtian was in the council chambers drafting a document to reward Chen Han. Yu Wuyun stood silently in place, gazing at the burning skyline of the capital with a dazed expression. Liang Yutian stood beside him, patting him on the shoulder. "Old Yu, don't beat yourself up. I may criticize you, but who would truly blame you? The Red Madam was just a subordinate who betrayed you. This isn't your fault. You're too sentimental and prone to overthinking." Yu Wuyun remained silent, his face filled with sorrow. If not for Chen Han resolving the crisis, even Liang Yutian might not have been able to stop him from taking his own life to atone. Wary of this, Chen Han had specifically come to stand beside Yu Wuyun. Looking at the Red Madam's corpse, destroyed by the chilin flame and rendered beyond repair by her parasitic insects, Yu Wuyun finally spoke. "Chen Han, if you were me, how would you have dealt with Red Madam?" Chen Han answered bluntly, "Marshal Yu, if I were you, I would have killed her the first time she slaughtered her comrades in the army." Hearing Chen Han's words, the look of dejection on Yu Wuyun's face vanished in an instant. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. "Well said." At that moment, Zhao Linger ran over as well. Like Chen Han, she was deeply worried about Yu Wuyun, knowing his personality would lead him to shoulder the blame for what happened with Madame Hong. However, the scene before her caught her off guard. Yu Wuyun's smile wasn't forced. It was a genuine expression of relief. Chen Han was equally stunned by Zhao Linger's transformation. She was dressed in a tight-fitting red outfit, surrounded by blazing chilin flames, and a pair of delicate, translucent wings extended from her back. Her entire being exuded an astonishing beauty. But what shocked Chen Han even more was her enhanced strength. Her base power and speed had more than doubled. "You, what is this?" Chen Han began to ask, but Zhao Linger proudly pouted her lips. "Did you think Yu Shuai would only care about you?" Yu Wuyan immediately explained. "Chen Han, besides that piece of chilin bone, I also had a Dark Moon Elf exoskeleton, which I gave to Zhao." Dark Moon Elf? The name sent a shiver through Chen Han. During the early days of the spiritual energy resurgence, in the chaotic era of darkness, the continent saw not only mutated beasts from ordinary animals, but also fantastical creatures like vampires, dragons, and goblins. These beings emerged spontaneously near fallen meteorites and were far more challenging to deal with than regular mutated beasts. As humanity migrated to the southern regions with fewer meteorite impacts, and with Yu Wuyun and Han Heranthi, twin pillars of the empire, leading the charge in purging these creatures, fantastical beasts became exceedingly rare within the borders of Desya. The Dark Moon Elf was one of the rarest among them, known for its astonishing combat prowess. According to records, it would take 500 martial artist-level soldiers to subdue a single 8th-tier Dark Moon Elf. The defining trait of elf-type beasts was their high compatibility with humans, boasting incredible transplantation success rates. Most people had an A-grade compatibility with elf-type creatures, and those who developed elf wings achieved S-grade compatibility. This made elf bones a highly sought-after treasure among Desya's warriors, with their price skyrocketing to unimaginable heights. A complete exoskeleton was considered priceless. Although it couldn't quite compare to Chen Han's chilin bone, Zhao Linger's Dark Moon Elf exoskeleton was likely one of a kind in all of Desya. After all, such proud creatures would often rather die than allow themselves to be captured by humans. They also possess a self-destruction technique, capable of unleashing power strong enough to take down a martial artist of a higher realm along with themselves. Yu Shuai cared for his subordinates as if they were his own children. He personally provided the materials for the transformations of Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Ming. For this reason, Red Madam's betrayal was even more incomprehensible to him. This loyal subordinate of many years had chosen to sacrifice her life to tarnish his reputation. At dawn, as the faint light of daybreak began to illuminate the horizon, Red Madam's poisonous fog of insect venom gradually dissipated. On the streets of the capital, a large number of officials were methodically comforting the disaster-stricken citizens. This was the most severe catastrophe the capital had faced in the past century. If not for Chen Han's timely intervention, the city would have been engulfed in green mist, with corpses strewn everywhere. The citizens receiving relief supplies shouted in unison, "Thank you, Champion Marquis." Hearing these praises, the soldiers of the Thunder Corps, who were responsible for distributing the supplies, could only lower their heads in shame. As the capital's garrison, they had been the first to flee in the face of danger. In stark contrast, wherever Chen Han and the Northern Expedition Army went, they were greeted with cheers from the people, their morale high. This sharp contrast highlighted how they had restored the dignity of the Desya military. At this moment, the Northern Expedition Army was advancing toward the Yulong Terrace in the capital. The 24 Privy Council had worked overnight to draft a commendation document, with Chen Han as its primary honoree. In just 10 days, he was to ascend the Yulong Terrace for the second Tamiya distinction. Not even the illustrious Han Haoran or Yu Wuyun, who had rendered great service to Desya, had ever achieved. The Yulong Terrace was already surrounded by an uncountable number of citizens from the capital, packed tightly together. Many even knelt, chanting the name of the champion Marquis. The scene was far more spectacular than when Chen Han had returned from the Northern Front. As the Northern Expedition Army passed through the crowd and entered the Yulong Terrace, they were awestruck by the grandeur of the occasion. Standing before the already present Chen Han, Emperor Qingtian began to read the commendation decree. Champion Marquis Chen Han had not only achieved repeated military successes, but had also saved 30 million citizens of the capital using the sacred fire of the chilin. By unanimous decision of the 24 Privy Council, he was granted supreme command over all military forces in the Northern Territories and the authority to act at his discretion. Additionally, he was awarded 25,000 kilograms of star crystals, 3 luxurious mansions in the capital, and 10 factories in the suburbs. This commendation left the soldiers of the Northern Expedition Army in shock. However, for Chen Han, the most significant aspects were the 2 powers bestowed upon him: supreme command of the Northern Expedition Army and the authority to act at his discretion. This effectively made him a governor of the Northern Territories, wielding power surpassing that of the 3 Grand Marshals Yue Wuyun, Jung Go, and Ouyang Quan. Although his military rank remained that of a major, his actual status was equivalent to that of a 4th Grand Marshal. The most critical privilege was the authority to act at his discretion, a power that even the 3 Grand Marshals did not possess. They had to go through layers of approval from the 24 Privy Council before mobilizing troops, as Yu Wuyun had experienced during the Northern Expedition. Now, Chen Han could directly command the Northern Expedition Army without consulting the Privy Council. According to ancient traditions, such authority could be summed up in 3 words: Duke of the North. This is not just a reward. The 24 Privy Council has essentially placed the future of humanity in Chen Han's hands. They have granted him such immense authority that once the army crosses the southern border into the Northern Territories, even these 24 supreme leaders will have to act according to his will. Chen Han solemnly accepted the commendation decree and stood at attention, saluting the 24 supreme leaders on the stage. At the same time, every soldier in the Northern Expedition Army also received generous rewards. For their bravery in last night's battle, each of them was granted a precious gift to buy a luxury apartment in the central district of the capital. This was no ordinary reward. With their military pay and income from hunting exotic beasts, they could hardly save enough for a down payment, let alone buy a home. Although Chen Han no longer cared much for material rewards, for most soldiers who came from humble backgrounds, this was undoubtedly a life-changing opportunity. In addition to the property, various attribute-enhancing potions and vitality elixirs exclusively supplied by the national pharmaceutical industry were also included in the rewards. Speaking of the national pharmaceutical company, Chen Han suddenly remembered Li Qingshi's invitation. With so much happening recently, he had almost forgotten about it. Li Qingshi had not only extended a warm invitation but also sent him a rare ticket to the Red God mech launch event, a gesture of goodwill he could not overlook. The responsibilities and rewards granted by the 24 Privy Council, his titles as Champion Marquis and Lord of the Northern Frontier, as well as a 10% share of star crystal mining rights were not only a recognition of his achievements but also a testament to their expectations for his future contributions in the Northern Territories. Coupled with his desire to find his parents, Chen Han sensed that his return to the Northern Frontier was imminent. But before that, he decided to fulfill his promise to Li Qingshi. The next day, Chen Han arrived at the National Pharmaceutical Headquarters. This vast complex, spanning over 1,000,000 square meters, showcased the power and capability of the nation's machinery. Even at the entrance, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air. Having been informed in advance, tens of thousands of employees stood in neat lines under the scorching sun, awaiting his arrival. The sound of ceremonial cannons echoed, and banners reading, "Welcome Champion Marquis to guide our work," fluttered high. Chen Han felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself that he was no master alchemist and had only succeeded thanks to the help of his system. Li Qingshi personally came out to greet him, and one by one, employees stepped forward to express their gratitude and shake his hand. It turned out that a toxic gas bomb planted by Hong Pe had been located near the pharmaceutical facility. Thanks to Zhao Yufei's timely intervention and the use of his chilin flame to neutralize the threat, the factory had narrowly avoided a devastating shutdown. While touring the factory, Chen Han specifically reminded Li Qingshi, "Mr. Li, I'm afraid I don't have much expertise to share." However, Li Qingshi simply laughed and replied, "Champion Marquis, you're far too modest. Being able to craft potions that directly enhance vitality is nothing short of divine ability." Seeing Li Qingshi's unwavering enthusiasm, Chen Han could only shake his head helplessly, knowing further explanations would be futile. Li Qingshi led Chen Han through the deafening roar of machinery in the factory, stopping in front of a large piece of equipment in operation. "Champion Marquis, this is the core process of producing our qi and blood elixir," he explained, gesturing toward the constantly running machine. "First, we crush the blood essence stones of exotic beasts into fine powder and immerse them in a specially formulated acid bath. This acid is unique and capable of completely dissolving the blood essence stones," Li Qingshi said, pointing along the production line. "Once the stones are fully dissolved, we neutralize the solution with an alkaline mixture, then pass it through multiple filtration stages. The result is a clear liquid containing the energy of the blood essence stones, which serves as the base ingredient for the qi and blood elixir." Chen Han listened intently. Compared to the complex processes of the state pharmaceutical industry, his own alchemy methods seemed almost effortless. However, as Li Qingshi continued his explanation, Chen Han began to sense something unusual. "Building on this base, we add various exotic beast materials to create qi and blood elixirs of different qualities. The highest quality is, of course, prioritized for military use," Li Qingshi added. "You mean your elixirs are made by combining exotic beast materials?" Chen Han blurted out. Li Qingshi froze for a moment. "Is there any other way to make elixirs without using exotic beast materials?" "Of course not," Chen Han replied, though his mind was racing. He was astonished. He had assumed the state pharmaceutical industry relied solely on chemical reactions and meticulous procedures to manufacture medicine. To his surprise, their methods were strikingly similar to his own divine alchemy, albeit with far more cumbersome steps. "If that's the case, I think I might be able to help," Chen Han said softly. Li Qingshi's face lit up with excitement, and he immediately led Chen Han to tour the warehouse. What greeted them was a mountain of low-grade exotic beast materials, with hundreds of workers sorting and cleaning them. To Chen Han, it was like stumbling upon a treasure trove. Though high-grade materials were lacking, these were more than sufficient for crafting basic potions. The only issue was that this would require him to stay at the state pharmaceutical facility long-term. Exotic beast materials were continuously delivered from across the country, and his alchemy ability required his personal presence. If only there were a machine that could make elixirs even when I'm not here, Chen Han sighed quietly. Just then, the system's notification sound chimed. "You can spend points to craft a medicinal furnace. It functions identically to your divine alchemy body, allowing you to produce elixirs by simply adding materials based on a recipe. The medicinal furnace must be activated by you, and operates on electricity instead of qi and blood. You can control it remotely at any time. As it is a system-exclusive item, each unit requires 50,000 points. Please consider your options carefully. The figure of 50,000 points made Chen Han's heart skip a beat. This medicine furnace, far surpassing the current level of technological advancement, required such an enormous investment of points. He quickly calculated that the system rewards he had earned from advancing from second lieutenant to major, combined with his daily sign-in bonuses, would barely cover this amount. Although this investment would leave his points balance at zero, the benefits of the medicine furnace were undeniable. It not only allowed for external medicine refinement but, more importantly, eliminated the need to consume vital energy. After careful consideration, Chen Han gritted his teeth and made the decision to invest 50,000 points into it. The system displayed that it would take 1 hour to construct the furnace. While Chen Han was deep in thought, Li Qingshi mistakenly assumed he was dissatisfied with the exotic beast material library before him. Humbly, he asked, "Champion Marquis, is there anything you would like to guide us on?" This question snapped Chen Han back to reality. He had no particular advice to offer regarding the exotic beast material library. After all, the national pharmaceutical industry had developed over a century, and many processes were already highly refined. However, when it came to medicine refinement, he did have some unique insights. To test his ideas, Chen Han led Li Qingshi back to the pharmaceutical workshop. Rolling up his sleeves, he made a request to Li Qingshi. "Mr. Li, please prepare 1 blood essence stone from a 4th-tier exotic beast and 3 leg bones of a bush hare. Make sure the proportions are precise." Hearing this request, Li Qingshi was so moved he was nearly in tears. Witnessing the champion Marquis refine medicine, personally, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately shouted orders, "Quick, bring the materials for the champion Marquis. Also, notify all the technicians in the factory to come and observe." Chen Han felt a bit helpless. "Mr. Li, there's no need to make such a big deal out of this." But Li Qingshi was even more enthusiastic. "It's absolutely worth it. You're a renowned figure in the academic world. And let's not forget the legendary scientist Chen Xingbian, who developed the tool to neutralize star crystals, is backing you." Soon, the materials were delivered, and all the senior technicians and scientists in the factory gathered, eagerly awaiting Chen Han's demonstration. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Han began his medicine refinement process. First, he dissolved the blood essence stone from the 4th-tier exotic beast in a specially formulated strong acid solution. Once it was fully dissolved, he performed multiple rounds of acid-based neutralization and filtration, ultimately obtaining a small bucket of purified water infused with the stone's energy. Next, he meticulously ground the 3 bush hare leg bones into a fine powder. For the final step, he brought the purified energy-infused water to a boil and then carefully added the powdered leg bones. Before long, the 2 materials fused perfectly and, upon cooling, formed a deep crimson liquid, the qi and blood elixir. Li Qingshi watched Chen Han's alchemy process intently without blinking. When the elixir finally took shape, he couldn't wait to grab a spoon and have a taste. With years of experience, just 1 sip was enough for him to exclaim excitedly, "Top grade. No, the very best. This level of purity has never been achieved in the entire history of our pharmaceutical industry." Li Qingshi immediately fetched a measuring device and poured in a sample. The screen quickly displayed the results, 98.8. The number left everyone present gasping in shock. It was no small feat since the development of the qi and blood elixir. The highest recorded purity had only reached 93.8. While a 5 difference might seem small, every 0.1 increase past the 90 mark required millions of experiments. Yet Chen Han had effortlessly shattered this limit with a simple process. Wow, the champion Marquis is incredible. The precision in his material ratios is unreal. The crowd erupted in admiration, unaware that this success was due to the system-provided perfect formula. If not for slight inaccuracies during weighing, Chen Han could have achieved 100 purity. The 1.2 gap was already the maximum margin of error. Li Qingshi was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. This formula was now etched deeply into his memory, and with it, the nation's pharmaceutical industry could see a massive surge in tax revenues. After all, from warriors to those at the martial god level, every practitioner required qi and blood elixirs. "Mr. Chen, on behalf of the national pharmaceuticals, I sincerely invite you to serve as our honorary consultant. What do you think?" This position was second only to the role of Director Li Qingshi himself, essentially granting Chen Han the authority of a co-leader. Even martial god-level powerhouses would have to show respect. However, what shocked Li Qingshi even more came next. After washing his stained hands, Chen Han calmly said, "Mr. Li, you'll need some time to think about the consultant position. But I do have a machine here that can directly produce the elixir by simply inputting the formula and adding the materials, bypassing the entire tedious alchemy process. Would you be interested in collaborating with national pharmaceuticals on this?" The moment these words left his mouth, the entire factory of thousands fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at Chen Han with wide eyes, as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. Li Qingshe remained silent for a long time, disbelief evident in his eyes. Champion Marquis, you must be joking with this old man, aren't you? He said slowly. If such a machine as Chen Han described truly exists, not only would collaborating with national pharmaceuticals be a trivial matter, but dismantling it entirely would be just as effortless. His words were not without reason. Though national pharmaceuticals employed hundreds of thousands of workers, the volume of medicine they produced each month was still quite limited. No one else could match Chen Han's precision in material ratios, or his relentless pursuit of perfection in every step of the process. Of course, Chen Han had no intention of dismantling national pharmaceuticals. In his view, the organization represented the power of the state, and it would be nearly impossible for an individual to amass such a vast reserve of exotic beast materials. What he truly valued was their stockpile of these materials. The machine has already arrived, Chen Han said, pointing out the window. During a brief lapse in focus while refining medicine earlier, he had summoned the system-crafted medicine furnace to the lawn of national pharmaceuticals. Li Qingshe still harbored doubts, but tens of thousands of senior employees from national pharmaceuticals had already rushed outside. On the lawn stood a uniquely designed Decisive, resembled a massive incense burner at first glance, but its surface was covered with modern technological elements, including control screens and circuitry. The system had even engraved a Bagua symbol on its body, an addition that seemed somewhat excessive. The scientists present exchanged bewildered looks, scratching their heads in confusion. Although skepticism lingered in their minds, none dared to question Chen Han directly due to his status. It was Li Qingshe who got straight to the point, asking, Champion Marquis, is this contraption truly as miraculous as you claim? Chen Han was brimming with confidence in the system equipment he had spent 50,000 points to create. He immediately ordered the necessary materials for refining vitality elixir to be brought over and entered the formula into the medicine furnace. After connecting the power supply and pressing the start button, the system issued a prompt. Ding. Please confirm whether to activate the medicine furnace. Once activated, the furnace will operate continuously while powered. You may terminate its operation at any time with a verbal command. Confirm. As soon as Chen Han's words fell, the medicine furnace emitted a dazzling light. He opened the furnace lid and placed the materials inside. The entire refining process took only a few seconds, and streams of vitality elixir began flowing steadily from the output spout. Fortunately, Chen Han had already arranged for containers to be placed in advance. The materials used included 12 leg bones and 4 blood essence stones, resulting in 4 small barrels of vitality elixir. The astonishing efficiency left Li Qingshe and the scientists present utterly stunned. This wasn't just some scientific instrument, it was practically a mystical creation. Indeed, according to the system's explanation, the medicine furnace could not only calculate the most precise material ratios based on the input formula, ensuring zero waste, but it could also process multiple formulas simultaneously. As long as the materials are in place, different types of potions will emerge from the output of the medicine furnace. Li Qingshe stood in front of the furnace, his Adam's apple bobbing as he carefully lifted a bucket of freshly refined potion. He hesitated for a moment before bringing it to his lips and taking a small sip. The moment he tasted it, Li Qingshe's pupils dilated sharply, and he staggered back a few steps, pointing a trembling finger at the medicine furnace. This potion is purer than the ones handcrafted by the Marquis of Champions. The surrounding researchers erupted in astonishment. Li Qingshe's assistant immediately fetched precise measuring instruments and poured the potion into the testing chamber. As the data flashed across the screen, everyone's expressions froze 100. The perfection of this purity level left the researchers in the room doubting their own eyes. This is impossible, someone exclaimed in disbelief. By all logic, machine-refined potions should be less precise than handmade ones. What shocked them even more was the medicine furnace itself. A group of scientists gathered around it, growing increasingly alarmed the more they examined it. The surface of the furnace was packed with an unimaginable density of microcircuit components in an area no larger than a hand. Even more astonishing, the etching precision of these circuits had surpassed the nanometer scale. This is revolutionary technology, the scientists murmured among themselves. It's far more advanced than the star crystal nullification black box. This level of technology is simply beyond what humanity is capable of achieving at this stage. Faced with comparisons to Newton and Einstein, Chen Han could only smile wryly. He explained that this was a one-of-a-kind instrument, and even he couldn't replicate a second one. Negotiations for collaboration were swiftly concluded. Li Qingshe predicted that within a year, this medicine furnace would supply all the potions needed by the martial artists of the Grand Xia. Chen Han proposed 2 conditions. First, the potions produced by the furnace must be prioritized and provided free of charge to the Cold Night Team and the Northern Expedition Army. Second, profits from external sales would be split 50-50. Li Qingshe readily agreed to these terms and even offered to relinquish his position as the head of the National Pharmaceutical Department. Chen Han quickly declined, stating that his original intention in building the medicine furnace was never to take up a governmental role in pharmaceuticals. However, at that very moment, thousands of miles away in the northern frontier, a storm was brewing. The scouting commander stationed in the Red Wolf Beast City received chilling intelligence. To the west, a massive swarm of black bats darkened the skies, advancing like an overwhelming tide. To the east, several scouting teams had lost contact after issuing warnings about the migration of ancient demon vines. And most terrifying of all, to the north, a legion of colossal elephants, each over 300 meters tall, was marching forward, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. These three fearsome forces were converging on the Red Wolf Beast City. The day after Chen Han set up the medicine furnace behind the National Pharmaceutical Bureau, he received an urgent military report from the Northern Territory. 3 armies of exotic beasts were gathering near the newly conquered Red Wolf City, a stronghold of the human race. These armies belonged to the infamous Darkbat clan, known for their bloodthirsty nature, the enigmatic Old-Faced Demon Vine clan, and the massive Northern Elephant clan. The Darkbat clan's reputation for terror had already been established during the Northern Expedition. This fearsome force once drained the blood of 40,000 soldiers in a single night, wiping out 3 camps of the Water God Army and 2 camps of the Wind God Army. Each Darkbat possesses the strength equivalent to a 12th level exotic beast, and their eerie, unpredictable attack methods make them nearly impossible to defend against. Though the Old-Faced Demon Vine clan did not appear during the Northern Expedition, their power is no less formidable. A Foreman elite scouting team, all of whom were highly skilled warriors, had been sent on a reconnaissance mission. Yet, none of them returned alive, underscoring the terrifying capabilities of this mysterious clan. Most alarming of all was the Northern Elephant clan. These colossal creatures stood over 300 meters tall, their thick hides and brute strength capable of leveling Red Wolf City to the ground. Even the newly operational star crystal mines nearby were now in grave danger. Chen Han furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The exotic beasts of the Northern Territory had always acted independently, each race living in isolation and developing its own unique culture. For these 3 powerful clans to suddenly join forces and to mobilize so swiftly, just 10 days after his victory in the Northern Expedition, was no coincidence. A chilling hypothesis began to take shape in Chen Han's mind. A powerful leader must have emerged among the exotic beasts of the Northern Territory. Without such a unifying figure, this unprecedented alliance would have been impossible to achieve in such a short time. To confirm his suspicions, Chen Han immediately contacted the chief scout general to inquire about recent movements among the exotic beasts. The response left him stunned. Starting 5 days ago, large numbers of exotic beasts had indeed begun converging in the same direction. Shockingly, that direction pointed to the mountain where the mountain god resided. Even more surprising, the Northern Elephant clan had also originated from that very location. Could the one orchestrating this be my father? The thought flashed through Chen Han's mind, leaving him deeply perplexed. Chen Han frowned, contemplating the situation before him. He had left a note for Chen Xingbian under the guise of Yu Shuai, and logically, Chen Xingbian should have headed directly to the Red Wolf Beast City upon his return. Yet now, reports of alien beasts attacking humans had surfaced, leaving Chen Han puzzled. Of course, it was possible he was overthinking, and someone else might have been orchestrating the movement of the beast armies. Regardless of the truth, the siege of Red Wolf Beast City by 3 major beast factions was inevitable. The situation in the Northern Territories was dire, leaving no room for excessive speculation. Chen Han, we need to set off immediately. If we delay any longer, the thousands of brothers in the Northern Territories will die in vain. Zhao Linger, now equipped with the Dark Elf exoskeleton, urged impatiently, her eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. As the commander-in-chief of the Northern forces, Chen Han's approach was more calculated. No rush, he said in a deep voice. Although the 3 beast armies are overwhelming in scale, their marching speed is not fast. Before we depart, there's one crucial thing we need to do. What is it? Zhao Linger asked. Recruit soldiers, Chen Han replied. Zhao Linger immediately understood. The current Northern Expedition Army had only 70 to 80,000 soldiers left, elite battle-hardened troops. No doubt, but even they would struggle to fend off 11th tier and higher beasts. Moreover, the Red Wolf Beast City lacked defensive structures, rendering it nearly indefensible with the current forces. The Dark Bats alone numbered 200,000, not to mention the giant Elephant Legion from the north and the old-faced Demon Vines from the east. You've definitely gotten smarter since becoming the commander, Zhao Linger remarked with a smile. What she didn't know was that Chen Han's ambitions extended far beyond simply defending the city. He sought total annihilation. When dealing with alien races, he firmly believed in the principle of, those who are not of our kind must harbor different intentions. Their entire combat potential had to be eradicated, just as he had once bombarded the Red Wolf Beast City. For a decisive annihilation battle, Morale alone wasn't enough. Sufficient manpower was the key. The recruitment notice quickly spread across the nation. Applicants were required to be at least 6th-tier warriors, with priority given to those at the rank of martial general or higher, and they had to have real combat experience against alien beasts. Chen Han wasn't optimistic about the number of recruits who could meet these stringent criteria, but he clearly underestimated his own influence. After the series of significant events such as the Special Task Force's combat tests, the victory of the Northern Expedition, and the rescue of the capital, Chen Han's prestige among the people had reached unprecedented heights. If the first century of the new era belonged to Yu Wuyun and Han Haoren, the second century undoubtedly belonged to Chen Han. The people firmly believed that only he could lead humanity into the future. By mid-morning, the recruitment stations were packed, with lines stretching endlessly. Even those who didn't meet the requirements gathered outside to watch, leaving the capital city bustling with activity. Liao Xiaohu, Martial General Tier 3, a freelance warrior. My family has collected 5 heads of 10th-tier alien beasts. Zhang Xiaolong, Martial General Tier 1, a freelance warrior. I once fought 8 9th-tier alien beasts alone. The strength of the applicants was astonishing, with most being freelance warriors of martial general rank who had previously avoided joining official forces. In just one day, Chen Han had recruited an additional 100,000 elite soldiers. According to Chen Han's calculations, it would take the Beast Army 5 days to reach the Red Wolf Bee City. His initial plan was to recruit an army of 100,000 in 3 days and lead the troops northward on the 4th day. Unexpectedly, the recruitment goal was achieved within just 1 day, and every recruit was an elite soldier. Seeing the endless stream of passionate young men signing up, Chen Han decided to extend the recruitment by 1 more day. On the 2nd day, under the blazing sun, the training grounds were packed with people. The new recruits had formed a makeshift arena, where Liao Xiaohu, the king among the fresh recruits, was facing off against Chen Han. Liao Xiaohu was a true martial arts fanatic. From the moment he joined the camp, he went around challenging others, defeating many with his genuine skill. At this moment, his scarred face was full of pride. Champion Marquis, have you ever been defeated? I know you are a 4th-tier martial general, but I've already beaten many experts of your level. Chen Han simply smiled calmly. In the next instant, Liao Xiaohu lunged forward like a ferocious tiger unleashed, his punches as fast as lightning. As a master of martial arts with a focus on fists, he could unleash a force of 300,000 kilograms even as a 3rd-tier martial general. Each hook punch carried a terrifying gust of wind, and even spectators dozens of meters away could feel its intensity. However, Chen Han stood motionless. With a single hand holding his spear, he effortlessly deflected Liao Xiaohu's flurry of attacks with 2 crisp, clang sounds. Then, with a swift sweeping kick, Liao Xiaohu fell to the ground, the cold tip of Chen Han's spear stopping just an inch from his throat. Truly worthy of being the one who defeated the 8th-tier martial emperor, Red Pu. I admit defeat, Liao Xiaohu said, clasping his hands in submission. Chen Han immediately extended a hand to help him up. Champion Marquis! Champion Marquis! Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. These young recruits had joined not only because of Chen Han's reputation, but also because of his undeniable strength. Defeating Red Pu before the age of 20 was a feat that made him an idol among the young warriors of Daxia. This small duel inspired even more passionate youths to join the Northern Expedition Army. Just then, Yu Wuyun arrived at the training grounds, and everyone stood at attention to salute. Chen Han was about to salute as well, but Yu Wuyun smiled and said, Chen Han, you are now the 4th Grand Marshal of Daxia. There's no need for you to salute an old man like me. Although Chen Han's official rank was still short of a Grand Marshal, he effectively commanded the entire Northern Expedition Army, wielding authority on par with the 3 Grand Marshals. Looking at the elite new recruits on the field, Yu Wuyun nodded in approval and said, not bad. These simple words were the highest praise he could give Chen Han. He then called Chen Han into his office and handed him a chip. Every time Yu Wuyun handed something to Chen Han, it was almost always a rare treasure beyond imagination. At this moment, Chen Han held the chip in his hand, curiously asking, Commander Yu, what is this fascinating thing this time? Yu Wuyun glanced at Chen Han with a serious expression, his tone tinged with hesitation. To be honest, I originally intended to give this to you only after you reached the martial emperor realm. But the Northern War has escalated too quickly, so I have to give it to you ahead of time. This is Han Haoren's sole martial technique, hailed as the strongest martial skill of humanity. Chen Han was stunned upon hearing this. Han Haoren's legacy again. The last time, the Beidou Haoren spear technique had already benefited him greatly, allowing him to comprehend the momentum of a true victor. And now, it turned out to be the legendary strongest martial skill. This technique is called the Huangji Shocking Spear, which Han Haoren created in his later years through sudden enlightenment, Yu Wuyun explained. Back then, Han Haoren used this very move to break through the nearly invincible defense and regenerative abilities of the fire chilin, ultimately slaying it. Among the 10 strongest humans, Only he was capable of inflicting effective damage on the fire chilin. Yu Wuyun went on to explain the origin of the chip. It turned out that he had secretly recorded Han Hauren's moment of enlightenment years ago. Though Han Hauren had intended to destroy the chip after discovering it, Yu Wuyun had persistently pleaded for its preservation as a legacy for future generations. In the end, Han Hauren relented but set strict conditions. The chip could only be viewed once, after which it would be destroyed. Moreover, the viewer must first master the Beidou Hauren spear technique. Otherwise, watching it would be futile. Without hesitation, Chen Han prepared to connect to the network and view the recording immediately. This startled Yu Wuyun, who quickly tried to stop him. Chen Han, are you crazy? You only have one chance with this. But Chen Han's gaze was resolute. Yu Wuyun sighed deeply and stopped trying to dissuade him. Soon, Chen Han entered the virtual network and came face-to-face with the real Han Heirana, disheveled yet awe-inspiring man standing under a waterfall, speaking with a younger Yu Wuyun. Old Yu, watch closely. This move embodies the peak momentum of a true victor. Tell me, do you yield to it or not? Before his words had fully landed, the Overlord spear in Han Hauren's hand began to move like a writhing dragon or serpent, so fast that even the recording struggled to capture it. A golden five-clawed dragon's phantom suddenly emerged along the spear's shaft, followed by an earth-shattering dragon's roar. Boom! The massive mountain in front of him crumbled instantly. Boom! 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 The power of the Huangji shocking spear surged layer by layer, extending far beyond the range of the recording, effortlessly annihilating one mountain after another. The ultimate martial technique of humanity, truly deserving of its title. Chen Han exclaimed sincerely as he watched Han Hauren demonstrate the Huangji shocking spear. Comparing it with the two techniques he had mastered, the piercing thorn spear and the sun-slaying god spear, Chen Han had to admit that they fell short of the Huangji shocking spear. The piercing thorn spear, while almost guaranteeing a hit to the heart with an almost causal-like certainty and consuming very little life energy, lacked true destructive power. Its dominance in the arena was entirely due to Chen Han's formidable physical attributes. However, when facing beasts, its effectiveness plummeted. The beast's complex anatomy and multiple hearts nullified its killing effect, and the close-range nature of the technique negated the advantage of using a spear. As for the sun-slaying god spear, though its power was immense, it had glaring weaknesses. It consumed a tremendous amount of life energy and required a specific charging time and a three-stage attack sequence to execute. The Huangji shocking spear, on the other hand, perfectly avoided these shortcomings. It inherited the instantaneous nature of the piercing thorn spear, utilizing the spear's sharpest thrust as its foundation. While it lacked the guaranteed hit effect, its devastating destructive power more than compensated for it. Its strength even surpassed the sun-slaying god spear, with an attack range several times greater. A single thrust could annihilate everything in its path. What made it even more astonishing was Han Hauren's explanation in the recording. The technique was built around the concept of the momentum of the victor, where its power grew with deeper mastery. This meant its life energy consumption was minimal, making it a truly SS-level martial technique. As Chen Han marveled at the brilliance of this ultimate skill, a chilling roar suddenly echoed from the recording. Although the screen did not show the beast responsible for the sound, the sheer terror embedded in the roar was palpable. Damn! Just using the technique once, and those things in the forbidden zone already sensed it. Han Hauren's expression in the recording turned grim. Old Yu, let's take it on together. Before the words fully landed, the recording abruptly cut off. Chen Han opened his eyes. A tinge of regret flashing through them had missed the chance to witness the epic battle between two top human warriors and a forbidden zone beast. How much did you grasp? Yu Wuyun quickly stepped forward to ask. Despite having been astonished by Chen Han's talent many times before, he still harbored doubts about whether such an extraordinary technique could be fully understood. He was just considering whether Chen Han should watch the recording a few more times when the chip suddenly self-ignited and short-circuited. At that moment, Chen Han silently retrieved the Overlord spear from the Imperial weapon box. As he gripped the spear, his wrist began to tremble almost imperceptibly to the naked eye. At the same time, the victorious aura derived from the Beidou Hauren spear technique surged within Chen Han's consciousness, and a golden dragon-shaped phantom instantly appeared on the surface of the Overlord spear. This was precisely the hallmark mentioned by Han Hauren and Yu Wuyun in the recording. The appearance of the golden dragon phantom signified a complete mastery of the Huangji Jingshi spear. Yu Wuyun's lips twitched involuntarily as he watched the scene unfold before him. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chen Han's ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the SS-level martial skill, Huangji Jingshi spear. Accompanying the notification, a resonant dragon's roar echoed throughout the conference room. The golden dragon phantom was no longer confined to the surface of the Overlord spear, but extended to Chen Han's arm, a phenomenon that even the martial skills creator, Han Hauren, had never exhibited. The reason was simple. With the enhancement of the sacred body of martial spirit, Chen Han's mastery of the Huangji Jingshi spear had surpassed the SS level, exceeding even the level of Han Haoren, the world's greatest martial artist, by 2 tiers. Yu Wuyun, the current #1 in the world, widened his eyes, feeling for the first time an unfathomable depth in Chen Han. At that moment, a shadow flickered, and Liang Yutian suddenly appeared beside Yu Wuyun. Apologies for dropping in unannounced, Brother Chen Han, Liang Yutian said, glancing teasingly at Yu Wuyun. Why are you so surprised? Didn't I tell you before? This is the power of a natural, extraordinary physique. Chen Han glanced at the large bag on Liang Yutian's back and couldn't help but smile wryly. Elder Liang, what brings you here this time? Liang Yutian set the bag down and began pulling out various bottles and jars. This is the 9-turn rejuvenation pill. If your brain and heart are intact, it can save your life. And this is the poison worm bomb, confiscated from Madame Hong. If you can't win, you can at least use it to escape. The most eye-catching item was a black, diamond-shaped metal shield, the Xingtian shield. According to Liang Yutian, it was a supreme divine weapon crafted for Feng Yufeng, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial god-level combatant. Although it would shatter under heavy impact, as long as the fragments remained intact, it could automatically regenerate within 48 hours. This shield had once saved Liang Yutian's life during a battle against the fire chilin, though it failed to protect Feng Yufeng. Elder Liang, you're even willing to part with such a treasure? Yu Wuyun exclaimed in astonishment. Even I can't break through this shield. It was worth noting that Yu Wuyun's blade could cut through Jung Go's mighty thunder shield, yet the Xingtian shield could endure, making it the ultimate defensive artifact of humanity. Ignoring Yu Wuyun's amazement, Liang Yutian turned to Chen Han with a solemn reminder. You must come back alive. If the northern frontier allowed martial gods to enter, I would have gone with you without hesitation. Chen Han felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The mere news of his journey to the northern frontier had prompted these two elders to bring out their most treasured possessions. In just 2 days, Chen Han accomplished a remarkable feat, recruiting an elite army of 200,000 soldiers. Most of these warriors were independent fighters unwilling to be constrained by government authority, with their minimum strength reaching the 6th rank of martial artists. Looking back through human history in the new era, even during the peak periods of Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun, the most elite forces they could muster never exceeded 100,000. This achievement demonstrated to the 24 Privy Council the immense influence Chen Han wielded among the populace. Many martial artists were willing to sever ties with their families to follow him, making him a figure of greater popular support than even Xia's supreme authority, Di Qingtian. The Privy Council felt fortunate for their early decision to back Chen Han, yet they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They granted him autonomy in the northern frontier, a move that, to some extent, also confined this potential threat to the border regions. They were keenly aware of the fundamental difference between Chen Han and Yu Wuyun. Yu Wuyun, though occasionally dissatisfied with the court, was devoted to the nation and would never cross the line into rebellion. Chen Han, on the other hand, was far more ruthless in his methods. If he were to gain too much power, the consequences could be unpredictable. Yet at this moment, the development of the northern frontier was inextricably tied to his leadership. On the 3rd day, Chen Han set out with his now 300,000 strong northern expedition army. Citizens lined the roads to bid him farewell, their numbers stretching all the way to the foot of the sky-piercing wall. Gazing at this towering structure that seemed to pierce the heavens, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Last time he stood here, he was but a low-ranking soldier in the Fire God Army's Kuei Battalion. Now, he was the commander of a massive army. His objective was clear: to tear down this century-old sky-piercing wall, reclaim the northern lands, unify the south and north, and restore the glory of Xia's golden age. Move out. With Chen Han's concise and commanding order, the soldiers' morale surged like a tide. Drawing from past experience, the army swiftly crossed the river and soon reached the city of Jinbei, formerly known as the Red Wolf Beast City, humanity's first city established in the northern frontier in 100 years. As soon as he settled in, Chen Han summoned the chief reconnaissance officer for a battle report. The situation was grim. The 3 beast armies, advancing from 3 directions, were moving unusually slowly and were still 200 miles away from Jinbei after 3 days. More troubling was their strategy. They were not heading directly for the city, but were instead preparing to converge, clearly having mastered the art of coordinated warfare. This news caused Chen Han's expression to darken. His original plan had been to divide and conquer, eliminating the 3 armies one by one. But now, with their numbers about to double and their understanding of human tactics significantly improved, the battle would be far more challenging than he had anticipated. It was evident that someone with great expertise was guiding them. This was no longer the simple Red Wolf Beast army they had faced before. During the interrogation of the Dark Bats, Chen Han uncovered a shocking revelation: the mastermind behind the Beast Army's invasion was the person he least wanted to confront. Just yesterday, several warrior-class scouts risked their lives to launch a daring raid on a Dark Bat encampment, successfully capturing several of these creatures. These beasts, roughly the size of an adult human with eerie diamond-shaped eyes, were capable of human speech. However, under the skilled art of human interrogation, they quickly crumbled and confessed everything. According to the Dark Bat's testimony, the invading beast army was composed of three main forces: 200,000 Dark Bats, 100,000 old-faced demon vines, and the most fearsome of all, 10,000 Yaksha warriors. The massive elephants were not an independent force but instead served as mounts for the Yaksha. Despite being the smallest in number, the Yaksha were far more powerful than the other two groups. They not only controlled the giant elephants but also possessed intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. However, what truly caused the Dark Bats and the old-faced demon vines to obey the Yaksha was not merely a disparity in power. Their loyalty stemmed from their shared devotion to a mysterious leader, the so-called Mountain God. This figure only ever appeared before the leaders of the three tribes, and ordinary beasts had never seen their true face. The only certainty was that the Mountain God was a human. Chen Han felt his heart sink. He had already realized that this Mountain God was very likely his own father. Could it be that Qin Xingbian had truly betrayed humanity? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit space north of Zhenbei City, a heated argument was unfolding. A beautiful woman was angrily confronting a man who resembled a wild savage. Chen Xingbian, you've disappointed me beyond words. You are sending those beasts to attack our own comrades. How can you live with yourself? The man, referred to as Chen Xingbian, was none other than the mountain god worshipped fanatically by the beast San Chen Han's father. In his hand, he clutched a piece of paper left by Chen Han, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of hatred and pain. Our comrades. Chen Xingbian scoffed coldly. You Feng, don't forget they killed our 8 brothers. 18 years. It's been 18 years. Do you remember how we've managed to survive all this time? We couldn't even see our own child. Lu Yufeng fell silent at his words. After a long pause, she finally spoke in a soft voice. Xingbian, what if the note really was left by Commander Yu? Impossible. The martial god cannot cross the northern border. Unless I see Commander Yu with my own eyes, he'll trust no one. Chen Xingbian declared through gritted teeth. Yufeng, I'm already at the 8th level of martial sovereign. Just wait a little longer. Once I ascend to martial god, not only will we be able to see our child, but we'll also avenge our brothers. If these words were to spread, they would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. A martial sovereign at the 8th level at the age of 43, Chen Xingbian truly broke through to the martial god realm. He would become the youngest martial god in history. Lu Yufeng thought of her 2 children and eventually fell silent. The current situation allowed no room for error. Even if it meant mistakenly harming their own people, sacrifices had to be made to ensure their survival and avoid detection. However, fate has its own plans. Little did the 2 of them know that the commander they deemed an enemy was, in fact, their long-lost son whom they had yearned for day and night. Although Lu Yufeng reluctantly agreed to Chen Xingbian's approach, she firmly set 2 conditions. First, the beast army was only to drive back the human troops and must not engage in wanton slaughter. Second, Chen Xingbian was forbidden to take action personally. Though he was at the 8th rank of martial sovereign, his full power was nearly at the level of a martial god. A strong figure of his caliber making a move in the northern territory could potentially draw the attention of forbidden powers, which would undoubtedly spell doom for the couple. Chen Xingbian, Lu Yufeng's gaze was sharp. If you violate either of these rules, I will stand against you with all my might. Chen Xingbian immediately put on a cheerful expression upon hearing this. Dear, don't you know me by now? When have I ever gone to such extremes? It's precisely because I know you too well that I must set these rules. Lu Yufeng snapped, rolling her eyes at him. Chen Xingbian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. From what the beasts say, the one leading the troops this time is some young, inexperienced lad. Don't worry, they'll retreat in less than an hour. The great Xia has really fallen letting a greenhorn command the army. Meanwhile, in the war room, Chen Han suddenly sneezed. After learning about the Dark Bat's plans, he immediately convened the Cold Night unit and the camp commanders to devise a battle strategy. For now, he chose to keep the matter of Chen Xingbian a secret. He couldn't fathom what could drive someone who had once abandoned his family to serve the nation to ultimately turn to treason. With the 3-pronged beast army nearing their rendezvous and approaching the city gates, Chen Han decided not to engage the enemy directly at Zhenbei City. The city was still in recovery, and within it lay a priceless star crystal mine that must not be lost. He planned to leave 50,000 troops to defend the city while leading an army of 250,000 out to engage the beast forces on a plain 50 miles away. Chen Han circled the battlefield location on the map and began assigning tasks. Captain Lu. Just call me by my name, Lu Zing said with a smile. You're the Northern Territory's supreme commander now. If it weren't for your rank, I'd have to address you as Commander Chen. Chen Han dropped the formalities and issued orders. Lu Zing, you'll lead 15 artillery battalions of the Northern Expedition Army to set up artillery positions at the 3, 7, and 10 o'clock directions. Be ready for fire suppression at any time. Liao Xiaohu, you'll lead the elite martial generals from the Kuei, Tong, and Jin battalions as the vanguard. With that, the deployment of the 250,000 strong army was swiftly finalized. The battalion commanders couldn't help but admire Chen Han's skillful coordination. Commanding an army of 250,000 soldiers was no easy task. After all, Chen Han's actual combat experience was limited to the 70,000 to 80,000 troops under his command during the first northern expedition. Back then, the battles required relatively few combat orders. This time, however, it was a complex large-scale positional warfare. Even seasoned veterans like Lu Zing, who had spent years navigating the military hierarchy, wouldn't dare claim they could handle such a massive operation. Yet, Chen Han appeared to manage it with ease. During the deployment, Chen Han deliberately refrained from assigning specific tasks to the Hanya unit. Equipped with the advanced Red God mechs, the Hanya unit had become the Northern Expedition Army's sharpest weapon. They were to remain stationed with Chen Han at Central Command, ready to provide immediate support should the situation turn unfavorable. Similarly, the newly joined Titan unit also assumed a mobile support role. In the previous battle against the Red Wolf Beast Corps, Chen Han had realized that mechs were particularly effective against alien beasts. Unlike human warriors, the beasts didn't specifically target the weak points of mechs, such as their control or energy Corsan advantage that highlighted the superiority of human technology over alien creatures. Meanwhile, the leaders of the three alien beast armies were also discussing their strategy. These three commanders were each significantly larger than ordinary beasts. The old-faced demon vine leader spanned 100 meters. The dark bat leader stood 3 meters tall, though his left wing and shoulder were heavily injured. And the most inconspicuous of them all, the steel trident-wielding Yaksha, was in fact the supreme commander of the coalition forces. The old-faced demon vine leader sneered. Bat, what happened to your left wing? The dark bat leader grumbled indignantly. The mountain god was completely unreasonable. All I did was wear a human skin cloak to meet him, and he nearly killed me. Serves you right. You knew the mountain god was human, yet you still wore human skin to see him. You were asking for trouble. The demon vine mocked. Seeing the tension rising between the two leaders, the Yaksha commander immediately intervened. Enough. Both of you. Shut up. Have you memorized the formation taught by the mountain god? Remember his instructions. Drive the humans away, but do not annihilate them. However, the dark bat leader flashed a sinister grin. I've seen those humans before. They'd rather die to the last man than surrender. Their blood is deliciously sweet. Clearly, he had his own ulterior motives. When the Northern Expedition Army reached the plains that Chen Han had chosen, the scene before them was awe-inspiring. The formation of the three alien beast armies was utterly terrifying. At the forefront was a vast forest woven from countless old-faced demon vines, stretching for hundreds of miles. Within this forest, innumerable dark bats hung upside down, their blood-red eyes glinting in the shadows. Even more fearsome was the sight behind the forest, hundreds of towering war elephants, their backs carrying tens of thousands of Yaksha warriors brandishing steel tridents. These warriors pointed their weapons directly at the Type 3 laser cannon positions set up by Chen Han. This alien beast coalition had transformed into what seemed like an impenetrable, invincible fortress. This unprecedented combination of exotic beasts in the enemy's army stunned everyone watching. As was customary, this massive battlefield confrontation was broadcast live nationwide, aiming to boost the morale of the Decisive people and their confidence in the Northern Expedition. When the cameras zoomed in on the fortress constructed entirely by these strange creatures, the audience collectively gasped in shock. Oh my god, this is incredible. The livestream's comment section exploded with reactions. The perfect synergy of the dark bats, the old-faced demon vines, and the Yaksha. Our soldiers can't even get close to that forest. Chen Han, standing at the command post with a furrowed brow, immediately realized the truth behind this ingenious combination of exotic beasts. It had to be the work of Chen Xingbian. Only this expert in exotic creature research, with his deep understanding of their traits, could have devised such a brilliant tactical configuration. The selection of these three exotic beasts was nothing short of meticulous. The old-faced demon vines wove an impenetrable jungle defense, the elusive dark bats served as the sharpest spearhead, and the Yaksha perfectly compensated for their vulnerability to long-range attacks. On this wide-open plain, the enemy's laser artillery positions would be utterly exposed. Yu Wuyan often said that Chen Xingbian was a genius, and this assessment was undeniably accurate. This seemingly primitive beast army was astonishingly capable of standing toe-to-toe with a modern, well-equipped military force. Curiously, despite the standoff between the two sides, the exotic beast army remained motionless. At that moment, Liao Xiaohu, appointed as the vanguard, stepped forward and requested permission to scout the enemy's strength. Champion Marquis, let me lead some brothers to test their defenses. Seeing Liao Zia's eagerness, Chen Han nodded in approval. He, too, wanted to assess the true combat capabilities of this beast army. Without delay, Liao Xiaohu led a 100-man squad composed of first-tier martial generals to the front lines. This squad represented the elite among independent warriors. Liao Xiaohu shouted loudly, "Brothers, as long as we tear open a gap, our main forces can charge straight through. Follow me." "Yes, Vanguard Liao." The 100 elite warriors responded in unison, their morale soaring. The elite warriors charged into the jungle like a flash of lightning, swiftly tearing apart the obstructing elder-faced demon vines. However, they had barely advanced 10 meters when a sudden change occurred. Countless tendrils, as fine as hair, lashed out from all directions. At the same time, a swarm of dark bats erupted from the forest, rising into the air like a cloud of shadows, forming a ferocious assault. The elite squad was immediately plunged into a fierce struggle. The vines and bats coordinated seamlessly. Every time a warrior was about to slay a bat, the elder-faced demon vines would intervene just in time to save it. Under this relentless dual assault, the warriors gradually began to tire. In the end, Liao Xiaohu had no choice but to order a retreat. Despite being the best of the best, 2 soldiers were gravely injured during the withdrawal. "Champion Marquis, please punish me. I have failed." Liao Xiaohu knelt before Chen Han, his face filled with shame. Chen Han waved him off, signaling him to stand down. This outcome had been within his expectations. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, the mastermind behind it all was observing the battlefield through a long-range telescope. "See, honey? I told you. My battle formation design is unbeatable," Chen Xing said smugly. "You've got some nerve saying that. Using beasts to fight humans, if General Yu finds out, you'll be court-martialed for sure." Lu Yufeng sighed helplessly. "I had no choice. It's for survival," Chen Xing muttered, lowering his head. "If these people aren't under General Yu's command, but are instead from that group from years ago, then we weren't wrong to act this way." Lu Yufeng didn't respond, her gaze fixed on Chen Han. There was something oddly familiar about him. "Honey, don't you think that young commander leading the troops looks a lot like you when you were younger?" "Nonsense. That brat could never match my looks. When I was his age, every girl in school, before he could finish his sentence, 12 immortal slaying blades were already hovering menacingly around his neck." Back on the battlefield, the morale of the beast army soared after their minor victory. The Yaksha leader, seated atop a massive war elephant, shouted to the Northern Expedition Forces, "Human army, I have no desire to harm you. But this is a war you cannot win. Leave our territory, and all will be forgiven. They'll count to 10, and if you don't retreat, we will attack." Chen Han noticed that the dark bats from the vine forest were draped in human skin, a grim trophy from the first Northern Expedition, taken from fallen soldiers. Watching the live broadcast, the citizens of Daxia were filled with rage. The Yaksha leader had barely counted to 2 when a piercing sound sliced through the air. In an instant, the Yaksha leader and several others behind him had their heads pierced clean through. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Han had already mounted the red god mech, standing atop it. His spear crackled with the image of a golden dragon as he advanced to the forefront of the vine forest. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as energy surged from the tip of Chen Han's spear, sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. The forest ahead crumbled under the terrifying force, with all the aged demon vines and dark bats shredded into pieces. This was the devastating power of the Huangji shocking spear, countless attacks compressed and unleashed simultaneously, creating a force capable of obliterating everything in its path. A massive rift was torn through the forest of demon vines within a 100-mile radius, and the overwhelming penetrating power even reached a distant giant elephant. The colossal creature, towering at 300 meters, had a gaping hole blasted through its chest, sending it and the Yaksha warrior on its back, crashing heavily to the ground. This strike showcased the terrifying might of humanity's ultimate martial skill, plunging the unprepared beast army into temporary chaos. Watching through live broadcasts, the citizens of Daxia cheered in excitement, marveling at the destructive force that surpassed the 4th tier of martial generals and rivaled even the martial emperor. A panicked Yaksha shouted at Chen Han, "The mountain god told us that you humans value martial virtue, yet your commander has none of it. This is an ambush." Chen Han scoffed coldly, "Those who are not of our kind will always harbor different intentions. The corpses of our soldiers are draped over these dark bats. The brothers of the Northern Expedition have barely rested in their graves. I have no need to explain right and wrong." He then retreated to the central command position and issued an order. "Hanyi squad, clear the way. Everyone attack." The battlefield erupted with deafening cries of battle as the 200,000 strong Northern Expedition army charged through the opening. The Red God Mechs led the assault, unleashing their 8 Type 3 laser cannons on both flanks, further expanding the devastation. Zhao Linger, clad in red with white wings, leapt out of her mech, wielding a long spear with striking valor. "I am Zhao Linger, 2nd Lieutenant of the Han Yi Squad, under the Fire God Army's Kuei Battalion. Everyone, charge with me. She drove her spear through an oncoming dark bat with ease, showcasing combat prowess far beyond her previous abilities, thanks to the powerful enhancement of the Dark Elf exoskeleton. As the reigning monarch among mythical beasts, the Dark Elf's innate shadow charm ability allows it to precisely pinpoint an enemy's weak spots in battle while boasting extraordinary evasion skills. Zhao Linger had evidently inherited this talent to perfection. She deftly dodged the Dark Elf's attack and swiftly struck it down with a single spear thrust. The versatile and fluid Yu family spear technique complemented her Dark Elf exoskeleton seamlessly, enabling her to carve a bloody path through the enemy ranks in no time. On the battlefield, Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun also performed exceptionally. Ji Yun utilized his supernatural speed and enhancements from the swift hair modification to dart across the battleground. He was able to quickly assist teammates in slaying enemies, rescue comrades under siege, and even take on the responsibility of transporting the wounded. Zhao Yufei, on the other hand, stood like a mobile artillery platform, firmly holding his ground while blasting through swathes of old vine fiend tendrils with ease. Zhu Meng's mastery of the Red God mech made it an unstoppable force, shielding the Northern Expedition Army from countless attacks while annihilating hordes of enemy forces. Even a simultaneous assault by hundreds of dark bats could do no more than scrape the paint off the mech surface. Under the relentless onslaught of the Northern Expedition Army, the Beast Legion's formation began to crumble. Once the dark bats and old vine fiends could no longer coordinate effectively, they were no match for the highly trained and disciplined forces of Decisive. Chen Han watched the overwhelming victory of his troops with a look of satisfaction. Yet, he bore a far more critical responsibility at this momento: eliminate the most formidable threat on the battlefield, the Yaksha army. This force of fewer than 10,000 soldiers was akin to a human laser cannon battalion, capable of inflicting massive damage in an instant. Earlier, Chen Han had decisively killed the Yaksha leader, not only because of his insolence but also to disrupt the Yaksha army's deployment and prevent them from endangering the laser cannon positions. With the enhanced vision granted by the Eagle-Eye Ape Serum, Chen Han could clearly see the Yaksha army's position even from several hundred meters away. He immediately issued the command: Artillery Regiment, listen up. Adjust all Type 3 laser cannons to a 65-degree angle, set the range to maximum, and conduct a saturation bombardment on the Yaksha elephant positions. Under Lu Zixing's direction, the artillery regiment swiftly repositioned the cannons. Just as the Yaksha soldiers raised their steel tridents, they were met with several black beams of light hurtling straight at them. This was humanity's most advanced technological weaponry, far beyond the ability of the mythical beasts to evade. In mere moments, the Yaksha army atop the elephants suffered devastating losses. From hundreds of miles away, Lu Yufeng, watching the battle unfold, cheered excitedly, "Chen Xingbian, this young fellow is way more impressive than you." However, Chen Xingbian remained silent in the face of her teasing, for he had recognized the dragon roar bow and the star crystal arrows, both of which could only have been crafted by him being drawn from the enemy commander's Imperial relic box. Chen Xingbian fell into deep thought, quietly reasoning to himself. The location of the dragon champ bow and the recipe for crafting the star crystal arrows IVE only ever shared that information with Yu Wuyun. So, the young commander on the opposing side is very likely one of Yu Shuai's subordinates. He thought of the mysterious note and couldn't help but wonder if it was left by Yu Shuai. Yet, the psychological shadow of past events kept him hesitant and unsure. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Lu Yufeng suddenly lost her temper and gave him a heavy slap on the back. The sharp pain jolted Chen Xingbian back to his senses. He protested with a hint of grievance, "Wife, we're both martial sovereigns. A slap like that could have actually killed me." It was true Lu Yufeng had reached the 7th stage of martial sovereign, while Chen Xingbian was at the 8th stage. 20 years ago, they were both recognized as unparalleled geniuses at Starry Sky University. Chen Xingbian was once considered a promising candidate to become the youngest martial god in history, while Lu Yufeng had the potential to be the youngest female martial god. "Who told you to zone out and ignore me?" Lu Yufeng pouted in complaint. Chen Xingbian then shared his thoughts about the identity of the enemy commander with her, emphasizing the critical clues surrounding the dragon champ bow and star crystal arrows. After listening, Lu Yufeng pondered for a moment before making a startling suggestion that left Chen Xingbian in shock. "Could it be that young commander is actually our son, Xiao Han?" She elaborated, explaining that the dragon champ bow was almost a sacred artifact to Yu Shuai, and he would never hand it over lightly unless it was to someone extremely close to him. If Yu Shuai believed they were dead, he would likely have buried the bow long ago. Considering the commander's age, she reasoned that the person could very well be Chen Han. Chen Xingbian, however, responded with a peculiar smile. "Yufeng, you still have such a wild imagination. That's absolutely impossible." He went on to explain that in the era of spiritual energy revival, special instruments could measure a baby's talent level at birth. Before they left, they had already confirmed that Chen Han only had nth-level talent. Even with rigorous training, reaching the martial artist realm would have been his limit. But the enemy commander they had just encountered demonstrated strength at the rare martial emperor level. With a deep sigh, Chen Xingbian continued, when we learned that Xiao Han's talent was flevel, I made sure to leave all our wealth to the Chen family. In this lifetime, I don't ask for him to achieve great success, but I do hope he can live a safe and peaceful life. Qin Xing said this to Lu Yufeng, and both lowered their heads almost simultaneously. As parents, their greatest concern was their son, Chen Han. Within the family, they knew all too well what inflevel talent meant. It was precisely because of this that Chen Xing made meticulous arrangements before departing. Aside from the dragon champ bow and star crystal arrows, he left all his possessions to the Chen family. The most valuable of these was 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, enough to bring prestige to the Chen family in Hanwu City. He had also specifically instructed their relatives to ensure Chen Han could complete his studies. Even if it meant securing just a minor position within the family, it would be enough. Although Lu Yufeng was reluctant to admit it aloud, in her heart, she agreed with her husband's thoughts. From a distance, the young man before them not only bore a striking resemblance to Chen Xing, but also carried faint traces of her own features. This stirred an indescribable sense of affection within her. Unfortunately, they were too far away to hear anything, only able to see his silhouette. Suddenly, Lu Yufeng's eyes lit up. Husband, why don't we disguise ourselves and wear masks to go take a closer look? It's not like it's the first time we've done something like this. Even if the commander isn't Chen Han, he might still be someone under Yu Wuyun's command. Hearing this, Chen Xing's interest was immediately piqued. He pulled out 2 Monkey King masks from Waknoshir. Let's go. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, their figures had already vanished like phantoms, darting toward the front lines. Meanwhile, the battle at the front was raging fiercely. Although both sides were evenly matched in numbers, Chen Han's surprise attack had dealt a significant blow. However, the enemy forces had yet to collapse entirely. The elder leader of the Demon Vine and the Dark Bat leader remained hidden within the forest, commanding from the shadows. They dared not show themselves after all. The Yasha warrior atop the giant elephant had impeccable archery skills, and exposing themselves would mean certain death. It was precisely because the locations of these 2 leaders remained unknown that the enemy forces had not disbanded completely. Chen Han remained calm and composed. Observing the rising morale of the Northern Expedition Army, he knew that victory was only a matter of time. The 2 beast leaders seemed to have come to the same realization. Retreat. The Dark Bat leader finally said, resigned. The Demon Vine leader hesitated. You can fly fast, but we can only crawl along the ground. If we get caught, won't we just end up as your shields? The Dark Bat leader glanced at the darkening sky with a sly smile. Night is falling. Don't forget my clan's innate ability. Retreating now is just to prepare for a better counterattack. I won't leave you behind to cover us. As the enemy forces began to retreat, Liao Xiaohu, who was still recovering from his injuries, eagerly asked, Champion Marquis, should we pursue them? I'm willing to lead the charge. Chen Han's lips twitched at the suggestion. This kid truly lived up to his name as a little tiger. Although Chen Han had always believed in the principle of strike while the iron is hot, the enemy's morale had not completely crumbled yet. During their retreat, they might regroup and counterattack, making a hasty pursuit unwise. Moreover, a fiery Kirin flame was already burning in his palm, clearly signaling he had other plans in mind. Tell the troops to advance at a steady pace and keep the pressure on. No need to fight recklessly, he instructed. The chase eventually led to a secluded valley. The leaders of the Dark Bats and the old-faced Demon Vines quickly took advantage of the terrain at the mountain pass, regrouping and setting up defenses under the cover of night. Zhao Linger looked ahead into the valley, where countless glowing red bat eyes flickered amidst the dense barrier of forest created by the Demon Vines. She immediately raised her hand, signaling the vanguard to halt their advance. The terrain was easy to defend but difficult to attack, and with nightfall already upon them, a reckless assault would undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties. She swiftly returned to the camp to report to Chen Han. Champion Marquis, I've ordered the army to pause and rest. What are your instructions for our next move? In today's battle, the Cold Night Squad had performed outstandingly, with Zhao Linger alone slaying over 100 Dark Bats. Chen Han, well aware of the unique abilities of the Dark Bats, had no intention of giving the enemy any chance to recover. He immediately issued an order to Zhao Linger. Lieutenant Zhao, gather a large amount of gasoline and prepare to deploy it against the enemy camp. Gasoline? Zhao Linger was puzzled but wasted no time in carrying out the command. Meanwhile, deep within the forest constructed by the Demon Vines, the 2 beast leaders were assessing their losses. The old-faced Demon Vine leader was furious, having lost 60,000 of its kind during the retreat, 40,000 of which were casualties from the human pursuit. You said we wouldn't be the rear guard. It roared angrily at the Dark Bat leader. Without the suppression of the Yaksha commander, conflict between the 2 could erupt at any moment. The Dark Bat leader responded coldly, "We lost 80,000 of our own. Why are you complaining? Wait until deep into the night, that's when we strike back." It then revealed the special ability of the Dark Bat clan. During the late hours of the night, their strength and speed would increase significantly, and they could even achieve a form of invisibility. To placate the Demon Vine leader, the Dark Bat leader added, "Don't forget, human blood is a great tonic for my kind, and their decaying corpses enrich the soil that your kind thrives on." Without the Yaksha commander to keep them in check, both leaders revealed their greed and hostility. They no longer cared about the orders of the mountain god. To most beasts, humans were nothing more than a delectable feast. Just then, an unexpected sound shattered the stillness of the night. "You've gotten pretty bold now, haven't you?" The familiar voice made the Dark Bat leader and the Old Face Vine leader's legs go weak instantly. Though they usually disregarded the mountain god, when truly faced with him, the deep-seated awe ingrained in their very being was impossible to conceal. "Mountain god, sir." The two beasts hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. From the darkness, two figures wearing Monkey King masks slowly emerged. Before they could even speak, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. A celestial slaying flying knife whizzed past, slicing off the remaining wing of the Dark Bat leader. This was a beast with strength comparable to a 6th-rank martial emperor, yet it dared not even let out a cry of pain. Instead, it immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "Forgive me, Lady Mountain God." Lu Yufeng's voice was cold and commanding. "The mountain god taught you to learn human language and understand human societal order, and this is how you repay him, by turning against humans?" The Dark Bat leader broke out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. "Lady Mountain God is right. I won't dare do it again." It knew full well that if the mountain god himself had acted, it would already be dead. Lu Yufeng waved her hand dismissively. "Stay stationed here and hold off the human army. The mountain god and I will head to the front lines." Though the disruption of the plan left the Dark Bat leader frustrated, it could only silently endure. The Old Face Vine leader, however, seemed unusually excited. "Mountain god, sir, are you going to personally assist us?" Chen Xing did not respond, only continuing forward silently with Lu Yufeng. After a few steps, he suddenly frowned. "Wife, do you smell something strange, like gasoline?" Lu Yufeng shot him a disdainful look. "Did you not bathe again? What are you up to now with your inventions?" Chen Xing was about to defend himself when countless clay jars filled with gasoline came hurtling through the sky, drenching the entire vine-covered forest. The beasts paid no heed to the pungent smell after all. Ordinary fire could not harm them. Chen Xing chuckled smugly. "That young man is too naive, using fire attacks. The Old Face Vine absorbs so much water from underground daily, its body is perpetually damp. Even if it catches fire, it won't burn." However, his smugness didn't last long before his expression froze in shock because the fire about to ignite was anything but ordinary. Chen Xingbian initially only saw a flash of deep crimson flames at the front of the battlefield, but in the blink of an eye, the fire spread wildly through the vine forest like a wildfire driven by strong winds. The blaze surged rapidly, engulfing hundreds of miles in an instant, turning the pitch-black night sky into a sea of red. It even reached the rear of the massive beast army where he stood. The entire vine forest echoed with wails of despair. Despite their moist surfaces, the old-faced demon vines were no match for the corrosive power of this peculiar flame. Their hair-thin tendrils quickly turned to ash. This was precisely what Chen Han had calculated in advance, while the old-faced demon vines were resistant to ordinary fire. With the use of gasoline as a catalyst, his chilin flame could reduce everything to ashes. Not even water could extinguish this flame. The dark bats residing on the demon vines also met the same grim fate. Even with their formidable nocturnal abilities, including invisibility, they were instantly incinerated upon contact with the chilin flame. Countless beasts, unable to escape in time, fled in panic, unknowingly fueling the fire and making the chilin flame burn even more ferociously. The battle was already decided. Chen Han immediately ordered the bugler to sound the charge. At this point, no complex tactics were necessary. The Northern Expedition Army, having rested and conserved their energy for hours, was brimming with morale. Even Lu Zing, who was in charge of the Type 3 laser cannon positions, led his artillery troops into the blazing forest. At the edge of the fire, however, Chen Xingbian curiously observed the strange flames. Even from a distance, he could feel the searing heat waves washing over him. Driven by a researcher's curiosity, he ignored Lu Yufeng's warnings and insisted on reaching out to touch a cluster of chilin flame. The consequences of this reckless experiment immediately taught the 8th-rank martial master a painful lesson. The chilin flame not only caused him excruciating pain but, more alarmingly, began spreading from his hand to the rest of his body. Although his cultivation level allowed him to barely halt the flame's advance, he couldn't extinguish the fire on his hand. "What the hell is this thing?" Chen Xingbian shouted in frustration. Little did he realize just how fitting his exasperated cry of, "What a scam" truly was. At this moment, two panicked beast leaders rushed to Chen Xingbian. "Mountain God, please act quickly to extinguish these flames. Our clan is being consumed by the inferno." Chen Xingbian, holding the blazing Kirin flame in his hand, had a flicker of realization in his eyes. This was no ordinary fire, it was a rare innate flame, so powerful that it could not be extinguished by conventional means. It would burn endlessly unless its target was reduced to ashes or its master was slain. Faced with the beast leader's plea for help, Chen Xingbian knew there were only two options. Either slaughter all the burning beasts or find and kill the flame's master. However, since it was uncertain whether the flame's master was aligned with Yu Shuai's forces, the latter option was clearly not viable. Just as the beast leaders were sinking into despair, the vanguard of the human army had arrived. Leading the charge was none other than Zhao Linger. With her transplanted elven exoskeleton, she moved across the battlefield like a gust of wind. Enhanced night vision allowed her to instantly lock onto Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, both wearing masked Chen Xingbians resembling the Monkey King. Disregarding the danger, Zhao Linger charged directly toward them. However, as she approached, an overwhelming aura pressed down on her, causing cold sweat to break out all over her body. Instinctively, she realized that these two were far more powerful than anyone in the Northern Expedition Army, perhaps even stronger than Chen Han. Lu Yufeng eyed Zhao Linger with interest. "Such a pretty young girl." Overcoming her inner fear, Zhao Linger said coldly, "You two sneaked into the enemy camp under the cover of night, hiding behind masks. You must come with me to see the champion Marquis." The champion Marquis? The mention of this title stunned both Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. A commander so young yet already granted the title of Marquis was no ordinary figure. Linking this to events from 18 years ago, the two simultaneously felt the urge to retreat. Seeing this, Zhao Linger immediately employed the Yu family spear technique. However, the vast disparity in skill made her attacks seem childlike, futilely draining her energy. Yet, this spear technique astonished Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. It was unmistakably the Yu family's exclusive style. The two exchanged a glance. To have mastered the Yu family spear technique to such a level, this girl must have a close connection to Yu Wuyun. Lu Yufeng, setting aside her earlier dismissiveness, casually disarmed Zhao Linger, rendering her immobile. This display of power made Zhao Linger fully grasp the gap between their abilities. Fixing her gaze on Zhao Linger, Lu Yufeng asked gravely, "What is your relationship with Yu Shuai? And who exactly is your champion Marquis?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.